The Laughing Man. A Romance of English History. Preliminary Chapter. US. 1. Ursus and Homo were fast friends. Ursus was a man, Homo a wolf. Their dispositions tallied. It was the man who had christened the wolf. Probably he had also chosen his own name. Having found Ursus fit for himself, he had found Homo fit for the beast. Man and wolf turned their partnership to account at fairs, at village fetes, at the corners of streets where passers-by throng, and out of the need which people seem to feel everywhere to listen to idle gossip and to buy quack medicine. The wolf, gentle and courteously subordinate, diverted the crowd. It is a pleasant thing to behold the tameness of animals. Our greatest delight is to see all the varieties of domestication parade before us. This it is which collects so many folks on the road of royal processions. Ursus and Homo went about from crossroad to crossroad, from the high street of Aberystwyth to the high street of Jedburgh, from countryside to countryside, from shire to shire, from town to town. One market exhausted, they went on to another. Ursus lived in a small van upon wheels, which Homo was civilized enough to draw by day and guard by night. On bad roads, up hills, and where there were too many ruts, or there was too much mud, the man buckled the trace round his neck and pulled fraternally, side by side with the wolf. They had thus grown old together. They encamped at haphazard on a common, in the glade of a wood, on the waste patch of grass where roads intersect, at the outskirts of villages, at the gates of towns, in marketplaces, in public walks, on the borders of parks, before the entrances of churches. When the cart drew up on a fair green, when the gossips ran up open-mouthed and the curious made a circle round the pair, Ursus harangued and Homo approved. Homo, with a bowl in his mouth, politely made a collection among the audience. They gained their livelihood. The wolf was lettered, likewise the man. The wolf had been trained by the man, or had trained himself unassisted, to divers wolfish arts which swelled the receipts. Above all things, do not degenerate into a man, his friend would say to him. Never did the wolf bite. The man did now and then. At least, to bite was the intent of Ursus. He was a misanthrope, and to italicize his misanthropy, he had made himself a juggler. To live, also, for the stomach has to be consulted. Moreover, this juggler misanthrope, whether to add to the complexity of his being or to perfect it, was a doctor. To be a doctor is little. Ursus was a ventriloquist. You heard him speak without his moving his lips. He counterfeited, so as to deceive you, anyone's accent or pronunciation. He imitated voices so exactly that you believed you heard the people themselves. All alone he simulated the murmur of a crowd, and this gave him a right to the title of Engastramythos, which he took. He reproduced all sorts of cries of birds, as of the thrush, the wren, the pipit lark, otherwise called the grey cheeper, and the ring ousel, all travellers like himself, so that at times when the fancy struck him, he made you aware either of a public thoroughfare filled with the uproar of men, or of a meadow loud with the voices of beasts, at one time stormy as a multitude, at another fresh and serene as the dawn. Such gifts, although rare, exist. In the last century, a man called Tuzel, who imitated the mingled utterances of men and animals, and who counterfeited all the cries of beasts, was attached to the person of Buffon to serve as a menagerie. Ursus was sagacious, contradictory, odd, and inclined to the singular expositions which we term fables. He had the appearance of believing in them, and this impudence was a part of his humor. He read people's hands, opened books at random and drew conclusions, told fortunes, taught that it is perilous to meet a black mare, still more perilous, as you start for a journey, to hear yourself accosted by one who knows not whither you are going, and he called himself a dealer in superstitions. He used to say, "There is one difference between me and the Archbishop of Canterbury. I avow what I am." Hence it was that the Archbishop, justly indignant, had him one day before him, but Ursus cleverly disarmed his grace by reciting a sermon he had composed upon Christmas Day, which the delighted Archbishop learnt by heart, and delivered from the pulpit as his own. In consideration thereof the Archbishop pardoned Ursus. As a doctor, Ursus wrought cures by some means or other. He made use of aromatics. He was versed in simples. He made the most of the immense power which lies in a heap of neglected plants, such as the hazel, the catkin, the white alder, the white bryony, the mealy tree, the traveller's joy, the buckthorn. He treated Thysis with the sundew. At opportune moments he would use the leaves of the spurge, which plucked at the bottom are a purgative and plucked at the top, an emetic. He cured sore throat by means of the vegetable excrescence called Jew's ear. He knew the rush which cures the ox and the mint which cures the horse. He was well acquainted with the beauties and virtues of the herb mandragora, which, as everyone knows, is of both sexes. He had many recipes. He cured burns with the salamander wool, of which, according to Pliny, Nero had a napkin. Ursus possessed a retort and a flask. He effected transmutations. He sold panaceas. It was said of him that he had once been for a short time in Bedlam. They had done him the honor to take him for a madman, but had set him free on discovering that he was only a poet. This story was probably not true. We have all to submit to some such legend about us. The fact is, Ursus was a bit of a savant, a man of taste, and an old Latin poet. He was learned in two forms, he Hippocratized and he Pindarized. He could have vied in bombast with Rapin and Vida. He could have composed Jesuit tragedies in a style not less triumphant than that of Father Bowers. It followed from his familiarity with the venerable rhythms and meters of the ancients that he had peculiar figures of speech and a whole family of classical metaphors. He would say of a mother followed by her two daughters, there is a dactyl; of a father preceded by his two sons, there is an anap-ast; and of a little child walking between its grandmother and grandfather, there is an amphimacer. So much knowledge could only end in starvation. The school of Salerno says, eat little and often. Ursus ate little and seldom, thus obeying one half the precept and disobeying the other. But this was the fault of the public, who did not always flock to him and who did not often buy. Ursus was wont to say, the expectoration of a sentence is a relief. The wolf is comforted by its howl, the sheep by its wool, the forest by its finch, woman by her love, and the philosopher by his epiphonema. Ursus at a pinch composed comedies, which in recital he all but acted. This helped to sell the drugs. Among other works, he had composed an heroic pastoral in honor of Sir Hugh Middleton, who in 1608 brought a river to London. The river was lying peacefully in Hertfordshire, 20 miles from London. The knight came and took possession of it. He brought a brigade of 600 men, armed with shovels and pickaxes, set to breaking up the ground, scooping it out in one place, raising it in another, now 30 feet high, now 20 feet deep, made wooden aqueducts high in air, and at different points constructed 800 bridges of stone, bricks, and timber. One fine morning, the river entered London, which was short of water. Ursus transformed all these vulgar details into a fine eclogue between the Thames and the New River, in which the former invited the latter to come to him and offered her his bed, saying, I am too old to please women, but I am rich enough to pay them. An ingenious and gallant conceit to indicate how Sir Hugh Middleton had completed the work at his own expense. Ursus was great in soliloquy, of a disposition at once unsociable and talkative, desiring to see no one, yet wishing to converse with someone. He got out of the difficulty by talking to himself. Anyone who has lived a solitary life knows how deeply seated monologue is in one's nature. Speech imprisoned frets to find a vent. To harangue space is an outlet. To speak out aloud when alone is as it were to have a dialogue with the divinity which is within. It was, as is well known, a custom of Socrates. He declaimed to himself. Luther did the same. Ursus took after those great men. He had the hermaphrodite faculty of being his own audience. He questioned himself, answered himself, praised himself, blamed himself. You heard him in the street soliloquizing in his van. The passers-by, who have their own way of appreciating clever people, used to say, he is an idiot. As we have just observed, he abused himself at times, but there were times also when he rendered himself justice. One day, in one of these allocutions addressed to himself, he was heard to cry out, I have studied vegetation in all its mysteries, in the stalk, in the bud, in the sepal, in the stamen, in the carpel, in the ovule, in the spore, in the theca, and in the epithecium. I have thoroughly sifted chromatics, osmosy, and chymosy, that is to say, the formation of colors, of smell, and of taste. There was something fatuous, doubtless, in this certificate which Ursus gave to Ursus, but let those who have not thoroughly sifted chromatics, osmosy, and chymosy cast the first stone at him. Fortunately, Ursus had never gone into the Low Countries. though they would certainly have weighed him to ascertain whether he was of the normal weight, above or below which a man is a sorcerer. In Holland, this weight was sagely fixed by law. Nothing was simpler or more ingenious. It was a clear test. They put you in a scale, and the evidence was conclusive if you broke the equilibrium. Too heavy, you were hanged. Too light, you were burned. To this day, the scales in which sorcerers were weighed may be seen at Outwater, but they are now used for weighing cheeses. How religion has degenerated. Ursus would certainly have had a crow to pluck with those scales. In his travels, he kept away from Holland, and he did well. Indeed, we believe that he used never to leave the United Kingdom. However this may have been, he was very poor and morose, and having made the acquaintance of Homo in a wood, a taste for a wandering life had come over him. He had taken the wolf into partnership, and with him had gone forth on the highways, living in the open air the great life of chance. He had a great deal of industry and of reserve, and great skill in everything connected with healing operations, restoring the sick to health, and in working wonders peculiar to himself. He was considered a clever mountebank and a good doctor. As may be imagined, he passed for a wizard as well, not much indeed, only a little, for it was unwholesome in those days to be considered a friend of the devil. To tell the truth, Ursus, by his passion for pharmacy and his love of plants, laid himself open to suspicion, seeing that he often went to gather herbs in rough thickets where grew Lucifer's salads, and where, as has been proved by the Counsellor de Elenca, there is a risk of meeting in the evening mist a man who comes out of the earth, blind of the right eye, barefooted, without a cloak, and a sword by his side. But for the matter of that, Ursus, although eccentric in manner and disposition, was too good a fellow to invoke or disperse hail, to make faces appear, to kill a man with the torment of excessive dancing, to suggest dreams fair or foul and full of terror, and to cause the birth of cocks with 4 wings. He had no such mischievous tricks. He was incapable of certain abominations, such as, for instance, speaking German, Hebrew, or Greek, without having learned them, which is a sign of unpardonable wickedness, or of a natural infirmity proceeding from a morbid humor. If Ursus spoke Latin, it was because he knew it. He would never have allowed himself to speak Syriac, which he did not know. Besides, it is asserted that Syriac is the language spoken in the midnight meetings at which uncanny people worship the devil. In medicine, he justly preferred Galen to Cardan, Cardan, although a learned man, being but an earthworm to Galen. To sum up, Ursus was not one of those persons who live in fear of the police. His van was long enough and wide enough to allow of his lying down in it on a box containing his not very sumptuous apparel. He owned a lantern, several wigs, and some utensils suspended from nails, among which were musical instruments. He possessed, besides, a bearskin with which he covered himself on his days of grand performance. He called this putting on full dress. He used to say, "I have 2 skins, this is the real one," pointing to the bearskin. The little house on wheels belonged to himself and to the wolf. Besides his house, his retort, and his wolf, he had a flute and a violoncello on which he played prettily. He concocted his own elixirs. His wits yielded him enough to sup on sometimes. In the top of his van was a hole, through which passed the pipe of a cast-iron stove, so close to his box as to scorch the wood of it. The stove had 2 compartments. In one of them Ursus cooked his chemicals, and in the other his potatoes. At night the wolf slept under the van, amicably secured by a chain. Homo's hair was black, that of Ursus, grey. Ursus was 50, unless, indeed, he was 60. He accepted his destiny to such an extent that, as we have just seen, he ate potatoes, the trash on which at that time they fed pigs and convicts. He ate them indignant, but resigned. He was not tall, he was long. He was bent and melancholy. The bowed frame of an old man is the settlement in the architecture of life. Nature had formed him for sadness. He found it difficult to smile, and he had never been able to weep, so that he was deprived of the consolation of tears as well as of the palliative of joy. An old man is a thinking ruin, and such a ruin was Ursus. He had the loquacity of a charlatan, the leanness of a prophet, the irascibility of a charged mine. Such was Ursus. In his youth, he had been a philosopher in the house of a lord. This was 180 years ago, when men were more like wolves than they are now. Not so very much, though. Chapter 2. Homo was no ordinary wolf. From his appetite for medlars and potatoes, he might have been taken for a prairie wolf, from his dark hide for a lycaon, and from his howl prolonged into a bark for a dog of Chile. But no one has as yet observed the eyeball of a dog of Chile sufficiently to enable us to determine whether he be not a fox, and Homo was a real wolf. He was 5 feet long, which is a fine length for a wolf, even in Lithuania. He was very strong. He looked at you askance, which was not his fault. He had a soft tongue, with which he occasionally licked Ursus. He had a narrow brush of short bristles on his backbone, and he was lean with the wholesome leanness of a forest life. Before he knew Ursus and had a carriage to draw, he thought nothing of doing his 50 miles a night. Ursus, meeting him in a thicket near a stream of running water, had conceived a high opinion of him from seeing the skill and sagacity with which he fished out crayfish, and welcomed him as an honest and genuine Kupara wolf of the kind called crab-eater. As a beast of burden, Ursus preferred Homo to a donkey. He would have felt repugnance to having his hut drawn by an ass. He thought too highly of the ass for that. Moreover, he had observed that the ass, a four-legged thinker little understood by men, has a habit of cocking his ears uneasily when philosophers talk nonsense. In life, the ass is a third person between our thoughts and ourselves and acts as a restraint. As a friend, Ursus preferred Homo to a dog, considering that the love of a wolf is more rare. Hence it was that Homo sufficed for Ursus. Homo was for Ursus more than a companion, he was an analogue. Ursus used to pat the wolf's empty ribs, saying, "I have found the second volume of myself." Again he said, "When I am dead, anyone wishing to know me need only study Homo. I shall leave a true copy behind me." The English law, not very lenient to beasts of the forest, might have picked a quarrel with the wolf, and have put him to trouble for his assurance in going freely about the towns. But Homo took advantage of the immunity granted by a statute of Edward IV. To servants, every servant in attendance on his master is free to come and go. Besides, a certain relaxation of the law had resulted with regard to wolves, in consequence of its being the fashion of the ladies of the court, under the later Stuarts, to have, instead of dogs, little wolves, called adives, about the size of cats, which were brought from Asia at great cost. Ursus had communicated to Homo a portion of his talents, such as to stand upright, to restrain his rage into sulkiness, to growl instead of howling, etc. And on his part, the wolf had taught the man what he knew, to do without a roof, without bread and fire, to prefer hunger in the woods to slavery in a palace. The van, hut, and vehicle in one, which traversed so many different roads, without, however, leaving Great Britain, had 4 wheels, with shafts for the wolf and a splinter bar for the man. The splinter bar came into use when the roads were bad. The van was strong, although it was built of light boards like a dovecot. In front, there was a glass door with a little balcony used for orations, which had something of the character of the platform, tempered by an air of the pulpit. At the back, there was a door with a practicable panel. By lowering the 3 steps which turned on a hinge below the door, access was gained to the hut, which at night was securely fastened with bolt and lock. Rain and snow had fallen plentifully on it. It had been painted, but of what color it was difficult to say, change of season being to vans what changes of rain are to courtiers. In front, outside, was a board, a kind of frontispiece, on which the following inscription might once have been deciphered. It was in black letters on a white ground, but by degrees the characters had become confused and blurred. By friction, gold loses every year a 1/1400th part of its bulk. This is what is called the wear. Hence it follows that on 1,400 millions of gold in circulation throughout the world, 1 million is lost annually. This million dissolves into dust, flies away, floats about, is reduced to atoms, charges, drugs, weighs down consciences, amalgamates with the souls of the rich whom it renders proud, and with those of the poor whom it renders brutish. The inscription, rubbed and blotted by the rain and by the kindness of nature, was fortunately illegible, for it is possible that its philosophy concerning the inhalation of gold, at the same time both enigmatical and lucid, might not have been to the taste of the sheriffs, the provost-marshals, and other bigwigs of the law. English legislation did not trifle in those days. It did not take much to make a man a felon. The magistrates were ferocious by tradition, and cruelty was a matter of routine. The judges of assize increased and multiplied. Jeffreys had become a breed. Chapter 3. In the interior of the van, there were two other inscriptions. Above the box, on a whitewashed plank, a hand had written in ink as follows: "The only things necessary to know. The Baron Peer of England wears a cap with 6 pearls. The coronet begins with the rank of Viscount. The Viscount wears a coronet of which the pearls are without number. The Earl a coronet with the pearls upon points, mingled with strawberry leaves placed low between. The Marquis one with pearls and leaves on the same level. The Duke one with strawberry leaves alone, no pearls. The Royal Duke a circlet of crosses and fleurs de lis. The Prince of Wales crown like that of the King, but unclosed. The Duke is a most high and most puissant prince, the Marquis and Earl most noble and puissant lord, the Viscount noble and puissant lord, the Baron a trusty lord. The Duke is his grace, the other peers their lordships. Most honourable is higher than right honourable. Lords who are peers are lords in their own right. Lords who are not peers are lords by courtesy. There are no real lords, excepting such as are peers. The House of Lords is a chamber and a court, concilium et curia, legislature and court of justice. The Commons, who are the people, when ordered to the bar of the Lords, humbly present themselves bareheaded before the peers, who remain covered. The Commons send up their bills by 40 members, who present the bill with 3 low bows. The Lords send their bills to the Commons by a mere clerk. In case of disagreement, the 2 houses confer in the painted chamber, the peers seated and covered, the Commons standing and bareheaded. Peers go to Parliament in their coaches in file, the Commons do not. Some peers go to Westminster in open 4-wheeled chariots. The use of these and of coaches emblazoned with coats of arms and coronets is allowed only to peers and forms a portion of their dignity. Barons have the same rank as bishops. To be a Baron Peer of England, it is necessary to be in possession of a tenure from the King per baronium integram by full barony. The full barony consists of 13 knights' fees and 1/3 part, each knight's fee being of the value of £20 sterling, which makes in a marks. The head of a barony, caput baroniae, is a castle disposed by inheritance, as England herself, that is to say, descending to daughters if there be no sons, and in that case going to the eldest daughter, see ateris filiabus aliund satisfactis. Barons have the degree of lord, in Saxon, Lawford, dominus in High Latin, lordus in Low Latin. The eldest and younger sons of viscounts and barons are the first esquires in the kingdom. The eldest sons of peers take precedence of knights of the garter. The younger sons do not. The eldest son of a viscount comes after all barons and precedes all baronets. Every daughter of a peer is a lady. Other English girls are plain mistress. All judges rank below peers. The serjeant wears a lambskin tippet, the judge one of patchwork, de menudo vario, made up of a variety of little white furs, always excepting ermine. Ermine is reserved for peers and the king. A lord never takes an oath, either to the crown or the law. His word suffices, he says, upon my honour. By a law of Edward VI, peers have the privilege of committing manslaughter. A peer who kills a man without premeditation is not prosecuted. The persons of peers are inviolable. A peer cannot be held in durance, save in the Tower of London. A writ of supplicavit cannot be granted against a peer. A peer sent for by the king has the right to kill 1 or 2 deer in the royal park. A peer holds in his castle a baron's court of justice. It is unworthy of a peer to walk the street in a cloak, followed by 2 footmen. He should only show himself attended by a great train of gentlemen of his household. A peer can be immersed only by his peers, and never to any greater amount than £5, excepting in the case of a duke, who can be immersed 10. A peer may retain 6 aliens born, any other Englishman but 4. A peer can have wine custom-free, an earl 8 tons. A peer is alone, exempt from presenting himself before the sheriff of the circuit. A peer cannot be assessed towards the militia. When it pleases a peer, he raises a regiment and gives it to the king. Thus have done their graces the Dukes of Athol, Hamilton, and Northumberland. A peer can hold only of a peer. In a civil cause, he can demand the adjournment of the case, if there be not at least one knight on the jury. A peer nominates his own chaplains. A baron appoints 3 chaplains, a viscount 4, an earl and a marquis 5, a duke 6. A peer cannot be put to the rack, even for high treason. A peer cannot be branded on the hand. A peer is a clerk, though he knows not how to read. In law he knows. A duke has a right to a canopy, or cloth of state, in all places where the king is not present. A viscount may have one in his house. A baron has a cover of assay, which may be held under his cup while he drinks. A baroness has the right to have her train borne by a man in the presence of a viscountess. 86 tables, with 500 dishes, are served every day in the royal palace at each meal. If a plebeian strike a lord, his hand is cut off. A lord is very nearly a king. The king is very nearly a god. The earth is a lordship. The English address God as my lord. Opposite this writing was written a second one, in the same fashion, which ran thus: Satisfaction, which must suffice those who have nothing. Henry Overquirk, Earl of Grantham, who sits in the House of Lords between the Earl of Jersey and the Earl of Greenwich, has 100,000 a year. To his lordship belongs the Palace of Grantham Terrace, built all of marble and famous for what is called the Labyrinth of Passages, a curiosity which contains the scarlet corridor in marble of Sarancolin, the brown corridor in Lumeshel of Astrakhan, the white corridor in marble of Lani, the black corridor in marble of Alabanda, the grey corridor in marble of Sterema, the yellow corridor in marble of Hesse, the green corridor in marble of the Tyrol, the red corridor, half cherry-spotted marble of Bohemia, half Lumeshel of Cordova, the blue corridor in turquoise of Genoa, the violet in granite of Catalonia, the morning-hued corridor veined black and white in slate of Mervidro, the pink corridor in Sipylline of the Alps, the pearl corridor in Lumeshel of Nanetta, and the corridor of all colors, called the Courtier's Corridor, in Motley. Richard Lowther, Viscount Lonsdale, owns Lowther in Westmoreland, which has a magnificent approach, and a flight of entrance steps which seem to invite the ingress of kings. Richard, Earl of Scarborough, Viscount and Baron Lumley of Lumley Castle, Viscount Lumley of Waterford in Ireland, and Lord Lieutenant and Vice-Admiral of the County of Northumberland, and of Durham, both city and county, owns the double Castlewood of Old and New Sandbeck, where you admire a superb railing, in the form of a semicircle, surrounding the basin of a matchless fountain. He has, besides, his castle of Lumley. Robert Darcy, Earl of Holderness, has his domain of Holderness, with baronial towers and large gardens laid out in French fashion, where he drives in his coach and six, preceded by 2 outriders, as becomes a peer of England. Charles Beauclerk, Duke of St. Albans, Earl of Burford, Baron Headington, Grand Falconer of England, has an abode at Windsor, regal even by the side of the kings. Charles Bodville Robarts, Baron Robarts of Truro, Viscount Bodmin and Earl of Radnor, owns Wimpole in Cambridgeshire, which is as 3 palaces in one, having 3 facades, 1 bowed and 2 triangular. The approach is by an avenue of trees 4 deep. The most noble and most puissant Lord Philip, Baron Herbert of Cardiff, Earl of Montgomery and of Pembroke, Ross of Kendal, Parr, Fitzhugh, Marmion, St. Quentin and Herbert of Shirland, Warden of the Stannaries in the counties of Cornwall and Devon, hereditary visitor of Jesus College, possesses the wonderful gardens at Wilton, where there are 2 sheaf-like fountains, finer than those of His Most Christian Majesty King Louis XIV, at Versailles. Charles Somerset, Duke of Somerset, owns Somerset House on the Thames, which is equal to the Villa Pamphili at Rome. On the chimney-piece are seen 2 porcelain vases of the dynasty of the Ewens, which are worth £500,000 in French money. In Yorkshire, Arthur, Lord Ingram, Viscount Irwin, has Temple Newsing, which is entered under a triumphal arch, and which has large wide roofs resembling Moorish terraces. Robert, Lord Ferrers of Chartley, Berkshire and Lonvaine, has Stanton Herald in Leicestershire, of which the park is geometrically planned in the shape of a temple with a facade, and in front of the piece of water is the great church with the square belfry, which belongs to his lordship. In the county of Northampton, Charles Spencer, Earl of Sunderland, member of His Majesty's Privy Council, possesses Althorpe, at the entrance of which is a railing with 4 columns surmounted by groups in marble. Lawrence Hyde, Earl of Rochester, has in Surrey New Park, rendered magnificent by its sculptured pinnacles, its circular lawn belted by trees, and its woodland, at the extremity of which is a little mountain, artistically rounded and surmounted by a large oak, which can be seen from afar. Philip Stanhope, Earl of Chesterfield, possesses Bretby Hall in Derbyshire, with a splendid clock tower, falconries, warrens, and very fine sheets of water, long, square, and oval, one of which is shaped like a mirror and has 2 jets, which throw the water to a great height. Charles Cornwallis, Baron Cornwallis of Eye, owns Broome Hall, a palace of the 14th century. The most noble Algernon Capel, Viscount Maiden, Earl of Essex, has Cashiobury in Hertfordshire, a seat which has the shape of a capital H, and which rejoices sportsmen with its abundance of game. Charles Lord Ossulston owns Darnley in Middlesex, approached by Italian gardens. James Cecil, Earl of Salisbury, has 7 leagues from London Hatfield House, with its 4 lordly pavilions, its belfry in the centre, and its grand courtyard of black and white slabs, like that of St. Germain. This palace, which has a frontage 272 feet in length, was built in the reign of James I by the Lord High Treasurer of England, the great-grandfather of the present Earl. To be seen, there is the bed of one of the Countesses of Salisbury. It is of inestimable value and made entirely of Brazilian wood, which is a panacea against the bites of serpents, and which is called milhumbers, that is to say, 1,000 men. On this bed is inscribed, Honi soit qui mal y pense. Edward Rich, Earl of Warwick and Holland, is owner of Warwick Castle, where whole oaks are burnt in the fireplaces. In the parish of Sevenoaks, Charles Sackville, Baron Buckhurst, Baron Cranfield, Earl of Dorset and Middlesex, is owner of Knowle, which is as large as a town and is composed of 3 palaces standing parallel one behind the other, like ranks of infantry. There are 6 covered flights of steps on the principal frontage, and a gate under a keep with 4 towers. Thomas Thynne, Baron Thynne of Warminster and Viscount Weymouth, possesses Longleat, in which there are as many chimneys, cupolas, pinnacles, pepperboxes, pavilions, and turrets as at Chambord, in France, which belongs to the king. Henry Howard, Earl of Suffolk, owns, 12 leagues from London, the Palace of Audley End in Essex, which in grandeur and dignity scarcely yields the palm to the Escorial of the King of Spain. In Bedfordshire, Rest House and Park, which is a whole district, enclosed by ditches, walls, woodlands, rivers, and hills, belongs to Henry, Marquis of Kent. Hampton Court in Herefordshire, with its strong embattled keep, and its gardens bounded by a piece of water which divides them from the forest, belongs to Thomas, Lord Coningsby. Grimsthorpe in Lincolnshire, with its long facade intersected by turrets in pale, its park, its fish ponds, its pheasantries, its sheepfolds, its lawns, its grounds planted with rows of trees, its groves, its walks, its shrubberies, its flower-beds and borders, formed in square and lozenge shape, and resembling great carpets, its race-courses, and the majestic sweep for carriages to turn in at the entrance of the house, belongs to Robert, Earl Lindsay, hereditary lord of the Forest of Waltham. Up Park in Sussex, a square house, with 2 symmetrical belfried pavilions on each side of the great courtyard, belongs to the Right Honourable Ford, Baron Grey of Werk, Viscount Glendale and Earl of Tankerville. Newnham Paddocks in Warwickshire, which has 2 quadrangular fish ponds and a gabled archway with a large window of 4 panes, belongs to the Earl of Denbigh, who is also Count von Rheinfelden in Germany. Witham Abbey in Berkshire, with its French garden in which there are 4 curiously trimmed arbours, and its great embattled towers, supported by 2 bastions, belongs to Montague, Earl of Abingdon, who also owns Rycote, of which he is Baron, and the principal door of which bears the device, virtus erat fortia. William Cavendish, Duke of Devonshire, has 6 dwelling places, of which Chatsworth, 2-storied, and of the finest order of Grecian architecture, is one. The Viscount of Kinalmeaky, who is Earl of Cork in Ireland, is owner of Burlington House, Piccadilly, with its extensive gardens reaching to the fields outside London. He is also owner of Chiswick, where there are 9 magnificent lodges. He also owns Londesborough, which is a new house by the side of an old palace. The Duke of Beaufort owns Chelsea, which contains 2 Gothic buildings and a Florentine one. He has also Badminton in Gloucestershire, a residence from which a number of avenues branch out like rays from a star. The most noble and puissant Prince Henry, Duke of Beaufort, is also Marquis and Earl of Worcester, Earl of Glamorgan, Viscount Grosmont, and Baron Herbert of Chepstow, Ragland and Gower, Baron Beaufort of Caldecott Castle, and Baron de Bottetourt. John Holy's, Duke of Newcastle, and Marquis of Clare, owns Bolsover, with its majestic square keeps. His also is Houghton in Nottinghamshire, where a round pyramid, made to imitate the Tower of Babel, stands in the centre of a basin of water. William, Earl of Craven, Viscount Uffington, and Baron Craven of Hampstead Marshall, owns Combe Abbey in Warwickshire, where is to be seen the finest waterjet in England, and in Berkshire 2 baronies, Hampstead Marshall, on the facade of which are 5 Gothic lanterns sunk in the wall, and Ashdown Park, which is a country seat situate at the point of intersection of crossroads in a forest. Lynn owes Lord Clancharlie, Baron Clancharlie and Hunkerville, Marquis of Corleone in Sicily, derives his title from the castle of Clancharlie, built in 912 by Edward the Elder, as a defence against the Danes. Besides Hunkerville House in London, which is a palace, he has Corleone Lodge at Windsor, which is another, and 8 Castlewoods, one at Burton-on-Trent, with a royalty on the carriage of Plaster of Paris. Then Grumdaith Humble, Morecambe, Truerdraith, Helcurters, where there is a miraculous well, Fillinmore, with its turf bogs, Reculver, near the ancient city Vagniac, Vineconton, on the Moleule Mountain, besides 19 boroughs and villages with reeves, and the whole of Penneth Chase, all of which bring his lordship £40,000 a year. The 172 peers, enjoying their dignities under James II, possess among them, altogether, a revenue of £1,272,000 sterling a year, which is the 11th part of the revenue of England. In the margin, opposite the last name, that of Lynn owes Lord Clancharlie, there was a note in the handwriting of Ursus, rebel, in exile, houses, lands, and chattels sequestrated. It is well. Chapter 4. Ursus admired Homo. One admires one's like. It is a law. To be always raging inwardly and grumbling outwardly was the normal condition of Ursus. He was the malcontent of creation. By nature, he was a man ever in opposition. He took the world unkindly. He gave his satisfecit to no one and to nothing. The bee did not atone, by its honey-making, for its sting. A full-blown rose did not absolve the sun for yellow fever and black vomit. It is probable that in secret Ursus criticized Providence a good deal. Evidently, he would say, the devil works by a spring, and the wrong that God does is having let go the trigger. He approved of none but princes, and he had his own peculiar way of expressing his approbation. One day, when James II made a gift to the Virgin in a Catholic chapel in Ireland of a massive gold lamp, Ursus, passing that way with Homo, who was more indifferent to such things, broke out in admiration before the crowd, and exclaimed, "It is certain that the blessed Virgin wants a lamp much more than these barefooted children there require shoes." Such proofs of his loyalty, and such evidences of his respect for established powers, probably contributed in no small degree to make the magistrates tolerate his vagabond life, and his low alliance with a wolf. Sometimes of an evening, through the weakness of friendship, he allowed Homo to stretch his limbs and wander at liberty about the caravan. The wolf was incapable of an abuse of confidence, and behaved in society, that is to say among men, with the discretion of a poodle. All the same, if bad-tempered officials had to be dealt with, difficulties might have arisen, so Ursus kept the honest wolf chained up as much as possible. From a political point of view, his writing about gold, not very intelligible in itself, and now become undecipherable, was but a smear, and gave no handle to the enemy, even after the time of James II. And under the respectable reign of William and Mary, his caravan might have been seen peacefully going its rounds of the little English country towns. He travelled freely from one end of Great Britain to the other, selling his filters and files, and sustaining, with the assistance of his wolf, his quack mummeries, and he passed with ease through the meshes of the nets which the police at that period had spread all over England in order to sift wandering gangs, and especially to stop the progress of the comprachicos. This was right enough. Ursus belonged to no gang. Ursus lived with Ursus, a tete-a-tete, into which the wolf gently thrust his nose. If Ursus could have had his way, he would have been a Caribbee. That being impossible, he preferred to be alone. The solitary man is a modified savage accepted by civilization. He who wanders most is most alone, hence his continual change of place. To remain anywhere long suffocated him with the sense of being tamed. He passed his life in passing on his way. The sight of towns increased his taste for brambles, thickets, thorns, and holes in the rock. His home was the forest. He did not feel himself much out of his element in the murmur of crowded streets, which is like enough to the bluster of trees. The crowd to some extent satisfies our taste for the desert. What he disliked in his van was its having a door and windows and thus resembling a house. He would have realized his ideal had he been able to put a cave on 4 wheels and travel in a den. He did not smile, as we have already said, but he used to laugh, sometimes, indeed frequently, a bitter laugh. There is consent in a smile, while a laugh is often a refusal. His great business was to hate the human race. He was implacable in that hate. Having made it clear that human life is a dreadful thing, having observed the superposition of evils, kings on the people, war on kings, the plague on war, famine on the plague, folly on everything, having proved a certain measure of chastisement in the mere fact of existence, having recognized that death is a deliverance, when they brought him a sick man he cured him. He had cordials and beverages to prolong the lives of the old. He put lame cripples on their legs again and hurled this sarcasm at them. There you are on your paws once more, may you walk long in this valley of tears. When he saw a poor man dying of hunger, he gave him all the pence he had about him, growling out, "Live on, you wretch, eat, last a long time. It is not I who would shorten your penal servitude." After which he would rub his hands and say, "I do men all the harm I can." Through the little window at the back, passers-by could read on the ceiling of the van these words, written within, but visible from without, inscribed with charcoal in big letters. URSUS, philosopher. Another preliminary chapter. The COMPRACHICOS. 1. Who now knows the word comprachicos, and who knows its meaning? The comprachicos, or comprapequinos, were a hideous and nondescript association of wanderers, famous in the 17th century, forgotten in the 18th, unheard of in the 19th. The comprachicos are like the succession powder, an ancient social characteristic detail. They are part of old human ugliness. To the great eye of history, which sees everything collectively, the comprachicos belong to the colossal fact of slavery. Joseph, sold by his brethren, is a chapter in their story. The comprachicos have left their traces in the penal laws of Spain and England. You find here and there, in the dark confusion of English laws, the impress of this horrible truth, like the footprint of a savage in a forest. Comprachicos, the same as comprapequinos, is a compound Spanish word signifying child buyers. The comprachicos traded in children. They bought and sold them. They did not steal them. The kidnapping of children is another branch of industry. And what did they make of these children? Monsters. Why monsters? To laugh at. The populace must needs laugh, and kings too. The mountebank is wanted in the streets, the jester at the Louvre. The one is called a clown, the other a fool. The efforts of man to procure himself pleasure are at times worthy of the attention of the philosopher. What are we sketching in these few preliminary pages? A chapter in the most terrible of books, a book which might be entitled The Farming of the Unhappy by the Happy. Chapter 2. A child destined to be a plaything for men, such a thing has existed, such a thing exists even now. In simple and savage times, such a thing constituted an especial trade. The 17th century, called the Great Century, was of those times. It was a century very Byzantine in tone. It combined corrupt simplicity with delicate ferocity, a curious variety of civilization. A tiger with a simper. Madame de Sévigné minces on the subject of the faggot and the wheel. That century traded a good deal in children. Flattering historians have concealed the sore, but have divulged the remedy, Vincent de Paul. In order that a human toy should succeed, he must be taken early. The dwarf must be fashioned when young. We play with childhood, but a well-formed child is not very amusing. A hunchback is better fun. Hence grew an art. There were trainers who took a man and made him an abortion. They took a face and made a muzzle. They stunted growth. They needed the features. The artificial production of teratological cases had its rules. It was quite a science, what one can imagine as the antithesis of orthopty. Where God had put a look, their art put a squint. Where God had made harmony, they made discord. Where God had made the perfect picture, they re-established the sketch. And in the eyes of connoisseurs, it was the sketch which was perfect. They debased animals as well. They invented piebald horses. Turenne rode a piebald horse. In our own days, do they not dye dogs blue and green? Nature is our canvas. Man has always wished to add something to God's work. Man retouches creation, sometimes for better, sometimes for worse. The court buffoon was nothing but an attempt to lead back man to the monkey. It was a progress the wrong way, a masterpiece in retrogression. At the same time, they tried to make a man of the monkey. Barbara, Duchess of Cleveland and Countess of Southampton, had a marmoset for a page. Frances Sutton, Baroness Dudley, 8th peeress in the Bench of Barons, had tea served by a baboon clad in cold brocade, which her ladyship called my black. Catherine Sedley, Countess of Dorchester, used to go and take her seat in Parliament in a coach with armorial bearings, behind which stood, their muzzles stuck up in the air, 3 Cape monkeys in grand livery. A Duchess of Medinaceli, whose toilet Cardinal Pole witnessed, had her stockings put on by an orang-outang. These monkeys raised in the scale were a counterpoise to men brutalized and bestialized. This promiscuousness of man and beast, desired by the great, was especially prominent in the case of the dwarf and the dog. The dwarf never quitted the dog, which was always bigger than himself. The dog was the pair of the dwarf. It was as if they were coupled with a collar. This juxtaposition is authenticated by a mass of domestic records, notably by the portrait of Geoffrey Hudson, dwarf of Henrietta of France, daughter of Henry IV, and wife of Charles I. To degrade man tends to deform him. The suppression of his state was completed by disfigurement. Certain vivisectors of that period succeeded marvelously well in effacing from the human face the divine effigy. Dr. Conquest, member of the Amen Street College and judicial visitor of the chemists' shops of London, wrote a book in Latin on this pseudo-surgery, the processes of which he describes. If we are to believe Justus of Carrickfergus, the inventor of this branch of surgery was a monk named Avonmore, an Irish word signifying great river. The dwarf of the Elector Palatine, Percio, whose effigy, or ghost, springs from a magical box in the cave of Heidelberg, was a remarkable specimen of this science, very varied in its applications. It fashioned beings the law of whose existence was hideously simple. It permitted them to suffer and commanded them to amuse. Chapter 3. The manufacture of monsters was practiced on a large scale and comprised various branches. The Sultan required them, so did the Pope, the one to guard his women, the other to say his prayers. These were of a peculiar kind, incapable of reproduction. Scarcely human beings, they were useful to voluptuousness and to religion. The Seraglio and the Sistine Chapel utilized the same species of monsters, fierce in the former case, mild in the latter. They knew how to produce things in those days which are not produced now. They had talents which we lack, and it is not without reason that some good folk cry out that the decline has come. We no longer know how to sculpture living human flesh. This is consequent on the loss of the art of torture. Men were once virtuosi in that respect, but are so no longer. The art has become so simplified that it will soon disappear altogether. In cutting the limbs of living men, in opening their bellies, and in dragging out their entrails, Phenomena were grasped on the moment and discoveries made. We are obliged to renounce these experiments now and are thus deprived of the progress which surgery made by aid of the executioner. The vivisection of former days was not limited to the manufacture of phenomena for the marketplace, of buffoons for the palace, a species of augmentative of the courtier, and eunuchs for sultans and popes. It abounded in varieties. One of its triumphs was the manufacture of cocks for the King of England. It was the custom, in the palace of the kings of England, to have a sort of watchman who crowed like a cock. This watcher, awake while all others slept, ranged the palace and raised from hour to hour the cry of the farmyard, repeating it as often as was necessary and thus supplying a clock. This man, promoted to be cock, had in childhood undergone the operation of the pharynx, which was part of the art described by Dr. Conquest. Under Charles Roman II, the salivation inseparable to the operation having disgusted the Duchess of Portsmouth, the appointment was indeed preserved, so that the splendor of the crown should not be tarnished, but they got an unmutilated man to represent the cock. A retired officer was generally selected for this honorable employment. Under James Roman II, the functionary was named William Sampson, cock, and received for his crow £9, 2 pounds, 6d, annually. The memoirs of Catherine II inform us that at St. Petersburg, scarcely 100 years since, whenever the Tsar or Tsarina was displeased with a Russian prince, he was forced to squat down in the great antechamber of the palace, and to remain in that posture a certain number of days, mewing like a cat, or clucking like a sitting hen, and pecking his food from the floor. These fashions have passed away, but not so much, perhaps, as one might imagine. Nowadays, courtiers slightly modify their intonation in clucking to please their masters. More than one picks up from the ground, we will not say from the mud, what he eats. It is very fortunate that kings cannot err, hence their contradictions never perplex us. In approving always, one is sure to be always right, which is pleasant. Louis Roman XIV would not have liked to see at Versailles either an officer acting the cock or a prince acting the turkey. That which raised the royal and imperial dignity in England and Russia would have seemed to Louis the Great incompatible with the crown of St. Louis. We know what his displeasure was when Madame Henriette forgot herself so far as to see a hen in a dream, which was, indeed, a grave breach of good manners in a lady of the court. When one is of the court, one should not dream of the courtyard. Bossuet, it may be remembered, was nearly as scandalized as Louis Roman XIV. Chapter 4. The commerce in children in the 17th century, as we have explained, was connected with a trade. The comprachicos engaged in the commerce and carried on the trade. They bought children, worked a little on the raw material, and resold them afterwards. The vendors were of all kinds, from the wretched father getting rid of his family to the master utilizing his stud of slaves. The sale of men was a simple matter. In our own time, we have had fighting to maintain this right. Remember that it is less than a century ago since the Elector of Hesse sold his subjects to the King of England, who required men to be killed in America. Kings went to the Elector of Hesse as we go to the butcher to buy meat. The Elector had food for powder in stock and hung up his subjects in his shop. Come buy, it is for sale. In England, under Jeffreys, after the tragical episode of Monmouth, there were many lords and gentlemen beheaded and quartered. Those who were executed left wives and daughters, widows and orphans, whom James II gave to the Queen, his wife. The Queen sold these ladies to William Penn. Very likely the King had so much per cent on the transaction. The extraordinary thing is not that James II should have sold the women, but that William Penn should have bought them. Penn's purchase is excused or explained by the fact that having a desert to sow with men, he needed women as farming implements. Her Gracious Majesty made a good business out of these ladies. The young sold dear. We may imagine, with the uneasy feeling which a complicated scandal arouses, that probably some old duchesses were thrown in cheap. The comprachicos were also called the chelas, a Hindu word, which conveys the image of harrying a nest. For a long time, the comprachicos only partially concealed themselves. There is sometimes in the social order a favoring shadow thrown over iniquitous trades, in which they thrive. In our own day, we have seen an association of the kind in Spain, under the direction of the ruffian Ramon Selles, last fro to 1866, and hold 3 provinces under terror for 30 years, Valencia, Alicante, and Murcia. Under the Stuarts, the comprachicos were by no means in bad odor at court. On occasions they were used for reasons of state. For James II, they were almost an instrumentum regni. It was a time when families, which were refractory or in the way, were dismembered, when a descent was cut short, when heirs were suddenly suppressed. At times one branch was defrauded to the profit of another. The comprachicos had a genius for disfiguration which recommended them to state policy. To disfigure is better than to kill. There was, indeed, the iron mask, but that was a mighty measure. Europe could not be peopled with iron masks, while deformed tumblers ran about the streets without creating any surprise. Besides, the iron mask is removable, not so the mask of flesh. You are masked forever by your own flesh. What can be more ingenious? The comprachicos worked on man as the Chinese work on trees. They had their secrets, as we have said. They had tricks which are now lost arts. A sort of fantastic stunted thing left their hands. It was ridiculous and wonderful. They would touch up a little being with such skill that its father could not have known it. Et que méconnaîtrait l'ol même de son père, as Racine says in bad French. Sometimes they left the spine straight and remade the face. They unmarked a child as one might unmark a pocket handkerchief. Products, destined for tumblers, had their joints dislocated in a masterly manner. You would have said they had been boned. Thus gymnasts were made. Not only did the comprachicos take away his face from the child, they also took away his memory. At least, they took away all they could of it. The child had no consciousness of the mutilation to which he had been subjected. This frightful surgery left its traces on his countenance, but not on his mind. The most he could recall was that one day he had been seized by men, that next he had fallen asleep, and then that he had been cured. Cured of what? He did not know. Of burnings by sulfur and incisions by the iron, he remembered nothing. The comprachicos deadened the little patient by means of a stupefying powder which was thought to be magical, and suppressed all pain. This powder has been known from time immemorial in China, and is still employed there in the present day. The Chinese have been beforehand with us in all our inventions: printing, artillery, aerostation, chloroform. Only the discovery which in Europe at once takes life and birth, and becomes a prodigy and a wonder, remains a chrysalis in China and is preserved in a death-like state. China is a museum of embryos. Since we are in China, let us remain there a moment to note a peculiarity. In China, from time immemorial, they have possessed a certain refinement of industry and art. It is the art of molding a living man. They take a child, 2 or 3 years old, put him in a porcelain vase, more or less grotesque, which is made without top or bottom to allow egress for the head and feet. During the day the vase is set upright, and at night is laid down to allow the child to sleep. Thus the child thickens without growing taller, filling up with his compressed flesh and distorted bones the reliefs in the vase. This development in a bottle continues many years. After a certain time it becomes irreparable. When they consider that this is accomplished and the monster made, they break the vase. The child comes out, and behold, there is a man in the shape of a mug. This is convenient. By ordering your dwarf betimes, you are able to have it of any shape you wish. 5. James II tolerated the comprachicos for the good reason that he made use of them. At least it happened that he did so more than once. We do not always disdain to use what we despise. This low trade, an excellent expedient sometimes for the higher one which is called state policy, was willingly left in a miserable state, but was not persecuted. There was no surveillance, but a certain amount of attention. Thus much might be useful. The law closed one eye, the king opened the other. Sometimes the king went so far as to avow his complicity. These are audacities of monarchical terrorism. The disfigured one was marked with the fleur-de-lis. They took from him the mark of God. They put on him the mark of the king. Jacob Astley, knight and baronet, lord of Melton Constable, in the county of Norfolk, had in his family a child who had been sold, and upon whose forehead the dealer had imprinted a fleur-de-lis with a hot iron. In certain cases, in which it was held desirable to register for some reason the royal origin of the new position made for the child, they used such means. England has always done us the honor to utilize, for her personal service, the fleur-de-lis. The comprachicos, allowing for the shade which divides a trade from a fanaticism, were analogous to the stranglers of India. They lived among themselves in gangs, and to facilitate their progress, affected somewhat of the Merry Andrew. They encamped here and there, but they were grave and religious, bearing no affinity to other nomads and incapable of theft. The people for a long time wrongly confounded them with the Moors of Spain and the Moors of China. The Moors of Spain were coiners, the Moors of China were thieves. There was nothing of the sort about the Comprachicos. They were honest folk. Whatever you may think of them, they were sometimes sincerely scrupulous. They pushed open a door, entered, bargained for a child, paid, and departed. All was done with propriety. They were of all countries. Under the name of Comprachicos fraternized English, French, Castilians, Germans, Italians. A unity of idea, a unity of superstition, the pursuit of the same calling, make such fusions. In this fraternity of vagabonds, those of the Mediterranean seaboard represented the East, those of the Atlantic seaboard the West. Many Basques conversed with many Irishmen. The Basque and the Irishman understand each other. They speak the old Punic jargon. Add to this the intimate relations of Catholic Ireland with Catholic Spain, relations such that they terminated by bringing to the gallows in London one almost King of Ireland, the Celtic Lord de Brainy, from which resulted the conquest of the county of Leitrim. The Comprachicos were rather a fellowship than a tribe, rather a residuum than a fellowship. It was all the riffraff of the universe, having for their trade a crime. It was a sort of harlequin people, all composed of rags. To recruit a man was to sew on a tatter. To wander was the Comprachicos' law of existence, to appear and disappear. What is barely tolerated cannot take root. Even in the kingdoms where their business supplied the courts, and on occasions served as an auxiliary to the royal power, they were now and then suddenly ill-treated. Kings made use of their art and sent the artists to the galleys. These inconsistencies belong to the ebb and flow of royal caprice, for such is our pleasure. A rolling stone and a roving trade gather no moss. The Comprachicos were poor. They might have said what the lean and ragged witch observed when she saw them setting fire to the stake, "Le Dieu n'en vout pas la chandelle." It is possible, nay probable, their chiefs remaining unknown, that the wholesale contractors in the trade were rich. After the lapse of 2 centuries, it would be difficult to throw any light on this point. It was, as we have said, a fellowship. It had its laws, its oaths, its formal it had almost its Kabbalah. Anyone nowadays wishing to know all about the Comprachicos need only go into Biscaya or Galicia. There were many Basques among them, and it is in those mountains that one hears their history. To this day the Comprachicos are spoken of at Oyarzun, at Urbestando, at Leso, at Stigaraga. Agardate niño, que voy a llamar al Comprachicos, take care, child, or I'll call the Comprachicos, is the cry with which mothers frighten their children in that country. The Comprachicos, like the Zyganer and the Gypsies, had appointed places for periodical meetings. From time to time, their leaders conferred together. In the 17th century, they had 4 principal points of rendezvous. One in Spain, the Pass of Pancorbo, one in Germany, the glade called the Wicked Woman near Diekirch, where there are 2 enigmatic bas-reliefs, representing a woman with a head and a man without one in France. Where was the colossal statue of Machula Promus in the old sacred wood of Borvo-Timona, near Bourbon-les-Bains. One in England, behind the garden wall of William Challoner, Squire of Gisborough in Cleveland, Yorkshire, behind the square tower and the great wing which is entered by an arched door. Chapter 6. The laws against vagabonds have always been very rigorous in England. England, in her Gothic legislation, seemed to be inspired with this principle, homo errans fera errante pejor. One of the special statutes classifies the man without a home as more dangerous than the asp, dragon, lynx, or basilisk, atrocia aspide dracon lynx et basilico. For a long time England troubled herself as much concerning the gypsies, of whom she wished to be rid, as about the wolves of which she had been cleared. In that the Englishman differed from the Irishman, who prayed to the saints for the health of the wolf, and called him my godfather. English law, nevertheless, in the same way as we have just seen, it tolerated the wolf, tamed, domesticated, and become in some sort a dog, tolerated the regular vagabond, become in some sort a subject. It did not trouble itself about either the mountebank or the traveling barber or the quack doctor, or the peddler, or the open-air scholar, as long as they had a trade to live by. Further than this, and with these exceptions, the description of freedom which exists in the wanderer terrified the law. A tramp was a possible public enemy. That modern thing, the lounger, was then unknown. That ancient thing, the vagrant, was alone understood. A suspicious appearance, that indescribable something which all understand and none can define, was sufficient reason that society should take a man by the collar. Where do you live? How do you get your living? And if he could not answer, harsh penalties awaited him. Iron and fire were in the code. The law practiced the cauterization of vagrancy. Hence, throughout English territory, a veritable loi des suspects was applicable to vagrants, who, it must be owned, readily became malefactors, and particularly to gypsies, whose expulsion has erroneously been compared to the expulsion of the Jews and the Moors from Spain and the Protestants from France. As for us, we do not confound a battue with a persecution. The comprachicos, we insist, had nothing in common with the gypsies. The gypsies were a nation, the comprachicos were a compound of all nations, the lays of a horrible vessel full of filthy waters. The comprachicos had not, like the gypsies, an idiom of their own. Their jargon was a promiscuous collection of idioms. All languages were mixed together in their language. They spoke a medley. Like the gypsies, they had come to be a people winding through the peoples, but their common tie was association, not race. At all epochs in history, one finds in the vast liquid mass, which constitutes humanity, some of these streams of venomous men exuding poison around them. The gypsies were a tribe, the comprachicos a Freemasonry, a masonry having not a noble aim, but a hideous handicraft. Finally, their religions differ. The gypsies were pagans, the comprachicos were Christians, and more than that, good Christians, as became an association which, although a mixture of all nations, owed its birth to Spain, a devout land. They were more than Christians, they were Catholics. They were more than Catholics, they were Romans, and so touchy in their faith, and so pure, that they refused to associate with the Hungarian nomads of the comitate of Pest, commanded and led by an old man, having for scepter a wand with a silver ball, surmounted by the double-headed Austrian eagle. It is true that these Hungarians were schismatics, to the extent of celebrating the Assumption on the 29th August, which is an abomination. In England, so long as the Stuarts reigned, the confederation of the comprachicos was, for motives of which we have already given you a glimpse, to a certain extent protected. James Roman II, a devout man who persecuted the Jews and trampled out the gypsies, was a good prince to the comprachicos. We have seen why. The comprachicos were buyers of the human wares in which he was dealer. They excelled in disappearances. Disappearances are occasionally necessary for the good of the state. An inconvenient heir of tender age whom they took and handled lost his shape. This facilitated confiscation. The transfer of titles to favorites was simplified. The comprachicos were, moreover, very discreet and very taciturn. They bound themselves to silence and kept their word, which is necessary in affairs of state. There was scarcely an example of their having betrayed the secrets of the king. This was, it is true, for their interest, and if the king had lost confidence in them, they would have been in great danger. They were thus of use in a political point of view. Moreover, these artists furnished singers for the Holy Father. The comprachicos were useful for the miserere of Allegri. They were particularly devoted to Mary. All this pleased the papistry of the Stuarts. James Roman II could not be hostile to holy men who pushed their devotion to the Virgin to the extent of manufacturing eunuchs. In 1688, there was a change of dynasty in England. Orange supplanted Stuart. William Roman III replaced James Roman II. James II, went away to die in exile. Miracles were performed on his tomb, and his relics cured the Bishop of Autun of fistula, a worthy recompense of the Christian virtues of the prince. William, having neither the same ideas nor the same practices as James, was severe to the comprachicos. He did his best to crush out the vermin. A statute of the early part of William and Mary's reign hit the association of child buyers hard. It was as the blow of a club to the comprachicos, who were from that time pulverized. By the terms of this statute, those of the fellowship taken and duly convicted were to be branded with a red-hot iron, imprinting R on the shoulder, signifying rogue, on the left hand T, signifying thief, and on the right hand 1,000, signifying manslayer. The chiefs, supposed to be rich, although beggars in appearance, were to be punished in the calistrigum, that is, the pillory, and branded on the forehead with a P, besides having their goods confiscated, and the trees in their woods rooted up. Those who did not inform against the comprachicos were to be punished by confiscation and imprisonment for life, as for the crime of misprision. As for the women found among these men, they were to suffer the cucking stool. This is a tumbrel, the name of which is composed of the French word coquine and the German stool. English law being endowed with a strange longevity, this punishment still exists in English legislation for quarrelsome women. The cucking stool is suspended over a river or a pond, the woman seated on it. The chair is allowed to drop into the water and then pulled out. This dipping of the woman is repeated 3 times to cool her anger, says the commentator Chamberlain. Part 1. Book the First. Night Not S.O. Black A.S. Man. Chapter 1. Portland Bill. An obstinate north wind blew without ceasing over the mainland of Europe, and yet more roughly over England, during all the month of December, 1689, and all the month of January, 1690. Hence the disastrous cold weather, which caused that winter to be noted as memorable to the poor. On the margin of the old Bible, in the Presbyterian chapel of the Nonjurors in London. Thanks to the lasting qualities of the old monarchical parchment employed in official registers, long lists of poor persons, found dead of famine and cold, are still legible in many local repositories, particularly in the archives of the Liberty of the Clink, in the borough of Southwark, of Pye Powder Court, which signifies Dusty Feet Court, and in those of Whitecapel Court, held in the village of Stepney by the bailiff of the lord of the manor. The Thames was frozen over, a thing which does not happen once in a century, as the ice forms on it with difficulty owing to the action of the sea. Coaches rolled over the frozen river, and a fair was held with booths, bear-baiting, and bull-baiting. An ox was roasted whole on the ice. This thick ice lasted 2 months. The hard year 1690 surpassed in severity even the famous winters at the beginning of the 17th century, so minutely observed by Dr. Gideon Delane, the same who was, in his quality of apothecary to King James, honored by the city of London with a bust and a pedestal. One evening, towards the close of one of the most bitter days of the month of January, 1690, something unusual was going on in one of the numerous inhospitable bights of the Bay of Portland, which caused the seagulls and wild geese to scream and circle round its mouth, not daring to re-enter. In this creek, the most dangerous of all which line the bay during the continuance of certain winds, and consequently the most lonely, convenient, by reason of its very danger, for ships in hiding, a little vessel, almost touching the cliff, so deep was the water, was moored to a point of rock. We are wrong in saying, the night falls. We should say the night rises, for it is from the earth that obscurity comes. It was already night at the bottom of the cliff. It was still day at top. Anyone approaching the vessel's moorings would have recognized a Biscayan hooker. The sun, concealed all day by the mist, had just set. There was beginning to be felt that deep and sombrous melancholy which might be called anxiety for the absent sun. With no wind from the sea, the water of the creek was calm. This was, especially in winter, a lucky exception. Almost all the Portland creeks have sandbars, and in heavy weather the sea becomes very rough, and to pass in safety, much skill and practice are necessary. These little ports more in appearance than fact, are of small advantage. They are hazardous to enter, fearful to leave. On this evening, for a wonder, there was no danger. The Biscay hooker is of an ancient model, now fallen into disuse. This kind of hooker, which has done service even in the Navy, was stoutly built in its hull, a boat in size, a ship in strength. It figured in the Armada. Sometimes the war hooker attained to a high tonnage. Thus the Great Griffin, bearing a captain's flag and commanded by Lopez de Medina, measured 650 good tons and carried 40 guns. But the merchant and contraband hookers were very feeble specimens. Sea folk held them at their true value and esteemed the model a very sorry one. The rigging of the hooker was made of hemp, sometimes with wire inside, which was probably intended as a means, however unscientific, of obtaining indications, in the case of magnetic tension, The lightness of this rigging did not exclude the use of heavy tackle, the cabrias of the Spanish galleon, and the cameli of the Roman triremes. The helm was very long, which gives the advantage of a long arm of leverage, but the disadvantage of a small arc of effort. Two wheels in two pulleys at the end of the rudder corrected this defect, and compensated to some extent for the loss of strength. The compass was well housed in a case perfectly square, and well balanced by its two copper frames placed horizontally, one in the other, on little bolts, as in Cardan's lamps. There was science and cunning in the construction of the hooker, but it was ignorant science and barbarous cunning. The hooker was primitive, just like the pram and the canoe, was kindred to the pram in stability and to the canoe in swiftness. And like all vessels born of the instinct of the pirate and fisherman, it had remarkable sea qualities. It was equally well suited to landlocked and to open waters. Its system of sails, complicated in stays and very peculiar, allowed of its navigating trimly in the close bays of Asturias, which are little more than enclosed basins, as passages, for instance, and also freely out at sea. It could sail round a lake and sail round the world, a strange craft with two objects, good for a pond and good for a storm. The hooker is among vessels what the wagtail is among birds, one of the smallest and one of the boldest. The wagtail perching on a reed scarcely bends it, and flying away crosses the ocean. These Biscay hookers, even to the poorest, were gilt and painted. Tattooing is part of the genius of those charming people, savages to some degree. The sublime coloring of their mountains, variegated by snows and meadows, reveals to them the rugged spell which ornament possesses in itself. They are poverty-stricken and magnificent. They put coats of arms on their cottages. They have huge asses, which they bedizen with bells, and huge oxen, on which they put head-dresses of feathers. Their coaches, which you can hear grinding the wheels 2 leagues off, are illuminated, carved, and hung with ribbons. A cobbler has a bas-relief on his door. It is only St. Crispin and an old shoe, but it is in stone. They trim their leathern jackets with lace. They do not mend their rags, but they embroider them. Vivacity profound and superb. The Basques are, like the Greeks, children of the sun. While the Valencian drapes himself, bare and sad, in his russet woolen rug, with a hole to pass his head through, the natives of Galicia and Biscay have the delight of fine linen shirts, bleached in the dew. Their thresholds and their windows teem with faces fair and fresh, laughing under garlands of maize. A joyous and proud serenity shines out in their ingenious arts, in their trades, in their customs, in the dress of their maidens, in their songs. The mountain, that colossal ruin, is all aglow in Biscay. The sun's rays go in and out of every break. The wild Jaizquivil is full of idols. Biscay is Pyrenean grace, as Savoy is Alpine grace. The dangerous bays, the neighbors of St. Sebastian, Lesso, and Fontarabia, with storms, with clouds, with spray flying over the capes, with the rages of the waves and the winds, with terror, with uproar, mingle boat-women crowned with roses. He who has seen the Basque country wishes to see it again. It is the blessed land. 2 harvests a year, villages resonant and gay, a stately poverty, all Sunday the sound of guitars, dancing, castanets, love-making, houses clean and bright, storks in the belfries. Let us return to Portland, that rugged mountain in the sea. The peninsula of Portland, looked at geometrically, presents the appearance of a bird's head, of which the bill is turned towards the ocean, the back of the head towards Weymouth. The isthmus is its neck. Portland, greatly to the sacrifice of its wildness, exists now but for trade. The coasts of Portland were discovered by quarrymen and plasterers towards the middle of the 17th century. Since that period, what is called Roman cement has been made of the Portland stone, a useful industry, enriching the district and disfiguring the bay. 200 years ago, these coasts were eaten away as a cliff, today as a quarry. The pick bites meanly, the wave grandly, hence a diminution of beauty. To the magnificent ravages of the ocean have succeeded the measured strokes of men. These measured strokes have worked away the creek where the Biscay hooker was moored. To find any vestige of the little anchorage, now destroyed, the eastern side of the peninsula should be searched, towards the point beyond Folly Pier and Durdle Pier, beyond Wakeham even, between the place called Church Hope and the place called Southwell. The creek, walled in on all sides by precipices higher than its width, was minute by minute becoming more overshadowed by evening. The misty gloom, usual at twilight, became thicker. It was like a growth of darkness at the bottom of a well. The opening of the creek seaward, a narrow passage, traced on the almost night-black interior a pallid rift where the waves were moving. You must have been quite close to perceive the hooker moored to the rocks, and as it were, hidden by the great cloaks of shadow. A plank thrown from on board on to a low and level projection of the cliff, the only point on which a landing could be made, placed the vessel in communication with the land. Dark figures were crossing and recrossing each other on this tottering gangway, and in the shadow some people were embarking. It was less cold in the creek than out at sea, thanks to the screen of rock rising over the north of the basin, which did not, however, prevent the people from shivering. They were hurrying. The effect of the twilight defined the forms as though they had been punched out with a tool. Certain indentations in their clothes were visible, and showed that they belonged to the class called in England the ragged. The twisting of the pathway could be distinguished vaguely in the relief of the cliff. A girl who lets her staylace hang down trailing over the back of an armchair describes, without being conscious of it, most of the paths of cliffs and mountains. The pathway of this creek, full of knots and angles, almost perpendicular, and better adapted for goats than men, terminated on the platform where the plank was placed. The pathways of cliffs ordinarily imply a not very inviting declivity. They offer themselves less as a road than as a fall. They sink rather than incline. This one, probably some ramification of a road on the plain above, was disagreeable to look at, so vertical was it. From underneath, you saw it gain by zigzag the higher layer of the cliff, where it passed out through deep passages onto the high plateau by a cutting in the rock. And the passengers for whom the vessel was waiting in the creek must have come by this path. Excepting the movement of embarkation which was being made in the creek, a movement visibly scared and uneasy, all around was solitude. No step, no noise, no breath was heard. At the other side of the roads, at the entrance of Ringstead Bay, you could just perceive a flotilla of shark-fishing boats, which were evidently out of their reckoning. These polar boats had been driven from Danish into English waters by the whims of the sea. Northerly winds play these tricks on fishermen. They had just taken refuge in the anchorage of Portland, a sign of bad weather expected and danger out at sea. They were engaged in casting anchor. The chief boat, placed in front after the old manner of Norwegian flotillas, all her rigging standing out in black, above the white level of the sea, and in front might be perceived the hook iron, loaded with all kinds of hooks and harpoons, destined for the Greenland shark, the dogfish, and the spinous shark, as well as the nets to pick up the sunfish. Except a few other craft, all swept into the same corner, the eye met nothing living on the vast horizon of Portland, not a house, not a ship. The coast in those days was not inhabited, and the roads at that season were not safe. Whatever may have been the appearance of the weather, the beings who were going to sail away in the Biscayan Urca pressed on the hour of departure all the same. They formed a busy and confused group, in rapid movement on the shore. To distinguish one from another was difficult, impossible to tell whether they were old or young. The indistinctness of evening intermixed and blurred them. The mask of shadow was over their faces. They were sketches in the night. There were 8 of them, and there were seemingly among them 1 or 2 women, hard to recognize under the rags and tatters in which the group was attired, clothes which were no longer man's or woman's. Rags have no sex. A smaller shadow, flitting to and fro among the larger ones, indicated either a dwarf or a child. It was a child. Chapter 2. Left alone. This is what an observer close at hand might have noted. All wore long cloaks, torn and patched, but covering them, and at need concealing them up to the eyes, useful alike against the north wind and curiosity. They moved with ease under these cloaks. The greater number wore a handkerchief rolled round the head, a sort of rudiment which marks the commencement of the turban in Spain. This headdress was nothing unusual in England. At that time, the South was in fashion in the North. Perhaps this was connected with the fact that the North was beating the South. It conquered and admired. After the defeat of the Armada, Castilian was considered in the halls of Elizabeth to be elegant court talk. To speak English in the palace of the Queen of England was held almost an impropriety. Partially to adopt the manners of those upon whom we impose our laws is the habit of the conquering barbarian towards conquered civilization. The Tartar contemplates and imitates the Chinese. It was thus Castilian fashions penetrated into England. In return, English interests crept into Spain. One of the men in the group embarking appeared to be a chief. He had sandals on his feet and was bedizened with gold lace tatters and a tinsel waistcoat shining under his cloak like the belly of a fish. Another pulled down over his face a huge piece of felt, cut like a sombrero. This felt had no hole for a pipe, thus indicating the wearer to be a man of letters. On the principle that a man's vest is a child's cloak, the child was wrapped over his rags in a sailor's jacket, which descended to his knees. By his height, you would have guessed him to be a boy of 10 or 11. His feet were bare. The crew of the hooker was composed of a captain and 2 sailors. The hooker had apparently come from Spain and was about to return thither. She was beyond a doubt engaged in a stealthy service from one coast to the other. The persons embarking in her whispered among themselves. The whispering interchanged by these creatures was of composite sound, now a word of Spanish, then of German, then of French, then of Gaelic, at times of Basque. It was either a patois or a slang. They appeared to be of all nations and yet of the same band. The motley group appeared to be a company of comrades, perhaps a gang of accomplices. The crew was probably of their brotherhood. Community of object was visible in the embarkation. Had there been a little more light, and if you could have looked at them attentively, you might have perceived on these people rosaries and scapulars half hidden under their rags. One of the semi-women mingling in the group had a rosary almost equal for the size of its beads to that of a dervish, and easy to recognize for an Irish one made at Llanymthefry, which is also called Llanandrophy. You might also have observed, had it not been so dark, a figure of Our Lady and Child carved and gilt on the bow of the hooker. It was probably that of the Basque Notre Dame, a sort of Panacea of the old Cantabry. Under this image, which occupied the position of a figurehead, was a lantern, which at this moment was not lighted, an excess of caution which implied an extreme desire of concealment. This lantern was evidently for 2 purposes. When alight, it burned before the Virgin, and at the same time illumined the sea, a beacon doing duty as a taper. Under the bowsprit, the cutwater, long, curved, and sharp, came out in front like the horn of a crescent. At the top of the cutwater, and at the feet of the Virgin, a kneeling angel, with folded wings, leaned her back against the stem and looked through a spyglass at the horizon. The angel was gilded like Our Lady. In the cutwater were holes and openings to let the waves pass through, which afforded an opportunity for gilding and arabesques. Under the figure of the Virgin was written, in gilt capitals, the word Matutina, the name of the vessel, not to be read just now on account of the darkness. Amid the confusion of departure, there were thrown down in disorder, at the foot of the cliff, the goods which the voyagers were to take with them, and which, by means of a plank serving as a bridge across, were being passed rapidly from the shore to the boat. Bags of biscuit, a cask of stock fish, a case of portable soup, 3 barrels, one of fresh water, one of malt, one of tar, 4 or 5 bottles of ale, an old portmanteau buckled up by straps, trunks, boxes, a ball of tow for torches and signals, such was the lading. These ragged people had valises, which seemed to indicate a roving life. Wandering rascals are obliged to own something. At times, they would prefer to fly away like birds, but they cannot do so without abandoning the means of earning a livelihood. They of necessity possess boxes of tools and instruments of labor, whatever their errant trade may be. Those of whom we speak were dragging their baggage with them, often an encumbrance. It could not have been easy to bring these movables to the bottom of the cliff. This, however, revealed the intention of a definite departure. In fairy, there are 2 ways of making a footing at court. In the clouds, and you are august. In the mud, and you are powerful. In the first case, you belong to Olympus. In the second case, you belong to the private closet. He who belongs to Olympus has but the thunderbolt. He who is of the private closet has the police. The private closet contains all the instruments of government, and sometimes, for it is a traitor, its chastisement. Heliogabalus goes there to die, then it is called the latrines. Generally it is less tragic. It is there that Alberoni admires Vendome. Royal personages willingly make it their place of audience. It takes the place of the throne. Louis XIV receives the Duchess of Burgundy there. Philip V is shoulder to shoulder there with the Queen. The priest penetrates into it. The private closet is sometimes a branch of the confessional. Therefore it is that at court there are underground fortunes, not always the least. If, under Louis XI, you would be great, be Pierre de Rohan, Marshal of France. If you would be influential, be Olivier le Dame, the barber. If you would, under Mary de Medicis, be glorious, be Sillery, the Chancellor. If you would be a person of consideration, be La Hannon, the maid. If you would, under Louis XV, be illustrious, be Choiseul, the minister. If you would be formidable, be Lebel, the valet. Given, Louis XIV. Bontemps, who makes his bed, is more powerful than Louvois, who raises his armies, and Turenne, who gains his victories. From Richelieu take Pierre Joseph, and you have Richelieu nearly empty. There is the mystery the less. His eminence in scarlet is magnificent, his eminence in grey is terrible. What power in being a worm! All the Narvies amalgamated with all the O'Donnells do less work than one sore patrocinio. Of course the condition of this power is littleness. If you would remain powerful, remain petty, be nothingness. The serpent in repose, twisted into a circle, is a figure at the same time of the infinite and of naught. One of these viper-like fortunes had fallen to Barkilphedro. He had crawled where he wanted. Flat beasts can get in everywhere. Louis XIV had bugs in his bed and Jesuits in his policy. The incompatibility is nil. In this world everything is a clock. To gravitate is to oscillate. One pole is attracted to the other. Francis I is attracted by Triboulet. Louis Roman XIV is attracted by Lebel. There exists a deep affinity between extreme elevation and extreme debasement. It is abasement which directs. Nothing is easier of comprehension. It is he who is below who pulls the strings. No position more convenient. He is the eye and has the ear. He is the eye of the government. He has the ear of the king. To have the eye of the king is to draw and shut, at one's whim, the bolt of the royal conscience, and to throw into that conscience whatever one wishes. The mind of the king is his cupboard. If he be a rag-picker, it is his basket. The ears of kings belong not to kings, and therefore it is that, on the whole, the poor devils are not altogether responsible for their actions. He who does not possess his own thought does not possess his own deed. A king obeys, what? Any evil spirit buzzing from outside in his ear, a noisome fly of the abyss. This buzzing commands, a reign is a dictation. The loud voice is the sovereign, the low voice, sovereignty. Those who know how to distinguish, in a reign, this low voice, and to hear what it whispers to the loud, are the real historians. Chapter 9. Hate is as strong as love. Queen Anne had several of these low voices about her. Barkilphedro was one. Besides the Queen, he secretly worked, influenced, and plotted upon Lady Josiana and Lord David. As we have said, he whispered in 3 ears, one more than Danjo. Danjo whispered in but 2 in the days when, thrusting himself between Louis XIV, in love with Henrietta, his sister-in-law, and Henrietta, in love with Louis XIV. Her brother-in-law, he being Louis's secretary without the knowledge of Henrietta, and Henrietta's without the knowledge of Louis, he wrote the questions and answers of both the love-making marionettes. Barkilphedro was so cheerful, so accepting, so incapable of taking up the defense of anybody, possessing so little devotion at bottom, so ugly, so mischievous, that it was quite natural that a regal personage should come to be unable to do without him. Once Anne had tasted Barkilphedro, she would have no other flatterer. He flattered her as they flattered Louis the Great, by stinging her neighbors. The king being ignorant, says Madame de Montchevreul, one is obliged to mock at the savants. To poison the sting, from time to time, is the acme of art. Nero loves to see Locusta at work. Royal palaces are very easily entered. These madrepores have a way in soon guessed at, contrived, examined, and scooped out at need by the gnawing thing which is called the courtier. A pretext to enter is sufficient. Barkilphedro, having found this pretext, his position with the Queen soon became the same as that with the Duchess Josiana, that of an indispensable domestic animal. A witticism risked one day by him immediately led to his perfect understanding of the Queen, and how to estimate exactly her kindness of heart. The Queen was greatly attached to her Lord Steward, William Cavendish, Duke of Devonshire, who was a great fool. This lord, who had obtained every Oxford degree and did not know how to spell, one fine morning committed the folly of dying. To die is a very imprudent thing at court, for there is then no further restraint in speaking of you. The Queen, in the presence of Barkilphedro, lamented the event, finally exclaiming with a sigh, "It is a pity that so many virtues should have been born and served by so poor an intellect." "Dieu veut avoir son ain," whispered Barkilphedro in a low voice and in French. The Queen smiled. Barkilphedro noted the smile. His conclusion was that biting pleased. Free license had been given to his spite. From that day he thrust his curiosity everywhere and his malignity with it. He was given his way, so much was he feared. He who can make the king laugh makes the others tremble. He was a powerful buffoon. Every day he worked his way forward, underground. Barkilphedro became a necessity. Many great people honored him with their confidence, to the extent of charging him, when they required him, with their disgraceful commissions. There are wheels within wheels at court. Barkilphedro became the motive power. Have you remarked, in certain mechanisms, the smallness of the motive wheel? Josiana, in particular, who, as we have explained, made use of Barkilphedro's talents as a spy, reposed such confidence in him that she had not hesitated to entrust him with one of the master keys of her apartments, by means of which he was able to enter them at any hour. This excessive license of insight into private life was in fashion in the 17th century. It was called giving the key. Josiana had given 2 of these confidential keys. Lord David had one, Barkilphedro the other. However, to enter straight into a bedchamber was, in the old code of manners, a thing not in the least out of the way. Thence resulted incidents. La Ferté, suddenly drawing back the bed curtains of Mademoiselle Lafont, found inside Sainson, the Black Musketeer, etc., etc. Barkilphedro excelled in making the cunning discoveries which placed the great in the power of the little. His walk in the dark was winding, soft, clever. Like every perfect spy, he was composed of the inclemency of the executioner and the patience of a micograph. He was a born courtier. Every courtier is a noctambulist. The courtier prowls in the night, which is called power. He carries a dark lantern in his hand. He lights up the spot he wishes and remains in darkness himself. What he seeks with his lantern is not a man, it is a fool. What he finds is the king. Kings do not like to see those about them pretend to greatness. Irony aimed at anyone except themselves has a charm for them. The talent of Barkilphedro consisted in a perpetual dwarfing of the peers and princes to the advantage of Her Majesty's stature, thus increased in proportion. The master key held by Barkilphedro was made with 2 sets of wards, one at each end, so as to open the inner apartments in both Josiana's favourite residences, Hunkerville House in London, Corleone Lodge at Windsor. These 2 houses were part of the Clancharlie inheritance. Hunkerville House was close to Aldgate. Aldgate was a gate of London, which was entered by the Harwich Road, and on which was displayed a statue of Charles II, with a painted angel on his head, and beneath his feet a carved lion and unicorn. From Hunkerville House, in an easterly wind, you heard the peals of St. Marylebone. Corleone Lodge was a Florentine palace of brick and stone, with a marble colonnade, built on pilework at Windsor at the head of the wooden bridge, and having one of the finest courts in England. In the latter palace, near Windsor Castle, Josiana was within the Queen's reach. Nevertheless, Josiana liked it. Scarcely anything in appearance, everything in the root, such was the influence of Barkilphedro over the Queen. There is nothing more difficult than to drag up these bad grasses of the court. They take a deep root and offer no hold above the surface. To root out a roquelaura, a tribulet, or a brummel is almost impossible. From day to day, and more, did the Queen take Barkilphedro into her good graces. Sarah Jennings is famous. Barkilphedro is unknown. His existence remains ignored. The name of Barkilphedro has not reached as far as history. All the moles are not caught by the mole trapper. Barkilphedro, once a candidate for orders, had studied a little of everything. Skimming all things leaves not for result. One may be victim of the omnes res sibilis. Having the vessel of the Danaïdes in one's head is the misfortune of a whole race of learned men, who may be termed the sterile. What Barkilphedro had put into his brain had left it empty. The mind, like nature, abhors vacuum. Into emptiness nature puts love, the mind often puts hate. Hate occupies. Hate for hate's sake exists. Art for art's sake exists in nature more than is believed. A man hates, he must do something. Gratuitous hate, formidable word. It means hate which is itself its own payment. The bear lives by licking his claws, not indefinitely, of course. The claws must be revictualled, something must be put under them. Hate indistinct is sweet, and suffices for a time, but one must end by having an object. An animosity diffused over creation is exhausting, like every solitary pleasure. Hate without an object is like a shooting match without a target. What lends interest to the game is a heart to be pierced. One cannot hate solely for honor. Some seasoning is necessary, a man, a woman, somebody to destroy. This service of making the game interesting, of offering an end, of throwing passion into hate by fixing it on an object, of amusing the hunter by the sight of his living prey, giving the watcher the hope of the smoking and boiling blood about to flow, of amusing the bird-catcher by the credulity of the uselessly winged lark, of being a victim, unknowingly reared for murder by a mastermind, all this exquisite and horrible service, of which the person rendering it is unconscious, Josiana rendered Barkilphedro. Thought is a projectile. Barkilphedro had, from the first day, begun to aim at Josiana the evil intentions which were in his mind. An intention and a carbine are alike. Barkilphedro aimed at Josiana, directing against the Duchess all his secret malice. That astonishes you. What has the bird done at which you fire? You want to eat it, you say. And so it was with Barkilphedro. Josiana could not be struck in the heart. The spot where the enigma lies is hard to wound, but she could be struck in the head, that is, in her pride. It was there that she thought herself strong and that she was weak. Barkilphedro had found it out. If Josiana had been able to see clearly through the night of Barkilphedro, if she had been able to distinguish what lay in ambush behind his smile, that proud woman, so highly situated, would have trembled. Fortunately for the tranquility of her sleep, she was in complete ignorance of what was in the man. The unexpected spreads, one knows not whence. The profound depths of life are dangerous. There is no small hate. Hate is always enormous. It preserves its stature in the smallest being and remains a monster. An elephant hated by a worm is in danger. Even before he struck, Barkilphedro felt, with joy, the foretaste of the evil action which he was about to commit. He did not as yet know what he was going to do to Josiana, but he had made up his mind to do something. To have come to this decision was a great step taken. To crush Josiana utterly would have been too great a triumph. He did not hope for so much, but to humiliate her, lessen her, bring her grief, redden her proud eyes with tears of rage, what a success! He counted on it. Tenacious, diligent, faithful to the torment of his neighbor, not to be torn from his purpose, nature had not formed him for nothing. He well understood how to find the flaw in Josiana's golden armor and how to make the blood of that Olympian flow. What benefit, we ask again, would accrue to him in so doing? An immense benefit, doing evil to one who had done good to him. What is an envious man? An ungrateful one. He hates the light which lights and warms him. Zoilus hated that benefit to man, Homer. To inflict on Josiana what would nowadays be called vivisection, to place her, all convulsed, on his anatomical table, to dissect her alive, at his leisure, in some surgery, to cut her up, as an amateur, while she should scream, this dream delighted Barkilphedro. To arrive at this result it was necessary to suffer somewhat himself. He did so willingly. We may pinch ourselves with our own pincers. The knife as it shuts cuts our fingers. What does it matter? That he should partake of Josiana's torture was a matter of little moment. The executioner handling the red-hot iron, when about to brand a prisoner, takes no heed of a little burn. Because another suffers much, he suffers nothing. To see the victim's writhings takes all pain from the inflictor. Do harm, whatever happens. To plan evil for others is mingled with an acceptance of some hazy responsibility. We risk ourselves in the danger which we impel towards another, because the chain of events sometimes, of course, brings unexpected accidents. This does not stop the man who is truly malicious. He feels as much joy as the patient suffers agony. He is tickled by the laceration of the victim. The malicious man blooms in hideous joy. Pain reflects itself on him in a sense of welfare. The Duke of Alva used to warm his hands at the stake. The pile was torture, the reflection of it pleasure. That such transpositions should be possible makes one shudder. Our dark side is unfathomable. Supplice exquise, exquisite torture, the expression is in Bardin, has perhaps this terrible triple sense: search for the torture, suffering of the tortured, delight of the torturer. Ambition, appetite, all such words signify someone sacrificed to someone satiated. It is sad that hope should be wicked. Is it that the outpourings of our wishes flow naturally to the direction to which we most incline, that of evil? One of the hardest labors of the just man is to expunge from his soul a malevolence which it is difficult to efface. Almost all our desires, when examined, contain what we dare not avow. In the completely wicked man, this exists in hideous perfection. So much the worse for others signifies so much the better for himself. The shadows of the caverns of man's mind. Josiana, in a plenitude of security, the fruit of ignorant pride, had a contempt for all danger. The feminine faculty of disdain is extraordinary. Josiana's disdain, unreasoning, involuntary, and confident. Barkilphedro was to her so contemptible that she would have been astonished had anyone remarked to her that such a creature existed. She went and came and laughed before this man who was looking at her with evil eyes. Thoughtful, he bided his time. In proportion as he waited, his determination to cast a despair into this woman's life augmented. Inexorable high tide of malice. In the meantime, he gave himself excellent reasons for his determination. It must not be thought that scoundrels are deficient in self-esteem. They enter into details with themselves in their lofty monologues, and they take matters with a high hand. How? This Josiana had bestowed charity on him. She had thrown some crumbs of her enormous wealth to him, as to a beggar. She had nailed and riveted him to an office which was unworthy him. Yes, that he, Barkilphedro, almost a clergyman, of varied and profound talent, a learned man, with the material in him for a bishop, should have for employ the registration of nasty patience-trying shards, that he should have to pass his life in the garret of a register office, gravely uncorking stupid bottles, encrusted with all the nastiness of the sea, deciphering musty parchments, like filthy conjuring books, dirty wills, and other illegible stuff of the kind, was the fault of this Josiana. Worst of all, this creature thee'd and thou'd him, and he should not revenge himself, he should not punish such conduct. Well, in that case there would no longer be justice on earth. Chapter 10. The flame which would be seen if man were transparent. What? This woman, this extravagant thing, this libidinous dreamer, a virgin until the opportunity occurred, this bit of flesh as yet unfreed, this bold creature under a princess's coronet, this Diana by pride, as yet untaken by the first comer, just because chance had so willed it, this bastard of a low-lived king who had not the intellect to keep his place, this duchess by a lucky hit, who being a fine lady played the goddess, and who, had she been poor, would have been a prostitute, this lady, more or less, this robber of a proscribed man's goods, this overbearing strumpet, because one day he, Barkilphedro, had not money enough to buy his dinner, and to get a lodging she had had the impudence to seat him in her house at the corner of a table, and to put him up in some hole in her intolerable palace. Where? Never mind where. Perhaps in the barn, perhaps in the cellar, what does it matter? A little better than her valets, a little worse than her horses. She had abused his distress, his, Barkilphedro's, in hastening to do him treacherous good, a thing which the rich do in order to humiliate the poor, and to tie them, like curs led by a string. Besides, what did the service she rendered him cost her? A service is worth what it costs. She had spare rooms in her house. She came to Barkilphedro's aid, a great thing, indeed. Had she eaten a spoonful the less of turtle soup for it? Had she deprived herself of anything in the hateful overflowing of her superfluous luxuries? No, she had added to it a vanity, a luxury, a good action like a ring on her finger, the relief of a man of wit, the patronization of a clergyman. She could give herself airs, say, I lavish kindness, I fill the mouths of men of letters, I am his benefactress, how lucky the wretch was to find me out, what a patroness of the arts I am. all for having set up a truckle bed in a wretched garret in the roof. As for the place in the Admiralty, Barkilphedro owed it to Josiana. By Jove, a pretty appointment. Josiana had made Barkilphedro what he was. She had created him, be it so. Yes, created nothing, less than nothing. For in his absurd situation he felt borne down, tongue-tied, disfigured. What did he owe Josiana? The thanks due from a hunchback to the mother who bore him, deformed. Behold your privileged ones, your folks overwhelmed with fortune, your parvenus, your favorites of that horrid stepmother Fortune. And that man of talent, Barkilphedro, was obliged to stand on staircases, to bow to footmen, to climb to the top of the house at night, to be courteous, assiduous, pleasant, respectful, and to have ever on his muzzle a respectful grimace. Was not it enough to make him gnash his teeth with rage? And all the while she was putting pearls round her neck, and making amorous poses to her fool, Lord David Durimoir, the hussy. Never let anyone do you a service. They will abuse the advantage it gives them. Never allow yourself to be taken in the act of inanition. They would relieve you. Because he was starving, this woman had found it a sufficient pretext to give him bread. From that moment, he was her servant, a craving of the stomach, and there is a chain for life. To be obliged is to be sold. The happy, the powerful, make use of the moment you stretch out your hand to place a penny in it, and at the crisis of your weakness make you a slave, and a slave of the worst kind, the slave of an act of charity, a slave forced to love the enslaver. What infamy, what want of delicacy, what an assault on your self-respect. Then all is over. You are sentenced for life to consider this man good, that woman beautiful, to remain in the back rows, to approve, to applaud, to admire, to worship, to prostrate yourself, to blister your knees by long genuflections, to sugar your words when you are gnawing your lips with anger, when you are biting down your cries of fury, and when you have within you more savage turbulence and more bitter foam than the ocean. It is thus that the rich make prisoners of the poor. This slime of a good action performed towards you bedaubs and bespatters you with mud forever. An alms is irremediable. Gratitude is paralysis. A benefit is a sticky and repugnant adherence which deprives you of free movement. Those odious, opulent, and spoiled creatures whose pity has thus injured you are well aware of this. It is done, you are their creature. They have bought you, and how? By a bone taken from their dog and cast to you. They have flung that bone at your head. You have been stoned as much as benefited. It is all one. Have you gnawed the bone, yes or no? You have had your place in the dog kennel as well. Then be thankful, be ever thankful. Adore your masters. Kneel on indefinitely. A benefit implies an understood inferiority accepted by you. It means that you feel them to be gods and yourself a poor devil. Your diminution augments them. Your bent form makes theirs more upright. In the tones of their voices, there is an impertinent inflection. Their family matters, their marriages, their baptisms, their childbearings, their progeny all concern you. A wolf cub is born to them. Well, you have to compose a sonnet. You are a poet because you are low. Isn't it enough to make the stars fall? A little more, and they would make you wear their old shoes. Who have you got there, my dear? How ugly he is. Who is that man? I do not know, a sort of scholar whom I feed. Thus converse these idiots, without even lowering their voice. You hear and remain mechanically amiable. If you are ill, your masters will send for the doctor, not their own. Occasionally they may even inquire after you. Being of a different species from you, and at an inaccessible height above you, they are affable. Their height makes them easy. They know that equality is impossible. By force of disdain, they are polite. At table, they give you a little nod. Sometimes they absolutely know how your name is spelt. They only show that they are your protectors by walking unconsciously over all the delicacy and susceptibility you possess. They treat you with good nature. Is all this to be borne? No doubt he was eager to punish Josiana. He must teach her with whom she had to deal. O my rich gentry, because you cannot eat up everything, because opulence produces indigestion, seeing that your stomachs are no bigger than ours, because it is, after all, better to distribute the remainder than to throw it away, you exalt a morsel flung to the poor into an act of magnificence. Oh, you give us bread, you give us shelter, you give us clothes, you give us employment, and you push audacity, folly, cruelty, stupidity, and absurdity to the pitch of believing that we are grateful. The bread is the bread of servitude, The shelter is a footman's bedroom. The clothes are a livery. The employment is ridiculous, paid for. It is true, but brutalizing. Oh, you believe in the right to humiliate us with lodging and nourishment, and you imagine that we are your debtors, and you count on our gratitude. Very well, we will eat up your substance, we will devour you alive, and gnaw your heartstrings with our teeth. This Josiana, was it not absurd? What merit had she? She had accomplished the wonderful work of coming into the world as a testimony of the folly of her father and the shame of her mother. She had done us the favor to exist, and for her kindness in becoming a public scandal, they paid her millions. She had estates and castles, warrens, parks, lakes, forests, and I know not what besides, and with all that she was making a fool of herself, and verses were addressed to her. And Barkilphedro, who had studied and labored and taken pains, and stuffed his eyes and his brain with great books, who had grown mouldy in old works, and in science, who was full of wit, who could command armies, who could, if he would, write tragedies like Otway and Dryden, who was made to be an emperor. Barkilphedro had been reduced to permit this nobody to prevent him from dying of hunger. Could the usurpation of the rich, the hateful elect of chance, go further? They put on the semblance of being generous to us, of protecting us, and of smiling on us, and we would drink their blood and lick our lips after it. That this low woman of the court should have the odious power of being a benefactress, and that a man so superior should be condemned to pick up such bribes falling from such a hand, what a frightful iniquity. And what social system is this, which has for its base disproportion and injustice? Would it not be best to take it by the four corners, and to throw pell-mell to the ceiling the damask tablecloth, and the festival, and the orgies, and the tippling and drunkenness, and the guests, and those with their elbows on the table, and those with their paws under it, and the insolent who give and the idiots who accept, and to spit it all back again in the face of Providence, and fling all the earth to the heavens? In the meantime, let us stick our claws into Josiana. Thus dreamed Barkilphedro, such were the ragings of his soul. It is the habit of the envious man to absolve himself, amalgamating with his personal grievance the public wrongs. All the wild forms of hateful passions went and came in the intellect of this ferocious being. At the corners of old maps of the world of the 15th century are great vague spaces without shape or name, on which are written these three words, Hic sunt leones. Such a dark corner is there also in man. Passions grow and growl somewhere within us, and we may say of an obscure portion of our souls, there are lions here. Is this scaffolding of wild reasoning absolutely absurd? Does it lack a certain justice? We must confess it does not. It is fearful to think that judgment within us is not justice. Judgment is the relative, justice is the absolute. Think of the difference between a judge and a just man. Wicked men lead conscience astray with authority. There are gymnastics of untruth. A sophist is a forger, and this forger sometimes brutalizes good sense. A certain logic, very supple, very implacable, and very agile, is at the service of evil, and excels in stabbing truth in the dark. These are blows struck by the devil at Providence. The worst of it was that Barkilphedro had a presentiment. He was undertaking a heavy task, and he was afraid that after all the evil achieved might not be proportionate to the work. To be corrosive as he was, to have within himself a will of steel, a hate of diamond, a burning curiosity for the catastrophe, and to burn nothing, to decapitate nothing, to exterminate nothing. To be what he was, a force of devastation, a voracious animosity, a devourer. Of the happiness of others, to have been created, for there is a creator, whether God or devil, to have been created Barkilphedro all over, and to inflict perhaps, after all but a fillip of the finger. Could this be possible? Could it be that Barkilphedro should miss his aim? To be a lever powerful enough to heave great masses of rock, and when sprung to the utmost power to succeed only in giving an affected woman a bump in the forehead, to be a catapult dealing ruin on a pole kitten, to accomplish the task of Sisyphus, to crush an ant, to sweat all over with hate, and for nothing at all. Would not this be humiliating, when he felt himself a mechanism of hostility capable of reducing the world to powder, to put into movement all the wheels within wheels, to work in the darkness all the mechanism of a Marley machine, and to succeed perhaps in pinching the end of a little rosy finger? He was to turn over and over blocks of marble, perchance with the result of ruffling a little the smooth surface of the court. Providence has a way of thus expending forces grandly. The movement of a mountain often only displaces a molehill. Besides this, when the court is the dangerous arena, nothing is more dangerous than to aim at your enemy and miss him. In the first place, it unmasks you and irritates him, but besides and above all, it displeases the master. Kings do not like the unskillful. Let us have no contusions, no ugly gashes. Kill anybody, but give no one a bloody nose. He who kills is clever, he who wounds awkward. Kings do not like to see their servants lamed. They are displeased if you chip a porcelain jar on their chimney-piece or a courtier in their court-edge. The court must be kept neat. Break and replace, that does not matter. Besides, all this agrees perfectly with the taste of princes for scandal. Speak evil, do none, or if you do, let it be in grand style. Stab, do not scratch, unless the pin be poisoned. This would be an extenuating circumstance, and was, we may remember, the case with Barkilphedro. Every malicious pygmy is a phial in which is enclosed the dragon of Solomon. The phial is microscopic, the dragon immense, a formidable condensation, awaiting the gigantic hour of dilation, ennui consoled by the premeditation of explosion. The prisoner is larger than the prison, a latent giant, how wonderful, a minnow in which is contained a hydra. To be this fearful magical box, to contain within him a leviathan, is to the dwarf both a torture and a delight. Nor would anything have caused Barkilphedro to let go his hold. He awaited his time. Was it to come? What mattered that? He watched for it. Self-love is mixed up in the malice of the very wicked man. To make holes and gaps in a court fortune higher than your own, to undermine it at all risks and perils, while encased and concealed yourself, is, we repeat, exceedingly interesting. The player at such a game becomes eager, even to passion. He throws himself into the work as if he were composing an epic. To be very mean, and to attack that which is great, is in itself a brilliant action. It is a fine thing to be a flea on a lion. The noble beast feels the bite, and expends his mighty anger against the atom. An encounter with a tiger would weary him less. See how the actors exchange their parts. The lion, humiliated, feels the sting of the insect, and the flea can say, I have in my veins the blood of a lion. However, these reflections but half appeased the cravings of Barkilphedro's pride. Consolations, palliations at most. To vex is one thing, to torment would be infinitely better. Barkilphedro had a thought which returned to him without ceasing. His success might not go beyond just irritating the epidermis of Josiana. What could he hope for more? He so obscure against her so radiant. A scratch is worth but little to him who longs to see the crimson blood of his flayed victim, and to hear her cries as she lies before him more than naked, without even that garment the skin. With such a craving, how sad to be powerless. Alas, there is nothing perfect. However, he resigned himself. Not being able to do better, he only dreamed half his dream. To play a treacherous trick is an object after all. What a man is he who revenges himself for a benefit received. Barkilphedro was a giant among such men. Usually, ingratitude is forgetfulness. With this man, patented in wickedness, it was fury. The vulgar ingrate is full of ashes. What was within Barkilphedro? A furnace walled round by hate, silence, and rancor, awaiting Josiana for fuel. Never had a man abhorred a woman to such a point without reason. How terrible! She was his dream, his preoccupation, his ennui, his rage. Perhaps he was a little in love with her. Chapter 11. Barkilphedro, in ambuscade. To find the vulnerable spot in Josiana and to strike her there was, for all the causes we have just mentioned, the imperturbable determination of Barkilphedro. The wish is sufficient, the power is required. How was he to set about it? There was the question. Vulgar vagabonds set the scene of any wickedness they intend to commit with care. They do not feel themselves strong enough to seize the opportunity as it passes, to take possession of it by fair means or foul, and to constrain it to serve them. Deep scoundrels disdain preliminary combinations. They start from their villainies alone, merely arming themselves all round, prepared to avail themselves of various chances which may occur. And then, like Barkilphedro, await the opportunity. They know that a ready-made scheme runs the risk of fitting ill into the event which may present itself. It is not thus that a man makes himself master of possibilities and guides them as one pleases. You can come to no previous arrangement with destiny. Tomorrow will not obey you. There is a certain want of discipline in chance. Therefore they watch for it and summon it suddenly, authoritatively on the spot. No plan, no sketch, no rough model, no ready-made shoe ill-fitting the unexpected. They plunge headlong into the dark. To turn to immediate and rapid profit any circumstance that can aid him is the quality which distinguishes the able scoundrel and elevates the villain into the demon. To strike suddenly at fortune, that is true genius. The true scoundrel strikes you from a sling with the first stone he can pick up. Clever malefactors count on the unexpected, that senseless accomplice of so many crimes. They grasp the incident and leap on it. There is no better ars poetica for this species of talent. Meanwhile, be sure with whom you have to deal. Survey the ground. With Barkilphedro, the ground was Queen Anne. Barkilphedro approached the Queen, and so close that sometimes he fancied he heard the monologues of Her Majesty. Sometimes he was present unheeded at conversations between the sisters. Neither did they forbid his sliding in a word. He profited by this to lessen himself, a way of inspiring confidence. Thus one day in the garden at Hampton Court, being behind the Duchess, who was behind the Queen, he heard Anne, following the fashion, awkwardly enunciating sentiments. "Animals are happy," said the Queen. "They run no risk of going to hell." "They are there already," replied Josiana. This answer, which bluntly substituted philosophy for religion, displeased the Queen. If, perchance, there was depth in the observation, Anne felt shocked. "My dear," said she to Josiana, "we talk of hell like a couple of fools. Ask Barkilphedro all about it. He ought to know such things." "As a devil," said Josiana. "As a beast," replied Barkilphedro with a bow. "Madam," said the Queen to Josiana, "he is cleverer than we." For a man like Barkilphedro to approach the Queen was to obtain a hold on her. He could say, "I hold her." Now he wanted a means of taking advantage of his power for his own benefit. He had his foothold in the court. To be settled, there was a fine thing. No chance could now escape him. More than once he had made the Queen smile maliciously. This was having a license to shoot. But was there any preserved game? Did this license to shoot permit him to break the wing or the leg of one like the sister of Her Majesty? The first point to make clear was, did the Queen love her sister? One false step would lose all. Barkilphedro watched. Before he plays, the player looks at the cards. What trumps has he? Barkilphedro began by examining the age of the two women. Josiana, 23, Anne, 41. So far so good. He held trumps. The moment that a woman ceases to count by springs and begins to count by winters, she becomes cross. A dull rancor possesses her against the time of which she carries the proofs. Fresh-blown beauties, perfumes for others, are to such a one but thorns. Of the roses she feels but the prick. It seems as if all the freshness is stolen from her, and that beauty decreases in her because it increases in others. To profit by this secret ill-humor, to dive into the wrinkle on the face of this woman of 40, who was a queen, seemed a good game for Barkilphedro. Envy excels in exciting jealousy, as a rat draws the crocodile from its hole. Barkilphedro fixed his wise gaze on Anne. He saw into the Queen as one sees into a stagnant pool. The marsh has its transparency. In dirty water we see vices, in muddy water we see stupidity. Anne was muddy water. Embryos of sentiments and larvae of ideas moved in her thick brain. They were not distinct, they had scarcely any outline, but they were realities, however shapeless. The Queen thought this, the Queen desired that. To decide what was the difficulty. The confused transformations which work in stagnant water are difficult to study. The Queen, habitually obscure, sometimes made sudden and stupid revelations. It was on these that it was necessary to seize. He must take advantage of them on the moment. How did the Queen feel towards the Duchess Josiana? Did she wish her good or evil? Here was the problem. Barkilphedro set himself to solve it. This problem solved, he might go further. Divers chances served Barkilphedro, his tenacity at the watch above all. Anne was, on her husband's side, slightly related to the new Queen of Prussia, wife of the king with the 100 chamberlains. She had her portrait painted on enamel after the process of Turkey of Mayerne. This Queen of Prussia had also a younger, illegitimate sister, the Baroness Drika. One day, in the presence of Barkilphedro, Anne asked the Russian ambassador some question about this Drika. "They say she is rich. Very rich. She has palaces, more magnificent than those of her sister, the Queen. Whom will she marry?" "A great lord, the Count Gormo." "Pretty. Charming. Is she young?" "Very young. As beautiful as the Queen." The ambassador lowered his voice and replied, "More beautiful." "That is insolent," murmured Barkilphedro. The Queen was silent, then she exclaimed, "Those bastards!" Barkilphedro noticed the plural. Another time, when the Queen was leaving the chapel, Barkilphedro kept pretty close to Her Majesty, behind the two grooms of the almonry. Lord David Durimoir, crossing the ranks of women, made a sensation by his handsome appearance. As he passed, there was an explosion of feminine exclamations. "How elegant, how gallant, what a noble air, how handsome!" "How disagreeable," grumbled the Queen. Barkilphedro overheard this. It decided him. He could hurt the Duchess without displeasing the Queen. The first problem was solved, but now the second presented itself. What could he do to harm the Duchess? What means did his wretched appointment offer to attain so difficult an object? Evidently none. Chapter 12. Scotland, Ireland, and England. Let us note a circumstance. Josiana had Latour. This is easy to understand when we reflect that she was, although illegitimate, the Queen's sister, that is to say, a princely personage. To have Latour, what does it mean? Viscount St. John, otherwise Bolingbroke, wrote as follows to Thomas Leonard, Earl of Sussex. "Two things mark the great. In England they have Latour, in France le poor." When the King of France travelled, the courier of the court stopped at the halting place in the evening and assigned lodgings to His Majesty's suite. Amongst the gentlemen some had an immense privilege. "They have le poor," says the Journal Historique for the year 1694, which means that the courier who marks the billets puts poor before their names, as Poor M. Le Prince de Soubise, instead of which, when he marks the lodging of one who is not royal, he does not put poor, but simply the name, as Le Duc de Gesvres, Le Duc de Mazarin. This poor on a door indicated a prince or a favorite. A favorite is worse than a prince. The king granted le poor like a blue ribbon or a peerage. Avoir le tour in England was less glorious, but more real. It was a sign of intimate communication with the sovereign. Whoever might be, by birth or favor, in a position to receive direct communications from Majesty, had in the wall of their bedchamber a shaft in which was adjusted a bell. Bell sounded, the shaft opened, a royal missive appeared on a gold plate or on a cushion of velvet, and the shaft closed. This was intimate and solemn, the mysterious in the familiar. The shaft was used for no other purpose. The sound of the bell announced a royal message. No one saw who brought it. It was of course merely the page of the king or the queen. Leicester avait le tour under Elizabeth, Buckingham under James I. Josiana had it under Anne, though not much in favor. Never was a privilege more envied. This privilege entailed additional servility. The recipient was more of a servant. At court that which elevates, degrades. Avoir le tour was said in French, this circumstance of English etiquette having, probably, been borrowed from some old French folly. Lady Josiana, a virgin peeress as Elizabeth had been a virgin queen, led, sometimes in the city and sometimes in the country, according to the season, an almost princely life, and kept nearly a court, at which Lord David was courtier, with many others. Not being married, Lord David and Lady Josiana could show themselves together in public without exciting ridicule, and they did so frequently. They often went to plays and racecourses in the same carriage and sat together in the same box. They were chilled by the impending marriage, which was not only permitted to them, but imposed upon them, but they felt an attraction for each other's society. The privacy permitted to the engaged has a frontier easily passed. From this they abstained. That which is easy is in bad taste. The best pugilistic encounters then took place at Lambeth, a parish in which the Lord Archbishop of Canterbury has a palace, though the air there is unhealthy, and a rich library open at certain hours to decent people. One evening in winter there was in a meadow there, the gates of which were locked, a fight at which Josiana, escorted by Lord David, was present. She had asked, "Are women admitted?" And David had responded, "Sunt f amini magnates." Liberal translation, not shopkeepers. Literal translation, great ladies exist, a duchess goes everywhere. This is why Lady Josiana saw a boxing match. Lady Josiana made only this concession to propriety: she dressed as a man, a very common custom at that period. Women seldom travelled otherwise. Out of every 6 persons who travelled by the coach from Windsor, it was rare that there were not 1 or 2 amongst them who were women in male attire, a certain sign of high birth. Lord David, being in company with a woman, could not take any part in the match himself, and merely assisted as one of the audience. Lady Josiana betrayed her quality in one way: she had an opera glass, then used by gentlemen only. This encounter in the noble science was presided over by Lord Germain, great-grandfather or granduncle of that Lord Germain who, towards the end of the 18th century, was colonel, ran away in a battle, was afterwards made minister of war, and only escaped from the bolts of the enemy to fall by a worse fate, shot through and through by the sarcasm of Sheridan. Many gentlemen were betting. Harry Bellew of Carlton, who had claims to the extinct peerage of Bellaaqua, with Henry Lord Hyde, Member of Parliament for the borough of Dunhivyd, which is also called Launceston; the Honourable Peregrine Bertie, Member for the borough of Truro, with Sir Thomas Culpeper, Member for Maidstone; the Laird of Lamybough, which is on the borders of Lothian, with Samuel Trefusis, of the borough of Penryn; Sir Bartholomew Gracedieu, of the borough of St. Ives, with the Honourable Charles Bodville, who was called Lord Robarts, and who was Custos Rotulorum of the county of Cornwall, besides many others. Of the 2 combatants, one was an Irishman, named after his native mountain in Tipperary, Phelim-gy-Madone, and the other a Scot, named Helmscale. They represented the national pride of each country. Ireland and Scotland were about to set to. Erin was going to fisticuff Gajothel, so that the bets amounted to over 40,000 guineas, besides the stakes. The 2 champions were naked, excepting short breeches buckled over the hips, and spiked boots laced as high as the ankles. Helmscale the Scot was a youth scarcely 19, but he had already had his forehead sewn up, for which reason they won 3-1 on him. The month before he had broken the ribs and gouged out the eyes of a pugilist named Sixmalswater. This explained the enthusiasm he created. He had won his backers £12,000. Besides having his forehead sewn up, Helmscale's jaw had been broken. He was neatly made and active. He was about the height of a small woman, upright, thick-set, and of a stature low and threatening, and nothing had been lost of the advantages given him by nature, not a muscle which was not trained to its object, pugilism. His firm chest was compact and brown and shining like brass. He smiled, and 3 teeth which he had lost added to his smile. His adversary was tall and overgrown, that is to say, weak. He was a man of 40 years of age, 6 feet high, with the chest of a hippopotamus and a mild expression of face. The blow of his fist would break in the deck of a vessel, but he did not know how to use it. The Irishman, Phelim-gy-Madone, was all surface, and seemed to have entered the ring to receive rather than to give blows. Only it was felt that he would take a deal of punishment, like underdone beef, tough to chew, and impossible to swallow. He was what was termed, in local slang, raw meat. He squinted. He seemed resigned. The two men had passed the preceding night in the same bed and had slept together. They had each drunk port wine from the same glass to the 3-inch mark. Each had his group of seconds, men of savage expression, threatening the umpires when it suited their side. Amongst Helmscale's supporters was to be seen John Gwynplaine, celebrated for having carried an ox on his back, and one called John Bray, who had once carried on his back 10 bushels of flour at 15 pecks to the bushel, besides the miller himself, and had walked over 200 paces under the weight. On the side of Phelim Gymadon, Lord Hyde had brought from Launceston a certain kilter, who lived at Green Castle, and could throw a stone weighing 20 pounds to a greater height than the highest tower of the castle. These 3 men, Kilter, Bray, and Gwynplaine, were Cornishmen by birth, and did honour to their county. The other seconds were brutal fellows, with broad backs, bowed legs, knotted fists, dull faces, ragged, fearing nothing, nearly all jailbirds. Many of them understood admirably how to make the police drunk. Each profession should have its peculiar talents. The field chosen was farther off than the bear garden, where they formerly baited bears, bulls, and dogs. It was beyond the line of the farthest houses, by the side of the ruins of the Priory of St. Mary over Wye, dismantled by Henry VIII. The wind was northerly and biting. A small rain fell, which was instantly frozen into ice. Some gentlemen present were evidently fathers of families, recognized as such by their putting up their umbrellas. On the side of Phelim Gymadon was Colonel Moncrieff as umpire, and Kilter as second to support him on his knee. On the side of Helmscale, the Honourable Pughibomaris was umpire, with Lord Desertum from Kilcarry as bottle holder to support him on his knee. The two combatants stood for a few seconds motionless in the ring whilst the watches were being compared. They then approached each other and shook hands. Phelim Gymadon said to Helmscale, "I should prefer going home." Helmscale answered handsomely, "The gentlemen must not be disappointed on any account." Naked as they were, they felt the cold. Phelim Gymadon shook, his teeth chattered. Dr. Elena Sharp, nephew of the Archbishop of York, cried out to them, "Set to, boys, it will warm you." Those friendly words thawed them. They set to. But neither one nor the other was angry. There were 3 ineffectual rounds. The Rev. Dr. Gumdraith, one of the 40 fellows of All Souls College, cried, "Spirit them up with gin." But the 2 umpires and the 2 seconds adhered to the rule, yet it was exceedingly cold. First blood was claimed. They were again set face to face. They looked at each other, approached, stretched their arms, touched each other's fists, and then drew back. All at once, Helmscale, the little man, sprang forward. The real fight had begun. Phelim Gymadon was struck in the face, between the eyes. His whole face streamed with blood. The crowd cried, "Helmscale has tapped his claret." There was applause. Phelim Gymadon, turning his arms like the sails of a windmill, struck out at random. The Honourable Peregrine Bertie said, "Blinded," but he was not blind yet. Then Helmscale heard on all sides these encouraging words, "Bung up his peepers." On the whole, the 2 champions were really well matched, and notwithstanding the unfavourable weather, it was seen that the fight would be a success. The great giant, Phelim Gymadon, had to bear the inconveniences of his advantages. He moved heavily. His arms were massive as clubs, but his chest was a mass. His little opponent ran, struck, sprang, gnashed his teeth, redoubling vigor by quickness from knowledge of the science. On the one side was the primitive blow of the fist, savage, uncultivated, in a state of ignorance. On the other side, the civilized blow of the fist. Helmscale fought as much with his nerves as with his muscles, and with as much intention as force. Phelim Gymadon was a kind of sluggish mauler, somewhat mauled himself, to begin with. It was art against nature. It was cultivated ferocity against barbarism. It was clear that the barbarian would be beaten, but not very quickly, hence the interest. A little man against a big one, and the chances are in favor of the little one. The cat has the best of it with a dog. Goliaths are always vanquished by Davids. A hail of exclamations followed the combatants. Bravo Helmscale, good, well done Highlander, now Phelim. And the friends of Helmscale repeated their benevolent exhortation. Bung up his peepers. Helmscale did better. Rapidly bending down and back again, with the undulation of a serpent, he struck Phelim Gymadon in the sternum. The colossus staggered. Foul blow, cried Viscount Barnard. Phelim Gymadon sank down on the knee of his second, saying, I am beginning to get warm. Lord Desertum consulted the umpires and said, 5 minutes before time is called. Phelim Gymadon was becoming weaker. Kilter wiped the blood from his face and the sweat from his body with a flannel and placed the neck of a bottle to his mouth. They had come to the 11th round. Phelim, besides the scar on his forehead, had his breast disfigured by blows, his belly swollen, and the fore part of the head scarified. Helmscale was untouched. A kind of tumult arose amongst the gentlemen. Lord Barnard repeated, foul blow. Bet's void, said the Laird of Lamyabow. I claim my stake, replied Sir Thomas Culpeper. And the honourable member for the borough of St. Ives, Sir Bartholomew Gracedieu, added, give me back my 500 guineas, and I will go. Stop the fight. Phelim arose, staggering like a drunken man, and said, let us go on fighting, on one condition, that I also shall have the right to give one foul blow. They cried agreed from all parts of the ring. Helmscale shrugged his shoulders. 5 minutes elapsed, and they set to again. The fighting, which was agony to Phelim, was play to Helmscale. Such are the triumphs of science. The little man found means of putting the big one into chancery. That is to say, Helmscale suddenly took under his left arm, which was bent like a steel crescent, the huge head of Phelim Gymadon, and held it there under his armpits. The neck bent and twisted, whilst Helmscale's right fist fell again and again like a hammer on a nail, only from below and striking upwards, thus smashing his opponent's face at his ease. When Phelim, released at length, lifted his head, he had no longer a face. That which had been a nose, eyes, and a mouth now looked only like a black sponge, soaked in blood. He spat, and on the ground lay 4 of his teeth. Then he fell. Kilter received him on his knee. Helmscale was hardly touched. He had some insignificant bruises and a scratch on his collar bone. No one was cold now. They laid 16 1/4 to 1 on Helmscale. Harry Carleton cried out, it is all over with Phelim Gymadon. I will lay my peerage of Bellaaqua and my title of Lord Bellew against the Archbishop of Canterbury's old wig on Helmscale. Give me your muzzle, said Kilter to Phelim Gymadon, and stuffing the bloody flannel into the bottle, he washed him all over with gin. The mouth reappeared, and he opened one eyelid. His temples seemed fractured. 1 round more, my friend, said Kilter, and he added, for the honour of the low town. The Welsh and the Irish understand each other. Still Phelim made no sign of having any power of understanding left. Phelim arose, supported by Kilter. It was the 25th round. From the way in which this Cyclops, for he had but one eye, placed himself in position, it was evident that this was the last round, for no one doubted his defeat. He placed his guard below his chin with the awkwardness of a failing man. Helmscale, with a skin hardly sweating, cried out, I'll back myself 1,000 to 1. Helmscale, raising his arm, struck out, and what was strange, both fell. A ghastly chuckle was heard. It was Phelim Gymadon's expression of delight. While receiving the terrible blow given him by Helmscale on the skull, he had given him a foul blow on the navel. Helmscale, lying on his back, rattled in his throat. The spectators looked at him as he lay on the ground and said, paid back. All clapped their hands, even those who had lost. Phelim Gymadon had given foul blow for foul blow and had only asserted his right. They carried Helmscale off on a hand-barrow. The opinion was that he would not recover. Lord Robarts exclaimed, I win 1,200 guineas. Phelim Guy Madon was evidently maimed for life. As she left, Josiana took the arm of Lord David, an act which was tolerated amongst people engaged. She said to him, "It is very fine, but—" "But what?" "I thought it would have driven away my spleen. It has not." Lord David stopped, looked at Josiana, shut his mouth, and inflated his cheeks, whilst he nodded his head, which signified attention, and said to the Duchess, "For spleen there is but one remedy." "What is it?" "Gwynplaine." The Duchess asked, "And who is Gwynplaine?" Book the Second. Gwynplaine and DEA. Chapter 1. Wherein we see the face of Him, of whom we have hitherto seen only the acts. Nature had been prodigal of her kindness to Gwynplaine. She had bestowed on him a mouth opening to his ears, ears folding over to his eyes, a shapeless nose to support the spectacles of the grimace maker, and a face that no one could look upon without laughing. We have just said that nature had loaded Gwynplaine with her gifts, but was it nature, had she not been assisted? 2 slits for eyes, a hiatus for a mouth, a snub protuberance with 2 holes for nostrils, a flattened face, all having for the result an appearance of laughter. It is certain that nature never produces such perfection single-handed. But is laughter a synonym of joy? If in the presence of this mountebank, for he was one, the first impression of gaiety wore off, and the man were observed with attention, traces of art were to be recognized. Such a face could never have been created by chance. It must have resulted from intention. Such perfect completeness is not in nature. Man can do nothing to create beauty, but everything to produce ugliness. A Hottentot profile cannot be changed into a Roman outline, but out of a Grecian nose you may make a commux. It only requires to obliterate the root of the nose and to flatten the nostrils. The dog Latin of the Middle Ages had a reason for its creation of the verb denisere. Had Gwynplaine, when a child, been so worthy of attention that his face had been subjected to transmutation? Why not? Needed there a greater motive than the speculation of his future exhibition? According to all appearance, industrious manipulators of children had worked upon his face. It seemed evident that a mysterious and probably occult science, which was to surgery what alchemy was to chemistry, had chiseled his flesh, evidently at a very tender age, and manufactured his countenance with premeditation. That science, clever with the knife, skilled in obtusions and ligatures, had enlarged the mouth, cut away the lips, laid bare the gums, distended the ears, cut the cartilages, displaced the eyelids and the cheeks, enlarged the zygomatic muscle, pressed the scars and cicatrices to a level, turned back the skin over the lesions whilst the face was thus stretched. From all which resulted that powerful and profound piece of sculpture, the mask, Gwynplaine. Man is not born thus. However it may have been, the manipulation of Gwynplaine had succeeded admirably. Gwynplaine was a gift of Providence to dispel the sadness of man. Of what providence? Is there a providence of demons as well as of God? We put the question without answering it. Gwynplaine was a mountebank. He showed himself on the platform. No such effect had ever before been produced. Hypochondriacs were cured by the sight of him alone. He was avoided by folks in mourning because they were compelled to laugh when they saw him without regard to their decent gravity. One day the executioner came, and Gwynplaine made him laugh. Everyone who saw Gwynplaine held his sides, he spoke, and they rolled on the ground. He was removed from sadness as is pole from pole, spleen at the one, Gwynplaine at the other. Thus he rose rapidly in the fair ground, and at the cross roads to the very satisfactory renown of a horrible man. It was Gwynplaine's laugh which created the laughter of others, yet he did not laugh himself. His face laughed, his thoughts did not. The extraordinary face which chance or a special and weird industry had fashioned for him laughed alone. Gwynplaine had nothing to do with it. The outside did not depend on the interior. The laugh which he had not placed himself on his brow, on his eyelids, on his mouth, he could not remove. It had been stamped forever on his face. It was automatic and the more irresistible because it seemed petrified. No one could escape from this rictus. Two convulsions of the face are infectious, laughing and yawning. By virtue of the mysterious operation to which Gwynplaine had probably been subjected in his infancy, every part of his face contributed to that rictus. His whole physiognomy led to that result, as a wheel centers in the nave. All his emotions, whatever they might have been, augmented his strange face of joy, or to speak more correctly, aggravated it. Any astonishment which might seize him, any suffering which he might feel, any anger which might take possession of him, any pity which might move him, would only increase this hilarity of his muscles. If he wept, he laughed, and whatever Gwynplaine was, whatever he wished to be, whatever he thought, the moment that he raised his head, the crowd, if crowd there was, had before them one impersonation, an overwhelming burst of laughter. It was like a head of Medusa, but Medusa hilarious. All feeling or thought in the mind of the spectator was suddenly put to flight by the unexpected apparition, and laughter was inevitable. Antique art formerly placed on the outsides of the Greek theatre a joyous brazen face, called comedy. It laughed and occasioned laughter, but remained pensive. All parody which borders on folly, all irony which borders on wisdom, were condensed and amalgamated in that face. The burden of care, of disillusion, anxiety, and grief were expressed in its impassive countenance, and resulted in a lugubrious sum of mirth. One corner of the mouth was raised, in mockery of the human race, the other side, in blasphemy of the gods. Men confronted that model of the ideal sarcasm and exemplification of the irony which each one possesses within him, and the crowd, continually renewed round its fixed laugh, died away with delight before its sepulchral immobility of mirth. One might almost have said that Gwynplaine was that dark, dead mask of ancient comedy adjusted to the body of a living man, that infernal head of implacable hilarity he supported on his neck. What a weight for the shoulders of a man, an everlasting laugh. An everlasting laugh. Let us understand each other, we will explain. The mannish Ons believed the absolute occasionally gives way, and that God himself sometimes abdicates for a time. So also of the will, we do not admit that it can ever be utterly powerless. The whole of existence resembles a letter modified in the postscript. For Gwynplaine, the postscript was this: by the force of his will, and by concentrating all his attention, and on condition that no emotion should come to distract and turn away the fixedness of his effort, he could manage to suspend the everlasting rictus of his face, and to throw over it a kind of tragic veil, and then the spectator laughed no longer, he shuddered. This exertion Gwynplaine scarcely ever made. It was a terrible effort and an insupportable tension. Moreover, it happened that on the slightest distraction or the slightest emotion, the laugh, driven back for a moment, returned like a tide with an impulse which was irresistible in proportion to the force of the adverse emotion. With this exception, Gwynplaine's laugh was everlasting. On seeing Gwynplaine, all laughed. When they had laughed, they turned away their heads. Women especially shrank from him with horror. The man was frightful. The joyous convulsion of laughter was as a tribute paid. They submitted to it gladly but almost mechanically. Besides, when once the novelty of the laugh had passed over, Gwynplaine was intolerable for a woman to see and impossible to contemplate. But he was tall, well-made, and agile, and no way deformed, excepting in his face. This led to the presumption that Gwynplaine was rather a creation of art than a work of nature. Gwynplaine, beautiful in figure, had probably been beautiful in face. At his birth, he had no doubt resembled other infants. They had left the body intact and retouched only the face. Gwynplaine had been made to order, at least, that was probable. They had left him his teeth. Teeth are necessary to a laugh. The death's head retains them. The operation performed on him must have been frightful. That he had no remembrance of it was no proof that it had not taken place. Surgical sculpture of the kind could never have succeeded except on a very young child, and consequently on one having little consciousness of what happened to him, and who might easily take a wound for a sickness. Besides, we must remember that they had in those times means of putting patients to sleep, and of suppressing all suffering. Only then it was called magic, while now it is called anesthesia. Besides this face, those who had brought him up had given him the resources of a gymnast and an athlete. His articulations, usefully displaced and fashioned to bending the wrong way, had received the education of a clown and could, like the hinges of a door, move backwards and forwards. In appropriating him to the profession of mountebank, nothing had been neglected. His hair had been dyed with ochre once for all, a secret which has been rediscovered at the present day. Pretty women use it, and that which was formerly considered ugly is now considered an embellishment. Gwynplaine had yellow hair. His hair, having probably been dyed with some corrosive preparation, had left it woolly and rough to the touch. Its yellow bristles, rather a mane than a head of hair, covered and concealed a lofty brow, evidently made to contain thought. The operation, whatever it had been, which had deprived his features of harmony and put all their flesh into disorder, had had no effect on the bony structure of his head. The facial angle was powerful and surprisingly grand. Behind his laugh there was a soul dreaming, as all our souls dream. However, his laugh was to Gwynplaine quite a talent. He could do nothing with it, so he turned it to account. By means of it, he gained his living. Gwynplaine, as you have doubtless already guessed, was the child abandoned one winter evening on the coast of Portland and received into a poor caravan at Weymouth. Chapter 2. Day. That boy was at this time a man. 15 years had elapsed. It was in 1705. Gwynplaine was in his 25th year. Ursus had kept the two children with him. They were a group of wanderers. Ursus and Homo had aged. Ursus had become quite bald. The wolf was growing grey. The age of wolves is not ascertained like that of dogs. According to Molière, there are wolves which live to 80, amongst others the little cupara and the rank wolf, the canis nubilis of Say. The little girl found on the dead woman was now a tall creature of 16, with brown hair, slight, fragile, almost trembling from delicacy, and almost inspiring fear lest she should break. Admirably beautiful, her eyes full of light, yet blind. That fatal winter night which threw down the beggar woman and her infant in the snow had struck a double blow. It had killed the mother and blinded the child. Gutta serena had forever paralyzed the eyes of the girl, now become woman in her turn. On her face, through which the light of day never passed, the depressed corners of the mouth indicated the bitterness of the privation. Her eyes, large and clear, had a strange quality. Extinguished forever to her, to others they were brilliant. They were mysterious torches lighting only the outside. They gave light but possessed it not. These sightless eyes were resplendent. A captive of shadow, she lighted up the dull place she inhabited. From the depth of her incurable darkness, from behind the black wall called blindness, she flung her rays. She saw not the sun without, but her soul was perceptible from within. In her dead look there was a celestial earnestness. She was the night, and from the irremediable darkness with which she was amalgamated, she came out a star. Ursus, with his mania for Latin names, had christened her D. He had taken his wolf into consultation. He had said to him, "You represent man, I represent the beasts. We are of the lower world. This little one shall represent the world on high. Such feebleness is all-powerful. In this manner the universe shall be complete in our hut in its three orders, human, animal, and divine." The wolf made no objection. Therefore the foundling was called D. As to Gwynplaine, Ursus had not had the trouble of inventing a name for him. The morning of the day on which he had realized the disfigurement of the little boy and the blindness of the infant, he had asked him, "Boy, what is your name?" And the boy had answered, "They call me Gwynplaine." "Be Gwynplaine then," said Ursus. D assisted Gwynplaine in his performances. If human misery could be summed up, it might have been summed up in Gwynplaine and D. Each seemed born in a compartment of the sepulchre, Gwynplaine in the horrible, D in the darkness. Their existences were shadowed by two different kinds of darkness, taken from the two formidable sides of night. D had that shadow in her, Gwynplaine had it on him. There was a phantom in D, a spectre in Gwynplaine. D was sunk in the mournful, Gwynplaine in something worse. There was for Gwynplaine, who could see, a heartrending possibility that existed not for D, who was blind. He could compare himself with other men. Now, in a situation such as that of Gwynplaine, admitting that he should seek to examine it, to compare himself with others, was to understand himself no more. To have, like D, empty sight from which the world is absent, is a supreme distress, yet less than to be an enigma to oneself, to feel that something is wanting here as well, and that something oneself, to see the universe and not to see oneself. D had a veil over her, the night. Gwynplaine a mask, his face. Inexpressible fact, it was by his own flesh that Gwynplaine was masked. What his visage had been, he knew not. His face had vanished. They had affixed to him a false self. He had for a face, a disappearance. His head lived, his face was dead. He never remembered to have seen it. Mankind was for Gwynplaine, as for Dee, an exterior fact. It was far off. She was alone, he was alone. The isolation of Dee was funereal, she saw nothing. That of Gwynplaine sinister, he saw all things. For Dee, creation never passed the bounds of touch and hearing. Reality was bounded, limited, short, immediately lost. Nothing was infinite to her but darkness. For Gwynplaine to live was to have the crowd forever before him and outside him. Dee was the proscribed from light, Gwynplaine the band of life. They were beyond the pale of hope and had reached the depth of possible calamity. They had sunk into it, both of them. An observer who had watched them would have felt his reverie melt into immeasurable pity. What must they not have suffered? The decree of misfortune weighed visibly on these human creatures, and never had fate encompassed two beings who had done nothing to deserve it, and more clearly turned destiny into torture and life into hell. They were in a paradise. They were in love. Gwynplaine adored Dee. Dee idolized Gwynplaine. "How beautiful you are," she would say to him. Chapter 3. Ocus nonhabet etvidet. Only one woman on earth saw Gwynplaine. It was the blind girl. She had learned what Gwynplaine had done for her from Ursus, to whom he had related his rough journey from Portland to Weymouth, and the many sufferings which he had endured when deserted by the gang. She knew that when an infant dying upon her dead mother, suckling a corpse, a being scarcely bigger than herself had taken her up, that this being, exiled and, as it were, buried under the refusal of the universe to aid him, had heard her cry, that all the world being deaf to him, he had not been deaf to her, that the child, alone, weak, cast off without resting place here below, dragging himself over the waste, exhausted by fatigue, crushed, had accepted from the hands of night a burden, another child, that he, who had nothing to expect in that obscure distribution which we call fate, had charged himself with a destiny, that naked, in anguish and distress, he had made himself providence, that when heaven had closed he had opened his heart, that himself lost he had saved, that having neither roof-tree nor shelter he had been an asylum, that he had made himself mother and nurse, that he who was alone in the world had responded to desertion by adoption, that lost in the darkness he had given an example, that, as if not already sufficiently burdened, he had added to his load another's misery, that in this world, which seemed to contain nothing for him, he had found a duty, that where everyone else would have hesitated, he had advanced, that where everyone else would have drawn back, he consented, that he had put his hand into the jaws of the grave and drawn out her Dee. That himself half naked, he had given her his rags because she was cold, that famished, he had thought of giving her food and drink, that for one little creature, another little creature had combated death, that he had fought it under every form, under the form of winter and snow, under the form of solitude, under the form of terror, under the form of cold, hunger, and thirst, under the form of whirlwind, and that for her Dee, this Titan of 10 had given battle to the immensity of night. She knew that as a child he had done this, and that now as a man, he was strength to her weakness, riches to her poverty, healing to her sickness, and sight to her blindness. Through the mist of the unknown by which she felt herself encompassed, she distinguished clearly his devotion, his abnegation, his courage. Heroism in immaterial regions has an outline. She distinguished this sublime outline. In the inexpressible abstraction in which thought lives unlighted by the sun, Dee perceived this mysterious lineament of virtue. In the surrounding of dark things put in motion, which was the only impression made on her by reality, in the uneasy stagnation of a creature, always passive, yet always on the watch for possible evil, in the sensation of being ever defenseless, which is the life of the blind, she felt Gwynplaine above her. Gwynplaine never cold, never absent, never obscured, Gwynplaine sympathetic, helpful, and sweet-tempered. Dee quivered with certainty and gratitude, her anxiety changed into ecstasy, and with her shadowy eyes she contemplated on the zenith from the depth of her abyss the rich light of his goodness. In the ideal, kindness is the sun, and Gwynplaine dazzled Dee. To the crowd, which has too many heads to have a thought, and too many eyes to have a sight. To the crowd who, superficial themselves, judge only of the surface, Gwynplaine was a clown, a merry andrew, a mountebank, a creature grotesque, a little more and a little less than a beast. The crowd knew only the face. For Gwynplaine was the saviour, who had gathered her into his arms in the tomb and borne her out of it, the consoler who made life tolerable, the liberator whose hand, holding her own, guided her through that labyrinth called blindness. Gwynplaine was her brother, friend, guide, support, the personification of heavenly power, the husband, winged and resplendent. Where the multitude saw the monster, recognized the archangel. It was that blind, perceived his soul. Chapter 4. Well-matched lovers. Ursus, being a philosopher, understood. He approved of the fascination of He said, "The blind see the invisible." He said, "Conscience is vision." Then, looking at Gwynplaine, he murmured, "Semi-monster, but demigod." Gwynplaine, on the other hand, was madly in love with There is the invisible eye, the spirit, and the visible eye, the pupil. He saw her with the visible eye. Was dazzled by the ideal, Gwynplaine by the real. Gwynplaine was not ugly, he was frightful. He saw his contrast before him. In proportion as he was terrible, was sweet. He was horror, she was grace. Was his dream. She seemed a vision scarcely embodied. There was in her whole person, in her Grecian form, in her fine and supple figure swaying like a reed, in her shoulders on which might have been invisible wings, in the modest curves which indicated her sex, to the soul rather than to the senses, in her fairness, which amounted almost to transparency, in the august and reserved serenity of her look, divinely shut out from earth, in the sacred innocence of her smile. She was almost an angel, and yet just a woman. Gwynplaine, we have said, compared himself and compared His existence, such as it was the result of a double and unheard-of choice. It was the point of intersection of two rays, one from below and one from above, a black and a white ray. To the same crumb, perhaps pecked at once by the beaks of evil and good, one gave the bite, the other the kiss. Gwynplaine was this crumb, an atom, wounded and caressed. Gwynplaine was the product of fatality combined with providence. Misfortune had placed its finger on him, happiness as well. Two extreme destinies composed his strange lot. He had on him an anathema and a benediction. He was the elect, cursed. Who was he? He knew not. When he looked at himself, he saw one he knew not, but this unknown was a monster. Gwynplaine lived as it were beheaded, with a face which did not belong to him. This face was frightful, so frightful that it was absurd. It caused as much fear as laughter. It was a hell-concocted absurdity. It was the shipwreck of a human face into the mask of an animal. Never had been seen so total an eclipse of humanity in a human face. Never parody more complete. Never had apparition more frightful grinned in nightmare. Never had everything repulsive to woman been more hideously amalgamated in a man. The unfortunate heart, masked and calumniated by the face, seemed forever condemned to solitude under it, as under a tombstone. Yet no, where unknown malice had done its worst, invisible goodness had lent its aid. In the poor fallen one, suddenly raised up by the side of the repulsive, it had placed the attractive. On the barren shoal it had set the lodestone. It had caused a soul to fly with swift wings towards the deserted one. It had sent the dove to console the creature whom the thunderbolt had overwhelmed, and had made beauty adore deformity. For this to be possible, it was necessary that beauty should not see the disfigurement. For this good fortune, misfortune was required. Providence had made blind. Gwynplaine vaguely felt himself the object of a redemption. Why had he been persecuted? He knew not. Why redeemed? He knew not. All he knew was that a halo had encircled his brand. When Gwynplaine had been old enough to understand, Ursus had read and explained to him the text of Dr. Conquest de Denissatis, and in another folio, Hugo Plagan, the passage, Naves habens mutilas, but Ursus had prudently abstained from hypotheses and had been reserved. In his opinion of what it might mean, suppositions were possible. The probability of violence inflicted on Gwynplaine when an infant was hinted at, but for Gwynplaine the result was the only evidence. His destiny was to live under a stigma. Why this stigma? There was no answer. Silence and solitude were around Gwynplaine. All was uncertain in the conjectures which could be fitted to the tragical reality. Accepting the terrible fact, nothing was certain. In his discouragement, D intervened, a sort of celestial interposition between him and despair. He perceived, melted and inspirited by the sweetness of the beautiful girl who turned to him, that, horrible as he was, a beautified wonder affected his monstrous visage. Having been fashioned to create dread, he was the object of a miraculous exception, that it was admired and adored in the ideal by the light. And monster that he was, he felt himself the contemplation of a star. Gwynplaine and Dee were united, and these two suffering hearts adored each other. One nest and two birds, that was their story. They had begun to feel a universal law, to please, to seek, and to find each other. Thus hatred had made a mistake. The persecutors of Gwynplaine, whoever they might have been, the deadly enigma, from wherever it came, had missed their aim. They had intended to drive him to desperation. They had succeeded in driving him into enchantment. They had affianced him beforehand to a healing wound. They had predestined him for consolation by an infliction. The pincers of the executioner had softly changed into the delicately molded hand of a girl. Gwynplaine was horrible, artificially horrible, made horrible by the hand of man. They had hoped to exile him forever, first from his family, if his family existed, and then from humanity. When an infant, they had made him a ruin. Of this ruin nature had repossessed herself, as she does of all ruins. This solitude nature had consoled, as she consoles all solitudes. Nature comes to the succor of the deserted. Where all is lacking, she gives back her whole self. She flourishes and grows green amid ruins. She has ivy for the stones and love for man. Profound generosity of the shadows. Chapter 5. The blue sky through the black cloud. Thus lived these unfortunate creatures together, Dee relying, Gwynplaine accepted. These orphans were all in all to each other, the feeble and the deformed. The widowed were betrothed. An inexpressible thanksgiving arose out of their distress. They were grateful, to whom? To the obscure immensity. Be grateful in your own hearts. That suffices. Thanksgiving has wings and flies to its right destination. Your prayer knows its way better than you can. How many men have believed that they prayed to Jupiter when they prayed to Jehovah? How many believers in amulets are listened to by the Almighty? How many atheists there are who know not that, in the simple fact of being good and sad, they pray to God. Gwynplaine and Dee were grateful. Deformity is expulsion. Blindness is a precipice. The expelled one had been adopted. The precipice was habitable. Gwynplaine had seen a brilliant light descending on him, in an arrangement of destiny which seemed to put, in the perspective of a dream, a white cloud of beauty having the form of a woman, a radiant vision in which there was a heart, and the phantom, almost a cloud, and yet a woman, clasped him, and the apparition embraced him, and the heart desired him. Gwynplaine was no longer deformed, he was beloved. The rose demanded the caterpillar in marriage, feeling that within the caterpillar there was a divine butterfly. Gwynplaine, the rejected, was chosen. To have one's desire is everything. Gwynplaine had his, Dee hers. The abjection of the disfigured man was exalted and dilated into intoxication, into delight, into belief, and a hand was stretched out towards the melancholy hesitation of the blind girl to guide her in her darkness. It was the penetration of two misfortunes into the ideal which absorbed them. The rejected found a refuge in each other. Two blanks, combining, filled each other up. They held together by what they lacked. In that in which one was poor, the other was rich. The misfortune of the one made the treasure of the other. Had Dee not been blind, would she have chosen Gwynplaine? Had Gwynplaine not been disfigured, would he have preferred Dee? She would probably have rejected the deformed, as he would have passed by the infirm. What happiness for Dee that Gwynplaine was hideous! What good fortune for Gwynplaine that Dee was blind! Apart from their providential matching, they were impossible to each other. A mighty want of each other was at the bottom of their loves. Gwynplaine saved Dee. Dee saved Gwynplaine. Apposition of misery produced adherence. It was the embrace of those swallowed in the abyss, none closer, none more hopeless, none more exquisite. Gwynplaine had a thought, what should I be without her? Dee had a thought, what should I be without him? The exile of each made a country for both. The two incurable fatalities, the stigmata of Gwynplaine and the blindness of Dee, joined them together in contentment. They sufficed to each other. They imagined nothing beyond each other. To speak to one another was a delight. To approach was beatitude. By force of reciprocal intuition, they became united in the same reverie and thought the same thoughts. In Gwynplaine's tread, Dee believed that she heard the step of one deified. They tightened their mutual grasp in a sort of sidereal chiaroscuro, full of perfumes, of gleams, of music, of the luminous architecture of dreams. They belonged to each other. They knew themselves to be forever united in the same joy and the same ecstasy, and nothing could be stranger than this construction of an Eden by two of the damned. They were inexpressibly happy. In their hell they had created heaven. Such was thy power, O love. Dee heard Gwynplaine's laugh. Gwynplaine saw Dee's smile. Thus ideal felicity was found, the perfect joy of life was realized, the mysterious problem of happiness was solved. And by whom? By two outcasts. For Gwynplaine, Dee was splendor. For Dee, Gwynplaine was presence. Presence is that profound mystery which renders the invisible world divine, and from which results that other mystery, confidence. In religions, this is the only thing which is irreducible, but this irreducible thing suffices. The great motive power is not seen, it is felt. Gwynplaine was the religion of Dee. Sometimes, lost in her sense of love towards him, she knelt, like a beautiful priestess before a gnome in a pagoda, made happy by her adoration. Imagine to yourself an abyss, and in its center an oasis of light, and in this oasis two creatures shut out of life, dazzling each other. No purity could be compared to their loves. Dee was ignorant what a kiss might be, though perhaps she desired it, because blindness, especially in a woman, has its dreams, and though trembling at the approaches of the unknown, does not fear them all. As to Gwynplaine, his sensitive youth made him pensive. The more delirious he felt, the more timid he became. He might have dared anything with this companion of his early youth, with this creature as innocent of fault as of the light, with this blind girl who saw but one thing, that she adored him. But he would have thought it a theft to take what she might have given. So he resigned himself with a melancholy satisfaction to love angelically, and the conviction of his deformity resolved itself into a proud purity. These happy creatures dwelt in the ideal. They were spouses in it at distances as opposite as the spheres. They exchanged in its firmament the deep effluvium which is in infinity attraction, and on earth the sexes. Their kisses were the kisses of souls. They had always lived a common life. They knew themselves only in each other's society. The infancy of Dee had coincided with the youth of Gwynplaine. They had grown up side by side. For a long time they had slept in the same bed, for the hut was not a large bedchamber. They lay on the chest, Ursus on the floor. That was the arrangement. One fine day, whilst Dee was still very little, Gwynplaine felt himself grown up, and it was in the youth that shame arose. He said to Ursus, "I will also sleep on the floor." And at night he stretched himself, with the old man, on the bare skin. Then Dee wept. She cried for her bedfellow, but Gwynplaine, become restless because he had begun to love, decided to remain where he was. From that time he always slept by the side of Ursus on the planks. In the summer, when the nights were fine, he slept outside with Homo. When 13, Dee had not yet become resigned to the arrangement. Often in the evening she said, "Gwynplaine, come close to me, that will put me to sleep." A man lying by her side was a necessity to her innocent slumbers. Nudity is to see that one is naked. She ignored nudity. It was the ingenuousness of Arcadia or Otaheite. Dee untaught made Gwynplaine wild. Sometimes it happened that Dee, when almost reaching youth, combed her long hair as she sat on her bed. Her chemise unfastened and falling off revealed indications of a feminine outline and a vague commencement of Eve, and would call Gwynplaine. Gwynplaine blushed, lowered his eyes, and knew not what to do in presence of this innocent creature. Stammering, he turned his head, feared, and fled. The daphnis of darkness took flight before the Chloe of shadow. Such was the idle blooming in a tragedy. Ursus said to them, "Old brutes, adore each other." Chapter 6. Ursus as tutor, and Ursus as guardian. Ursus added, "Some of these days I will play them a nasty trick. I will marry them." Ursus taught Gwynplaine the theory of love. He said to him, "Do you know how the Almighty lights the fire called love? He places the woman underneath, the devil between, and the man at the top. A match, that is to say, a look, and behold, it is all on fire. A look is unnecessary, answered Gwynplaine, thinking of D. And Ursus replied, Booby, do souls require mortal eyes to see each other? Ursus was a good fellow at times. Gwynplaine, sometimes madly in love with D, became melancholy and made use of the presence of Ursus as a guard on himself. One day Ursus said to him, Bah, do not put yourself out. When in love, the cock shows himself. But the eagle conceals himself, replied Gwynplaine. At other times, Ursus would say to himself, apart, It is wise to put spokes in the wheels of the Cytherean car. They love each other too much. This may have its disadvantages. Let us avoid a fire. Let us moderate these hearts. Then Ursus had recourse to warnings of this nature, speaking to Gwynplaine when D slept, and to D when Gwynplaine's back was turned. D, you must not be so fond of Gwynplaine. To live in the life of another is perilous. Egoism is a good root of happiness. Men escape from women, and then Gwynplaine might end by becoming infatuated with you. His success is so great, you have no idea how great his success is. Gwynplaine disproportions are no good. So much ugliness on one side and so much beauty on another ought to compel reflection. Temper your ardor, my boy. Do not become too enthusiastic about D. Do you seriously consider that you are made for her? Just think of your deformity and her perfection. See the distance between her and yourself. She has everything, this D. What a white skin, what hair, lips like strawberries, and her foot, her hand, those shoulders with their exquisite curve. Her expression is sublime. She walks diffusing light, and in speaking the grave tone of her voice is charming. But for all this, to think that she is a woman, she would not be such a fool as to be an angel. She is absolute beauty. Repeat all this to yourself to calm your ardor. These speeches redoubled the love of Gwynplaine and D, and Ursus was astonished at his want of success, just as one who should say, It is singular that with all the oil I throw on fire, I cannot extinguish it. Did he, then, desire to extinguish their love, or to cool it even? Certainly not. He would have been well punished had he succeeded. At the bottom of his heart, this love, which was flame for them and warmth for him, was his delight. But it is natural to grate a little against that which charms us. Men call it wisdom. Ursus had been, in his relations with Gwynplaine and D, almost a father and a mother. Grumbling all the while, he had brought them up. Grumbling all the while, he had nourished them. His adoption of them had made the hut roll more heavily, and he had been oftener compelled to harness himself by Homo's side to help to draw it. We may observe, however, that after the first few years, when Gwynplaine was nearly grown up and Ursus had grown quite old, Gwynplaine had taken his turn and drawn Ursus. Ursus, seeing that Gwynplaine was becoming a man, had cast the horoscope of his deformity. It has made your fortune, he had told him. This family of an old man and 2 children with a wolf had become, as they wandered, a group more and more intimately united. Their errant life had not hindered education. To wander is to grow, Ursus said. Gwynplaine was evidently made to exhibit at fairs. Ursus had cultivated in him feats of dexterity and had encrusted him as much as possible with all he himself possessed of science and wisdom. Ursus, contemplating the perplexing mask of Gwynplaine's face, often growled. He has begun well. It was for this reason that he had perfected him with every ornament of philosophy and wisdom. He repeated constantly to Gwynplaine, Be a philosopher. To be wise is to be invulnerable. You see what I am. I have never shed a tears. This is the result of my wisdom. Do you think that occasion for tears has been wanting had I felt disposed to weep? Ursus, in one of his monologues in the hearing of the wolf, said, I have taught Gwynplaine everything, Latin included. I have taught D nothing, music included. He had taught them both to sing. He had himself a pretty talent for playing on the oaten reed, a little flute of that period. He played on it agreeably, as also on the chiffony, a sort of beggar's hurdy-gurdy, mentioned in the chronicle of Bertrand du Guesclin as the truant instrument which started the symphony. These instruments attracted the crowd. Ursus would show them the chiffony and say, It is called organistrum in Latin. He had taught D and Gwynplaine to sing, according to the method of Orpheus and of Binchois. Frequently, he interrupted the lessons with cries of enthusiasm, such as Orpheus, musician of Greece, Binchois, musician of Picardy. These branches of careful culture did not occupy the children so as to prevent their adoring each other. They had mingled their hearts together as they grew up, as two saplings planted near mingle their branches as they become trees. "No matter," said Ursus, "I will marry them." Then he grumbled to himself, "They are quite tiresome with their love." The past, their little past, at least, had no existence for Dee and Gwynplaine. They knew only what Ursus had told them of it. They called Ursus father. The only remembrance which Gwynplaine had of his infancy was as of a passage of demons over his cradle. He had an impression of having been trodden in the darkness under deformed feet. Was this intentional or not? He was ignorant on this point. That which he remembered clearly and to the slightest detail were his tragical adventures when deserted at Portland. The finding of Dee made that dismal night a radiant date for him. The memory of Dee, even more than that of Gwynplaine, was lost in clouds. In so young a child, all remembrance melts away. She recollected her mother as something cold. Had she ever seen the sun? Perhaps so. She made efforts to pierce into the blank which was her past life. The sun, what was it? She had some vague memory of a thing luminous and warm, of which Gwynplaine had taken the place. They spoke to each other in low tones. "It is certain that cooing is the most important thing in the world," Dee often said to Gwynplaine. "Light means that you are speaking." Once no longer containing himself, as he saw through a muslin sleeve the arm of Dee, Gwynplaine brushed its transparency with his lips. Deal kiss of a deformed mouth. Dee felt a deep delight. She blushed like a rose. This kiss from a monster made Aurora gleam on that beautiful brow full of night. However, Gwynplaine sighed with a kind of terror, and as the neckerchief of Dee gaped, he could not refrain from looking at the whiteness visible through that glimpse of paradise. Dee pulled up her sleeve, and stretching towards Gwynplaine her naked arm, said, "Again." Gwynplaine fled. The next day the game was renewed, with variations. It was a heavenly subsidence into that sweet abyss called love. At such things, heaven smiles philosophically. Chapter 7. Blindness, Gives, Lessons in Clairvoyance. At times Gwynplaine reproached himself. He made his happiness a case of conscience. He fancied that to allow a woman who could not see him to love him was to deceive her. What would she have said could she have suddenly obtained her sight? How she would have felt repulsed by what had previously attracted her. How she would have recoiled from her frightful lodestone. What a cry, what covering of her face, what a flight. A bitter scruple harassed him. He told himself that such a monster as he had no right to love. He was a hydra idolized by a star. It was his duty to enlighten the blind star. One day he said to Dee, "You know that I am very ugly." "I know that you are sublime," she answered. He resumed, "When you hear all the world laugh, they laugh at me because I am horrible." "I love you," said Dee. After a silence, she added, "I was in death, you brought me to life. When you are here, heaven is by my side. Give me your hand that I may touch heaven." Their hands met and grasped each other. They spoke no more, but were silent in the plenitude of love. Ursus, who was crabbed, had overheard this. The next day, when the three were together, he said, "For that matter, Dee is ugly also." The word produced no effect. Dee and Gwynplaine were not listening. Absorbed in each other, they rarely heeded such exclamations of Ursus. Their depth was a dead loss. This time, however, the precaution of Ursus, "Dee is also ugly," indicated in this learned man a certain knowledge of women. It is certain that Gwynplaine, in his loyalty, had been guilty of an imprudence. To have said, "I am ugly," to any other blind girl than Dee might have been dangerous. To be blind and in love is to be twofold blind. In such a situation dreams are dreamt. Illusion is the food of dreams. Take illusion from love, and you take from it its aliment. It is compounded of every enthusiasm of both physical and moral admiration. Moreover, you should never tell a woman a word difficult to understand. She will dream about it, and she often dreams falsely. An enigma in a reverie spoils it. The shock caused by the fall of a careless word displaces that against which it strikes. At times it happens, without our knowing why, that because we have received the obscure blow of a chance word, the heart empties itself insensibly of love. He who loves perceives a decline in his happiness. Nothing is to be feared more than this slow exudation from the fissure in the vase. Happily, Dee was not formed of such clay. The stuff of which other women are made had not been used in her construction. She had a rare nature. The frame, but not the heart, was fragile. A divine perseverance in love was in the heart of her being. The whole disturbance, which the word used by Gwynplaine had produced in her, ended in her saying one day, "To be ugly, what is it? It is to do wrong. Gwynplaine only does good. He is handsome." Then, under the form of interrogations so familiar to children and to the blind, she resumed, "To see, what is it that you call seeing? For my own part, I cannot see, I know. It seems that to see means to hide." "What do you mean?" said Gwynplaine. Dee answered, "To see is a thing which conceals the true." "No," said Gwynplaine. "But yes," replied Dee, "since you say you are ugly." She reflected a moment, and then said, "Storyteller." Gwynplaine felt the joy of having confessed and of not being believed. Both his conscience and his love were consoled. Thus they had reached D16, Gwynplaine nearly 25. They were not, as it would now be expressed, more advanced than the first day. Less even, for it may be remembered that on their wedding night she was 9 months and he 10 years old. A sort of holy childhood had continued in their love. Thus it sometimes happens that the belated nightingale prolongs her nocturnal song till dawn. Their caresses went no further than pressing hands or lips brushing a naked arm. Soft, half-articulate whispers sufficed them. 24 and 16. So it happened that Ursus, who did not lose sight of the ill turn he intended to do them, said, "One of these days you must choose a religion." "Wherefore?" inquired Gwynplaine. "That you may marry." "That is already done," said Dee. Dee did not understand that they could be more man and wife than they were already. At bottom, this chimerical and virginal content, this innocent union of souls, this celibacy taken for marriage, was not displeasing to Ursus. Besides, were they not already married? If the indissoluble existed anywhere, was it not in their union? Gwynplaine and Dee, they were creatures worthy of the love they mutually felt, flung by misfortune into each other's arms. And as if they were not enough in this first link, love had survened on misfortune, and had attached them, united and bound them together. What power could ever break that iron chain, bound with knots of flowers? They were indeed bound together. Dee had beauty, Gwynplaine had sight. Each brought a dowry. They were more than coupled, they were paired, separated solely by the sacred interposition of innocence. Though dream as Gwynplaine would, however, and absorb all meaner passions as he could in the contemplation of Dee, and before the tribunal of conscience, he was a man. Fatal laws are not to be eluded. He underwent, like everything else in nature, the obscure fermentations willed by the Creator. At times, therefore, he looked at the women who were in the crowd, but he immediately felt that the look was a sin, and hastened to retire, repentant, into his own soul. Let us add that he met with no encouragement. On the face of every woman who looked upon him, he saw aversion, antipathy, repugnance, and rejection. It was clear that no other than Dee was possible for him. This aided his repentance. Chapter 8. Not only happiness, but prosperity. What true things are told in stories? The burnt scar of the invisible fiend who has touched you is remorse for a wicked thought. In Gwynplaine, evil thoughts never ripened, and he had therefore no remorse. Sometimes he felt regret. Vague mists of conscience. What was this? Nothing. Their happiness was complete, so complete that they were no longer even poor. Fro to 1704, a great change had taken place. It happened sometimes, in the year 1704, that as night fell on some little village on the coast, a great heavy van, drawn by a pair of stout horses, made its entry. It was like the shell of a vessel reversed, the keel for a roof, the deck for a floor, placed on 4 wheels. The wheels were all of the same size, and high as wagon wheels. Wheels, pole, and van were all painted green, with a rhythmical gradation of shades, which ranged from bottle green for the wheels to apple green for the roofing. This green color had succeeded in drawing attention to the carriage, which was known in all the fair grounds as the Green Box. The Green Box had but 2 windows, one at each extremity, and at the back a door with steps to let down. On the roof, from a tube painted green like the rest, smoke arose. This moving house was always varnished and washed afresh. In front, on a ledge fastened to the van, with the window for a door, behind the horses, and by the side of an old man who held the reins and directed the team, 2 gypsy women, dressed as goddesses, sounded their trumpets. The astonishment with which the villagers regarded this machine was overwhelming. This was the old establishment of Ursus, its proportions augmented by success and improved from a wretched booth into a theater. A kind of animal, between dog and wolf, was chained under the van. This was Homo. The old coachman who drove the horses was the philosopher himself. Whence came this improvement from the miserable hut to the Olympic caravan? From this, Gwynplaine had become famous. It was with a correct scent of what would succeed amongst men that Ursus had said to Gwynplaine, "They made your fortune." Ursus, it may be remembered, had made Gwynplaine his pupil. Unknown people had worked upon his face. He, on the other hand, had worked on his mind, and behind this well-executed mask he had placed all that he could have thought. So soon as the growth of the child had rendered him fitted for it, he had brought him out on the stage, that is, he had produced him in front of the van. The effect of his appearance had been surprising. The passers-by were immediately struck with wonder. Never had anything been seen to be compared to this extraordinary mimic of laughter. They were ignorant how the miracle of infectious hilarity had been obtained. Some believed it to be natural, others declared it to be artificial, and as conjecture was added to reality, everywhere, at every crossroad on the journey, in all the grounds of fairs and fêtes, the crowd ran after Gwynplaine. Thanks to this great attraction, there had come into the poor purse of the wandering group, first a rain of farthings, then of heavy pennies, and finally of shillings. The curiosity of one place exhausted, they passed on to another. Rolling does not enrich a stone, but it enriches a caravan, and year by year, from city to city, with the increased growth of Gwynplaine's person and of his ugliness, the fortune predicted by Ursus had come. "What a good turn they did you there, my boy," said Ursus. This fortune had allowed Ursus, who was the administrator of Gwynplaine's success, to have the chariot of his dreams constructed, that is to say, a caravan large enough to carry a theater and to sow science and art in the highways. Moreover, Ursus had been able to add to the group composed of himself, Homo, Gwynplaine, and Dee, 2 horses and 2 women, who were the goddesses of the troupe, as we have just said, and its servants. A mythological frontispiece was, in those days, of service to a caravan of mountebanks. "We are a wandering temple," said Ursus. These 2 gypsies, picked up by the philosopher from amongst the vagabondage of cities and suburbs, were ugly and young, and were called, by order of Ursus, the one Phoebe and the other Venus. For these read Phoebe and Venos, that we may conform to English pronunciation. Phoebe cooked, Venus scrubbed the temple. Moreover, on days of performance they dressed Dee. Mountebanks have their public life as well as princes, and on these occasions Dee was arrayed, like Phoebe and Venos, in a Florentine petticoat of flowered stuff, and a woman's jacket without sleeves, leaving the arms bare. Ursus and Gwynplaine wore men's jackets, and like sailors on board a man-o'-war, great loose trousers. Gwynplaine had, besides, for his work and for his feats of strength, round his neck and over his shoulders, an esclavine of leather. He took charge of the horses. Ursus and Homo took charge of each other. Dee, being used to the Green Box, came and went in the interior of the wheeled house, with almost as much ease and certainty as those who saw. The eye which could penetrate within this structure and its internal arrangements might have perceived in a corner, fastened to the planks, and immovable on its four wheels, the old hut of Ursus, placed on half-pay, allowed to rust, and from thenceforth dispensed the labor of rolling, as Ursus was relieved from the labor of drawing it. This hut, in a corner at the back, to the right of the door, served as bedchamber and dressing-room to Ursus and Gwynplaine. It now contained 2 beds. In the opposite corner was the kitchen. The arrangement of a vessel was not more precise and concise than that of the interior of the green box. Everything within it was in its place, arranged, foreseen, and intended. The caravan was divided into 3 compartments, partitioned from each other. These communicated by open spaces without doors. A piece of stuff fell over them and answered the purpose of concealment. The compartment behind belonged to the men, the compartment in front to the women. The compartment in the middle, separating the 2 sexes, was the stage. The instruments of the orchestra and the properties were kept in the kitchen. A loft under the arch of the roof contained the scenes, and on opening, a trapdoor lamps appeared, producing wonders of light. Ursus was the poet of these magical representations. He wrote the pieces. He had a diversity of talents. He was clever at sleight of hand. Besides the voices he imitated, he produced all sorts of unexpected things, shocks of light and darkness, spontaneous formations of figures or words as he willed on the partition, vanishing figures in chiaroscuro, strange things amidst which he seemed to meditate, unmindful of the crowd who marveled at him. One day Gwynplaine said to him, "Father, you look like a sorcerer." And Ursus replied, "Then I look, perhaps, like what I am." The green box, built on a clear model of Ursus's, contained this refinement of ingenuity, that between the fore and hind wheels, the central panel of the left side turned on hinges by the aid of chains and pulleys, and could be let down at will like a drawbridge. As it dropped, it set at liberty 3 legs on hinges, which supported the panel when let down, and which placed themselves straight on the ground like the legs of a table, and supported it above the earth like a platform. This exposed the stage, which was thus enlarged by the platform in front. This opening looked for all the world like a mouth of hell, in the words of the itinerant Puritan preachers who turned away from it with horror. It was, perhaps, for some such pious invention that Solon kicked out Thespis. For all that, Thespis has lasted much longer than is generally believed. The traveling theatre is still in existence. It was on those stages on wheels that in the 16th and 17th centuries they performed in England the ballets and dances of Amner and Pilkington, in France the pastorals of Gilbert Carlin, in Flanders at the annual fairs the double choruses of Clement, called Non Papa, in Germany the Adam and Eve of Thales, and in Italy the Venetian exhibitions of Anna Muccia and of Caphasis, the Sylvae of Gesualdo, the Prince of Venosa, the Satyr of Laura Guidiccioni, the Despair of Philene, the Death of Ugolina, by Vincent Galileo, father of the astronomer, which Vincent Galileo sang his own music and accompanied himself on his viol da gamba, as well as all the first attempts of the Italian opera which Fro substituted free inspiration for the madrigal style. The Chariot of the Color of Hope, which carried Ursus, Gwynplaine, and their fortunes, and in front of which Phoebe and Venus trumpeted like figures of fame, played its part of this grand bohemian and literary brotherhood. Thespis would no more have disowned Ursus than Congrio would have disowned Gwynplaine. Arrived at open spaces in towns or villages, Ursus, in the intervals between the tutuing of Phoebe and Venus, gave instructive revelations as to the trumpetings. "This symphony is Gregorian," he would exclaim. "Citizens and townsmen, the Gregorian form of worship, this great progress, is opposed in Italy to the ambrosial ritual, and in Spain to the Mozarabic ceremonial, and has achieved its triumph over them with difficulty." After which the green box drew up in some place chosen by Ursus, and evening having fallen, and the panel stage having been let down, the theatre opened, and the performance began. The scene of the green box represented a landscape painted by Ursus, and as he did not know how to paint, It represented a cavern just as well as a landscape. The curtain, which we call drop nowadays, was a checked silk with squares of contrasted colors. The public stood without, in the street, in the fair, forming a semicircle round the stage, exposed to the sun and the showers, an arrangement which made rain less desirable for theaters in those days than now. When they could, they acted in an inn-yard, on which occasions the windows of the different stories made rows of boxes for the spectators. The theater was thus more enclosed, and the audience a more paying one. Ursus was in everything, in the piece, in the company, in the kitchen, in the orchestra. Vinos beat the drum and handled the sticks with great dexterity. Phoebe played on the morrick, a kind of guitar. The wolf had been promoted to be a utility gentleman and played, as occasion required, his little parts. Often when they appeared side by side on the stage, Ursus in his tightly laced bear's skin, Homo with his wolf's skin fitting still better, no one could tell which was the beast. This flattered Ursus. Chapter 9. Absurdities which folks without taste call poetry. The pieces written by Ursus were interludes, a kind of composition out of fashion nowadays. One of these pieces, which has not come down to us, was entitled Ursus Rursus. It is probable that he played the principal part himself. A pretended exit, followed by a reappearance, was apparently its praiseworthy and sober subject. The titles of the interludes of Ursus were sometimes Latin, as we have seen, and the poetry frequently Spanish. The Spanish verses written by Ursus were rhymed, as was nearly all the Castilian poetry of that period. This did not puzzle the people. Spanish was then a familiar language, and the English sailors spoke Castilian even as the Roman sailors spoke Carthaginian, see Plautus. Moreover, at a theatrical representation, as at Mass, Latin or any other language unknown to the audience is by no means a subject of care with them. They get out of the dilemma by adapting to the sounds familiar words. Our old Gallic France was particularly prone to this manner of being devout. At church, under cover of an Immolatus, the faithful chanted, "I will make merry," and under a Sanctus, "Kiss me, sweet." The Council of Trent was required to put an end to these familiarities. Ursus had composed expressly for Gwynplaine an interlude with which he was well pleased. It was his best work. He had thrown his whole soul into it. To give the sum of all one's talents in the production is the greatest triumph that anyone can achieve. The toad which produces a toad achieves a grand success. You doubt it? Try, then, to do as much. Ursus had carefully polished this interlude. This bear's cub was entitled Chaos Vanquished. Here it was, a night scene. When the curtain drew up, the crowd, massed around the green box, saw nothing but blackness. In this blackness, three confused forms moved in the reptile state: wolf, a bear, and a man. The wolf acted the wolf, Ursus, the bear, Gwynplaine, the man. The wolf and the bear represented the ferocious forces of nature, unreasoning hunger and savage ignorance. Both rushed on Gwynplaine. It was chaos combating man. No face could be distinguished. Gwynplaine fought enfolded in a winding sheet, and his face was covered by his thickly falling locks. All else was shadow. The bear growled, the wolf gnashed his teeth, the man cried out. The man was down, the beasts overwhelmed him. He cried for aid and succor. He hurled to the unknown an agonized appeal. He gave a death rattle. To witness this agony of the prostrate man, now scarcely distinguishable from the brutes, was appalling. The crowd looked on breathless. In 1 minute more the wild beasts would triumph, and chaos reabsorb man. A struggle, cries, howlings, then, all at once, silence. A song in the shadows. A breath had passed, and they heard a voice. Mysterious music floated, accompanying this chant of the invisible, and suddenly, none knowing whence or how, a white apparition arose. This apparition was a light. This light was a woman. This woman was a spirit. Decalm, fair, beautiful, formidable in her serenity and sweetness, appeared in the center of a luminous mist. A profile of brightness in a dawn. She was a voice light, deep, indescribable. She sang in the newborn light, she invisible made visible. They thought that they heard the hymn of an angel or the song of a bird. At this apparition, the man, starting up in his ecstasy, struck the beasts with his fists and overthrew them. Then the vision, gliding along in a manner difficult to understand, and therefore the more admired, sang these words in Spanish sufficiently pure for the English sailors who were present. Ora loras. de palabre, nace razon, de luz el sun. Then looking down, as if she saw a gulf beneath, she went on. Nach kita tido ali. El alba canta halali. As she sang, the man raised himself by degrees. Instead of lying, he was now kneeling, his hands elevated towards the vision, his knees resting on the beasts, which lay motionless and as if thunder-stricken. She continued, turning towards him. Es menester a silos Why tu que lorabas rare? And approaching him with the majesty of a star, she added, Jebra barzan, deja monstruo, a tu negro, caparazon. And she put hot hand on his brow. Then another voice arose, deeper and consequently still sweeter, a voice broken and enwrapped with a gravity both tender and wild. It was the human chant responding to the chant of the stars. Gwynplaine, still in obscurity, his head under Dee's hand, and kneeling on the vanquished bear and wolf, sang, O ven armor, ers alma, soy corazon. And suddenly from the shadow a ray of light fell full upon Gwynplaine. Then, through the darkness, was the monster full exposed. To describe the commotion of the crowd is impossible. A sun of laughter rising, such was the effect. Laughter springs from unexpected causes, and nothing could be more unexpected than this termination. Never was sensation comparable to that produced by the ray of light striking on that mask, at once ludicrous and terrible. They laughed all around his laugh. Everywhere, above, below, behind, before, at the uttermost distance. Men, women, old grey heads, rosy-faced children, the good, the wicked, the gay, the sad, everybody. And even in the streets, the passers-by who could see nothing, hearing the laughter, laughed also. The laughter ended in clapping of hands and stamping of feet. The curtain dropped. Gwynplaine was recalled with frenzy, hence an immense success. Have you seen chaos vanquished? Gwynplaine was run after. The listless came to laugh, the melancholy came to laugh, evil consciences came to laugh, a laugh so irresistible that it seemed almost an epidemic. But there is a pestilence from which men do not fly, and that is the contagion of joy. The success, it must be admitted, did not rise higher than the populace. A great crowd means a crowd of nobodies. Chaos vanquished could be seen for a penny. Fashionable people never go where the price of admission is a penny. Ursus thought a good deal of his work, which he had brooded over for a long time. It is in the style of one Shakespeare, he said modestly. The juxtaposition of Dee added to the indescribable effect produced by Gwynplaine. Her white face, by the side of the gnome, represented what might have been called divine astonishment. The audience regarded Dee with a sort of mysterious anxiety. She had in her aspect the dignity of a virgin and of a priestess, not knowing man and knowing God. They saw that she was blind and felt that she could see. She seemed to stand on the threshold of the supernatural. The light that beamed on her seemed half earthly and half heavenly. She had come to work on earth, and to work as heaven works, in the radiance of morning. Finding a hydra, she formed a soul. She seemed like a creative power, satisfied but astonished at the result of her creation. And the audience fancied that they could see in the divine surprise of that face desire of the cause and wonder at the result. They felt that she loved this monster. Did she know that he was one? Yes, since she touched him. No, since she accepted him. This depth of night and this glory of day united formed in the mind of the spectator a chiaroscuro in which appeared endless perspectives. How much divinity exists in the germ, in what manner the penetration of the soul into matter is accomplished, how the solar ray is an umbilical cord, how the disfigured is transfigured, how the deformed becomes heavenly. All these glimpses of mysteries added an almost cosmical emotion to the convulsive hilarity produced by Gwynplaine. Without going too deep, for spectators do not like the fatigue of seeking below the surface, something more was understood than was perceived, and this strange spectacle had the transparency of an avatar. As to Dee, what she felt cannot be expressed by human words. She knew that she was in the midst of a crowd, and knew not what a crowd was. She heard a murmur, that was all. For her the crowd was but a breath. Generations are passing breaths. Man respires, aspires, and expires. In that crowd, Dee felt herself alone and shuddering as one hanging over a precipice. Suddenly, in this trouble of innocence in distress, prompt to accuse the unknown, in her dread of a possible fall, Dee, serene notwithstanding, and superior to the vague agonies of peril, but inwardly shuddering at her isolation, found confidence and support. She had seized her thread of safety in the universe of shadows. She put her hand on the powerful head of Gwynplaine. Joy unspeakable, she placed her rosy fingers on his forest of crisp hair. Wool when touched gives an impression of softness. Dee touched a lamb which she knew to be a lion. Her whole heart poured out an ineffable love. She felt out of danger. She had found her savior. The public believed that they saw the contrary. To the spectators, the being loved was Gwynplaine, and the savior was Dee. What matters, thought Ursus, to whom the heart of Dee was visible. And Dee, reassured, consoled, and delighted, adored the angel whilst the people contemplated the monster, and endured, fascinated herself as well, though in the opposite sense, that dread Promethean laugh. True love is never weary, being all soul it cannot cool. A brazier comes to be full of cinders, not so a star. Her exquisite impressions were renewed every evening for Dee, and she was ready to weep with tenderness whilst the audience was in convulsions of laughter. Those around her were but joyful, she was happy. The sensation of gaiety, due to the sudden shock caused by the rictus of Gwynplaine, was evidently not intended by Ursus. He would have preferred more smiles and less laughter and more of a literary triumph. But success consoles. He reconciled himself every evening to his excessive triumph, as he counted how many shillings the piles of farthings made, and how many pounds the piles of shillings. And besides, he said, after all, when the laugh had passed, chaos vanquished would be found in the depths of their minds, and something of it would remain there. Perhaps he was not altogether wrong. The foundations of a work settle down in the mind of the public. The truth is that the populace, attentive to the wolf, the bear, to the man, then to the music, to the howlings governed by harmony, to the night dissipated by dawn, to the chant releasing the light, accepted with a confused, dull sympathy and with a certain emotional respect the dramatic poem of chaos vanquished, the victory of spirit over matter, ending with the joy of man. Such were the vulgar pleasures of the people. They sufficed them. The people had not the means of going to the noble matches of the gentry, and could not, like lords and gentlemen, bet 1,000 guineas on Helmscale against Felumgee Madone. Chapter 10. An outsider's view of men and things. Man has a notion of revenging himself on that which pleases him, hence the contempt felt for the comedian. This being charms me, diverts, distracts, teaches, enchants, consoles me, flings me into an ideal world, is agreeable and useful to me. What evil can I do him in return? Humiliate him. Disdain is a blow from afar. Let us strike the blow. He pleases me, therefore he is vile. He serves me, therefore I hate him. Where can I find a stone to throw at him? Priest, give me yours. Philosopher, give me yours. Bossuet, excommunicate him. Rousseau, insult him. Orator, spit the pebbles from your mouth at him. Bear, fling your stone. Let us cast stones at the tree, hit the fruit and eat it. Bravo, and down with him. To repeat poetry is to be infected with the plague. Wretched play actor, we will put him in the pillory for his success. Let him follow up his triumph with our hisses. Let him collect a crowd and create a solitude. Thus it is that the wealthy, termed the higher classes, have invented for the actor that form of isolation, applause. The crowd is less brutal. They neither hated nor despised Gwynplaine. Only the meanest calker of the meanest crew of the meanest merchantman, anchored in the meanest English seaport, considered himself immeasurably superior to this amuser of the scum, and believed that a calker is as superior to an actor as a lord is to a calker. Gwynplaine was, therefore, like all comedians, applauded and kept at a distance. Truly, all success in this world is a crime and must be expiated. He who obtains the medal has to take its reverse side as well. For Gwynplaine there was no reverse. In this sense, both sides of his medal pleased him. He was satisfied with the applause and content with the isolation. In applause he was rich, in isolation happy. To be rich in his low estate means to be no longer wretchedly poor, to have neither holes in his clothes, nor cold at his hearth, nor emptiness in his stomach. It is to eat when hungry and drink when thirsty. It is to have everything necessary, including a penny for a beggar. This indigent wealth, enough for liberty, was possessed by Gwynplaine. So far as his soul was concerned, he was opulent. He had love. What more could he want? Nothing. You may think that had the offer been made to him to remove his deformity, he would have grasped at it. Yet he would have refused it emphatically. What? To throw off his mask and have his former face restored, to be the creature he had perchance been created, handsome and charming? No, he would never have consented to it. For what would he have to support Dee? What would have become of that poor child, the sweet blind girl who loved him? Without his rictus, which made him a clown without parallel, he would have been a mountebank like any other, a common athlete, a picker-up of pence from the chinks in the pavement, and Dee would perhaps not have had bread every day. It was with deep and tender pride that he felt himself the protector of the helpless and heavenly creature. Night, solitude, nakedness, weakness, ignorance, hunger, and thirst, 7 yawning jaws of misery were raised around her, and he was the St. George fighting the dragon. He triumphed over poverty. How? By his deformity. By his deformity he was useful, helpful, victorious, great. He had but to show himself and money poured in. He was a master of crowds, the sovereign of the mob. He could do everything for Dee. Her wants he foresaw, her desires, her tastes, her fancies, in the limited sphere in which wishes are possible to the blind, he fulfilled. Gwynplaine and Dee were, as we have already shown, providence to each other. He felt himself raised on her wings. She felt herself carried in his arms. To protect the being who loves you, to give what she requires to her who shines on you as your star, can anything be sweeter? Gwynplaine possessed this supreme happiness, and he owed it to his deformity. His deformity had raised him above all. By it he had gained the means of life for himself and others. By it he had gained independence, liberty, celebrity, internal satisfaction, and pride. In his deformity he was inaccessible. The fates could do nothing beyond this blow in which they had spent their whole force, and which he had turned into a triumph. This lowest depth of misfortune had become the summit of Elysium. Gwynplaine was imprisoned in his deformity, but with Dee. And this was, as we have already said, to live in a dungeon of paradise. A wall stood between them and the living world. So much the better. This wall protected as well as enclosed them. What could affect Dee? What could affect Gwynplaine with such a fortress around them? To take from him his success was impossible. They would have had to deprive him of his face. Take from him his love. Impossible. Dee could not see him. The blindness of Dee was divinely incurable. What harm did his deformity do Gwynplaine? None. What advantage did it give him? Every advantage. He was beloved, notwithstanding its horror, and perhaps for that very cause. Infirmity and deformity had by instinct been drawn towards and coupled with each other. To be beloved, is not that everything? Gwynplaine thought of his disfigurement only with gratitude. He was blessed in the stigma. With joy he felt that it was irremediable and eternal. What a blessing that it was so. While there were highways and fairgrounds and journeys to take, the people below and the sky above, they would be sure to live. Dee would want nothing, and they should have love. Gwynplaine would not have changed faces with Apollo. To be a monster was his form of happiness. Thus, as we said before, destiny had given him all, even to overflowing. He who had been rejected had been preferred. He was so happy that he felt compassion for the men around him. He pitied the rest of the world. It was, besides, his instinct to look about him, because no one is always consistent, and a man's nature is not always theoretic. He was delighted to live within an enclosure, but from time to time he lifted his head above the wall. Then he retreated again with more joy into his loneliness with Dee, having drawn his comparisons. What did he see around him? What were those living creatures of which his wandering life showed him so many specimens, changed every day? Always new crowds, always the same multitude, ever new faces, ever the same miseries. A jumble of ruins. Every evening, every phase of social misfortune came and encircled his happiness. The Green Box was popular. Low prices attract the low classes. Those who came were the weak, the poor, the little. They rushed to Gwynplaine as they rushed to gin. They came to buy a pennyworth of forgetfulness. From the height of his platform, Gwynplaine passed those wretched people in review. His spirit was enwrapped in the contemplation of every succeeding apparition of widespread misery. The physiognomy of man is modeled by conscience and by the tenor of life, and is the result of a crowd of mysterious excavations. There was never a suffering, not an anger, not a shame, not a despair, of which Gwynplaine did not see the wrinkle. The mouths of those children had not eaten. That man was a father, that woman a mother, and behind them their families might be guessed to be on the road to ruin. There was a face already marked by vice, on the threshold of crime, and the reasons were plain: ignorance and indigence. Another showed the stamp of original goodness, obliterated by social pressure and turned to hate. On the face of an old woman he saw starvation, on that of a girl, prostitution. The same fact, and although the girl had the resource of her youth, all the sadder for that. In the crowd were arms without tools. The workers asked only for work, but the work was wanting. Sometimes a soldier came and seated himself by the workmen, sometimes a wounded pensioner, and Gwynplaine saw the spectre of war. Here Gwynplaine read want of work, their man-farming, slavery. On certain brows he saw an indescribable ebbing back towards animalism, and that slow return of man to beast, produced on those below by the dull pressure of the happiness of those above. There was a break in the gloom for Gwynplaine. He indeed had a loophole of happiness, the rest was damnation. Gwynplaine felt above him the thoughtless trampling of the powerful, the rich, the magnificent, the great, the elect of chance. Below he saw the pale faces of the disinherited. He saw himself and Dee, with their little happiness, so great to themselves, between two worlds. That which was above went and came, free, joyous, dancing, trampling underfoot. Above him the world which treads, below the world which is trodden upon. It is a fatal fact, and one indicating a profound social evil, that light should crush the shadow. Gwynplaine thoroughly grasped this dark evil. What, a destiny so reptile? Shall a man drag himself thus along with such adherence to dust and corruption, with such vicious tastes, such an abdication of right, or such abjectness that one feels inclined to crush him underfoot? Of what butterfly is, then, this earthly life the grub? What, in the crowd which hungers and which denies everywhere, and before all, the questions of crime and shame, the inflexibility of the law producing laxity of conscience? Is there no child that grows but to be stunted, no virgin but matures for sin, no rose that blooms but for the slime of the snail? His eyes at times sought everywhere, with the curiosity of emotion, to probe the depths of that darkness, in which there died away so many useless efforts, and in which there struggled so much weariness. Families devoured by society, morals tortured by the laws, wounds gangrened by penalties, poverty gnawed by taxes, wrecked intelligence swallowed up by ignorance. Rafts in distress alive with the famished, feuds, dearth, death rattles, cries, disappearances. He felt the vague oppression of a keen, universal suffering. He saw the vision of the foaming wave of misery dashing over the crowd of humanity. He was safe in port himself, as he watched the wreck around him. Sometimes he laid his disfigured head in his hands and dreamed. What folly to be happy, how one dreams! Ideas were born within him, absurd notions crossed his brain. Because formerly he had succored an infant, he felt a ridiculous desire to succor the whole world. The mists of reverie sometimes obscured his individuality, and he lost his ideas of proportion so far as to ask himself the question, what can be done for the poor? Sometimes he was so absorbed in his subject as to express it aloud. Then Ursus shrugged his shoulders and looked at him fixedly. Gwynplaine continued his reverie. Oh, were I powerful, would I not aid the wretched? But what am I? An atom. What can I do? Nothing. He was mistaken. He was able to do a great deal for the wretched. He could make them laugh, and, as we have said, to make people laugh is to make them forget. What a benefactor on earth is he who can bestow forgetfulness. Chapter 11. Gwynplaine thinks justice, and Ursus talks truth. A philosopher is a spy. Ursus, a watcher of dreams, studied his pupil. Our monologues leave on our brows a faint reflection, distinguishable to the eye of a physiognomist. Hence, what occurred to Gwynplaine did not escape Ursus. One day, as Gwynplaine was meditating, Ursus pulled him by his jacket and exclaimed, "You strike me as being an observer, you fool. Take care, it is no business of yours. You have one thing to do, to love D. You have two causes of happiness. The first is that the crowd sees your muzzle. The second is that D does not. You have no right to the happiness you possess, for no woman who saw your mouth would consent to your kiss. And that mouth which has made your fortune, and that face which has given you riches, are not your own. You were not born with that countenance. It was borrowed from the grimace which is at the bottom of the infinite. You have stolen your mask from the devil. You are hideous. Be satisfied with having drawn that prize in the lottery. There are in this world, and a very good thing too, the happy by right and the happy by luck. You are happy by luck. You are in a cave wherein a star is enclosed. The poor star belongs to you. Do not seek to leave the cave, and guard your star, O spider. You have in your web the carbuncle, Venus. Do me the favor to be satisfied. I see your dreams are troubled. It is idiotic of you. Listen, I am going to speak to you in the language of true poetry. Let Dee eat beefsteaks and mutton chops, and in 6 months she will be as strong as a Turk. Marry her immediately, give her a child, 2 children, 3 children, a long string of children. That is what I call philosophy. Moreover, it is happiness which is no folly. To have children is a glimpse of heaven. Have brats, wipe them, blow their noses, dirt them, wash them, and put them to bed. Let them swarm about you. If they laugh, it is well. If they howl, it is better. To cry is to live. Watch them suck at 6 months, crawl at a year, walk at 2, grow tall at 15, fall in love at 20. He who has these joys has everything for myself. I lack the advantage, and that is the reason why I am a brute. God, a composer of beautiful poems and the first of men of letters, said to his fellow workman, Moses, increase and multiply. Such is the text. Multiply, you beast. As to the world, it is as it is, you cannot make nor mar it. Do not trouble yourself about it. Pay no attention to what goes on outside. Leave the horizon alone. A comedian is made to be looked at, not to look. Do you know what there is outside? The happy by right. You, I repeat, are the happy by chance. You are the pickpocket of the happiness of which they are the proprietors. They are the legitimate possessors. You are the intruder. You live in concubinage with luck. What do you want that you have not already? Shibboleth, help me. This fellow is a rascal. To multiply himself by D would be pleasant, all the same. Such happiness is like a swindle. Those above who possess happiness by privilege do not like folks below them to have so much enjoyment. If they ask you what right you have to be happy, you will not know what to answer. You have no patent, and they have. Jupiter, Allah, Vishnu, Sabaoth, it does not matter who has given them the passport to happiness. Fear them. Do not meddle with them, lest they should meddle with you. Wretch, do you know what the man is who is happy by right? He is a terrible being. He is a lord. A lord, he must have intrigued pretty well in the devil's unknown country before he was born, to enter life by the door he did. How difficult it must have been to him to be born. It is the only trouble he has given himself, but just heavens, what a one! To obtain from destiny, the blind blockhead, to mark him in his cradle, a master of men. To bribe the boxkeeper to give him the best place at the show. Read the memoranda in the old hut, which I have placed on half pay. Read that breviary of my wisdom, and you will see what it is to be a lord. A lord is one who has all and is all. A lord is one who exists above his own nature. A lord is one who has when young the rights of an old man. When old, the success in intrigue of a young one. If vicious, the homage of respectable people. If a coward, the command of brave men. If a do-nothing, the fruits of labor. If ignorant, the diploma of Cambridge or Oxford. If a fool, the admiration of poets. If ugly, the smiles of women. If other sights, the helm of Achilles. If a hare, the skin of a lion. Do not misunderstand my words. I do not say that a lord must necessarily be ignorant, a coward, ugly, stupid, or old. I only mean that he may be all those things without any detriment to himself. On the contrary, lords are princes. The King of England is only a lord, the first peer of the peerage. That is all, but it is much. Kings were formerly called lords, the Lord of Denmark, the Lord of Ireland, the Lord of the Isles. The Lord of Norway was first called king 300 years ago. Lucius, the most ancient king in England, was spoken to by Saint Telesphorus as my Lord Lucius. The lords are peers, that is to say, equals of whom? Of the king. I do not commit the mistake of confounding the lords with parliament. The assembly of the people which the Saxons before the conquest called Wittenagemot, the Normans, after the conquest, entitled Parlamentum. By degrees the people were turned out. The king's letters clause convoking the commons, addressed formerly ad concilium impendendum, are now addressed ad consentiendum. To say yes is their liberty. The peers can say no, and the proof is that they have said it. The peers can cut off the king's head. The people cannot. The stroke of the hatchet which decapitated Charles I is an encroachment, not on the king, but on the peers, and it was well to place on the gibbet the carcass of Cromwell. The lords have power. Why? Because they have riches. Who has turned over the leaves of the Doomsday Book? It is the proof that the lords possess England. It is the registry of the estates of subjects, compiled under William the Conqueror, and it is in the charge of the Chancellor of the Exchequer. To copy anything in it, you have to pay twopence a line. It is a proud book. Do you know that I was domestic doctor to a lord, who was called Marmaduke, and who had 36,000 a year? Think of that, you hideous idiot. Do you know that, with rabbits only from the warrens of Earl Lindsay, they could feed all the riffraff of the Cinque Ports, and the good order kept, every poacher is hung. For 2 long furry ears sticking out of a game bag, I saw the father of 6 children hanging on the gibbet. Such is the peerage. The rabbit of a great lord is of more importance than God's image in a man. Lords exist, you trespasser, do you see? And we must think it good that they do, and even if we do not, what harm will it do them? The people object, indeed. Why, Plautus himself would never have attained the comicality of such an idea. A philosopher would be jesting if he advised the poor devil of the masses to cry out against the size and weight of the lords. Just as well might the gnat dispute with the foot of an elephant. One day I saw a hippopotamus tread upon a molehill. He crushed it utterly. He was innocent. The great soft-headed fool of a mastodon did not even know of the existence of moles. My son, the moles that are trodden on are the human race. To crush is a law. And do you think that the mole himself crushes nothing? Why, it is the mastodon of the fleshworm who is the mastodon of the globeworm. But let us cease arguing. My boy, there are coaches in the world. My lord is inside, the people under the wheels. The philosopher gets out of the way. Stand aside and let them pass. As to myself, I love lords and shun them. I lived with one. The beauty of my recollections suffices me. I remember his country house, like a glory in a cloud. My dreams are all retrospective. Nothing could be more admirable than Marmaduke Lodge in grandeur, beautiful symmetry, rich avenues, and the ornaments and surroundings of the edifice. The houses, country seats, and palaces of the lords present a selection of all that is greatest and most magnificent in this flourishing kingdom. I love our lords. I thank them for being opulent, powerful, and prosperous. I myself am clothed in shadow, and I look with interest upon the shred of heavenly blue which is called a lord. You enter Marmaduke Lodge by an exceedingly spacious courtyard, which forms an oblong square, divided into 8 spaces, each surrounded by a balustrade. On each side is a wide approach, and a superb hexagonal fountain plays in the midst. This fountain is formed of 2 basins, which are surmounted by a dome of exquisite openwork, elevated on 6 columns. It was there that I knew a learned Frenchman, Monsieur l'Abbé Ducrot, who belonged to the Jacobin monastery in the Rue Saint-Jacques. Half the library of Opinius is at Marmaduke Lodge, the other half being at the Theological Gallery at Cambridge. I used to read the books, seated under the ornamented portal. These things are only shown to a select number of curious travelers. Do you know, you ridiculous boy, that William North, who is Lord Grey of Rolleston and sits 14th on the bench of barons, has more forest trees on his mountains than you have hares on your horrible noddle? Do you know that Lord Norreys of Rycote, who is Earl of Abingdon, has a square keep 100 feet high, having this device, Virtus ariat fortia, which you would think meant that virtue is stronger than a ram, but which really means, you idiot, that courage is stronger than a battering machine. Yes, I honor, accept, respect, and revere our lords. It is the lords who, with her royal majesty, work to procure and preserve the advantages of the nation. Their consummate wisdom shines in intricate junctures. Their precedence over others I wish they had not, but they have it. What is called principality in Germany, grandeeship in Spain, is called peerage in England and France. There being a fair show of reason for considering the world a wretched place enough, heaven felt where the burden was most galling, and to prove that it knew how to make happy people, created lords for the satisfaction of philosophers. This acts as a set-off and gets heaven out of the scrape, affording it a decent escape from a false position. The great are great. A peer, speaking of himself, says we. A peer is a plural. The king qualifies the peer consanguini nostri. The peers have made a multitude of wise laws, amongst others, one which condemns to death anyone who cuts down a 3-year-old poplar tree. Their supremacy is such that they have a language of their own. In heraldic style, black, which is called sable for gentry, is called Saturn for princes, and diamond for peers. Diamond dust, a night thick with stars, such is the night of the happy. Even amongst themselves these high and mighty lords have their own distinctions. A baron cannot wash with a viscount without his permission. These are indeed excellent things and safeguards to the nation. What a fine thing it is for the people to have 25 dukes, 5 marquises, 76 earls, 9 viscounts, and 61 barons, making altogether 176 peers, of which some are your grace and some my lord. What matter a few rags here and there withal? Everybody cannot be dressed in gold. Let the rags be. Cannot you see the purple? One balances the other. A thing must be built of something. Yes, of course, there are the poor. What of them? They line the happiness of the wealthy. Devil take it, our lords are our glory. The pack of hounds belonging to Charles, Baron Mohun, cost him as much as the hospital for lepers in Moorgate, and for Christ's Hospital, founded for children in 1553 by Edward VI. Thomas Osborne, Duke of Leeds, spends yearly on his liveries 5,000 golden guineas. The Spanish grandees have a guardian appointed by law to prevent their ruining themselves. That is cowardly. Our lords are extravagant and magnificent. I esteem them for it. Let us not abuse them like envious folks. I feel happy when a beautiful vision passes. I have not the light, but I have the reflection. A reflection thrown on my ulcer, you will say, go to the devil, I am a job, delighted in the contemplation of Trimulsion. Oh, that beautiful and radiant planet up there. But the moonlight is something. To suppress the lords was an idea which Orestes, mad as he was, would not have dared to entertain. To say that the lords are mischievous or useless is as much as to say that the state should be revolutionized, and that men are not made to live like cattle, browsing the grass and bitten by the dog. The field is shorn by the sheep by the shepherd. It is all one to me. I am a philosopher, and I care about life as much as a fly. Life is but a lodging. When I think that Henry Bowes Howard, Earl of Berkshire, has in his stable 24 state carriages, of which one is mounted in silver and another in gold, good heavens! I know that every one has not got 24 state carriages, but there is no need to complain for all that. Because you were cold one night, what was that to him? It concerns you only. Others besides you suffer cold and hunger. Don't you know that without that cold, Dee would not have been blind, and if Dee were not blind, she would not love you? Think of that, you fool. And besides, if all the people who are lost were to complain, there would be a pretty tumult. Silence is the rule. I have no doubt that heaven imposes silence on the damned, otherwise heaven itself would be punished by their everlasting cry. The happiness of Olympus is bought by the silence of Cocytus. Then people be silent. I do better myself. I approve and admire. Just now I was enumerating the lords, and I ought to add to the list 2 archbishops and 24 bishops. Truly, I am quite affected when I think of it. I remember to have seen at the tithe-gathering of the Rev. Dean of Raphoe, who combined the peerage with the church, a great tithe of beautiful wheat taken from the peasants in the neighborhood, and which the dean had not been at the trouble of growing. This left him time to say his prayers. Do you know that Lord Marmaduke, my master, was Lord Grand Treasurer of Ireland, and High Seneschal of the sovereignty of Knaresborough in the county of York? Do you know that the Lord High Chamberlain, which is an office hereditary in the family of the Dukes of Ancaster, dresses the king for his coronation, and receives for his trouble 40 yards of crimson velvet, besides the bed on which the king has slept, and that the usher of the Black Rod is his deputy? I should like to see you deny this, that the senior Viscount of England is Robert Brent, created a Viscount by Henry V. The Lord's titles imply sovereignty over land, except that of Earl Rivers, who takes his title from his family name. How admirable is the right which they have to tax others, and to levy, for instance, 4 shillings in the pound sterling income tax, which has just been continued for another year. And all the time taxes on distilled spirits, on the excise of wine and beer, on tonnage and poundage, on cider, on perry, on mum, malt, and prepared barley, on coals, and on 100 things besides. Let us venerate things as they are. The clergy themselves depend on the lords. The Bishop of Man is subject to the Earl of Derby. The lords have wild beasts of their own, which they place in their armorial bearings. God not having made enough, they have invented others. They have created the heraldic wild boar, who is as much above the wild boar as the wild boar is above the domestic pig, and the lord is above the priest. They have created the griffin, which is an eagle to lions, and a lion to eagles, terrifying lions by his wings, and eagles by his mane. They have the giver, the unicorn, the serpent, the salamander, the tarasque, the dree, the dragon, and the hippogriff. All these things, terrible to us, are to them but an ornament and an embellishment. They have a menagerie which they call the blazon, in which unknown beasts roar. The prodigies of the forest are nothing compared to the inventions of their pride. Their vanity is full of phantoms which move as in a sublime night, armed with helm and cuirass, spurs on their heels, and the scepters in their hands, saying in a grave voice, "We are the ancestors. The cankerworms eat the roots, and panoplies eat the people. Why not? Are we to change the laws? The peerage is part of the order of society. You know that there is a duke in Scotland who can ride 90 miles without leaving his own estate. Do you know that the Archbishop of Canterbury has a revenue of £40,000 a year? Do you know that Her Majesty has £700,000 sterling from the civil list, besides castles, forests, domains, fiefs, tenancies, freeholds, prebendaries, tithes, rent, confiscations, and fines, which bring in over £1,000,000 sterling? Those who are not satisfied are hard to please." "Yes," murmured Gwynplaine sadly, "the paradise of the rich is made out of the hell of the poor." Chapter 12. URSUS, the poet drags on URSUS, the philosopher. Then D entered. He looked at her and saw nothing but her. This is love. One may be carried away for a moment by the importunity of some other idea, but the beloved one enters, and all that does not appertain to her presence immediately fades away, without her dreaming that perhaps she is effacing in us a world. Let us mention a circumstance. In Chaos Vanquished, the word monstruo, addressed to Gwynplaine, displeased D. Sometimes, with the smattering of Spanish which everyone knew at the period, she took it into her head to replace it by quiro, which signifies "I wish it." Ursus tolerated, although not without an expression of impatience, this alteration in his text. He might have said to D, as in our day Mozart said to Vissot, "Tu manques de respect au repertoire." The laughing man. Such was the form of Gwynplaine's fame. His name, Gwynplaine, little known at any time, had disappeared under his nickname, as his face had disappeared under its grin. His popularity was like his visage, a mask. His name, however, was to be read on a large placard in front of the green box, which offered the crowd the following narrative composed by Ursus. Here is to be seen Gwynplaine, deserted at the age of 10, on the night of the 29th of January, 1690, by the villainous Comprachicos on the coast of Portland. The little boy has grown up, and is called now the Laughing Man. The existence of these mountebanks was as an existence of lepers in a leper house, and of the blessed in one of the Pleiades. There was every day a sudden transition from the noisy exhibition outside into the most complete seclusion. Every evening they made their exit from this world. They were like the dead, vanishing on condition of being reborn next day. A comedian is a revolving light, appearing one moment, disappearing the next, and existing for the public but as a phantom or a light, as his life circles round. To exhibition succeeded isolation. When the performance was finished, whilst the audience were dispersing, and their murmur of satisfaction was dying away in the streets, the green box shut up its platform, as a fortress does its drawbridge, and all communication with mankind was cut off. On one side the universe, on the other the caravan, and this caravan contained liberty, clear consciences, courage, devotion, innocence, happiness, love, all the constellations. Blindness having sight and deformity beloved sat side by side, hand pressing hand, brow touching brow, and whispered to each other, intoxicated with love. The compartment in the middle served two purposes. For the public it was a stage, for the actors a dining room. Ursus, ever delighting in comparisons, profited by the diversity of its uses to liken the central compartment in the green box to the Aradach in an Abyssinian hut. Ursus counted the receipts, then they supped. In love all is ideal. In love, eating and drinking together affords opportunities for many sweet promiscuous touches by which a mouthful becomes a kiss. They drank ale or wine from the same glass, as they might drink dew out of the same lily. Two souls in love are as full of grace as two birds. Gwynplaine waited on D, cut her bread, poured out her drink, approached her too close. "Hum," cried Ursus, and he turned away, his scolding melting into a smile. The wolf supped under the table, heedless of everything which did actually not concern his bone. Phoebe and Venus shared the repast, but gave little trouble. These vagabonds, half wild and as uncouth as ever, spoke in the gypsy language to each other. At length Dee re-entered the women's apartment with Phoebe and Venus. Ursus chained up Homo under the green box. Gwynplaine looked after the horses, the lover becoming a groom, like a hero of Homer's or a paladin of Charlemagne's. At midnight all were asleep except the wolf, who, alive to his responsibility, now and then opened an eye. The next morning they met again. They breakfasted together, generally on ham and tea. Tea was introduced into England in 1678. Then Dee, after the Spanish fashion, took a siesta, acting on the advice of Ursus, who considered her delicate and slept some hours, while Gwynplaine and Ursus did all the little jobs of work, without and within, which their wandering life made necessary. Gwynplaine rarely wandered away from the green box, except on unfrequented roads and in solitary places. In cities he went out only at night, disguised in a large, slouched hat, so as not to exhibit his face in the street. His face was to be seen, uncovered, only on the stage. The Green Box had frequented cities, but little. Gwynplaine at 24 had never seen towns larger than the Cinque Ports. His renown, however, was increasing. It began to rise above the populace and to percolate through higher ground. Amongst those who were fond of and ran after strange foreign curiosities and prodigies, it was known that there was somewhere in existence, leading a wandering life, now here, now there, an extraordinary monster. They talked about him, they sought him, they asked where he was. The laughing man was becoming decidedly famous. A certain luster was reflected on chaos vanquished. So much so that one day Ursus, being ambitious, said, "We must go to London." Book the Third. The Beginning of the Fisher. Chapter 1. The TADCSTRN. At that period London had but one bridge, London Bridge, with houses built upon it. This bridge united London to Southwark, a suburb which was paved with flint pebbles taken from the Thames, divided into small streets and alleys, like the city, with a great number of buildings, houses, dwellings, and wooden huts jammed together, a pell-mell mixture of combustible matter, amidst which fire might take its pleasure, as 1666 had proved. Southwark was then pronounced Soudrick. It is now pronounced Southwark, or near it. Indeed, an excellent way of pronouncing English names is not to pronounce them. Thus, for Southampton, say STPNTN. It was the time when Chatham was pronounced GTAM. The Southwark of those days resembles the Southwark of today about as much as Vaugirard resembles Marseille. It was a village. It is a city. Nevertheless, a considerable trade was carried on there. The long old Cyclopean wall by the Thames was studded with rings, to which were anchored the river barges. This wall was called the Effroc Wall, or Effroc Stone. York, in Saxon times, was called Effroc. The legend related that a Duke of Effroc had been drowned at the foot of the wall. Certainly, the water there was deep enough to drown a duke. At low water, it was 6 good fathoms. The excellence of this little anchorage attracted sea vessels, and the old Dutch tub called the Vagrot came to anchor at the Effroc Stone. The Vagrot made the crossing from London to Rotterdam, and from Rotterdam to London punctually once a week. Other barges started twice a day, either for Diptford, Greenwich, or Gravesend, going down with one tide and returning with the next. The voyage to Gravesend, though 20 miles, was performed in 6 hours. The Vagrot was of a model now no longer to be seen, except in naval museums. It was almost a junk. At that time, while France copied Greece, Holland copied China, the Vagrot, a heavy hull with 2 masts, was partitioned perpendicularly so as to be watertight, having a narrow hold in the middle and 2 decks, one fore and the other aft. The decks were flush, as in the iron turret vessels of the present day, the advantage of which is that in foul weather the force of the wave is diminished, and the inconvenience of which is that the crew is exposed to the action of the sea, owing to there being no bulwarks. There was nothing to save anyone on board from falling over. Hence the frequent falls overboard and the losses of men, which have caused the model to fall into disuse. The Vagrot went to Holland direct, and did not even call at Gravesend. An old ridge of stones, rock as much as masonry, ran along the bottom of the Effroc Stone, and being passable at all tides, was used as a passage on board the ships moored to the wall. This wall was, at intervals, furnished with steps. It marked the southern point of Southwark. An embankment at the top allowed the passers-by to rest their elbows on the Effrock stone, as on the parapet of a quay. Thence they could look down on the Thames. On the other side of the water, London dwindled away into fields. Up the river from the Effrock stone, at the bend of the Thames, which is nearly opposite St. James's Palace, behind Lambeth House, not far from the walk then called Foxhole, Vauxhall, probably, there was, between a pottery in which they made porcelain and a glass blowers, where they made ornamental bottles, one of those large unenclosed spaces covered with grass, cold. Formerly in France cultures and males, and in England bowling greens. Of bowling green, a green on which to roll a ball, the French have made bowling grin. Folks have this green inside their houses nowadays, only it is put on the table, is a cloth instead of turf, and is called billiards. It is difficult to see why, having boulevard, boulevard, which is the same word as bowling green, the French should have adopted bowling grin. It is surprising that a person so grave as the dictionary should indulge in useless luxuries. The bowling green of Southwark was called Tarrinzeau Field because it had belonged to the Barons Hastings, who are also Barons Tarrinzeau and Mauchline. From the Lords Hastings, the Tarrinzeau Field passed to the Lords Tadcaster, who had made a speculation of it, just as, at a later date, a Duke of Orleans made a speculation of the Palais Royal. Tarrinzeau Field afterwards became waste ground and parochial property. Tarrinzeau Field was a kind of permanent fair ground covered with jugglers, athletes, mountebanks, and music on platforms, and always full of fools going to look at the devil, as Archbishop Sharp said. To look at the devil means to go to the play. Several inns, which harbored the public and sent them to these outlandish exhibitions, were established in this place, which kept holiday all the year round and thereby prospered. These inns were simply stalls, inhabited only during the day. In the evening, the tavern keeper put into his pocket the key of the tavern and went away. One only of these inns was a house, the only dwelling in the whole bowling green, the caravans of the fair ground having the power of disappearing at any moment, considering the absence of any ties in the vagabond life of all mountebanks. Mountebanks have no roots to their lives. This inn, called the Tadcaster, after the former owners of the ground, was an inn rather than a tavern, an hotel rather than an inn, and had a carriage entrance and a large yard. The carriage entrance, opening from the court on the field, was the legitimate door of the Tadcaster Inn, which had, beside it, a small bastard door by which people entered. To call it bastard is to mean preferred. This lower door was the only one used. It opened into the tavern, properly so called, which was a large tap-room, full of tobacco smoke, furnished with tables and low in the ceiling. Over it was a window on the first floor, to the iron bars of which was fastened and hung the sign of the inn. The principal door was barred and bolted, and always remained closed. It was thus necessary to cross the tavern to enter the courtyard. At the Tadcaster Inn there was a landlord and a boy. The landlord was called Master Nicholas, the boy Govicum. Master Nicholas, doubtless, which the English habit of contraction had made Nicholas, was a miserly widower and one who respected and feared the laws. As to his appearance, he had bushy eyebrows and hairy hands. The boy, aged 14, who poured out drink and answered to the name of Govicum, wore a merry face and an apron. His hair was cropped close, a sign of servitude. He slept on the ground floor, in a nook in which they formerly kept a dog. This nook had for window a bullseye looking on the bowling green. Chapter 2. Open-air eloquence. One very cold and windy evening, on which there was every reason why folks should hasten on their way along the street, a man, who was walking in Tarrinzeau Field close under the walls of the tavern, stopped suddenly. It was during the last months of winter between 1704, and this man, whose dress indicated a sailor, was of good mien and fine figure, things imperative to courtiers and not forbidden to common folk. Why did he stop? To listen. What to? To a voice apparently speaking in the court on the other side of the wall, a voice a little weakened by age, but so powerful notwithstanding that it reached the passerby in the street. At the same time might be heard in the enclosure, from which the voice came, the hubbub of a crowd. This voice said, Men and women of London, here I am. I cordially wish you joy of being English. You are a great people. I say more, you are a great populace. Your fisticuffs are even better than your sword thrusts. You have an appetite. You are the nation which eats other nations, a magnificent function. This suction of the world makes England preeminent. As politicians and philosophers, in the management of colonies, populations, and industry, and in the desire to do others any harm which may turn to your own good, you stand alone. The hour will come when two boards will be put up on earth, inscribed on one side, men, on the other, Englishmen. I mention this to your glory, I who am neither English nor human, having the honor to be a bear. Still more, I am a doctor. That follows, gentlemen, I teach, what? Two kinds of things, things which I know and things which I do not. I sell my drugs and I sell my ideas. Approach and listen. Science invites you. Open your ear. If it is small, it will hold but little truth. If large, a great deal of folly will find its way in. Now then, attention, I teach the pseudoxia epidemica. I have a comrade who will make you laugh, but I can make you think. We live in the same box, laughter being of quite as old a family as thought. When people asked Democritus, "How do you know?" he answered, "I laugh." And if I am asked, "Why do you laugh?" I shall answer, "I know." However, I am not laughing. I am the rectifier of popular errors. I take upon myself the task of cleaning your intellects. They require it. Heaven permits people to deceive themselves and to be deceived. It is useless to be absurdly modest. I frankly avow that I believe in providence, even where it is wrong. Only when I see filth, errors or filth, I sweep them away. How am I sure of what I know? That concerns only myself. Every one catches wisdom as he can. Lactantius asked questions of and received answers from a bronze head of Virgil. Sylvester II conversed with birds. Did the birds speak? Did the Pope twitter? That is a question. The dead child of the Rabbi Eliezer talked to St. Augustine. Between ourselves, I doubt all these facts except the last. The dead child might perhaps talk, because under its tongue it had a gold plate, on which were engraved divers constellations. Thus he deceived people. The fact explains itself. You see my moderation. I separate the true from the false. See, here are other errors in which, no doubt, you partake, poor ignorant folks that you are, and from which I wish to free you. Dioscorides believed that there was a god in the henbane, Chrysippus in the cynopaste, Josephus in the root borers, Homer in the plant moly. They were all wrong. The spirits in herbs are not gods but devils. I have tested this fact. It is not true that the serpent which tempted Eve had a human face, as Cadmus relates. Garcias de Horto, Cadamosto, and John Hugo, Archbishop of Treves, deny that it is sufficient to saw down a tree to catch an elephant. I incline to their opinion. Citizens, the efforts of Lucifer are the cause of all false impressions. Under the reign of such a prince, it is natural that meteors of error and of perdition should arise. My friends, Claudius Pulcher did not die because the fowls refused to come out of the fowl house. The fact is that Lucifer, having foreseen the death of Claudius Pulcher, took care to prevent the birds feeding. That Beelzebub gave the Emperor Vespasian the virtue of curing the lame and giving sight to the blind by his touch was an act praiseworthy in itself, but of which the motive was culpable. Gentlemen, distrust those false doctors who sell the root of the bryony and the white snake, and who make washes with honey and the blood of a cock. See clearly through that which is false. It is not quite true that Orion was the result of a natural function of Jupiter. The truth is that it was Mercury who produced this star in that way. It is not true that Adam had a navel. When St. George killed the dragon, he had not the daughter of a saint standing by his side. St. Jerome had not a clock on the chimney-piece of his study. First, because living in a cave, he had no study. Secondly, because he had no chimney-piece. Thirdly, because clocks were not yet invented. Let us put these things right. Put them right. O gentlefolks, who listen to me, if anyone tells you that a lizard will be born in your head if you smell the herb valerian, that the rotting carcass of the ox changes into bees and that of the horse into hornets, that a man weighs more when dead than when alive, that the blood of the he-goat dissolves emeralds, that a caterpillar, a fly, and a spider seen on the same tree announces famine, war, and pestilence, that the falling sickness is to be cured by a worm found in the head of a buck, do not believe him. These things are errors. But now listen to truths. The skin of a sea calf is a safeguard against thunder. The toad feeds upon earth, which causes a stone to come into his head. The rose of Jericho blooms on Christmas Eve. Serpents cannot endure the shadow of the ash tree. The elephant has no joints and sleeps resting upright against a tree. Make a toad sit upon a cock's egg, and he will hatch a scorpion which will become a salamander. A blind person will recover sight by putting one hand on the left side of the altar and the other on his eyes. Virginity does not hinder maternity. Honest people lay these truths to heart. Above all, you can believe in providence in either of two ways, either as thirst believes in the orange or as the ass believes in the whip. Now I am going to introduce you to my family. Here a violent gust of wind shook the window frames and shutters of the inn, which stood detached. It was like a prolonged murmur of the sky. The orator paused a moment and then resumed. An interruption, very good. Speak, north wind. Gentlemen, I am not angry. The wind is loquacious like all solitary creatures. There is no one to keep him company up there, so he jabbers. I resume the thread of my discourse. Here you see associated artists. We are four, a lupo principium. I begin by my friend, who is a wolf. He does not conceal it. See him, he is educated, grave, and sagacious. Providence, perhaps, entertained for a moment the idea of making him a doctor of the university, but for that one must be rather stupid, and that he is not. I may add that he has no prejudices and is not aristocratic. He chats sometimes with bitches, he who, by right, should consort only with she-wolves. His heirs, if he have any, will no doubt gracefully combine the yap of their mother with the howl of their father, because he does howl. He howls in sympathy with men. He barks as well, in condescension to civilization, a magnanimous concession. Homo is a dog made perfect. Let us venerate the dog. The dog, curious animal, sweats with its tongue and smiles with its tail. Gentleman Homo equals in wisdom and surpasses in cordiality the hairless wolf of Mexico, the wonderful Zalaitsaniski. I may add that he is humble. He has the modesty of a wolf who is useful to men. He is helpful and charitable and says nothing about it. His left paw knows not the good which his right paw does. These are his merits. Of the other, my second friend, I have but one word to say. He is a monster. You will admire him. He was formerly abandoned by pirates on the shores of the wild ocean. This third one is blind. Is she an exception? No, we are all blind. The miser is blind. He sees gold and he does not see riches. The prodigal is blind. He sees the beginning and does not see the end. The coquette is blind. She does not see her wrinkles. The learned man is blind. He does not see his own ignorance. The honest man is blind. He does not see the thief. The thief is blind. He does not see God. God is blind. The day that he created the world, he did not see the devil manage to creep into it. I myself am blind. I speak and do not see that you are deaf. This blind girl who accompanies us is a mysterious priestess. Vesta has confided to her torch. She has in her character depths as soft as a division in the wool of a sheep. I believe her to be a king's daughter, though I do not assert it as a fact. A laudable distrust is the attribute of wisdom. For my own part, I reason and I doctor, I think and I heal, chirurgus sum. I cure fevers, miasmas, and plagues. Almost all our melancholy and sufferings are issues which, if carefully treated, relieve us quietly from other evils which might be worse. All the same, I do not recommend you to have an anthrax, otherwise called carbuncle. It is a stupid malady and serves no good end. One dies of it, that is all. I am neither uncultivated nor rustic. I honor eloquence and poetry and live in an innocent union with these goddesses. I conclude by a piece of advice. Ladies and gentlemen, on the sunny side of your dispositions, cultivate virtue, modesty, honesty, probity, justice, and love. Each one here below may thus have his little pot of flowers on his windowsill. My lords and gentlemen, I have spoken. The play is about to begin. The man, who was apparently a sailor, and who had been listening outside, entered the lower room of the inn, crossed it, paid the necessary entrance money, reached the courtyard, which was full of people, saw at the bottom of it a caravan on wheels, wide open, and on the platform an old man dressed in a bearskin, a young man looking like a mask, a blind girl, and a wolf. Gracious heaven, he cried, what delightful people! Chapter 3. Where the passer-by reappears. The green box, as we have just seen, had arrived in London. It was established at Southwark. Ursus had been tempted by the bowling green, which had one great recommendation, that it was always fair day there, even in winter. The dome of St. Paul's was a delight to Ursus. London, take it all in all, has some good in it. It was a brave thing to dedicate a cathedral to St. Paul. The real cathedral saint is St. Peter. St. Paul is suspected of imagination, and in matters ecclesiastical imagination means heresy. St. Paul is a saint only with extenuating circumstances. He entered heaven only by the artist's door. A cathedral is a sign. St. Peter is the sign of Rome, the city of the dogma. St. Paul that of London, the city of schism. Ursus, whose philosophy had arms so long that it embraced everything, was a man who appreciated these shades of difference, and his attraction towards London arose, perhaps, from a certain taste of his for St. Paul. The yard of the Tadcaster Inn had taken the fancy of Ursus. It might have been ordered for the Green Box. It was a theatre ready-made. It was square, with 3 sides built round, and a wall forming the 4th. Against this wall was placed the Green Box, which they were able to draw into the yard, owing to the height of the gate. A large wooden balcony, roofed over and supported on posts, on which the rooms of the first story opened, ran round the 3 fronts of the interior facade of the house, making 2 right angles. The windows of the ground floor made boxes, the pavement of the court the pit, and the balcony the gallery. The Green Box, reared against the wall, was thus in front of a theatre. It was very like the Globe, where they played Othello, King Lear, and The Tempest. In a corner behind the Green Box was a stable. Ursus had made his arrangements with the tavern keeper, Master Nicholas, who, owing to his respect for the law, would not admit the wolf without charging him extra. The placard, Gwynplaine, the Laughing Man, taken from its nail in the Green Box, was hung up close to the sign of the inn. The sitting room of the tavern had, as we have seen, an inside door which opened into the court. By the side of the door was constructed offhand, by means of an empty barrel, a box for the money-taker, who was sometimes Phoebe and sometimes Venus. This was managed much as at present. Pay and pass in. Under the placard announcing the Laughing Man was a piece of wood, painted white, hung on 2 nails, on which was written in charcoal in large letters the title of Ursus's grand piece, Chaos Vanquished. In the center of the balcony, precisely opposite the Green Box, and in a compartment having for entrance a window reaching to the ground, there had been partitioned off a space for the nobility. It was large enough to hold, in 2 rows, 10 spectators. "We are in London," said Ursus. "We must be prepared for the gentry." He had furnished this box with the best chairs in the inn, and had placed in the center a grand armchair of yellow Utrecht velvet, with a cherry-colored pattern, in case some alderman's wife should come. They began their performances. The crowd immediately flocked to them, but the compartment for the nobility remained empty. With that exception, their success became so great that no mountebank memory could recall its parallel. All Southwark ran in crowds to admire the Laughing Man. The Merry Andrews and mountebanks of Tarrinzeau Field were aghast at Gwynplaine. The effect he caused was as that of a sparrowhawk flapping his wings in a cage of goldfinches and feeding in their seed trough. Gwynplaine ate up their public. Besides the small fry, the swallowers of swords and the grimace makers, real performances took place on the green. There was a circus of women, ringing from morning till night with a magnificent peal of all sorts of instruments: psalteries, drums, rebecks, micamons, timbrels, reeds, dulcimers, gongs, chevrets, bagpipes, German horns, English echequails, pipes, flutes, and flageolets. In a large round tent were some tumblers, who could not have equaled our present climbers of the Pyrenees, Dulmer, Bordenave, and Maylonga, who from the peak of Pirifit descend to the plateau of Limassol, an almost perpendicular height. There was a travelling menagerie, where was to be seen a performing tiger, who, lashed by the keeper, snapped at the whip and tried to swallow the lash. Even this comedian of jaws and claws was eclipsed in success. Curiosity, applause, receipts, crowds, the Laughing Man monopolized everything. It happened in the twinkling of an eye. Nothing was thought of but the Green Box. "Chaos vanquished is chaos victor," said Ursus, appropriating half Gwynplaine's success and taking the wind out of his sails, as they say at sea. That success was prodigious. Still, it remained local. Fame does not cross the sea easily. It took 130 years for the name of Shakespeare to penetrate from England into France. The sea is a wall, and if Voltaire, a thing which he very much regretted when it was too late, had not thrown a bridge over to Shakespeare, Shakespeare might still be in England, on the other side of the wall, a captive in insular glory. The glory of Gwynplaine had not passed London Bridge. It was not great enough yet to re-echo throughout the city, at least not at first, but Southwark ought to have sufficed to satisfy the ambition of a clown, Ursus said. The money bag grows palpably bigger. They played Ursus Rursus, and chaos vanquished. Between the acts, Ursus exhibited his power as an engastromist and executed marvels of ventriloquism. He imitated every cry which occurred in the audience, a song, a cry enough to startle, so exact the imitation, the singer or the crier himself, and now and then he copied the hubbub of the public and whistled as if there were a crowd of people within him. These were remarkable talents. Besides this, he harangued like Cicero, as we have just seen, sold his drugs, attended sickness, and even healed the sick. Southwark was enthralled. Ursus was satisfied with the applause of Southwark, but by no means astonished. "They are the ancient Trinobantes," he said. Then he added, "I must not mistake them for delicacy of taste, for the Atrebates, who people Berkshire, or the Belgians, who inhabited Somersetshire, nor for the Parisians, who founded York." At every performance the yard of the inn, transformed into a pit, was filled with a ragged and enthusiastic audience. It was composed of watermen, chairmen, coachmen, and bargemen, and sailors, just ashore, spending their wages in feasting and women. In it there were felons, ruffians, and blackguards, who were soldiers condemned for some crime against discipline to wear their red coats, which were lined with black, inside out, and from thence the name of blackguard, which the French turn into bloggers. All these flowed from the street into the theatre, and poured back from the theatre into the tap. The emptying of tankards did not decrease their success. Amidst what it is usual to call the scum, there was one taller than the rest, bigger, stronger, less poverty-stricken, broader in the shoulders, dressed like the common people, but not ragged. Admiring and applauding everything to the skies, clearing his way with his fists, wearing a disordered periwig, swearing, shouting, joking, never dirty, and at need, ready to blacken an eye or pay for a bottle. This frequenter was the passerby whose cheer of enthusiasm has been recorded. This connoisseur was suddenly fascinated and had adopted the laughing man. He did not come every evening, but when he came, he led the public. Applause grew into acclamation. Success rose not to the roof, for there was none, but to the clouds, for there were plenty of them. Which clouds, seeing that there was no roof, sometimes wept over the masterpiece of Ursus. His enthusiasm caused Ursus to remark this man, and Gwynplaine to observe him. They had a great friend in this unknown visitor. Ursus and Gwynplaine wanted to know him, at least to know who he was. One evening Ursus was in the side scene, which was the kitchen door of the Green Box. Seeing Master Nicholas standing by him, showed him this man in the crowd, and asked him, "Do you know that man?" "Of course I do." "Who is he?" "A sailor." "What is his name?" said Gwynplaine, interrupting. "Tom Jim Jack," replied the innkeeper. Then, as he redescended the steps at the back of the Green Box, to enter the inn, Master Nicholas let fall this profound reflection, so deep as to be unintelligible. What a pity that he should not be a lord, he would make a famous scoundrel. Otherwise, although established in the tavern, the group in the Green Box had in no way altered their manner of living, and held to their isolated habits. Except a few words exchanged now and then with the tavern-keeper, they held no communication with any of those who were living, either permanently or temporarily, in the inn, and continued to keep to themselves. Since they had been at Southwark, Gwynplaine had made it his habit, after the performance and the supper of both family and horses, when Ursus and Dee had gone to bed in their respective compartments, to breathe a little the fresh air of the bowling green between 11 o'clock and midnight. A certain vagrancy in our spirits impels us to take walks at night and to saunter under the stars. There is a mysterious expectation in youth. Therefore it is that we are prone to wander out in the night without an object. At that hour there was no one in the fair ground, except, perhaps, some reeling drunkard, making staggering shadows in dark corners. The empty taverns were shut up, and the lower room in the Tadcaster Inn was dark, except where in some corner a solitary candle lighted a last reveller. An indistinct glow gleamed through the window shutters of the half-closed tavern, as Gwynplaine, pensive, content and dreaming, happy in a haze of divine joy, passed backwards and forwards in front of the half-open door. Of what was he thinking? Of nothing, of everything, of the depths. He never wandered far from the green box, being held, as by a thread, to D. A few steps away from it was far enough for him. Then he returned, found the whole green box asleep, and went to bed himself. Chapter 4. Contraries fraternize in hate. Success is hateful, especially to those whom it overthrows. It is rare that the eaten adore the eaters. The Laughing Man had decidedly made a hit. The mountebanks around were indignant. A theatrical success is a siphon. It pumps in the crowd and creates emptiness all round. The shop opposite is done for. The increased receipts of the Green Box caused a corresponding decrease in the receipts of the surrounding shows. Those entertainments, popular up to that time, suddenly collapsed. It was like a low-water mark, showing inversely, but in perfect concordance, the rise here, the fall there. Theaters experience the effect of tides. They rise in one only on condition of falling in another. The swarming foreigners who exhibited their talents and their trumpetings on the neighboring platforms, seeing themselves ruined by the Laughing Man, were despairing, yet dazzled. All the grimacers, all the clowns, all the Merry Andrews envied Gwynplaine. How happy he must be with the snout of a wild beast. The buffoon mothers and dancers on the tightrope, with pretty children, looked at them in anger, and pointing out Gwynplaine, would say, "What a pity you have not a face like that." Some beat their babes savagely for being pretty. More than one, had she known the secret, would have fashioned her son's face in the Gwynplaine style. The head of an angel, which brings no money in, is not as good as that of a lucrative devil. One day the mother of a little child who was a marvel of beauty, and who acted a Cupid, exclaimed, "Our children are failures. They only succeeded with Gwynplaine." And shaking her fist at her son, she added, "If I only knew your father, wouldn't he catch it?" Gwynplaine was the goose with the golden eggs. What a marvelous phenomenon! There was an uproar through all the caravans. The mountebanks, enthusiastic and exasperated, looked at Gwynplaine and gnashed their teeth. Admiring anger is called envy. Then it howls. They tried to disturb chaos vanquished, made a cabal, hissed, scolded, shouted. This was an excuse for Ursus to make out-of-door harangues to the populace, and for his friend Tom Jim Jack to use his fists to re-establish order. His pugilistic marks of friendship brought him still more under the notice and regard of Ursus and Gwynplaine. At a distance, however, for the group in the Green Box sufficed to themselves, and held aloof from the rest of the world. And because Tom Jim Jack, this leader of the mob, seemed a sort of supreme bully, without a tie, without a friend, a smasher of windows, a manager of men, now here, now gone, hail fellow well met with everyone, companion of none. This raging envy against Gwynplaine did not give in for a few friendly hits from Tom Jim Jack. The outcries having miscarried, the mountebanks of Tarrinzeau Field fell back on a petition they addressed to the authorities. This is the usual course. Against an unpleasant success, we first try to stir up the crowd, and then we petition the magistrate. With the Merry Andrews, the reverends allied themselves. The Laughing Man had inflicted a blow on the preachers. There were empty places not only in the caravans, but in the churches. The congregations in the churches of the 5 parishes in Southwark had dwindled away. People left before the sermon to go to Gwynplaine. Chaos vanquished, the Green Box, the Laughing Man, all the abominations of Baal eclipsed the eloquence of the pulpit. The voice crying in the desert, vox clamantis in deserto, is discontented and is prone to call for the aid of the authorities. The clergy of the 5 parishes complained to the Bishop of London, who complained to Her Majesty. The complaint of the Merry Andrews was based on religion. They declared it to be insulted. They described Gwynplaine as a sorcerer and Ursus as an atheist. The reverend gentlemen invoked social order. Setting orthodoxy aside, they took action on the fact that Acts of Parliament were violated. It was clever, because it was the period of Mr. Locke, who had died but 6 months previously, 28th October, 1704, and when skepticism, which Bolingbroke had imbibed from Voltaire, was taking root. Later on, Wesley came and restored the Bible, as Loyola restored the papacy. Thus the Green Box was battered on both sides, by the Merry Andrews in the name of the Pentateuch, and by chaplains in the name of the police, in the name of heaven and of the inspectors of nuisances. The Green Box was denounced by the priests as an obstruction and by the jugglers as sacrilegious. Had they any pretext? Was there any excuse? Yes. What was the crime? This: there was the wolf. A dog was allowable, a wolf forbidden. In England the wolf is an outlaw. England admits the dog which barks, but not the dog which howls, a shade of difference between the yard and the woods. The rectors and vicars of the 5 parishes of Southwark called attention in their petitions to numerous parliamentary and royal statutes putting the wolf beyond the protection of the law. They moved for something like the imprisonment of Gwynplaine and the execution of the wolf, or at any rate for their banishment. The question was one of public importance, the danger to persons passing, etc., and on this point they appealed to the faculty. They cited the opinion of the 80 Physicians of London, a learned body which dates from Henry VIII, which has a seal like that of the state, which can raise sick people to the dignity of being amenable to their jurisdiction, which has the right to imprison those who infringe its law and contravene its ordinances, and which, amongst other useful regulations for the health of the citizens, put beyond doubt this fact acquired by science, that if a wolf sees a man first, the man becomes hoarse for life. Besides, he may be bitten. Homo, then, was a pretext. Ursus heard of these designs through the innkeeper. He was uneasy. He was afraid of 2 claws, the police and the justices. To be afraid of the magistracy, it is sufficient to be afraid. There is no need to be guilty. Ursus had no desire for contact with sheriffs, provosts, bailiffs, and coroners. His eagerness to make their acquaintance amounted to nil. His curiosity to see the magistrates was about as great as the hare's to see the greyhound. He began to regret that he had come to London. Better is the enemy of good, murmured he apart. I thought the proverb was ill-considered. I was wrong. Stupid truths are true truths. Against the coalition of powers, Merry Andrews taking in hand the cause of religion, and chaplains indignant in the name of medicine. The poor Green Box, suspected of sorcery in Gwynplaine and of hydrophobia in Homo, had only one thing in its favor, but a thing of great power in England: municipal inactivity. It is to the local authorities, letting things take their own course, that Englishmen owe their liberty. Liberty in England behaves very much as the sea around England. It is a tide. Little by little manners surmount the law. A cruel system of legislation drowned under the wave of custom. A savage code of laws still visible through the transparency of universal liberty. Such is England. The laughing man, chaos vanquished, and Homo might have mountebanks, preachers, bishops, the House of Commons, the House of Lords, Her Majesty, London, and the whole of England against them, and remain undisturbed so long as Southwark permitted. The Green Box was the favorite amusement of the suburb, and the local authorities seemed disinclined to interfere. In England, indifference is protection. So long as the sheriff of the county of Surrey, to the jurisdiction of which Southwark belongs, did not move in the matter, Ursus breathed freely, and Homo could sleep on his wolf's ears. So long as the hatred which it excited did not occasion acts of violence, it increased success. The Green Box was none the worse for it, for the time. On the contrary, hints were scattered that it contained something mysterious. Hence the laughing man became more and more popular. The public follow with gusto the scent of anything contraband. To be suspected is a recommendation. The people adopt by instinct that at which the finger is pointed. The thing which is denounced is like the savor of forbidden fruit. We rush to eat it. Besides, applause which irritates someone, especially if that someone is in authority, is sweet. To perform, whilst passing a pleasant evening, both an act of kindness to the oppressed and of opposition to the oppressor is agreeable. You are protecting at the same time that you are being amused. So the theatrical caravans on the bowling green continued to howl and to cabal against the laughing man. Nothing could be better calculated to enhance his success. The shouts of one's enemies are useful and give point and vitality to one's triumph. A friend wearies sooner in praise than an enemy in abuse. To abuse does not hurt. Enemies are ignorant of this fact. They cannot help insulting us, and this constitutes their use. They cannot hold their tongues and thus keep the public awake. The crowds which flocked to chaos vanquished increased daily. Ursus kept what Master Nicholas had said of intriguers and complaints in high places to himself, and did not tell Gwynplaine lest it should trouble the ease of his acting by creating anxiety. If evil was to come, he would be sure to know it soon enough. Chapter 5. The Wapentake. Once, however, he thought it his duty to derogate from this prudence, for prudence' sake, thinking that it might be well to make Gwynplaine uneasy. It is true that this idea arose from a circumstance much graver, in the opinion of Ursus, than the cabals of the fair or of the church. Gwynplaine, as he picked up a farthing which had fallen when counting the receipts, had, in the presence of the innkeeper, drawn a contrast between the farthing, representing the misery of the people, and the die, representing, under the figure of Anne, the parasitical magnificence of the throne, an ill-sounding speech. This observation was repeated by Master Nicholas, and had such a run that it reached to Ursus through Phoebe and Venus. It put Ursus into a fever. Seditious words, lese majesté. He took Gwynplaine severely to task. Watch over your abominable jaws. There is a rule for the great to do nothing, and a rule for the small to say nothing. The poor man has but one friend, silence. He should only pronounce one syllable, yes. To confess and to consent is all the right he has. Yes, to the judge. Yes, to the king. Great people, if it pleases them to do so, beat us. I have received blows from them. It is their prerogative, and they lose nothing of their greatness by breaking our bones. The ossifrage is a species of eagle. Let us venerate the scepter, which is the first of staves. Respect is prudence, and mediocrity is safety. To insult the king is to put oneself in the same danger as a girl rashly paring the nails of a lion. They tell me that you have been prattling about the farthing, which is the same thing as the liard, and that you have found fault with the august medallion, for which they sell us at market the 1/8 part of a salt herring. Take care, let us be serious. Consider the existence of pains and penalties. Suck in these legislative truths. You are in a country in which the man who cuts down a tree 3 years old is quietly taken off to the gallows. As to swearers, their feet are put into the stocks. The drunkard is shut up in a barrel with the bottom out, so that he can walk, with a hole in the top, through which his head is passed, and with 2 in the bung for his hands, so that he cannot lie down. He who strikes another one in Westminster Hall is imprisoned for life, and has his goods confiscated. Whoever strikes anyone in the king's palace has his hand struck off. A fillip on the nose chances to blade, and behold, you are maimed for life. He who is convicted of heresy in the bishop's court is burnt alive. It was for no great matter that Cuthbert Simpson was quartered on a turnstile. 3 years since, in 1702, which is not long ago, you see, they placed in the pillory a scoundrel called Daniel Defoe, who had had the audacity to print the names of the members of Parliament who had spoken on the previous evening. He who commits high treason is disemboweled alive, and they tear out his heart and buffet his cheeks with it. Impress on yourself notions of right and justice. Never allow yourself to speak a word, and at the first cause of anxiety run for it. Such is the bravery which I counsel and which I practice. In the way of temerity, imitate the birds. In the way of talking, imitate the fishes. England has one admirable point in her favor, that her legislation is very mild. His admonition over, Ursus remained uneasy for some time. Gwynplaine not at all. The intrepidity of youth arises from want of experience. However, it seemed that Gwynplaine had good reason for his easy mind, for the weeks flowed on peacefully, and no bad consequences seemed to have resulted from his observations about the Queen. Ursus, we know, lacked apathy, and like a roebuck on the watch, kept a lookout in every direction. One day, a short time after his sermon to Gwynplaine, as he was looking out from the window in the wall which commanded the field, he became suddenly pale. Gwynplaine. What? Look. Where? In the field. Well, do you see that passerby? The man in black. Yes. Who has a kind of mace in his hand. Yes. Well. Well, Gwynplaine, that man is a wapentake. What is a wapentake? He is the bailiff of the 100. What is the bailiff of the 100? He is the propositus hundredi. And what is the propositus hundredi? He is a terrible officer. What has he got in his hand? The iron weapons. What is the iron weapon? A thing made of iron. What does he do with that? First of all, he swears upon it. It is for that reason that he is called the wapentake. And then he touches you with it. With what? With the iron weapons. The wapentake touches you with the iron weapon. Yes. What does that mean? That means follow me. And must you follow? Yes. Whither? How should I know? But he tells you where he is going to take you. No. How is that? He says nothing, and you say nothing. But he touches you with the iron weapon. All is over then, you must go. But where? After him. But where? Wherever he likes, Gwynplaine. And if you resist, you are hanged. Ursus looked out of the window again, and drawing a long breath said, Thank God he has passed. He was not coming here. Ursus was perhaps unreasonably alarmed about the indiscreet remark, and the consequences likely to result from the unconsidered words of Gwynplaine. Master Nicholas, who had heard them, had no interest in compromising the poor inhabitants of the Green Box. He was amassing, at the same time as the laughing man, a nice little fortune. Chaos vanquished had succeeded in two ways. While it made art triumph on the stage, it made drunkenness prosper in the tavern. Chapter 6. The Mouse Examined by the Cats. Ursus was soon afterwards startled by another alarming circumstance. This time it was he himself who was concerned. He was summoned to Bishopsgate before a commission composed of 3 disagreeable countenances. They belonged to 3 doctors called overseers. One was a doctor of theology, delegated by the Dean of Westminster. Another, a doctor of medicine, delegated by the College of Surgeons. The third, a doctor in history and civil law, delegated by Gresham College. These 3 experts in omni recibili had the censorship of everything said in public throughout the bounds of the 130 parishes of London, the 73 of Middlesex, and by extension, the 5 of Southwark. Such theological jurisdictions still subsist in England and do good service. In December 1868, by sentence of the Court of Arches, confirmed by the decision of the Privy Council, the Reverend Maconochie was censured, besides being condemned in costs, for having placed lighted candles on a table. The liturgy allows no jokes. Ursus then one fine day received from the delegated doctors an order to appear before them, which was, luckily, given into his own hands, and which he was therefore enabled to keep secret. Without saying a word, he obeyed the citation, shuddering at the thought that he might be considered culpable to the extent of having the appearance of being suspected of a certain amount of rashness. He who had so recommended silence to others had here a rough lesson. Garrul, sana te ipsum. The 3 doctors, delegated and appointed overseers, sat at Bishopsgate, at the end of a room on the ground floor, in 3 armchairs covered with black leather, with 3 busts of Minos, Arcas, and Rhadamanthus in the wall above their heads, a table before them, and at their feet a form for the accused. Ursus, introduced by a tipstaff of placid but severe expression, entered, perceived the doctors, and immediately in his own mind gave to each of them the name of the judge of the infernal regions represented by the bust placed above his head. Minos, the president, the representative of theology, made him a sign to sit down on the form. Ursus made a proper bow, that is to say, bowed to the ground, and knowing that bears are charmed by honey and doctors by Latin, he said, keeping his body still bent respectfully, Tres faciunt capitulum. Then, with head inclined, for modesty disarms, he sat down on the form. Each of the three doctors had before him a bundle of papers, of which he was turning the leaves. Minos began. "You speak in public." "Yes," replied Ursus. "By what right?" "I am a philosopher." "That gives no right." "I am also a mountebank," said Ursus. "That is a different thing." Ursus breathed again, but with humility. Minos resumed. "As a mountebank you may speak, as a philosopher you must keep silence." "I will try," said Ursus. Then he thought to himself, "I may speak, but I must be silent. How complicated." He was much alarmed. The same overseer continued. "You say things which do not sound right. You insult religion. You deny the most evident truths. You propagate revolting errors. For instance, you have said that the fact of virginity excludes the possibility of maternity." Ursus lifted his eyes meekly. "I did not say that. I said that the fact of maternity excludes the possibility of virginity." Minos was thoughtful and mumbled, "True, that is the contrary." It was really the same thing, but Ursus had parried the first blow. Minos, meditating on the answer just given by Ursus, sank into the depths of his own imbecility and kept silent. The overseer of history, or, as Ursus called him, Rhadamanthus, covered the retreat of Minos by this interpellation. "Accused, your audacity and your errors are of two sorts. You have denied that the Battle of Pharsalia would have been lost because Brutus and Cassius had met a Negro." "I said," murmured Ursus, "that there was something in the fact that Caesar was the better captain." The man of history passed, without transition, to mythology. "You have excused the infamous acts of Act Aeon." "I think," said Ursus, insinuatingly, "that a man is not dishonored by having seen a naked woman." "Then you are wrong," said the judge severely. Rhadamanthus returned to history. "Apropos of the accidents which happened to the cavalry of Mithridates, you have contested the virtues of herbs and plants. You have denied that a herb like the securijuca could make the shoes of horses fall off." "Pardon me," replied Ursus. "I said that the power existed only in the herb Esfera cavallo. I never denied the virtue of any herb," and he added, in a low voice, "nor of any woman." By this extraneous addition to his answer, Ursus proved to himself that, anxious as he was not disheartened. Ursus was a compound of terror and presence of mind. "To continue," resumed Rhadamanthus, "you have declared that it was folly in Scipio, when he wished to open the gates of Carthage, to use as a key the herb Aethiopes, because the herb Aethiopes has not the property of breaking locks. I merely said that he would have done better to have used the herb Lunaria." "That is a matter of opinion," murmured Rhadamanthus, touched in his turn, and the man of history was silent. The theologian, Minos, having returned to consciousness, questioned Ursus anew. He had had time to consult his notes. "You have classed orpiment amongst the products of arsenic, and you have said that it is a poison. The Bible denies this." "The Bible denies, but arsenic affirms it," sighed Ursus. The man whom Ursus called Arcus, and who was the envy of medicine, had not yet spoken, but now looking down on Ursus, with proudly half-closed eyes, he said, "The answer is not without some show of reason." Ursus thanked him with his most cringing smile. Minos frowned frightfully. "I resume," said Minos. "You have said that it is false that the basilisk is the king of serpents under the name of cockatrice." "Very reverend sir," said Ursus, "so little did I desire to insult the basilisk that I have given out as certain that it has a man's head." "Be it so," replied Minos severely, "but you added that Poerius had seen one with the head of a falcon. Can you prove it?" "Not easily," said Ursus. Here he had lost a little ground. Minos, seizing the advantage, pushed it. "You have said that a converted Jew has not a nice smell." "Yes, but I added that a Christian who becomes a Jew has a nasty one." Minos lost his eyes over the accusing documents. "You have affirmed and propagated things which are impossible. You have said that Elian had seen an elephant write sentences." "Nay, very reverend gentlemen, I simply said that Oppian had heard a hippopotamus discuss a philosophical problem." "You have declared that it is not true that a dish made of beechwood will become covered of itself with all the viands that one can desire." "I said that if it has this virtue, it must be that you received it from the devil." "That I received it." "No, most reverend sir, I nobody, everybody." Aside, Ursus thought, "I don't know what I am saying." But his outward confusion, though extreme, was not distinctly visible. Ursus struggled with it. "All this," Minos began again, "implies a certain belief in the devil." Ursus held his own. "Very reverend sir, I am not an unbeliever with regard to the devil. Belief in the devil is the reverse side of faith in God. The one proves the other. He who does not believe a little in the devil does not believe much in God. He who believes in the sun must believe in the shadow. The devil is the night of God. What is night? The proof of day." Ursus here extemporized a fathomless combination of philosophy and religion. Minos remained pensive and relapsed into silence. Ursus breathed afresh. A sharp onslaught now took place. Arcas, the medical delegate, who had disdainfully protected Ursus against the theologian, now turned suddenly from auxiliary into assailant. He placed his closed fist on his bundle of papers, which was large and heavy. Ursus received this apostrophe full in the breast. "It is proved that crystal is sublimated ice, and that the diamond is sublimated crystal. It is averred that ice becomes crystal in 1,000 years, and crystal diamond in 1,000 ages. You have denied this." "Nay," replied Ursus, with sadness, "I only said that in 1,000 years ice had time to melt, and that 1,000 ages were difficult to count." The examination went on. Questions and answers clashed like swords. "You have denied that plants can talk." "Not at all, but to do so they must grow under a gibbet." "Do you own that the mandragora cries?" "No, but it sings." "You have denied that the fourth finger of the left hand has a cordial virtue." "I only said that to sneeze to the left was a bad sign." "You have spoken rashly and disrespectfully of the phoenix." "Learned judge, I merely said that, when he wrote that the brain of the phoenix was a delicate morsel, but that it produced headache, Plutarch was a little out of his reckoning, inasmuch as the phoenix never existed." A detestable speech. The cinemalca which makes its nest with sticks of cinnamon, the rhintacus that Parasates used in the manufacture of his poisons, the manucodiatas which is the bird of paradise, and the semenda which has a threefold beak, have been mistaken for the phoenix, but the phoenix has existed. "I do not deny it." "You are a stupid ass." "I desire to be thought no better." "You have confessed that the elder tree cures the quinsy, but you added that it was not because it has, in its root, a fairy excrescence." "I said it was because Judas hung himself on an elder tree." "A plausible opinion," growled the theologian, glad to strike his little blow at Arcas. Arrogance repulsed soon turns to anger. Arcas was enraged. "Wandering mountebank, you wander as much in mind as with your feet. Your tendencies are out of the way and suspicious. You approach the bounds of sorcery. You have dealings with unknown animals. You speak to the populace of things that exist but for you alone, and the nature of which is unknown, such as the homoraus. The homoraus is a viper which was seen by Tremellius. This repartee produced a certain disorder in the irritated science of Dr. Arcus. Ursus added, "The existence of the homorous is quite as true as that of the odoriferous hyena and of the civet described by Cassius." Arcus got out of the difficulty by charging home. "Here are your own words, and very diabolical words they are. Listen." With his eyes on his notes, Arcus read, "Two plants, the thalagsigil and the aglyphodes, are luminous in the evening, flowers by day, stars by night." And looking steadily at Ursus, "What have you to say to that?" Ursus answered, "Every plant is a lamp, its perfume is its light." Arcus turned over other pages. "You have denied that the vesicles of the otter are equivalent to castoreum. I merely said that perhaps it may be necessary to receive the teaching of Attius on this point, with some reserve." Arcus became furious. "You practice medicine." "I practice medicine," sighed Ursus timidly, "on living things." "Rather than on dead ones," said Ursus. Ursus defended himself stoutly but dully, an admirable mixture in which meekness predominated. He spoke with such gentleness that Dr. Arcus felt that he must insult him. "What are you murmuring there?" said he rudely. Ursus was amazed and restricted himself to saying, "Murmurings are for the young and moans for the aged. Alas, I moan." Arcus replied, "Be assured of this, if you attend a sick person and he dies, you will be punished by death." Ursus hazarded a question, "And if he gets well?" "In that case," said the doctor, softening his voice, "you will be punished by death." "There is little difference," said Ursus. The doctor replied, "If death ensues, we punish gross ignorance. If recovery, we punish presumption, the gibbet in either case." "I was ignorant of the circumstance," murmured Ursus. "I thank you for teaching me. One does not know all the beauties of the law." "Take care of yourself." "Religiously," said Ursus. "We know what you are about." "As for me," thought Ursus, "that is more than I always know myself. We could send you to prison." "I see that perfectly, gentlemen. You cannot deny your infractions nor your encroachments. My philosophy asks pardon. Great audacity has been attributed to you. That is quite a mistake. It is said that you have cured the sick. I am the victim of calumny." The three pairs of eyebrows, which were so horribly fixed on Ursus, contracted. The three wise faces drew near to each other and whispered. Ursus had the vision of a vague fool's cap sketched out above those three empowered heads. The low and requisite whispering of the trio was of some minutes' duration, during which time Ursus felt all the ice and all the scorch of agony. At length Minos, who was president, turned to him and said angrily, "Go away." Ursus felt something like Jonah's when he was leaving the belly of the whale. Minos continued, "You are discharged." Ursus said to himself, "They won't catch me at this again. Goodbye, medicine." And he added in his innermost heart, "From henceforth I will carefully allow them to die." Bent double, he bowed everywhere, to the doctors, to the busts, the tables, the walls, and retiring backwards through the door, disappeared almost as a shadow melting into air. He left the hall slowly, like an innocent man, and rushed from the street rapidly, like a guilty one. The officers of justice are so singular and obscure in their ways that even when acquitted one flies from them. As he fled, he mumbled, "I am well out of it. I am the savant untamed, they the savant civilized. Doctors cavil at the learned. False science is the excrement of the true and is employed to the destruction of philosophers. Philosophers, as they produce sophists, produce their own scourge. Of the dung of the thrush is born the mistletoe, with which is made birdlime, with which the thrush is captured. Turdus sibi malum cacet." We do not represent Ursus as a refined man. He was imprudent enough to use words which expressed his thoughts. He had no more taste than Voltaire. When Ursus returned to the green box, he told Master Nicholas that he had been delayed by following a pretty woman, and let not a word escape him concerning his adventure. Except in the evening, when he said, in a low voice to Homo, "See here, I have vanquished the 3 heads of Cerberus." Chapter 7. Yshuld, a gold piece lower itself, by mixing with a heap of pennies. An event happened. The Tadcaster Inn became more and more a furnace of joy and laughter. Never was there more resonant gaiety. The landlord and his boy were become insufficient to draw the ale, stout, and porter. In the evening, in the lower room, with its windows all aglow, there was not a vacant table. They sang, they shouted. The great old hearth, vaulted like an oven, with its iron bars piled with coals, shone out brightly. It was like a house of fire and noise. In the yard, that is to say, in the theatre, the crowd was greater still. Crowds as great as the suburb of Southwark could supply so thronged the performances of Chaos Vanquished that directly the curtain was raised, that is to say, the platform of the green box was lowered, every place was filled. The windows were alive with spectators, the balcony was crammed. Not a single paving stone in the paved yard was to be seen. It seemed paved with faces. Only the compartment for the nobility remained empty. There was thus a space in the center of the balcony, a black hole called in metaphorical slang an oven. No one there, crowds everywhere except in that one spot. One evening it was occupied. It was on a Saturday, a day on which the English make all haste to amuse themselves before the ennui of Sunday. The hall was full. We say hall. Shakespeare for a long time had to use the yard of an inn for a theatre, and he called it hall. Just as the curtain rose on the prologue of Chaos Vanquished, with Ursus, Homo, and Gwynplaine on the stage, Ursus, from habit, cast a look at the audience and felt a sensation. The compartment for the nobility was occupied. A lady was sitting alone in the middle of the box, on the Utrecht velvet armchair. She was alone, and she filled the box. Certain beings seemed to give out light. This lady, like D, had a light in herself, but a light of a different character. D was pale, this lady was pink. D was the twilight, this lady, aurora. D was beautiful, this lady was superb. D was innocence, candor, fairness, alabaster. This woman was of the purple, and one felt that she did not fear the blush. Her irradiation overflowed the box. She sat in the midst of it, immovable in the spreading majesty of an idol. Amidst the sordid crowd she shone out grandly, as with the radiance of a carbuncle. She inundated it with so much light that she drowned it in shadow, and all the mean faces in it underwent eclipse. Her splendor blotted out all else. Every eye was turned towards her. Tom Jim Jack was in the crowd. He was lost like the rest in the nimbus of this dazzling creature. The lady at first absorbed the whole attention of the public, who had crowded to the performance, thus somewhat diminishing the opening effects of Chaos Vanquished. Whatever might be the air of dreamland about her, for those who were near she was a woman, perchance too much a woman. She was tall and amply formed, and showed as much as possible of her magnificent person. She wore heavy earrings of pearls, with which were mixed those whimsical jewels called keys of England. Her upper dress was of Indian muslin, embroidered all over with gold, a great luxury, because those muslin dresses then cost 600 crowns. A large diamond brooch closed her chemise, the which she wore so as to display her shoulders and bosom in the immodest fashion of the time. The chemisette was made of that lawn of which Anne of Austria had sheets so fine that they could be passed through a ring. She wore what seemed like a cuirass of rubies, some uncut but polished, and precious stones were sewn all over the body of her dress. Then her eyebrows were blackened with Indian ink, and her arms, elbows, shoulders, chin, and nostrils, with the top of her eyelids, the lobes of her ears, the palms of her hands, the tips of her fingers, were tinted with a glowing and provoking touch of color. Above all, she wore an expression of implacable determination to be beautiful. This reached the point of ferocity. She was like a panther, with the power of turning cat at will and caressing. One of her eyes was blue, the other black. Gwynplaine, as well as Ursus, contemplated her. The green box somewhat resembled a phantasmagoria in its representations. Chaos Vanquished was rather a dream than a piece. It generally produced on the audience the effect of a vision. Now, this effect was reflected on the actors. The house took the performers by surprise, and they were thunderstruck in their turn. It was a rebound of fascination. The woman watched them, and they watched her. At the distance at which they were placed, and in that luminous mist which is the half-light of a theater, details were lost, and it was like a hallucination. Of course it was a woman, but was it not a chimera as well? The penetration of her light into their obscurity stupefied them. It was like the appearance of an unknown planet. It came from a world of the happy. Her irradiation amplified her figure. The lady was covered with nocturnal glitterings, like a Milky Way. Her precious stones were stars. The diamond brooch was perhaps a Pleiad. The splendid beauty of her bosom seemed supernatural. They felt, as they looked upon the star-like creature, the momentary but thrilling approach of the regions of felicity. It was out of the heights of a paradise that she leant towards their mean-looking green box, and revealed to the gaze of its wretched audience her expression of inexorable serenity. As she satisfied her unbounded curiosity, she fed at the same time the curiosity of the public. It was the zenith, permitting the abyss to look at it. Ursus, Gwynplaine, Venus, Phoebe, the crowd, everyone had succumbed to her dazzling beauty, except Dee, ignorant in her darkness. An apparition was indeed before them, but none of the ideas usually evoked by the word were realized in the lady's appearance. There was nothing about her diaphanous, nothing undecided, nothing floating, no mist. She was an apparition, rose-colored and fresh and full of health. Yet under the optical condition in which Ursus and Gwynplaine were placed, she looked like a vision. There are fleshy phantoms, called vampires. Such a queen as she, though a spirit to the crowd, consumes 1,200,000 a year to keep her health. Behind the lady, in the shadow, her page was to be perceived, El Mozo, a little childlike man, fair and pretty, with a serious face. A very young and very grave servant was the fashion at that period. This page was dressed from top to toe in scarlet velvet, and had on his skull-cap, which was embroidered with gold, a bunch of curled feathers. This was the sign of a high class of service, and indicated attendance on a very great lady. The lackey is part of the lord, and it was impossible not to remark, in the shadow of his mistress, the train-bearing page. Memory often takes notes unconsciously, and without Gwynplaine suspecting it, the round cheeks, the serious mien, the embroidered and plumed cap of the lady's page left some trace on his mind. The page, however, did nothing to call attention to himself. To do so is to be wanting in respect. He held himself aloof and passive at the back of the box, retiring as far as the closed door permitted. Notwithstanding the presence of her train-bearer, the lady was not the less alone in the compartment, since a valet counts for nothing. However powerful a diversion had been produced by this person, who produced the effect of a personage, the denouement of Chaos Vanquished was more powerful still. The impression which it made was, as usual, irresistible. Perhaps even there occurred in the hall, on account of the radiant spectator, for sometimes the spectator is part of the spectacle, an increase of electricity. The contagion of Gwynplaine's laugh was more triumphant than ever. The whole audience fell into an indescribable epilepsy of hilarity, through which could be distinguished the sonorous and magisterial ha of Tom Jim Jack. Only the unknown lady looked at the performance with the immobility of a statue, and with her eyes, like those of a phantom, she laughed not. A spectre, but sunborn. The performance over, the platform drawn up, and the family reassembled in the green box, Ursus opened and emptied on the supper table the bag of receipts. From a heap of pennies there slid suddenly forth a Spanish gold onza. "Hers!" cried Ursus. The onza amidst the pence covered with verdigris was a type of the lady amidst the crowd. "She has paid an onza for her seat," cried Ursus with enthusiasm. Just then the hotel-keeper entered the green box, and passing his arm out of the window at the back of it, opened the loophole in the wall of which we have already spoken, which gave a view over the field, and which was level with the window. Then he made a silent sign to Ursus to look out. A carriage, swarming with plumed footmen carrying torches and magnificently appointed, was driving off at a fast trot. Ursus took the piece of gold between his forefinger and thumb respectfully, and showing it to Master Nicholas said, "She is a goddess." Then his eyes falling on the carriage, which was about to turn the corner of the field, and on the imperial of which the footmen's torches lighted up a golden coronet with 8 strawberry leaves, he exclaimed, "She is more, she is a duchess." The carriage disappeared. The rumbling of its wheels died away in the distance. Ursus remained some moments in an ecstasy, holding the gold piece between his finger and thumb, as in a monstrance, elevating it as the priest elevates the host. Then he placed it on the table, and, as he contemplated it, began to talk of Madame. The innkeeper replied, "She was a duchess. Yes, they knew her title, but her name, of that they were ignorant." Master Nicholas had been close to the carriage and seen the coat of arms and the footmen covered with lace. The coachman had a wig on which might have belonged to a Lord Chancellor. The carriage was of that rare design called, in Spain, cachitumban, a splendid build, with a top like a tomb, which makes a magnificent support for a coronet. The page was a man in miniature, so small that he could sit on the step of the carriage outside the door. The duty of those pretty creatures was to bear the trains of their mistresses. They also bore their messages. And did you remark the plumed cap of the page? How grand it was! You pay a fine if you wear those plumes without the right of doing so. Master Nicholas had seen the lady, too, quite close. A kind of queen. Such wealth gives beauty. The skin is whiter, the eye more proud, the gait more noble, and grace more insolent. Nothing can equal the elegant impertinence of hands which never work. Master Nicholas told the story of all the magnificence, of the white skin with the blue veins, the neck, the shoulders, the arms, the touch of paint everywhere, the pearl earrings, the headdress powdered with gold, the profusion of stones, the rubies, the diamonds. "Less brilliant than her eyes," murmured Ursus. Gwynplaine said nothing. Dee listened. "And do you know," said the tavern keeper, "the most wonderful thing of all?" "What?" said Ursus. "I saw her get into her carriage." "What then?" "She did not get in alone." "Nonsense." "Someone got in with her." "Who?" "Guess." "The king," said Ursus. "In the first place," said Master Nicholas, "there is no king at present. We are not living under a king. Guess who got into the carriage with the Duchess?" "Jupiter," said Ursus. The hotel keeper replied, "Tom Jim Jack." Gwynplaine, who had not said a word, broke silence. "Tom Jim Jack," he cried. There was a pause of astonishment, during which the low voice of Dee was heard to say, "Cannot this woman be prevented coming?" Chapter 8. Symptoms of poisoning. The apparition did not return. It did not reappear in the theatre, but it reappeared to the memory of Gwynplaine. Gwynplaine was, to a certain degree, troubled. It seemed to him that for the first time in his life he had seen a woman. He made that first stumble, a strange dream. We should beware of the nature of the reveries that fasten on us. Reverie has in it the mystery and subtlety of an odor. It is to thought what perfume is to the tuberose. It is at times the exudation of a venomous idea, and it penetrates like a vapor. You may poison yourself with reveries as with flowers. An intoxicating suicide, exquisite and malignant. The suicide of the soul is evil thought. In it is the poison. Reverie attracts, cajoles, lures, and twines, and then makes you its accomplice. It makes you bear your half in the trickeries which it plays on conscience. It charms, then it corrupts you. We may say of reverie as of play, one begins by being a dupe and ends by being a cheat. Gwynplaine dreamed. He had never before seen woman. He had seen the shadow in the women of the populace, and he had seen the soul in Dee. He had just seen the reality. A warm and living skin, under which one felt the circulation of passionate blood, an outline with the precision of marble, and the undulation of the wave. A high and impassive mien, mingling refusal with attraction, and summing itself up in its own glory. Hair of the color of the reflection from a furnace. A gallantry of adornment producing in herself, and in others, a tremor of voluptuousness, the half-revealed nudity betraying a disdainful desire to be coveted at a distance by the crowd, an ineradicable coquetry, the charm of impenetrability, temptation seasoned by the glimpse of perdition, a promise to the senses and a menace to the mind, a double anxiety, the one desire, the other fear. He had just seen these things. He had just seen woman. He had seen more and less than a woman. He had seen a female. And at the same time, an Olympian, the female of a god. The mystery of sex had just been revealed to him. And where, on inaccessible heights, at an infinite distance. O mocking destiny, the soul, that celestial essence he possessed, he held it in his hand. It was sex, that terrestrial embodiment he perceived in the heights of heaven. It was that woman. A duchess. More than a goddess, Ursus had said. What a precipice, even dreams dissolved before such a perpendicular height to escalade. Was he going to commit the folly of dreaming about the unknown beauty? He debated with himself. He recalled all that Ursus had said of high stations which are almost royal. The philosopher's disquisitions, which had hitherto seemed so useless, now became landmarks for his thoughts. A very thin layer of forgetfulness often lies over our memory, through which at times we catch a glimpse of all beneath it. His fancy ran on that august world, the peerage, to which the lady belonged, and which was so inexorably placed above the inferior world, the common people, of which he was one. And was he even one of the people? Was not he the mountebank below the lowest of the low? For the first time since he had arrived at the age of reflection, he felt his heart vaguely contracted by a sense of his baseness, and of that which we nowadays call abasement. The paintings and the catalogues of Ursus, his lyrical inventories, his dithyrambics of castles, parks, fountains, and colonnades, his catalogues of riches and of power, revived in the memory of Gwynplaine in the relief of reality mingled with mist. He was possessed with the image of this zenith, that a man should be a lord. It seemed chimerical. It was so, however, incredible thing. There were lords, but were they of flesh and blood like ourselves? It seemed doubtful. He felt that he lay at the bottom of all darkness, encompassed by a wall, while he could just perceive in the far distance above his head, through the mouth of the pit, a dazzling confusion of azure, of figures, and of rays, which was Olympus. In the midst of this glory, the Duchess shone out resplendent. He felt for this woman a strange, inexpressible longing, combined with a conviction of the impossibility of attainment. This poignant contradiction returned to his mind again and again, notwithstanding every effort. He saw near to him, even within his reach, in close and tangible reality, the soul, and in the unattainable, in the depths of the ideal, the flesh. None of these thoughts attained to certain shape. They were as a vapor within him, changing every instant its form and floating away. But the darkness which the vapor caused was intense. He did not form, even in his dreams, any hope of reaching the heights where the Duchess dwelt, luckily for him. The vibration of such ladders of fancy, if ever we put our foot upon them, may render our brains dizzy forever. Intending to scale Olympus, we reach Bedlam. Any distinct feeling of actual desire would have terrified him. He entertained none of that nature. Besides, was he likely ever to see the lady again? Most probably not. To fall in love with a passing light on the horizon, madness cannot reach to that pitch. To make loving eyes at a star even is not incomprehensible. It is seen again, it reappears, it is fixed in the sky. But can anyone be enamored of a flash of lightning? Dreams flowed and ebbed within him. The majestic and gallant idol at the back of the box had cast a light over his diffused ideas, then faded away. He thought, yet thought not of it, turned to other things, returned to it. It rocked about in his brain, nothing more. It broke his sleep for several nights. Sleeplessness is as full of dreams as sleep. It is almost impossible to express in their exact limits the abstract evolutions of the brain. The inconvenience of words is that they are more marked in form than ideas. All ideas have indistinct boundary lines words have not. A certain diffused phase of the soul ever escapes words. Expression has its frontiers, thought has none. The depths of our secret souls are so vast that Gwynplaine's dreams scarcely touched Dee. Dee reigned sacred in the center of his soul, nothing could approach her. Still, for such contradictions make up the soul of man, there was a conflict within him. Was he conscious of it? Scarcely. In his heart of hearts, he felt a collision of desires. We all have our weak points. Its nature would have been clear to Ursus, but to Gwynplaine it was not. Two instincts, one the ideal, the other sexual, were struggling within him. Such contests occur between the angels of light and darkness on the edge of the abyss. At length the angel of darkness was overthrown. One day Gwynplaine suddenly thought no more of the unknown woman. The struggle between two principles, the duel between his earthly and his heavenly nature, had taken place within his soul, and at such a depth that he had understood it but dimly. One thing was certain, that he had never for one moment ceased to adore Dee. He had been attacked by a violent disorder, his blood had been fevered, but it was over. Dee alone remained. Gwynplaine would have been much astonished had anyone told him that Dee had ever been, even for a moment, in danger. And in a week or two, the phantom which had threatened the hearts of both their souls faded away. Within Gwynplaine, nothing remained but the heart, which was the hearth, and the love, which was its fire. Besides, we have just said that the Duchess did not return. Ursus thought it all very natural. The lady with the gold piece is a phenomenon. She enters, pays, and vanishes. It would be too much joy were she to return. As to Dee, she made no allusion to the woman who had come and passed away. She listened, perhaps, and was sufficiently enlightened by the sighs of Ursus, and now and then by some significant exclamation, such as, "One does not get ounces of gold every day." She spoke no more of the woman. This showed deep instinct. The soul takes obscure precautions, in the secrets of which it is not always admitted itself. To keep silence about anyone seems to keep them afar off. One fears that questions may call them back. We put silence between us, as if we were shutting a door. So the incident fell into oblivion. Was it ever anything? Had it ever occurred? Could it be said that a shadow had floated between Gwynplaine and Dee? Dee did not know of it, nor Gwynplaine either. No, nothing had occurred. The Duchess herself was blurred in the distant perspective like an illusion. It had been but a momentary dream passing over Gwynplaine, out of which he had awakened. When it fades away, a reverie like a mist leaves no trace behind, and when the cloud has passed on, love shines out as brightly in the heart as the sun in the sky. Chapter 9. Abyssus, Abyssusumvocat. Another face disappeared, Tom Jim Jack's. Suddenly he ceased to frequent the Tadcaster Inn. Persons so situated as to be able to observe other phases of fashionable life in London might have seen that, about this time, the Weekly Gazette, between two extracts from parish registers, announced the departure of Lord David Dirry-Moir, by order of Her Majesty, to take command of his frigate in the White Squadron, then cruising off the coast of Holland. Ursus, perceiving that Tom Jim Jack did not return, was troubled by his absence. He had not seen Tom Jim Jack since the day on which he had driven off in the same carriage with the lady of the gold piece. It was, indeed, an enigma who this Tom Jim Jack could be, who carried off duchesses under his arm. What an interesting investigation, what questions to propound, what things to be said. Therefore Ursus said not a word. Ursus, who had had experience, knew the smart caused by rash curiosity. Curiosity ought always to be proportioned to the curious. By listening, we risk our ear. By watching, we risk our eye. Prudent people neither hear nor see. Tom Jim Jack had got into a princely carriage. The tavern keeper had seen him. It appeared so extraordinary that the sailor should sit by the lady that it made Ursus circumspect. The caprices of those in high life ought to be sacred to the lower orders. The reptiles called the poor had best squat in their holes when they see anything out of the way. Quiescence is a power. Shut your eyes if you have not the luck to be blind. Stop up your ears if you have not the good fortune to be deaf. Paralyze your tongue if you have not the perfection of being mute. The great do what they like, the little what they can. Let the unknown pass unnoticed. Do not importune mythology. Do not interrogate appearances. Have a profound respect for idols. Do not let us direct our gossiping towards the lessenings or increasings which take place in superior regions, of the motives of which we are ignorant. Such things are mostly optical delusions to us inferior creatures. Metamorphoses are the business of the gods. The transformations and the contingent disorders of great persons who float above us are clouds impossible to comprehend and perilous to study. Too much attention irritates the Olympians engaged in their gyrations of amusement or fancy, and a thunderbolt may teach you that the bull you are too curiously examining is Jupiter. Do not lift the folds of the stone-colored mantles of those terrible powers. Indifference is intelligence. Do not stir, and you will be safe. Feign death, and they will not kill you. Therein lies the wisdom of the insect. Ursus practiced it. The tavern-keeper, who was puzzled as well, questioned Ursus one day. "Do you observe that Tom Jim Jack never comes here now?" "Indeed," said Ursus, "I have not remarked it." Master Nicholas made an observation in an undertone, no doubt touching the intimacy between the ducal carriage and Tom Jim Jack, a remark which, as it might have been irreverent and dangerous, Ursus took care not to hear. Still, Ursus was too much of an artist not to regret Tom Jim Jack. He felt some disappointment. He told his feeling to Homo, of whose discretion alone he felt certain. He whispered into the ear of the wolf, "Since Tom Jim Jack ceased to come, I feel a blank as a man and a chill as a poet." This pouring out of his heart to a friend relieved Ursus. His lips were sealed before Gwynplaine, who, however, made no allusion to Tom Jim Jack. The fact was that Tom Jim Jack's presence or absence mattered not to Gwynplaine, absorbed as he was in Dee. Forgetfulness fell more and more on Gwynplaine. As for Dee, she had not even suspected the existence of a vague trouble. At the same time, no more cabals or complaints against the laughing man were spoken of. Hate seemed to have let go its hold. All was tranquil in and around the green box. No more opposition from strollers, merry andrews, nor priests, no more grumbling outside. Their success was unclouded. Destiny allows of such sudden serenity. The brilliant happiness of Gwynplaine and Dee was for the present absolutely cloudless. Little by little, it had risen to a degree which admitted of no increase. There is one word which expresses the situation: apogee. Happiness, like the sea, has its high tide. The worst thing for the perfectly happy is that it recedes. There are two ways of being inaccessible: being too high and being too low. At least as much, perhaps, as the first is the second to be desired. More surely than the eagle escapes the arrow, the animalcule escapes being crushed. This security of insignificance, if it had ever existed on earth, was enjoyed by Gwynplaine and Dee, and never before had it been so complete. They lived on, daily more and more ecstatically wrapped in each other. The heart saturates itself with love as with a divine salt that preserves it, and from this arises the incorruptible constancy of those who have loved each other from the dawn of their lives, and the affection which keeps its freshness in old age. There is such a thing as the embalmment of the heart. It is of Daphnis and Cly that Philemon and Baucis are made. The old age of which we speak, evening resembling morning, was evidently reserved for Gwynplaine and Dee. In the meantime, they were young. Ursus looked on this love as a doctor examines his case. He had what was in those days termed a Hippocratical expression of face. He fixed his sagacious eyes on Dee, fragile and pale, and growled out, "It is lucky that she is happy." At other times he said, "She is lucky for her health's sake." He shook his head, and at times read attentively a portion treating of heart disease in Avicenna's, translated by Vossiscus Fortunatus, Louvain, 1650, an old worm-eaten book of his. Dee, when fatigued, suffered from perspirations and drowsiness, and took a daily siesta, as we have already seen. One day, while she was lying asleep on the bearskin, Gwynplaine was out, and Ursus bent down softly and applied his ear to Dee's heart. He seemed to listen for a few minutes, and then stood up, murmuring, "She must not have any shock. It would find out the weak place." The crowd continued to flock to the performance of Chaos Vanquished. The success of the laughing man seemed inexhaustible. Everyone rushed to see him, no longer from Southwark only, but even from other parts of London. The general public began to mingle with the usual audience, which no longer consisted of sailors and drivers only. In the opinion of Master Nicholas, who was well acquainted with crowds, there were in the crowd gentlemen and baronets disguised as common people. Disguise is one of the pleasures of pride, and was much in fashion at that period. This mixing of the aristocratic element with the mob was a good sign, and showed that their popularity was extending to London. The fame of Gwynplaine has decidedly penetrated into the great world. Such was the fact. Nothing was talked of but the laughing man. He was talked about even at the Mohawk Club, frequented by noblemen. In the Green Box they had no idea of all this. They were content to be happy. It was intoxication to Dee to feel, as she did every evening, the crisp and tawny head of Gwynplaine. In love there is nothing like habit. The whole of life is concentrated in it. The reappearance of the stars is the custom of the universe. Creation is nothing but a mistress, and the sun is a lover. Light is a dazzling caryatid supporting the world. Each day, for a sublime minute, the earth, covered by night, rests on the rising sun. Dee, blind, felt a like return of warmth and hope within her when she placed her hand on the head of Gwynplaine. To adore each other in the shadows, to love in the plenitude of silence, who could not become reconciled to such an eternity? One evening Gwynplaine, feeling within him that overflow of felicity which, like the intoxication of perfumes, causes a sort of delicious faintness, was strolling, as he usually did after the performance, in the meadow some 100 paces from the Green Box. Sometimes in those high tides of feeling in our souls we feel that we would fain pour out the sensations of the overflowing heart. The night was dark but clear. The stars were shining. The whole fairground was deserted. Sleep and forgetfulness reigned in the caravans which were scattered over Tarrinzeau Field. One light alone was unextinguished. It was the lamp of the Tadcaster Inn, the door of which was left ajar to admit Gwynplaine on his return. Midnight had just struck in the 5 parishes of Southwark, with the breaks and differences of tone of their various bells. Gwynplaine was dreaming of Dee. Of whom else should he dream? But that evening, feeling singularly troubled, and full of a charm which was at the same time a pang, he thought of Dee as a man thinks of a woman. He reproached himself for this. It seemed to be failing in respect to her. The husband's attack was forming dimly within him, sweet and imperious impatience. He was crossing the invisible frontier, on this side of which is the virgin, on the other the wife. He questioned himself anxiously. A blush, as it were, overspread his mind. The Gwynplaine of long ago had been transformed, by degrees, unconsciously in a mysterious growth. His old modesty was becoming misty and uneasy. We have an ear of light, into which speaks the spirit, and an ear of darkness, into which speaks the instinct. Into the latter, strange voices were making their proposals. However pure-minded may be the youth who dreams of love, a certain grossness of the flesh eventually comes between his dream and him. Intentions lose their transparency. The unavowed desire implanted by nature enters into his conscience. Gwynplaine felt an indescribable yearning of the flesh, which abounds in all temptation, and Dee was scarcely flesh. In this fever, which he knew to be unhealthy, he transfigured Dee into a more material aspect and tried to exaggerate her seraphic form into feminine loveliness. It is thou, O woman, that we require. Love comes not to permit too much of paradise. It requires the fevered skin, the troubled life, the unbound hair, the kiss electrical and irreparable, the clasp of desire. The sidereal is embarrassing, the ethereal is heavy. Too much of the heavenly in love is like too much fuel on a fire. The flame suffers from it. Gwynplaine fell into an exquisite nightmare. Dee to be clasped in his arms, Dee clasped in them. He heard nature in his heart crying out for a woman. Like a Pygmalion, in a dream modeling a Galathea out of the azure, in the depths of his soul he worked at the chaste contour of Dee, a contour with too much of heaven, too little of Eden. For Eden is Eve, and Eve was a female, a carnal mother, a terrestrial nurse, the sacred womb of generations, the breast of unfailing milk, the rocker of the cradle of the newborn world, and wings are incompatible with the bosom of woman. Virginity is but the hope of maternity. Still, in Gwynplaine's dreams, Dee, until now, had been enthroned above flesh. Now, however, he made wild efforts in thought to draw her downwards by that thread, sex, which ties every girl to earth. Not one of those birds is free. D, like all the rest, was within this law, and Gwynplaine, though he scarcely acknowledged it, felt a vague desire that she should submit to it. This desire possessed him in spite of himself, and with an ever-occurring relapse. He pictured D as woman. He came to the point of regarding her under a hitherto unheard-of form, as a creature no longer of ecstasy only, but of voluptuousness, as D, with her head resting on the pillow. He was ashamed of this visionary desecration. It was like an attempt at profanation. He resisted its assault. He turned from it, but it returned again. He felt as if he were committing a criminal assault. To him, D was encompassed by a cloud. Cleaving that cloud, he shuddered, as though he were raising her chemise. It was in April. The spine has its dreams. He rambled at random with the uncertain step caused by solitude. To have no one by is a provocative to wander. Whither flew his thoughts? He would not have dared to own it to himself. To heaven? No, to a bed. You were looking down upon him, O ye stars. Why talk of a man in love? Rather say a man possessed. To be possessed by the devil is the exception. To be possessed by a woman, the rule. Every man has to bear this alienation of himself. What a sorceress is a pretty woman. The true name of love is captivity. Man is made prisoner by the soul of a woman, by her flesh as well, and sometimes even more by the flesh than by the soul. The soul is the true love, the flesh, the mistress. We slander the devil. It was not he who tempted Eve. It was Eve who tempted him. The woman began. Lucifer was passing by quietly. He perceived the woman and became Satan. The flesh is the cover of the unknown. It is provocative, which is strange by its modesty. Nothing could be more distracting. It is full of shame, the hussy. It was the terrible love of the surface which was then agitating Gwynplaine and holding him in its power. Fearful the moment in which man covets the nakedness of woman, what dark things lurk beneath the fairness of Venus. Something within him was calling D aloud, D the maiden, D the other half of a man, D flesh and blood, D with uncovered bosom. That cry was almost driving away the angel. Mysterious crisis through which all love must pass and in which the ideal is in danger. Therein is the predestination of creation, moment of heavenly corruption. Gwynplaine's love of D was becoming nuptial. Virgin love is but a transition. The moment was come. Gwynplaine coveted the woman. He coveted a woman, precipice of which one sees but the first gentle slope. The indistinct summons of nature is inexorable. The whole of woman, what an abyss! Luckily, there was no woman for Gwynplaine but D, the only one he desired, the only one who could desire him. Gwynplaine felt that vague and mighty shudder which is the vital claim of infinity. Besides, there was the aggravation of the spring. He was breathing the nameless odors of the starry darkness. He walked forward in a wild feeling of delight. The wandering perfumes of the rising sap, the heady irradiations which float in shadow, the distant opening of nocturnal flowers, the complicity of little hidden nests, the murmurs of waters and of leaves, soft sighs rising from all things, the freshness, the warmth, and the mysterious awakening of April and May is the vast diffusion of sex murmuring, in whispers, their proposals of voluptuousness, till the soul stammers in answer to the giddy provocation. The ideal no longer knows what it is saying. Any one observing Gwynplaine walk would have said, "See, a drunken man." He almost staggered under the weight of his own heart, of spring, and of the night. The solitude in the bowling green was so peaceful that at times he spoke aloud. The consciousness that there is no listener induces speech. He walked with slow steps, his head bent down, his hands behind him, the left hand in the right, the fingers open. Suddenly, he felt something slipped between his fingers. He turned round quickly. In his hand was a paper, and in front of him a man. It was the man who, coming behind him with the stealth of a cat, had placed the paper in his fingers. The paper was a letter. The man, as he appeared pretty clearly in the starlight, was small, chubby-cheeked, young, sedate, and dressed in a scarlet livery, exposed from top to toe through the opening of a long grey cloak, then called a cape-notch, a Spanish word contracted, in French. It was Cape de Nuit. His head was covered by a crimson cap, like the skull cap of a cardinal, on which servitude was indicated by a strip of lace. On this cap was a plume of tisserine feathers. He stood motionless before Gwynplaine like a dark outline in a dream. Gwynplaine recognized the Duchess's page. Before Gwynplaine could utter an exclamation of surprise, he heard the thin voice of the page, at once childlike and feminine in its tone, saying to him, "At this hour tomorrow, be at the corner of London Bridge. I will be there to conduct you." "Whither?" demanded Gwynplaine. "Where you are expected." Gwynplaine dropped his eyes on the letter, which he was holding mechanically in his hand. When he looked up, the page was no longer with him. He perceived a vague form lessening rapidly in the distance. It was the little valet. He turned the corner of the street, and solitude reigned again. Gwynplaine saw the page vanish, then looked at the letter. There are moments in our lives when what happens seems not to happen. Stupor keeps us for a moment at a distance from the fact. Gwynplaine raised the letter to his eyes as if to read it, but soon perceived that he could not do so for two reasons. First, because he had not broken the seal, and secondly, because it was too dark. It was some minutes before he remembered that there was a lamp at the inn. He took a few steps sideways, as if he knew not whither he was going. A somnambulist, to whom a phantom had given a letter, might walk as he did. At last he made up his mind. He ran rather than walked towards the inn, stood in the light which broke through the half-open door, and by it again examined the closed letter. There was no design on the seal, and on the envelope was written, "To Gwynplaine." He broke the seal, tore the envelope, unfolded the letter, put it directly under the light, and read as follows. "You are hideous, I am beautiful. You are a player, I am a duchess. I am the highest, you are the lowest. I desire you, I love you, come." Book the Fourth. The Cell of Torture. Chapter 1. The Temptation of Gwynplaine. One jet of flame hardly makes a prick in the darkness, another sets fire to a volcano. Some sparks are gigantic. Gwynplaine read the letter, then he read it over again. Yes, the words were there, "I love you." Terrors chased each other through his mind. The first was that he believed himself to be mad. He was mad, that was certain. He had just seen what had no existence. The twilight spectres were making game of him, poor wretch. The little man in scarlet was the will-o'-the-wisp of a dream. Sometimes, at night, nothings condensed into flame come and laugh at us. Having had his laugh out, the visionary being had disappeared and left Gwynplaine behind him mad. Such are the freaks of darkness. The second terror was to find out that he was in his right senses. A vision, certainly not. How could that be? Had he not a letter in his hand? Did he not see an envelope, a seal, paper, and writing? Did he not know from whom that came? It was all clear enough. Someone took a pen and ink and wrote. Someone lighted a taper and sealed it with wax. Was not his name written on the letter to Gwynplaine? The paper was scented. All was clear. Gwynplaine knew the little man. The dwarf was a page. The gleam was a livery. The page had given him a rendezvous for the same hour on the morrow, at the corner of London Bridge. Was London Bridge an illusion? No, no, all was clear. There was no delirium, all was reality. Gwynplaine was perfectly clear in his intellect. It was not a phantasmagoria, suddenly dissolving above his head and fading into nothingness. It was something which had really happened to him. No, Gwynplaine was not mad, nor was he dreaming. Again, he read the letter. Well, yes, but then. That then was terror-striking. There was a woman who desired him. If so, let no one ever again pronounce the word incredible. A woman desire him, a woman who had seen his face, a woman who was not blind. And who was this woman? An ugly one? No, a beauty, a gypsy? No, a duchess. What was it all about, and what could it all mean? What peril in such a triumph, and how was he to help plunging into it headlong? What that woman, the siren, the apparition, the lady in the visionary box, the light in the darkness, it was she. Yes, it was she. The crackling of the fire burst out in every part of his frame. It was the strange, unknown lady, she who had previously so troubled his thoughts, and his first tumultuous feelings about this woman returned, heated by the evil fire. Forgetfulness is nothing but a palimpsest. An incident happens unexpectedly, and all that was effaced revives in the blanks of wandering memory. Gwynplaine thought that he had dismissed that image from his remembrance, and he found that it was still there, and she had put her mark in his brain, unconsciously guilty of a dream. Without his suspecting it, the lines of the engraving had been bitten deep by reverie. And now a certain amount of evil had been done, and this train of thought, thenceforth, perhaps, irreparable, he took up again eagerly. What she desired him, what, the princess descend from her throne, the idol from its shrine, the statue from its pedestal, the phantom from its cloud. What, from the depths of the impossible had this chimera come, this deity of the sky, this irradiation, this nereid all glistening with jewels. This proud and unattainable beauty, from the height of her radiant throne, was bending down to Gwynplaine. What, had she drawn up her chariot of the dawn, with its yoke of turtle-doves and dragons, before Gwynplaine, and said to him, "Come." What, this terrible glory of being the object of such abasement from the Empyrean, for Gwynplaine? This woman, if he could give that name to a form so star-like and majestic, this woman proposed herself, gave herself, delivered herself up to him. Wonder of wonders, a goddess prostituting herself for him, the arms of a courtesan opening in a cloud to clasp him to the bosom of a goddess, and that without degradation. Such majestic creatures cannot be sullied. The gods bathed themselves pure in light, and this goddess who came to him knew what she was doing. She was not ignorant of the incarnate hideousness of Gwynplaine. She had seen the mask, which was his face, and that mask had not caused her to draw back. Gwynplaine was loved notwithstanding it. Here was a thing surpassing all the extravagance of dreams. He was loved in consequence of his mask. Far from repulsing the goddess, the mask attracted her. Gwynplaine was not only loved, he was desired. He was more than accepted, he was chosen, chosen. What there where this woman dwelt, in the regal region of irresponsible splendor, and in the power of full free will, where there were princes, and she could take a prince, nobles, and she could take a noble, where there were men handsome, charming, magnificent, and she could take an Adonis. Whom did she take? Naphron. She could choose from the midst of meteors and thunders, the mighty six-winged seraphim, and she chose the larva crawling in the slime. On one side were highnesses and peers, all grandeur, all opulence, all glory. On the other, a mountebank. The mountebank carried it. What kind of scales could there be in the heart of this woman? By what measure did she weigh her love? She took off her ducal coronet and flung it on the platform of a clown. She took from her brow the Olympian aureola and placed it on the bristly head of a gnome. The world had turned topsy-turvy. The insects swarmed on high, the stars were scattered below, whilst the wonder-stricken Gwynplaine, overwhelmed by a falling ruin of light, and lying in the dust, was enshrined in a glory. One all-powerful, revolting against beauty and splendor, gave herself to the damned of night, preferred Gwynplaine to Antinous. Excited by curiosity, she entered the shadows, and descending within them, and from this abdication of goddess-ship was rising, crowned and prodigious, the royalty of the wretched. "You are hideous. I love you." These words touched Gwynplaine in the ugly spot of pride. Pride is the heel in which all heroes are vulnerable. Gwynplaine was flattered in his vanity as a monster. He was loved for his deformity. He, too, was the exception, as much and perhaps more than the Jupiters and the Apollos. He felt superhuman, and so much a monster as to be a god. Fearful bewilderment. Now who was this woman? What did he know about her? Everything and nothing. She was a duchess that he knew. He knew also that she was beautiful and rich, that she had liveries, lackeys, pages, and footmen running with torches by the side of her coroneted carriage. He knew that she was in love with him, at least she said so. Of everything else he was ignorant. He knew her title but not her name. He knew her thought, he knew not her life. Was she married, widow, maiden? Was she free? Of what family was she? Were there snares, traps, dangers about her? Of the gallantry existing on the idle heights of society, the caves on those summits, in which savage charmers dream amid the scattered skeletons of the loves which they have already preyed on, of the extent of tragic cynicism to which the experiments of a woman may attain who believes herself to be beyond the reach of man, of things, such as these Gwynplaine had no idea. Nor had he even in his mind materials out of which to build up a conjecture, information concerning such things being very scanty in the social depths in which he lived. Still, he detected a shadow. He felt that a mist hung over all this brightness. Did he understand it? No. Could he guess at it? Still less. What was there behind that letter? One pair of folding doors opening before him, another closing on him and causing him a vague anxiety. On the one side an avowal, on the other an enigma, avowal and enigma, which, like two mouths, one tempting, the other threatening, pronounced the same word, dare. Never had perfidious chance taken its measures better, nor timed more fitly the moment of temptation. Gwynplaine, stirred by spring, and by the sap rising in all things, was prompt to dream the dream of the flesh. The old man who is not to be stamped out, and over whom none of us can triumph, was awaking in that backward youth, still a boy at 24. It was just then, at the most stormy moment of the crisis, that the offer was made him, and the naked bosom of the Sphinx appeared before his dazzled eyes. Youth is an inclined plane. Gwynplaine was stooping, and something pushed him forward. What? The season and the night. Who? The woman. Were there no month of April, man would be a great deal more virtuous. The budding plants are a set of accomplices. Love is the thief, spring the receiver. Gwynplaine was shaken. There is a kind of smoke of evil, preceding sin, in which the conscience cannot breathe. The obscure nausea of hell comes over virtue in temptation. The yawning abyss discharges an exhalation which warns the strong and turns the weak giddy. Gwynplaine was suffering its mysterious attack. Dilemmas, transient and at the same time stubborn, were floating before him. Sin, presenting itself obstinately again and again to his mind, was taking form. The morrow, midnight, London Bridge, the page, should he go? Yes, cried the flesh. No, cried the soul. Nevertheless, we must remark that, strange as it may appear at first sight, he never once put himself the question, should he go? Quite distinctly. Reprehensible actions are like overstrong brandies. You cannot swallow them at a draught. You put down your glass, you will see to it presently. There is a strange taste even about that first drop. One thing is certain. He felt something behind him pushing him forward towards the unknown, and he trembled. He could catch a glimpse of a crumbling precipice, and he drew back, stricken by the terror encircling him. He closed his eyes. He tried hard to deny to himself that the adventure had ever occurred, and to persuade himself into doubting his reason. This was evidently his best plan. The wisest thing he could do was to believe himself mad. Fatal fever. Every man, surprised by the unexpected, has at times felt the throb of such tragic pulsations. The observer ever listens with anxiety to the echoes resounding from the dull strokes of the battering ram of destiny striking against a conscience. Alas, Gwynplaine put himself questions. Where duty is clear, to put oneself questions is to suffer defeat. There are invasions which the mind may have to suffer. There are the vandals of the soul, evil thoughts coming to devastate our virtue. 1,000 contrary ideas rushed into Gwynplaine's brain, now following each other singly, now crowding together. Then silence reigned again, and he would lean his head on his hands, in a kind of mournful attention, as of one who contemplates a landscape by night. Suddenly he felt that he was no longer thinking. His reverie had reached that point of utter darkness in which all things disappear. He remembered, too, that he had not entered the inn. It might be about 2 o'clock in the morning. He placed the letter which the page had brought him in his side pocket, but perceiving that it was next his heart, he drew it out again, crumpled it up, and placed it in a pocket of his hose. He then directed his steps towards the inn, which he entered stealthily and without awaking little Govicum, who, while waiting up for him, had fallen asleep on the table, with his arms for a pillow. He closed the door, lighted a candle at the lamp, fastened the bolt, turned the key in the lock, taking, mechanically, all the precautions usual to a man returning home late, ascended the staircase of the Green Box, slipped into the old hovel which he used as a bedroom, looked at Ursus who was asleep, blew out his candle, and did not go to bed. Thus an hour passed away. Weary, at length, and fancying that bed and sleep were one, he laid his head upon the pillow without undressing, making darkness the concession of closing his eyes. but the storm of emotions which assailed him had not waned for an instant. Sleeplessness is a cruelty which night inflicts on man. Gwynplaine suffered greatly. For the first time in his life, he was not pleased with himself. Ache of heart mingled with gratified vanity. What was he to do? Day broke at last. He heard Ursus get up, but did not raise his eyelids. No truce for him, however. The letter was ever in his mind. Every word of it came back to him in a kind of chaos. In certain violent storms within the soul, thought becomes a liquid. It is convulsed, it heaves, and something rises from it, like the dull roaring of the waves. Flood and flow, sudden shocks and whirls, the hesitation of the wave before the rock, hail and rain clouds with the light shining through their breaks, the petty flights of useless foam, wild swell broken in an instant, great efforts lost, wreck appearing all around, darkness and universal dispersion. As these things are of the sea, so are they of man. Gwynplaine was a prey to such a storm. At the acme of his agony, his eyes still closed, he heard an exquisite voice saying, "Are you asleep, Gwynplaine?" He opened his eyes with a start and sat up. Dee was standing in the half-open doorway. Her ineffable smile was in her eyes and on her lips. She was standing there, charming in the unconscious serenity of her radiance. Then came, as it were, a sacred moment. Gwynplaine watched her, startled, dazzled, awakened. Awakened from what? From sleep? No, from sleeplessness. It was she, it was Dee. And suddenly he felt in the depths of his being the indescribable wane of the storm and the sublime descent of good over evil. The miracle of the look from on high was accomplished. The blind girl, the sweet light-bearer, with no effort beyond her mere presence, dissipated all the darkness within him. The curtain of cloud was dispersed from the soul, as if drawn by an invisible hand, and a sky of azure, as though by celestial enchantment, again spread over Gwynplaine's conscience. In a moment he became, by the virtue of that angel, the great and good Gwynplaine, the innocent man. Such mysterious confrontations occur to the soul as they do to creation. Both were silent, she who was the light, he who was the abyss, she who was divine, he who was appeased, and over Gwynplaine's stormy heart Dee shone with the indescribable effect of a star shining on the sea. Chapter 2. From Gay to Grave. How simple is a miracle! It was breakfast hour in the Green Box, and Dee had merely come to see why Gwynplaine had not joined their little breakfast table. "It is you," exclaimed Gwynplaine, and he had said everything. There was no other horizon, no vision for him now but the heavens where Dee was. His mind was appeased in such a manner as he alone can understand who has seen the smile spread swiftly over the sea when the hurricane had passed away. Over nothing does the calm come so quickly as over the whirlpool. This results from its power of absorption, and so it is with the human heart. Not always, however. Dee had but to show herself, and all the light that was in Gwynplaine left him and went to her, and behind the dazzled Gwynplaine there was but a flight of phantoms. What a peacemaker is adoration! A few minutes afterwards they were sitting opposite each other, Ursus between them, Homo at their feet. The teapot, hung over a little lamp, was on the table. Phoebe and Venus were outside, waiting. They breakfasted as they supped, in the center compartment. From the position in which the narrow table was placed, Dee's back was turned towards the aperture in the partition which was opposite the entrance door of the Green Box. Their knees were touching. Gwynplaine was pouring out tea for Dee. Dee blew gracefully on her cup. Suddenly she sneezed. Just at that moment, a thin smoke rose above the flame of the lamp, and something like a piece of paper fell into ashes. It was the smoke which had caused Dee to sneeze. "What was that?" she asked. "Nothing," replied Gwynplaine. And he smiled. He had just burnt the Duchess's letter. The conscience of the man who loves is the guardian angel of the woman whom he loves. Unburdened of the letter, his relief was wondrous, and Gwynplaine felt his integrity as the eagle feels its wings. It seemed to him as if his temptation had evaporated with the smoke, and as if the Duchess had crumbled into ashes with the paper. Taking up their cups at random, and drinking one after the other from the same one, they talked. A babble of lovers, a chattering of sparrows, child's talk, worthy of Mother Goose or of Homer. With two loving hearts, go no further for poetry. With two kisses for dialogue, go no further for music. "Do you know something?" "No." "Gwynplaine, I dreamt that we were animals and had wings." "Wings, that means birds," murmured Gwynplaine. Fools, it means angels, growled Ursus. And their talk went on. If you did not exist, Gwynplaine, what then? It could only be because there was no God. The tea is too hot, you will burn yourself, D. Blow on my cup. How beautiful you are this morning. Do you know that I have a great many things to say to you? Say them. I love you. I adore you. And Ursus said aside, by heaven, they are polite. Exquisite to lovers are their moments of silence. In them they gather, as it were, masses of love, which afterwards explode into sweet fragments. Do you know, in the evening, when we are playing our parts, at the moment when my hand touches your forehead, oh, what a noble head is yours, Gwynplaine. At the moment when I feel your hair under my fingers, I shiver. A heavenly joy comes over me, and I say to myself, in all this world of darkness which encompasses me, in this universe of solitude, in this great obscurity of ruin in which I am, in this quaking fear of myself and of everything, I have one prop, and he is there. It is he, it is you. Oh, you love me, said Gwynplaine. I too have but you on earth. You are all in all to me. D, what would you have me do? What do you desire? What do you want? D answered, I do not know. I am happy. O's, replied Gwynplaine, we are happy. Ursus raised his voice severely. Oh, you are happy, are you? That's a crime. I have warned you already. You are happy, then take care you aren't seen. Take up as little room as you can. Happiness ought to stuff itself into a hole. Make yourselves still less than you are, if that can be. God measures the greatness of happiness by the littleness of the happy. The happy should conceal themselves like malefactors. Oh, only shine out like the wretched glowworms that you are, and you'll be trodden on, and quite right too. What do you mean by all that love-making nonsense? I'm no duenna, whose business it is to watch lovers billing and cooing. I'm tired of it all, I tell you, and you may both go to the devil. And feeling that his harsh tones were melting into tenderness, he drowned his emotion in a loud grumble. Father, said D, how roughly you scold. It's because I don't like to see people too happy. Here Homo, re-echoed Ursus. His growl was heard from beneath the lover's feet. Ursus stooped down and placed his hand on Homo's head. That's right, you're in bad humor too, you growl. The bristles are all on end on your wolf's pate. You don't like all this love-making. That's because you are wise. Hold your tongue all the same. You have had your say and given your opinion. Be it so, now be silent. The wolf growled again. Ursus looked under the table at him. Be still, Homo. Come, don't dwell on it, you philosopher. But the wolf sat up and looked towards the door, showing his teeth. What's wrong with you now? Said Ursus, and he caught hold of Homo by the skin of the neck. Heedless of the wolf's growls, and wholly wrapped up in her own thoughts, and in the sound of Gwynplaine's voice, which left its aftertaste within her, Dee was silent, and absorbed by that kind of ecstasy peculiar to the blind, which seems at times to give them a song to listen to in their souls, and to make up to them for the light which they lack by some strain of ideal music. Blindness is a cavern to which reaches the deep harmony of the eternal. While Ursus, addressing Homo, was looking down, Gwynplaine had raised his eyes. He was about to drink a cup of tea, but did not drink it. He placed it on the table with the slow movement of a spring drawn back. His fingers remained open, his eyes fixed. He scarcely breathed. A man was standing in the doorway behind D. He was clad in black with a hood. He wore a wig down to his eyebrows and held in his hand an iron staff with a crown at each end. His staff was short and massive. He was like Medusa thrusting her head between two branches in paradise. Ursus, who had heard someone enter and raised his head without loosing his hold of Homo, recognized the terrible personage. He shook from head to foot and whispered to Gwynplaine, "It's the wapentake." Gwynplaine recollected. An exclamation of surprise was about to escape him, but he restrained it. The iron staff, with the crown at each end, was called the iron weapon. It was from this iron weapon, upon which the city officers of justice took the oath when they entered on their duties, that the old wapentakes of the English police derived their qualification. Behind the man in the wig, the frightened landlord could just be perceived in the shadow. Without saying a word, a personification of the muta themis of the old charters, the man stretched his right arm over the radiant D and touched Gwynplaine on the shoulder with the iron staff, at the same time pointing with his left thumb to the door of the green box behind him. These gestures, all the more imperious for their silence, meant, "Follow me." Pro signo exeundi, sursum trah, says the old Norman record. He who was touched by the iron weapon had no right but the right of obedience. To that mute order there was no reply. The harsh penalties of the English law threatened the refractory. Gwynplaine felt a shock under the rigid touch of the law, then he sat as though petrified. If instead of having been merely grazed on the shoulder, he had been struck a violent blow on the head with the iron staff, he could not have been more stunned. He knew that the police officer summoned him to follow, but why? That he could not understand. On his part, Ursus, too, was thrown into the most painful agitation, but he saw through matters pretty distinctly. His thoughts ran on the jugglers and preachers, his competitors, on informations laid against the green box, on that delinquent the wolf, on his own affair with the 3 Bishopsgate commissioners, and who knows, perhaps, but that would be too fearful, Gwynplaine's unbecoming and factious speeches touching the royal authority. He trembled violently. D was smiling. Neither Gwynplaine nor Ursus pronounced a word. They had both the same thought, not to frighten D. It may have struck the wolf as well, for he ceased growling. True, Ursus did not loose him. Homo, however, was a prudent wolf when occasion required. Who is there who has not remarked a kind of intelligent anxiety in animals? It may be that to the extent to which a wolf can understand mankind, he felt that he was an outlaw. Gwynplaine rose. Resistance was impracticable, as Gwynplaine knew. He remembered Ursus's words, and there was no question possible. He remained standing in front of the wapentake. The latter raised the iron staff from Gwynplaine's shoulder and, drawing it back, held it out straight in an attitude of command, a constable's attitude which was well understood in those days by the whole people, and which expressed the following order: "Let this man, and no other, follow me. The rest remain where they are." Silence. No curious followers were allowed. In all times, the police have had a taste for arrests of the kind. This description of seizure was termed sequestration of the person. The wapentake turned round in one motion, like a piece of mechanism revolving on its own pivot, and with grave and magisterial step proceeded towards the door of the green box. Gwynplaine looked at Ursus. The latter went through a pantomime composed as follows. He shrugged his shoulders, placed both elbows close to his hips, with his hands out, and knitted his brows into chevrons, all which signifies, "We must submit to the unknown." Gwynplaine looked at D. She was in her dream. She was still smiling. He put the ends of his fingers to his lips and sent her an unutterable kiss. Ursus, relieved of some portion of his terror now that the wapentake's back was turned, seized the moment to whisper in Gwynplaine's ear, "On your life, do not speak until you are questioned." Gwynplaine, with the same care to make no noise as he would have taken in a sick room, took his hat and cloak from the hook on the partition, wrapped himself up to the eyes in the cloak, and pushed his hat over his forehead. Not having been to bed, he had his working clothes still on, and his leather esclavin round his neck. Once more he looked at D. Having reached the door, the wapentake raised his staff and began to descend the steps. Then Gwynplaine set out as if the man was dragging him by an invisible chain. Ursus watched Gwynplaine leave the green box. At that moment, the wolf gave a low growl, but Ursus silenced him and whispered, "He is coming back." In the yard, Master Nicholas was stemming, with servile and imperious gestures, the cries of terror raised by Vinos and Phoebe, as in great distress they watched Gwynplaine led away, and the mourning-colored garb and the iron staff of the wapentake. The two girls were like petrifactions. They were in the attitude of stalactites. Govicum, stunned, was looking open-mouthed out of a window. The wapentake preceded Gwynplaine by a few steps, never turning round or looking at him. in that icy ease which is given by the knowledge that one is the law. In death-like silence, they both crossed the yard, went through the dark taproom, and reached the street. A few passers-by had collected about the inn door, and the justice of the quorum was there at the head of a squad of police. The idlers, stupefied, and without breathing a word, opened out and stood aside, with English discipline, at the sight of the constable's staff. The wapentake moved off in the direction of the narrow street, then called the little Strand, running by the Thames, and Gwynplaine, with the justice of the quorum's men in ranks on each side, like a double hedge, pale, without emotion, except that of his steps, wrapped in his cloak as in a shroud, was leaving the inn farther and farther behind him as he followed the silent man, like a statue following a spectre. Chapter 3. Lex Rex Fex. Unexplained arrest, which would greatly astonish an Englishman nowadays, was then a very usual proceeding of the police. Recourse was had to it, notwithstanding the Habeas Corpus Act, up to George II's time, especially in such delicate cases as were provided for by letters de cachet in France, and one of the accusations against which Walpole had to defend himself was that he had caused or allowed Neuhoff to be arrested in that manner. The accusation was probably without foundation, for Neuhoff, King of Corsica, was put in prison by his creditors. These silent captures of the person, very usual with the Holy V-arm in Germany, were admitted by German custom, which rules one half of the old English laws, and recommended in certain cases by Norman custom, which rules the other half. Justinian's chief of the palace police was called Silentiarius Imperialis. The English magistrates who practiced the captures in question relied upon numerous Norman texts. Cain's latrant, sergeant silent, sergenter ager, id est tacere. They quoted Lundolphus Sagax, paragraph 16, facit imperator silentium. They quoted the charter of King Philip in 1307, multos tenibimus bastonerios qui obmutescens sergenter valent. They quoted the statutes of Henry I of England, cap. 53, Surge signo jussus, taciturnia esto, hoc est esse in caption regis. They took advantage especially of the following description, held to form part of the ancient feudal franchises of England. Sus les viscomtes sont les surgeons de l'SP, lesquels doivent justicier virtuusement à l'SP tous, su qui sunt malvacies compagnis, gens diffames d'aucuns crimes, et gens fuits et forbenis. Et les doivent si vigorousement et discretement apprehender, que la bonne gent, qui sont paisables soyant gardes paisablement, et que les malfaiteurs soyant espontes. To be thus arrested was to be seized à la glaive de l'SP. Vetus consultudo Normani a.ms. Part I sect, ICH, 11. The jurisconsults referred besides, in Charta Ludovis Iudum pro Normanis, chapter Servient Spathae, in the gradual approach of base Latin to our idioms, became Sergent Spade. These silent arrests were the contrary of the clamour de Harrow, and gave warning that it was advisable to hold one's tongue until such time as light should be thrown upon certain matters still in the dark. They signified questions reserved, and showed in the operation of the police a certain amount of raison d'etat. The legal term private was applied to arrests of this description. It was thus that Edward III, according to some chroniclers, caused Mortimer to be seized in the bed of his mother, Isabella of France. This, again, we may take leave to doubt, for Mortimer sustained a siege in his town before being captured. Warwick, the kingmaker, delighted in practicing this mode of attaching people. Cromwell made use of it, especially in Connaught, and it was with this precaution of silence that Tralee Arklow, a relation of the Earl of Ormond, was arrested at Kilmaco. These captures of the body by the mere motion of justice represented rather the mandat de comparution than the warrant of arrest. Sometimes they were but processes of inquiry, and even argued, by the silence imposed upon all, a certain consideration for the persons seized. For the mass of the people, little versed as they were in the estimate of such shades of difference, they had peculiar terrors. It must not be forgotten that in 1705, and even much later, England was far from being what she is today. The general features of its constitution were confused, and at times very oppressive. Daniel Defoe, who had himself had a taste of the pillory, characterizes the social order of England, somewhere in his writings, as the iron hands of the law. There was not only the law, there was its arbitrary administration. We have but to recall Steele, ejected from Parliament, Locke driven from his chair, Hobbes and Gibbon compelled to flight, Charles Churchill, Hume and Priestley persecuted, John Wilkes sent to the Tower. The task would be a long one, were we to count over the victims of the statute against seditious libel. The Inquisition had, to some extent, spread its arrangements throughout Europe, and its police practice was taken as a guide. A monstrous attempt against all rights was possible in England. We have only to recall the Gazetier cuirassé. In the midst of the 18th century, Louis Roman XV had writers whose works displeased him arrested in Piccadilly. It is true that George Roman II laid his hands on the Pretender in France, right in the middle of the hall at the Opera. Those were two long arms, that of the King of France reaching London, that of the King of England, Paris. Such was the liberty of the period. Chapter 4. URSUS spies the police. As we have already said, according to the very severe laws of the police of those days, the summons to follow the wapentake, addressed to an individual, implied to all other persons present the command not to stir. Some curious idlers, however, were stubborn and followed from afar off the cortege which had taken Gwynplaine into custody. Ursus was of them. He had been as nearly petrified as anyone has a right to be. But Ursus, so often assailed by the surprises incident to a wandering life, and by the malice of chance, was, like a ship of war, prepared for action, and could call to the post of danger the whole crew, that is to say, the aid of all his intelligence. He flung off his stupor and began to think. He strove not to give way to emotion, but to stand face to face with circumstances. To look fortune in the face is the duty of everyone not an idiot, to seek not to understand, but to act. Presently he asked himself, what could he do? Gwynplaine being taken, Ursus was placed between two terrors, a fear for Gwynplaine, which instigated him to follow, and a fear for himself, which urged him to remain where he was. Ursus had the intrepidity of a fly and the impassibility of a sensitive plant. His agitation was not to be described. However, he took his resolution heroically and decided to brave the law and to follow the wapentake, so anxious was he concerning the fate of Gwynplaine. His terror must have been great to prompt so much courage. To what valiant acts will not fear drive a hare? The chamois in despair jumps a precipice. To be terrified into imprudence is one of the forms of fear. Gwynplaine had been carried off rather than arrested. The operation of the police had been executed so rapidly that the fair field, generally little frequented at that hour of the morning, had scarcely taken cognizance of the circumstance. Scarcely anyone in the caravans had any idea that the wapentake had come to take Gwynplaine, hence the smallness of the crowd. Gwynplaine, thanks to his cloak and his hat, which nearly concealed his face, could not be recognized by the passers-by. Before he went out to follow Gwynplaine, Ursus took a precaution. He spoke to Master Nicholas, to the boy Govicum, and to Phoebe and Venus, and insisted on their keeping absolute silence before Dee, who was ignorant of everything, that they should not utter a syllable that could make her suspect what had occurred, that they should make her understand that the cares of the management of the Green Box necessitated the absence of Gwynplaine and Ursus, that besides, it would soon be the time of her daily siesta, and that before she awoke, he and Gwynplaine would have returned, that all that had taken place had arisen from a mistake, that it would be very easy for Gwynplaine and himself to clear themselves before the magistrate and police, that a touch of the finger would put the matter straight, after which they should both return. Above all, that no one should say a word on the subject to Dee. Having given these directions, he departed. Ursus was able to follow Gwynplaine without being remarked. Though he kept at the greatest possible distance, he so managed as not to lose sight of him. Boldness in ambuscade is the bravery of the timid. After all, notwithstanding the solemnity of the attendant circumstances, Gwynplaine might have been summoned before the magistrate for some unimportant infraction of the law. Ursus assured himself that the question would be decided at once. The solution of the mystery would be made under his very eyes by the direction taken by the cortege, which took Gwynplaine from Tarrinzeau Field when it reached the entrance of the lanes of the Little Strand. If it turned to the left, it would conduct Gwynplaine to the Justice Hall in Southwark. In that case, there would be little to fear, some trifling municipal offence, an admonition from the magistrate, 2 or 3 shillings to pay, and Gwynplaine would be set at liberty, and the representation of chaos vanquished would take place in the evening as usual. In that case, no one would know that anything unusual had happened. If the cortege turned to the right, matters would be serious. There were frightful places in that direction. When the wapentake, leading the file of soldiers between whom Gwynplaine walked, arrived at the small streets, Ursus watched them breathlessly. There are moments in which a man's whole being passes into his eyes. Which way were they going to turn? They turned to the right. Ursus, staggering with terror, leant against a wall that he might not fall. There is no hypocrisy so great as the words which we say to ourselves, "I wish to know the worst." At heart we do not wish it at all. We have a dreadful fear of knowing it. Agony is mingled with a dim effort not to see the end. We do not own it to ourselves, but we would draw back if we dared, and when we have advanced, we reproach ourselves for having done so. Thus did Ursus. He shuddered as he thought, "Here are things going wrong. I should have found it out soon enough. What business had I to follow Gwynplaine?" Having made this reflection, man being but self-contradiction, he increased his pace, and mastering his anxiety, hastened to get nearer the cortege, so as not to break, in the maze of small streets, the thread between Gwynplaine and himself. The cortege of police could not move quickly on account of its solemnity. The wapentake led it. The justice of the quorum closed it. This order compelled a certain deliberation of movement. All the majesty possible in an official shone in the justice of the quorum. His costume held a middle place between the splendid robe of a doctor of music of Oxford and the sober black habiliments of a doctor of divinity of Cambridge. He wore the dress of a gentleman under a long godebert, which is a mantle trimmed with the fur of the Norwegian hare. He was half Gothic and half modern, wearing a wig like Lamagnan and sleeves like Tristan el Hermite. His great round eye watched Gwynplaine with the fixedness of an owl's. He walked with a cadence. Never did honest man look fiercer. Ursus, for a moment thrown out of his way in the tangled skein of streets, overtook, close to St. Mary over Wye, the cortege, which had fortunately been retarded in the churchyard by a fight between children and dogs, a common incident in the streets in those days. Dogs and boys, say the old registers of police, placing the dogs before the boys. A man being taken before a magistrate by the police was, after all, an everyday affair, and each one having his own business to attend to, the few who had followed soon dispersed. There remained but Ursus on the track of Gwynplaine. They passed before 2 chapels opposite to each other, belonging the one to the recreative religionists, the other to the Hallelujah League, sects which flourished then and which exist to the present day. Then the cortege wound from street to street, making a zigzag, choosing by preference lanes not yet built on, roads where the grass grew, and deserted alleys. At length it stopped. It was in a little lane with no houses except 2 or 3 hovels. This narrow alley was composed of 2 walls, one on the left, low, the other on the right, high. The high wall was black, and built in the Saxon style with narrow holes, scorpions, and large square gratings over narrow loopholes. There was no window on it, but here and there slits, old embrasures of piers and archegues. At the foot of this high wall was seen, like the hole at the bottom of a rat trap, a little wicket gate, very elliptical in its arch. This small door, encased in a full, heavy girding of stone, had a grated peephole, a heavy knocker, a large lock, hinges thick and knotted, a bristling of nails, an armor of plates and hinges, so that altogether it was more of iron than of wood. There was no one in the lane, no shops, no passengers, but in it there was heard a continual noise, as if the lane ran parallel to a torrent. There was a tumult of voices and of carriages. It seemed as if on the other side of the black edifice there must be a great street, doubtless the principal street of Southwark, one end of which ran into the Canterbury Road, and the other on to London Bridge. All the length of the lane, except the cortege which surrounded Gwynplaine, a watcher would have seen no other human face than the pale profile of Ursus, hazarding a hall advance from the shadow of the corner of the wall, looking, yet fearing to see. He had posted himself behind the wall at a turn of the lane. The constables grouped themselves before the wicket. Gwynplaine was in the centre, the wapentake and his baton of iron being now behind him. The justice of the quorum raised the knocker and struck the door 3 times. The loophole opened. The justice of the quorum said, "By order of Her Majesty." The heavy door of oak and iron turned on its hinges, making a chilly opening like the mouth of a cavern. A hideous depth yawned in the shadow. Ursus saw Gwynplaine disappear within it. Chapter 5. A fearful place. The wapentake entered behind Gwynplaine. Then the justice of the quorum. Then the constables. The wicket was closed. The heavy door swung to, closing hermetically on the stone sills, without anyone seeing who had opened or shut it. It seemed as if the bolts re-entered their sockets of their own act. Some of these mechanisms, the inventions of ancient intimidation, still exist in old prisons, doors of which you saw no doorkeeper. With them, the entrance to a prison becomes like the entrance to a tomb. This wicket was the lower door of Southwark Jail. There was nothing in the harsh and worm-eaten aspect of this prison to soften its appropriate air of rigor. Originally a pagan temple built by the Cattyuchlins for the Mogons, ancient English gods, it became a palace for Ethelwulf and a fortress for Edward the Confessor. Then it was elevated to the dignity of a prison in 1199 by John Lackland. Such was Southwark Jail. This jail, at first intersected by a street, like Chenonceau by a river, had been for a century or two a gate, that is to say, the gate of the suburb. The passage had then been walled up. There remain in England some prisons of this nature. In London, Newgate; at Canterbury, Westgate; at Edinburgh, Canongate. In France, the Bastille was originally a gate. Almost all the jails of England present the same appearance, a high wall without and a hive of cells within. Nothing could be more funereal than the appearance of those prisons, where spiders and justice spread their webs, and where John Howard, that ray of light, had not yet penetrated. Like the old Gehenna of Brussels, they might well have been designated Treurenberg, the House of Tears. Men felt before such buildings, at once so savage and inhospitable, the same distress that the ancient navigators suffered before the hell of slaves, mentioned by Plautus, islands of creaking chains, ferrecrepidit a in sul a, when they passed near enough to hear the clank of the fetters. Southwark Jail, an old place of exorcisms and torture, was originally used solely for the imprisonment of sorcerers, as was proved by 2 verses engraved on a defaced stone at the foot of the wicket. Sunt reptite vexati diamon multo. Est energumenus, quem diamon possidit unius. Lines which draw a subtle, delicate distinction between the demoniac and man possessed by a devil. At the bottom of this inscription, nailed flat against the wall, was a stone ladder, which had been originally of wood, but which had been changed into stone by being buried in earth of petrifying quality at a place called Apsley Gowries, near Woburn Abbey. The prison of Southwark, now demolished, opened on 2 streets, between which as a gate it formerly served as means of communication. It had 2 doors. In the large street a door apparently used by the authorities, and in the lane the door of punishment, used by the rest of the living and by the dead also, because when a prisoner in the jail died, it was by that issue that his corpse was carried out. A liberation not to be despised. Death is release into infinity. It was by the gate of punishment that Gwynplaine had been taken into prison. The lane, as we have said, was nothing but a little passage, paved with flints, confined between two opposite walls. There is one of the same kind at Brussels, called Rue d'une Person. The walls were unequal in height. The high one was the prison, the low one, the cemetery. The enclosure for the mortuary remains of the jail was not higher than the ordinary stature of a man. In it was a gate almost opposite the prison wicket. The dead had only to cross the street. The cemetery was but 20 paces from the jail. On the high wall was affixed a gallows. On the low one was sculptured a death's head. Neither of these walls made its opposite neighbor more cheerful. Chapter 6. The kind of magistracy under the wigs of former days. Anyone observing at that moment the other side of the prison, its facade, would have perceived the high street of Southwark and might have remarked, stationed before the monumental and official entrance to the jail, a travelling carriage recognized as such by its imperial. A few idlers surrounded the carriage. On it was a coat of arms, and a personage had been seen to descend from it and enter the prison. Probably a magistrate, conjectured the crowd. Many of the English magistrates were noble, and almost all had the right of bearing arms. In France, blazon and robe were almost contradictory terms. The Duke Saint-Simon says, in speaking of magistrates, people of that class. In England, a gentleman was not despised for being a judge. There are travelling magistrates in England. They are called judges of circuit, and nothing was easier than to recognize the carriage as the vehicle of a judge on circuit. That which was less comprehensible was that the supposed magistrate got down, not from the carriage itself, but from the box, a place which is not habitually occupied by the owner. Another unusual thing. People travelled at that period in England in two ways, by coach, at the rate of a shilling for 5 miles, and by post, paying 3 halfpence per mile and 2pence to the postilion after each stage. A private carriage, whose owner desired to travel by relays, paid as many shillings per horse per mile as the horseman paid pence. The carriage drawn up before the jail in Southwark had 4 horses and 2 postilions, which displayed princely state. Finally, that which excited and disconcerted conjectures to the utmost was the circumstance that the carriage was sedulously shut up. The blinds of the windows were closed up. The glasses in front were darkened by blinds. Every opening by which the eye might have penetrated was masked. From without, nothing within could be seen, and most likely from within, nothing could be seen outside. However, it did not seem probable that there was anyone in the carriage. Southwark being in Surrey, the prison was within the jurisdiction of the sheriff of the county. Such distinct jurisdictions were very frequent in England. Thus, for example, the Tower of London was not supposed to be situated in any county, that is to say, that legally it was considered to be in Eyre. The Tower recognized no authority of jurisdiction except in its own constable, who was qualified as custos turris. The Tower had its jurisdiction, its church, its court of justice, and its government apart. The authority of its custos, or constable, extended, beyond London, over 21 hamlets. As in Great Britain legal singularities engraft one upon another, the office of the Master Gunner of England was derived from the Tower of London. Other legal customs seem still more whimsical. Thus, the English Court of Admiralty consults and applies the laws of Rhodes and of Oran, a French island which was once English. The sheriff of a county was a person of high consideration. He was always an esquire and sometimes a knight. He was called spectabilis in the old deeds, a man to be looked at, kind of intermediate title between illustris and clarissimus, less than the first, more than the second. Long ago the sheriffs of the counties were chosen by the people, but Edward II, and after him Henry VI, having claimed their nomination for the crown, the office of sheriff became a royal emanation. They all received their commissions from Majesty, except the Sheriff of Westmoreland, whose office was hereditary, and the Sheriffs of London and Middlesex, who were elected by the livery in the Common Hall. Sheriffs of Wales and Chester possessed certain fiscal prerogatives. These appointments are all still in existence in England, but subjected little by little to the friction of manners and ideas, they have lost their old aspects. It was the duty of the sheriff of the county to escort and protect the judges on circuit. As we have 2 arms, he had 2 officers, his right arm the under-sheriff, his left arm the justice of the quorum. The justice of the quorum, assisted by the bailiff of the 100, termed the wapentake, apprehended, examined, and under the responsibility of the sheriff, imprisoned for trial by the judges of circuit, thieves, murderers, rebels, vagabonds, and all sorts of felons. The shade of difference between the undersheriff and the justice of the quorum in their hierarchical service towards the sheriff was that the undersheriff accompanied and the justice of the quorum assisted. The sheriff held two courts, one fixed and central, the county court, and a movable court, the sheriff's turn. He thus represented both unity and ubiquity. He might as judge be aided and informed on legal questions by the sergeant of the coif, called surgeon's coiffé, who is a sergeant at law, and who wears under his black skullcap a fillet of white cambray lawn. The sheriff delivered the jails. When he arrived at a town in his province, he had the right of summary trial of the prisoners, of which he might cause either their release or the execution. This was called a jail delivery. The sheriff presented bills of indictment to the 24 members of the grand jury. If they approved, they wrote above billa vera. If the contrary, they wrote ignoramus. In the latter case, the accusation was annulled, and the sheriff had the privilege of tearing up the bill. If during the deliberation a juror died, this legally acquitted the prisoner and made him innocent, and the sheriff, who had the privilege of arresting the accused, had also that of setting him at liberty. That which made the sheriff singularly feared and respected was that he had the charge of executing all the orders of Her Majesty, a fearful latitude. An arbitrary power lodges in such commissions. The officers termed vergers, the coroners making part of the sheriff's cortege, and the clerks of the market as escort, with gentlemen on horseback and their servants in livery, made a handsome suite. The sheriff, says Chamberlain, is the life of justice, of law, and of the country. In England, an insensible demolition constantly pulverizes and dissevers laws and customs. You must understand in our day that neither the sheriff, the wapentake, nor the justice of the quorum could exercise their functions as they did then. There was in the England of the past a certain confusion of powers, whose ill-defined attributes resulted in their overstepping their real bounds at times, a thing which would be impossible in the present day. The usurpation of power by police and justices has ceased. We believe that even the word wapentake has changed its meaning. It implied a magisterial function, now it signifies a territorial division. It specified the centurion, it now specifies the 100 centum. Moreover, in those days, the sheriff of the county combined with something more and something less, and condensed in his own authority, which was at once royal and municipal, the two magistrates formerly called in France the civil lieutenant of Paris and the lieutenant of police. The civil lieutenant of Paris, monsieur, is pretty well described in an old police note. The civil lieutenant has no dislike to domestic quarrels because he always has the pickings. 22nd July 1704. As to the lieutenant of police, he was a redoubtable person, multiple and vague. The best personification of him was René d'Argenson, who, as was said by Saint Simon, displayed in his face the three judges of hell united. The three judges of hell sat, as has already been seen, at Bishopsgate, London. Chapter 7. Shuddering. When Gwynplaine heard the wicket shut, creaking in all its bolts, he trembled. It seemed to him that the door which had just closed was the communication between light and darkness, opening on one side on the living, human crowd and on the other on a dead world, and now that everything illumined by the sun was behind him, that he had stepped over the boundary of life and was standing without it, his heart contracted. What were they going to do with him? What did it all mean? Where was he? He saw nothing around him. He found himself in perfect darkness. The shutting of the door had momentarily blinded him. The window in the door had been closed as well. No loophole, no lamp. Such were the precautions of old times. It was forbidden to light the entrance to the jails so that the newcomers should take no observations. Gwynplaine extended his arms and touched the wall on the right side and on the left. He was in a passage. Little by little a cavernous daylight exuding, no one knows whence, and which floats about dark places, and to which the dilatation of the pupil adjusts itself slowly, enabled him to distinguish a feature here and there, and the corridor was vaguely sketched out before him. Gwynplaine, who had never had a glimpse of penal severities, save in the exaggerations of Ursus, felt as though seized by a sort of vague, gigantic hand. To be caught in the mysterious toils of the law is frightful. He who is brave in all other dangers is disconcerted in the presence of justice. Why is it that the justice of man works in twilight and the judge gropes his way? Gwynplaine remembered what Ursus had told him of the necessity for silence. He wished to see Dee again. He felt some discretionary instinct which urged him not to irritate. Sometimes to wish to be enlightened is to make matters worse. On the other hand, however, the weight of the adventure was so overwhelming that he gave way at length and could not restrain a question. "Gentlemen," said he, "whither are you taking me?" They made no answer. It was the law of silent capture, and the Norman text is formal. A silentiaris ostio, pr appositis introducti sunt. This silence froze Gwynplaine. Up to that moment he had believed himself to be firm. He was self-sufficing. To be self-sufficing is to be powerful. He had lived isolated from the world, and imagined that being alone he was unassailable, and now all at once he felt himself under the pressure of a hideous collective force. How was he to combat that horrible anonyma, the law? He felt faint under the perplexity. A fear of an unknown character had found a fissure in his armor. Besides, he had not slept, he had not eaten, he had scarcely moistened his lips with a cup of tea. The whole night had been passed in a kind of delirium, and the fever was still on him. He was thirsty, perhaps hungry. The craving of the stomach disorders everything. Since the previous evening, all kinds of incidents had assailed him. The emotions which had tormented had sustained him. Without the storm, a sail would be a rag, but his was the excessive feebleness of the rag, which the wind inflates till it tears it. He felt himself sinking. Was he about to fall without consciousness on the pavement? To faint is the resource of a woman and the humiliation of a man. He hardened himself, but he trembled. He felt as one losing his footing. Chapter 8. Lamentation. They began to move forward. They advanced through the passage. There was no preliminary registry, no place of record. The prisons in those times were not overburdened with documents. They were content to close round you without knowing why. To be a prison and to hold prisoners sufficed. The procession was obliged to lengthen itself out, taking the form of the corridor. They walked almost in single file, first the wapentake, then Gwynplaine, then the justice of the quorum, then the constables, advancing in a group and blocking up the passage behind Gwynplaine as with a bung. The passage narrowed. Now Gwynplaine touched the walls with both his elbows. In the roof, which was made of flints, dashed with cement, was a succession of granite arches jutting out and still more contracting the passage. He had to stoop to pass under them. No speed was possible in that corridor. Anyone trying to escape through it would have been compelled to move slowly. The passage twisted. All entrails are tortuous, those of a prison as well as those of a man. Here and there, sometimes to the right and sometimes to the left, spaces in the wall, square and closed by large iron gratings, gave glimpses of flights of stairs, some descending and some ascending. They reached a closed door. It opened. They passed through, and it closed again. Then they came to a second door, which admitted them, then to a third, which also turned on its hinges. These doors seemed to open and shut of themselves. No one was to be seen. While the corridor contracted, the roof grew lower, until at length it was impossible to stand upright. Moisture exuded from the wall. Drops of water fell from the vault. The slabs that paved the corridor were clammy as an intestine. The diffused pallor that served as light became more and more a pall. Air was deficient, and what was singularly ominous, the passage was a descent. Close observation was necessary to perceive that there was such a descent. In darkness, a gentle declivity is portentous. Nothing is more fearful than the vague evils to which we are led by imperceptible degrees. It is awful to descend into unknown depths. How long had they proceeded thus? Gwynplaine could not tell. Moments passed under such crushing agony seem immeasurably prolonged. Suddenly they halted. The darkness was intense. The corridor widened somewhat. Gwynplaine heard close to him a noise of which only a Chinese gong could give an idea, something like a blow struck against the diaphragm of the abyss. It was the wapentake striking his wand against a sheet of iron. That sheet of iron was a door. Not a door on hinges, but a door which was raised and let down. Something like a portcullis. There was a sound of creaking in a groove, and Gwynplaine was suddenly face to face with a bit of square light. The sheet of metal had just been raised into a slit in the vault, like the door of a mousetrap. An opening had appeared. The light was not daylight, but glimmer, but on the dilated eyeballs of Gwynplaine, the pale and sudden ray struck like a flash of lightning. It was some time before he could see anything. To see with dazzled eyes is as difficult as to see in darkness. At length, by degrees, the pupil of his eye became proportioned to the light, just as it had been proportioned to the darkness, and he was able to distinguish objects. The light, which at first had seemed too bright, settled into its proper hue and became livid. He cast a glance into the yawning space before him, and what he saw was terrible. At his feet were about 20 steps, steep, narrow, worn, almost perpendicular, without balustrade on either side, a sort of stone ridge cut out from the side of a wall into stairs, entering and leading into a very deep cell. They reached to the bottom. The cell was round, roofed by an ogee vault with a low arch. From the fault of level in the top stone of the frieze, a displacement common to cells under heavy edifices. The kind of hole acting as a door, which the sheet of iron had just revealed, and on which the stairs abutted, was formed in the vault, so that the eye looked down from it as into a well. The cell was large, and if it was the bottom of a well, it must have been a cyclopean one. The idea that the old word kuldabasfas awakens in the mind can only be applied to it if it were a lair of wild beasts. The cell was neither flagged nor paved. The bottom was of that cold, moist earth peculiar to deep places. In the midst of the cell, 4 low and disproportioned columns sustained a porch heavily ogival, of which the 4 mouldings united in the interior of the porch, something like the inside of a mitre. This porch, similar to the pinnacles under which sarcophagi were formerly placed, rose nearly to the top of the vault, and made a sort of central chamber in the cavern, if that could be called a chamber which had only pillars in place of walls. From the key of the arch hung a brass lamp, round and barred like the window of a prison. This lamp threw around it, on the pillars, on the vault, on the circular wall which was seen dimly behind the pillars, a wan light cut by bars of shadow. This was the light which had at first dazzled Gwynplaine. Now it threw out only a confused redness. There was no other light in the cell, neither window, nor door, nor loophole. Between the 4 pillars, exactly below the lamp, in the spot where there was most light, a pale and terrible form lay on the ground. It was lying on its back. A head was visible, of which the eyes were shut, a body, of which the chest was a shapeless mass. 4 limbs belonging to the body, in the position of the cross of St. Andrew, were drawn towards the 4 pillars by 4 chains fastened to each foot and each hand. These chains were fastened to an iron ring at the base of each column. The form was held immovable, in the horrible position of being quartered, and had the icy look of a livid corpse. It was naked. It was a man. Gwynplaine, as if petrified, stood at the top of the stairs, looking down. Suddenly he heard a rattle in the throat. The corpse was alive. Close to the spectre, in one of the ogives of the door, on each side of a great seat, which stood on a large flat stone, stood 2 men swathed in long black cloaks, and on the seat an old man was sitting, dressed in a red robe, wan, motionless, and ominous, holding a bunch of roses in his hand. The bunch of roses would have enlightened anyone less ignorant than Gwynplaine. The right of judging with a nosegay in his hand implied the holder to be a magistrate, at once royal and municipal. The Lord Mayor of London still keeps up the custom. To assist the deliberations of the judges was the function of the earliest roses of the season. The old man seated on the bench was the sheriff of the county of Surrey. His was the majestic rigidity of a Roman dignitary. The bench was the only seat in the cell. By the side of it was a table covered with papers and books, on which lay the long, white wand of the sheriff. The men standing by the side of the sheriff were two doctors, one of medicine, the other of law, the latter recognizable by the sergeant's coif over his wig. Both wore black robes, one of the shape worn by judges, the other by doctors. Men of these kinds wear mourning for the deaths of which they are the cause. Behind the sheriff, at the edge of the flat stone under the seat, was crouched, with a writing table near to him, a bundle of papers on his knees, and a sheet of parchment on the bundle, a secretary in a round wig with a pen in his hand, in the attitude of a man ready to write. This secretary was of the class called keeper of the bag, as was shown by a bag at his feet. These bags, in former times employed in law processes, were termed bags of justice. With folded arms, leaning against a pillar, was a man entirely dressed in leather, the hangman's assistant. These men seemed as if they had been fixed by enchantment in their funereal postures round the chained man. None of them spoke or moved. There brooded over all a fearful calm. What Gwynplaine saw was a torture chamber. There were many such in England. The crypt of Beauchamp Tower long served this purpose, as did also the cell in the Lollards prison. A place of this nature is still to be seen in London, called the Vaults of Lady Place. In this last-mentioned chamber there is a grate for the purpose of heating the irons. All the prisons of King John's time, and Southwark Jail was one, had their chambers of torture. The scene which is about to follow was in those days a frequent one in England, and might even, by criminal process, be carried out today, since the same laws are still unrepealed. England offers the curious sight of a barbarous code living on the best terms with liberty. We confess that they make an excellent family party. Some distrust, however, might not be undesirable. In the case of a crisis, a return to the penal code would not be impossible. English legislation is a tamed tiger with a velvet paw, but the claws are still there. Cut the claws of the law and you will do well. Law almost ignores right. On one side is penalty, on the other humanity. Philosophers protest, but it will take some time yet before the justice of man is assimilated to the justice of God. Respect for the law, that is the English phrase. In England they venerate so many laws that they never repeal any. They save themselves from the consequences of their veneration by never putting them into execution. An old law falls into disuse like an old woman, and they never think of killing either one or the other. They cease to make use of them, that is all. Both are at liberty to consider themselves still young and beautiful. They may fancy that they are as they were. This politeness is called respect. Norman custom is very wrinkled. That does not prevent many an English judge casting sheep's eyes at her. They stick amorously to an antiquated atrocity so long as it is Norman. What can be more savage than the gibbet? In 1867, a man was sentenced to be cut into 4 quarters and offered to a woman, the Queen. Still, torture was never practiced in England. History asserts this as a fact. The assurance of history is wonderful. Matthew of Westminster mentions that the Saxon law, very clement and kind, did not punish criminals by death, and adds that it limited itself to cutting off the nose and scooping out the eyes. That was all. Gwynplaine, scared and haggard, stood at the top of the steps, trembling in every limb. He shuddered from head to foot. He tried to remember what crime he had committed. To the silence of the wapentake had succeeded the vision of torture to be endured. It was a step, indeed, forward, but a tragic one. He saw the dark enigma of the law under the power of which he felt himself increasing in obscurity. The human form, lying on the earth, rattled in its throat again. Gwynplaine felt someone touching him gently on his shoulder. It was the wapentake. Gwynplaine knew that meant that he was to descend. He obeyed. He descended the stairs step by step. They were very narrow, each 8 or 9 inches in height. There was no handrail. The descent required caution. 2 steps behind Gwynplaine followed the wapentake, holding up his iron weapon, and at the same interval behind the wapentake, the justice of the quorum. As he descended the steps, Gwynplaine felt an indescribable extinction of hope. There was death in each step. In each one that he descended there died a ray of the light within him. Growing paler and paler, he reached the bottom of the stairs. The larva lying chained to the 4 pillars still rattled in its throat. A voice in the shadow said, "Approach." It was the sheriff addressing Gwynplaine. Gwynplaine took a step forward. "Closer," said the sheriff. The justice of the quorum murmured in the ear of Gwynplaine, so gravely that there was solemnity in the whisper, "You are before the sheriff of the county of Surrey." Gwynplaine advanced towards the victim extended in the center of the cell. The wapentake and the justice of the quorum remained where they were, allowing Gwynplaine to advance alone. When Gwynplaine reached the spot under the porch, close to that miserable thing which he had hitherto perceived only from a distance, but which was a living man, his fear rose to terror. The man who was chained there was quite naked, except for that rag so hideously modest, which might be called the vine-leaf of punishment, the succingulum of the Romans, and the Christopanus of the Goths, of which the old Gallic jargon made Cripagny. Christ wore but that shred on the cross. The terror-stricken sufferer whom Gwynplaine now saw seemed a man of about 50 or 60 years of age. He was bald. Grisly hairs of beard bristled on his chin. His eyes were closed, his mouth open. Every tooth was to be seen. His thin and bony face was like a death's head. His arms and legs were fastened by chains to the 4 stone pillars in the shape of the letter X. He had on his breast and belly a plate of iron, and on this iron 5 or 6 large stones were laid. His rattle was at times a sigh, at times a roar. The sheriff, still holding his bunch of roses, took from the table with the hand which was free his white wand, and standing up said, "Obedience to Her Majesty." Then he replaced the wand upon the table. Then in words long drawn as a knell, without a gesture, and immovable as the sufferer, the sheriff, raising his voice, said, "Man who least here bound in chains, listen for the last time to the voice of justice. You have been taken from your dungeon and brought to this jail, legally summoned in the usual forms, formalis verbis pressis, not regarding to lectures and communications which have been made, and which will now be repeated to you. Inspired by a bad and perverse spirit of tenacity, you have preserved silence and refused to answer the judge. This is a detestable license, which constitutes, among deeds punishable by cashlet, the crime and misdemeanor of oversenas." The sergeant of the coif on the right of the sheriff interrupted him and said, with an indifference indescribably lugubrious in its effect, "Over Hernessa, Laws of Alfred and of Godrun, chapter the 6th. The sheriff resumed, "The law is respected by all except by scoundrels who infest the woods where the hinds bear young." Like one clock striking after another, the sergeant said, "Qui faciant vastum in foresta ubi damo solent faunanere." He who refuses to answer the magistrate, said the sheriff, is suspected of every vice. He is reputed capable of every evil. The sergeant interposed, "Prodigus devorator profusus salax ruffianus ebriosus luxuriosus simulator consumptor patrimonii eluo ambro et gluto." Every vice, said the sheriff, means every crime. He who confesses nothing confesses everything. He who holds his peace before the questions of the judge is in fact a liar and a parricide. "Mendax et parricida," said the sergeant. The sheriff said, "Man, it is not permitted to absent oneself by silence. To pretend contumaciousness is a wound given to the law. It is like Diomed wounding a goddess. Taciturnity before a judge is a form of rebellion. Treason to justice is high treason. Nothing is more hateful or rash. He who resists interrogation steals truth. The law has provided for this. For such cases, the English have always enjoyed the right of the farce, the fork, and chains." "Anglica Charta, year 1088, said the sergeant. Then with the same mechanical gravity he added, "Ferrum et farcem et furcas cum aliis libertatibus." The sheriff continued, "Man, forasmuch as you have not chosen to break silence, though of sound mind, and having full knowledge in respect of the subject concerning which justice demands an answer, and forasmuch as you are diabolically refractory, you have necessarily been put to torture, and you have been, by the terms of the criminal statutes, tried by the peine forte et dure. This is what has been done to you, for the law requires that I should fully inform you. You have been brought to this dungeon. You have been stripped of your clothes. You have been laid on your back naked on the ground. Your limbs have been stretched and tied to the 4 pillars of the law. A sheet of iron has been placed on your chest, and as many stones as you can bear have been heaped on your belly, and more, says the law. Plusk, affirmed the sergeant. The sheriff continued. In this situation, and before prolonging the torture, a second summons to answer and to speak has been made you by me, sheriff of the county of Surrey, and you have satanically kept silent, though under torture, chains, shackles, fetters, and irons. Attachamenta legalia, said the sergeant. On your refusal and contumacy, said the sheriff, it being right that the obstinacy of the law should equal the obstinacy of the criminal, the proof has been continued according to the edicts and texts. The first day you were given nothing to eat or drink. Hoc est super jejunare, said the sergeant. There was silence. The awful hiss of the man's breathing was heard from under the heap of stones. The sergeant at law completed his quotation. Ad augmentum abstinenti a ciborum diminution. Consuetudo Britannica, art. 504. The 2 men, the sheriff and the sergeant, alternated. Nothing could be more dreary than their imperturbable monotony. The mournful voice responded to the ominous voice. It might be said that the priest and the deacon of punishment were celebrating the savage mass of the law. The sheriff resumed. On the first day you were given nothing to eat or drink. On the second day you were given food but nothing to drink. Between your teeth were thrust 3 mouthfuls of barley bread. On the third day they gave you to drink but nothing to eat. They poured into your mouth at 3 different times, and in 3 different glasses, a pint of water taken from the common sewer of the prison. The 4th day is come. It is today. Now if you do not answer, you will be left here till you die. Justice wills it. The sergeant, ready with his reply, appeared. Mors rei homagem est bone legi. And while you feel yourself dying miserably, resumed the sheriff, no one will attend to you, even when the blood rushes from your throat, your chin, and your armpits, and every pore from the mouth to the loins. A throatabala, said the sergeant, et pabuet subhersis et agrugno usque ad crupanum. The sheriff continued. Man, attend to me, because the consequences concern you. If you renounce your execrable silence, and if you confess, you will only be hanged, and you will have a right to the melda-fee, which is a sum of money. Damnum confitens, said the sergeant, habet la melda-fee, legs in a chapter the 20th. Which sum, insisted the sheriff, shall be paid in doitkins, suskins, and gallihalpins, the only case in which this money is to pass, according to the terms of the statute of abolition, in the 3rd of Henry v., and you will have the right and enjoyment of scortum ante mortem, and then be hanged on the gibbet. Such are the advantages of confession. Does it please you to answer to justice? The sheriff ceased and waited. The prisoner lay motionless. The sheriff resumed. Man's silence is a refuge in which there is more risk than safety. The obstinate man is damnable and vicious. He who is silent before justice is a felon to the crown. Do not persist in this unfilial disobedience. Think of her majesty. Do not oppose our gracious queen. When I speak to you, answer her. Be a loyal subject. The patient rattled in the throat. The sheriff continued. So after the 72 hours of the proof, here we are at the 4th day. Man, this is the decisive day. The 4th day has been fixed by the law for the confrontation. Quarta die frontum ad frontum adduce, growled the sergeant. The wisdom of the law, continued the sheriff, has chosen this last hour to hold what our ancestors called judgment by mortal cold, seeing that it is the moment when men are believed on their yes or their no. The sergeant on the right confirmed his words. Judicium pro fraud mortel, quod homines credendi sint persuum ye et persuum no. Charter of King Adilstan, Volume the 1st, page 163. There was a moment's pause, then the sheriff bent his stern face towards the prisoner. "Man, who art lying there on the ground." He paused. "Man," he cried, "do you hear me?" The man did not move. "In the name of the law," said the sheriff, "open your eyes." The man's lids remained closed. The sheriff turned to the doctor, who was standing on his left. "Doctor, give your diagnostic." "Probe de diagnosticum," said the sergeant. The doctor came down with magisterial stiffness, approached the man, leant over him, put his ear close to the mouth of the sufferer, felt the pulse at the wrist, the armpit, and the thigh, then rose again. "Well," said the sheriff. "He can still hear," said the doctor. "Can he see?" inquired the sheriff. The doctor answered, "He can see." On a sign from the sheriff, the justice of the quorum and the wapentake advanced. The wapentake placed himself near the head of the patient. The justice of the quorum stood behind Gwynplaine. The doctor retired a step behind the pillars. Then the sheriff, raising the bunch of roses as a priest about to sprinkle holy water, called to the prisoner in a loud voice, and became awful. "O wretched man, speak. The law supplicates before she exterminates you. You who feign to be mute, remember how mute is the tomb. You who appear deaf, remember that damnation is more deaf. Think of the death which is worse than your present state. Repent, you are about to be left alone in this cell. Listen, you who are my likeness, for I am a man. Listen, my brother, because I am a Christian. Listen, my son, because I am an old man. Look at me, for I am the master of your sufferings, and I am about to become terrible. The terrors of the law make up the majesty of the judge. Believe that I myself tremble before myself. My own power alarms me. Do not drive me to extremities. I am filled by the holy malice of chastisement. Feel, then, wretched man, the salutary and honest fear of justice, and obey me. The hour of confrontation is come, and you must answer. Do not harden yourself in resistance. Do not that which will be irrevocable. Think that your end belongs to me. Half man, half corpse, listen. At least, let it not be your determination to expire here, exhausted for hours, days, and weeks, by frightful agonies of hunger and foulness, under the weight of those stones, alone in this cell, deserted, forgotten, annihilated, left as food for the rats and the weasels, gnawed by creatures of darkness while the world comes and goes, buys and sells, whilst carriages roll in the streets above your head. Unless you would continue to draw painful breath without remission in the depths of this despair, grinding your teeth, weeping, blaspheming, without a doctor to appease the anguish of your wounds, without a priest to offer a divine draught of water to your soul. Oh, if only that you may not feel the frightful froth of the sepulchre ooze slowly from your lips, I adjure and conjure you to hear me. I call you to your own aid. Have pity on yourself. Do what is asked of you. Give way to justice. Open your eyes and see if you recognize this man. The prisoner neither turned his head nor lifted his eyelids. The sheriff cast a glance first at the justice of the quorum, and then at the wapentake. The justice of the quorum, taking Gwynplaine's hat and mantle, put his hands on his shoulders and placed him in the light by the side of the chained man. The face of Gwynplaine stood out clearly from the surrounding shadow in its strange relief. At the same time, the wapentake bent down, took the man's temples between his hands, turned the inert head towards Gwynplaine, and with his thumbs and his first fingers lifted the closed eyelids. The prisoner saw Gwynplaine. Then, raising his head voluntarily and opening his eyes wide, he looked at him. He quivered as much as a man can quiver with a mountain on his breast, and then cried out, "'Tis he, yes, 'tis he." And he burst into a horrible laugh. "'Tis he," he repeated. Then his head fell back on the ground, and he closed his eyes again. "Registrar, take that down," said the justice. Gwynplaine, though terrified, had up to that moment preserved a calm exterior. The cry of the prisoner, "'Tis he," overwhelmed him completely. The words, "Registrar, take that down," froze him. It seemed to him that a scoundrel had dragged him to his fate without his being able to guess why. and that the man's unintelligible confession was closing round him like the clasp of an iron collar. He fancied himself side by side with him in the posts of the same pillory. Gwynplaine lost his footing in his terror and protested. He began to stammer incoherent words in the deep distress of an innocent man, and quivering, terrified, lost, uttered the first random outcries that rose to his mind, and words of agony like aimless projectiles. "It is not true, it was not me, I do not know the man, he cannot know me since I do not know him, I have my part to play this evening. What do you want of me? I demand my liberty, nor is that all. Why have I been brought into this dungeon? Are there laws no longer? You may as well say at once that there are no laws. My Lord Judge, I repeat that it is not I am innocent of all that can be said. I know I am, I wish to go away. This is not justice. There is nothing between this man and me. You can find out. My life is not hidden up. They came and took me away like a thief. Why did they come like that? How could I know the man? I'm a traveling mountebank who plays farces at fairs and markets. I am the laughing man. Plenty of people have been to see me. We are staying in Tarrinzeau Field. I have been earning an honest livelihood these 15 years. I am 25. I lodge at the Tadcaster Inn. I am called Gwynplaine. My lord, let me out. You should not take advantage of the low estate of the unfortunate. Have compassion on a man who has done no harm, who is without protection and without defense. You have before you a poor mountebank." "I have before me," said the sheriff, "Lord Fermain Clancharlie, Baron Clancharlie and Hunkerville, Marquis of Corleone in Sicily, and a peer of England." Rising and offering his chair to Gwynplaine, the sheriff added, "My lord, will your lordship deign to seat yourself?" Book the Fifth. The sea and fate are moved by the same breath. Chapter 1. The durability of fragile things. Destiny sometimes proffers us a glass of madness to drink. A hand is thrust out of the mist and suddenly hands us the mysterious cup in which is contained the latent intoxication. Gwynplaine did not understand. He looked behind him to see who it was who had been addressed. A sound may be too sharp to be perceptible to the ear, an emotion too acute conveys no meaning to the mind. There is a limit to comprehension as well as to hearing. The wapentake and the justice of the quorum approached Gwynplaine and took him by the arms. He felt himself placed in the chair which the sheriff had just vacated. He let it be done without seeking an explanation. When Gwynplaine was seated, the justice of the quorum and the wapentake retired a few steps and stood upright and motionless behind the seat. Then the sheriff placed his bunch of roses on the stone table, put on spectacles which the secretary gave him, drew from the bundles of papers which covered the table a sheet of parchment, yellow, green, torn and jagged in places, which seemed to have been folded in very small folds, and of which one side was covered with writing. Standing under the light of the lamp, he held the sheet close to his eyes, and in his most solemn tone read as follows: "In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. This present day, the 29th of January, 1690th year of our Lord, has been wickedly deserted on the desert coast of Portland, with the intention of allowing him to perish of hunger, of cold, and of solitude, a child 10 years old. That child was sold at the age of 2 years, by order of His Most Gracious Majesty, King James II. That child is Lord Fermain Clancharlie, the only legitimate son of Lord Lynn-Os Clancharlie, Baron Clancharlie and Hunkerville, Marquis of Corleone in Sicily, a peer of England, and of Anne Bradshaw, his wife, both deceased. That child is the inheritor of the estates and titles of his father. For this reason he was sold, mutilated, disfigured, and put out of the way by desire of His Most Gracious Majesty. That child was brought up and trained to be a mountebank at markets and fairs. He was sold at the age of 2, after the death of the peer, his father, and £10 were given to the king as his purchase money, as well as for divers concessions, tolerations, and immunities. Lord Fermain Clancharlie, at the age of 2 years, was bought by me, the undersigned, who write these lines, and mutilated and disfigured by a Fleming of Flanders, called Hardquanonne, who alone is acquainted with the secrets and modes of treatment of Dr. Conquest. The child was destined by us to be a laughing mask, masqueridens. With this intention Hardquanonne performed on him the operation, bucca fissa usque ad auras, which stamps an everlasting laugh upon the face. The child, by means known only to Hardquanonne, was put to sleep and made insensible during its performance, knowing nothing of the operation which he underwent. He does not know that he is Lord Clancharlie. He answers to the name of Gwynplaine. This fact is the result of his youth, and the slight powers of memory he could have had when he was bought and sold, being then barely 2 years old. Hardquanonne is the only person who knows how to perform the operation bucca fissa, and the said child is the only living subject upon which it has been essayed. The operation is so unique and singular that though after long years this child should have come to be an old man instead of a child, and his black locks should have turned white, he would be immediately recognized by Hardquanonne. At the time that I am writing this, Hardquanonne, who has perfect knowledge of all the facts and participated as principal therein, is detained in the prisons of His Highness the Prince of Orange, commonly called King William III. Hardquanonne was apprehended and seized as being one of the band of comprachicos or chelas. He is imprisoned in the dungeon of Chatham. Was in Switzerland, near the Lake of Geneva, between Lausanne and Vevey, in the very house in which his father and mother died, that the child was, in obedience with the orders of the king, sold and given up by the last servant of the deceased Lord Lin O's, which servant died soon after his master, so that this secret and delicate matter is now unknown to anyone on earth, excepting Hardquanonne, who is in the dungeon of Chatham, and ourselves, now about to perish. We, the undersigned, brought up and kept, for 8 years, for professional purposes, the little lord bought by us of the king. Today, flying from England to avoid Hardquanonne's ill fortune, our fear of the penal indictments, prohibitions, and fulminations of Parliament has induced us to desert, at nightfall, on the coast of Portland, the said child Gwynplaine, who is Lord Fermain Clancharlie. Now we have sworn secrecy to the king, but not to God. Tonight at sea, overtaken by a violent tempest by the will of Providence, full of despair and distress, kneeling before him who could save our lives, and may, perhaps, be willing to save our souls, having nothing more to hope from men, but everything to fear from God, having for only anchor and resource repentance of our bad actions, resigned to death, and content if divine justice be satisfied, humble, penitent, and beating our breasts, we make this declaration, and confide and deliver it to the furious ocean to use as it best may according to the will of God. And may the Holy Virgin aid us, Amen, and we attach our signatures. The sheriff interrupted, saying, "Here are the signatures, all in different handwritings." And he resumed, Dr. Gernardus Geestemund, Assumption, a cross, and at the side of it Barbara Firmway, from Tirith Isle in the Hebrides, Gaisdora Captain, Jingarate, Jacques Quartours alias Le Narbonese, Luc Pierre Capgaroup from the galleys of man. The sheriff, after a pause, resumed, a note written in the same hand as the text and the first signature, and he read, Of the 3 men comprising the crew, the skipper having been swept off by a wave, there remain but 2, and we have signed Galdizun, Ave Maria Thief. The sheriff, interspersing his reading with his own observations, continued, At the bottom of the sheet is written, At sea on board of the Matutina Biscay hooker from the Gulf de Passages. This sheet, added the sheriff, is a legal document bearing the mark of King James II. On the margin of the declaration, and in the same handwriting there is this note, The present declaration is written by us on the back of the royal order, which was given us as our receipt when we bought the child. Turn the leaf and the order will be seen. The sheriff turned the parchment and raised it in his right hand to expose it to the light. A blank page was seen, if the word blank can be applied to a thing so mouldy, and in the middle of the page 3 words were written, 2 Latin words, Jussu Regis, and a signature, Jeffreys. Jussu Regis, Jeffreys, said the sheriff, passing from a grave voice to a clear one. Gwynplaine was as a man on whose head a tile falls from the palace of dreams. He began to speak, like one who speaks unconsciously. Gernardus, yes, the doctor, an old, sad-looking man, I was afraid of him, gazed o'er a captain, that means chief. There were women, Assumption and the other, and then the Provençal. His name was Capgaroupe. He used to drink out of a flat bottle on which there was a name written in red. "Behold it," said the sheriff. He placed on the table something which the secretary had just taken out of the bag. It was a gourd, with handles like ears, covered with wicker. This bottle had evidently seen service, and had sojourned in the water. Shells and seaweed adhered to it. It was encrusted and damascened over with the rust of ocean. There was a ring of tar round its neck, showing that it had been hermetically sealed. Now it was unsealed and open. They had, however, replaced in the flask a sort of bung made of tarred oakum, which had been used to cork it. "It was in this bottle," said the sheriff, "that the men about to perish placed the declaration which I have just read. This message, addressed to justice, has been faithfully delivered by the sea." The sheriff increased the majesty of his tones and continued. "In the same way that Harrow Hill produces excellent wheat, which is turned into fine flour for the royal table, so the sea renders every service in its power to England, and when a nobleman is lost finds and restores him." Then he resumed, "On this flask, as you say, there is a name written in red." He raised his voice, turning to the motionless prisoner. "Your name, malefactor, is here. Such are the hidden channels by which truth, swallowed up in the gulf of human actions, floats to the surface." The sheriff took the gourd and turned to the light one of its sides, which had, no doubt, been cleaned for the ends of justice. Between the interstices of wicker was a narrow line of red reed, blackened here and there by the action of water and of time. The reed, notwithstanding some breakages, traced distinctly in the wickerwork these 12 letters, Hardquanonne. Then the sheriff, resuming that monotonous tone of voice which resembles nothing else, and which may be termed a judicial accent, turned towards the sufferer. "Hardquanonne, when by us, the sheriff, this bottle on which is your name, was for the first time shown, exhibited, and presented to you, you at once, and willingly, recognized it as having belonged to you. Then the parchment being read to you which was contained, folded and enclosed within it, you would say no more, and in the hope, doubtless, that the lost child would never be recovered, and that you would escape punishment, you refused to answer. As the result of your refusal, you have had applied to you the peine forte et dure, and the second reading of the said parchment, on which is written the declaration and confession of your accomplices, was made to you, but in vain. This is the 4th day, and that which is legally set apart for the confrontation, and he who was deserted on the 29th of January, 1690, having been brought into your presence, your devilish hope has vanished, you have broken silence, and recognized your victim." The prisoner opened his eyes, lifted his head, and with a voice strangely resonant of agony, but which had still an indescribable calm mingled with its hoarseness, pronounced in excruciating accents, from under the mass of stones, words to pronounce each of which he had to lift, that which was like the slab of a tomb placed upon him. He spoke. "I swore to keep the secret. I have kept it as long as I could. Men of dark lives are faithful, and hell has its honor. Now silence is useless, so be it, for this reason I speak. Well, yes, 'tis he, we did it between us, the king and I, the king by his will, I by my art." And looking at Gwynplaine, "Now laugh forever." And he himself began to laugh. This second laugh, wilder yet than the first, might have been taken for a sob. The laugh ceased, and the man lay back, his eyelids closed. The sheriff, who had allowed the prisoner to speak, resumed, "All which is placed on record." He gave the secretary time to write, and then said, "Hardquanonne, by the terms of the law, after confrontation followed by identification, after the 3rd reading of the declarations of your accomplices, since confirmed by your recognition and confession, and after your renewed avowal, you are about to be relieved from these irons, and placed at the good pleasure of Her Majesty to be hung as plagiary." "Plagiary," said the serjeant of the coif, "that is to say, a buyer and seller of children. Law of the Visigoths, 7th book, 3rd section, paragraph usurpaverit and Salic law, section the 41st, paragraph the 2nd, and law of the Frisons, section the 21st, de plagio, and Alexander Nequam says, qui puros vendis, plagiarius est tibi nomen." The sheriff placed the parchment on the table, laid down his spectacles, took up the nosegay, and said, "End of la peine forte et dure, hardquenon, thank Her Majesty." By a sign, the justice of the quorum set in motion the man dressed in leather. This man, who was the executioner's assistant, groom of the gibbet, the old charters call him, went to the prisoner, took off the stones, one by one from his chest, and lifted the plate of iron up, exposing the wretch's crushed sides. Then he freed his wrists and ankle bones from the 4 chains that fastened him to the pillars. The prisoner, released alike from stones and chains, lay flat on the ground, his eyes closed, his arms and legs apart, like a crucified man taken down from a cross. "Hardquenon," said the sheriff, "arise." The prisoner did not move. The groom of the gibbet took up a hand and let it go. The hand fell back. The other hand, being raised, fell back likewise. The groom of the gibbet seized one foot, and then the other, and the heels fell back on the ground. The fingers remained inert, and the toes motionless. The naked feet of an extended corpse seem, as it were, to bristle. The doctor approached, and drawing from the pocket of his robe a little mirror of steel, put it to the open mouth of Hardquenon. Then with his fingers he opened the eyelids. They did not close again, the glassy eyeballs remained fixed. The doctor rose up and said, "He is dead." And he added, "He laughed, that killed him." "'Tis of little consequence," said the sheriff. "After confession, life or death is a mere formality." Then pointing to Hardquenon by a gesture with the nosegay of roses, the sheriff gave the order to the wapentake. "A corpse to be carried away tonight." The wapentake acquiesced by a nod. And the sheriff added, "The cemetery of the jail is opposite." The wapentake nodded again. The sheriff, holding in his left hand the nosegay and in his right the white wand, placed himself opposite Gwynplaine, who was still seated, and made him a low bow. Then, assuming another solemn attitude, he turned his head over his shoulder, and looking Gwynplaine in the face, said, "To you here present, we Philip Denzil Parsons, Knight, Sheriff of the County of Surrey, assisted by Aubrey Dominic, Esq., our clerk and registrar, and by our usual officers, duly provided by the direct and special commands of Her Majesty, in virtue of our commission, and the rights and duties of our charge, and with authority from the Lord Chancellor of England, the affidavits having been drawn up and recorded, regard being had to the documents communicated by the Admiralty, after verification of attestations, and signatures after declarations read and heard, after confrontation made, all the statements and legal information having been completed, exhausted, and brought to a good and just issue, we signify and declare to you, in order that right may be done, that you are Firmin Clancharlie, Baron Clancharlie and Hunkerville, Marquis de Corleone in Sicily, and a peer of England, and God keep your lordship." And he bowed to him. The serjeant on the right, the doctor, the justice of the quorum, the wapentake, the secretary, all the attendants except the executioner, repeated his salutations still more respectfully, and bowed to the ground before Gwynplaine. "Ah," said Gwynplaine, "awake me." And he stood up, pale as death. "I come to awake you indeed," said a voice which had not yet been heard. A man came out from behind the pillars. As no one had entered the cell since the sheet of iron had given passage to the cortege of police, it was clear that this man had been there in the shadow before Gwynplaine had entered, that he had a regular right of attendance, and had been present by appointment and mission. The man was fat and pursy, and wore a court wig and a travelling cloak. He was rather old than young, and very precise. He saluted Gwynplaine with ease and respect, with the ease of a gentleman-in-waiting, and without the awkwardness of a judge. "Yes," he said, "I have come to awaken you. For 25 years you have slept. You have been dreaming. It is time to awake. You believe yourself to be Gwynplaine, you are Clancharlie. You believe yourself to be one of the people, you belong to the peerage. You believe yourself to be of the lowest rank, you are of the highest. You believe yourself a player, you are a senator. You believe yourself poor, you are wealthy. You believe yourself to be of no account, you are important. Awake, my lord." Gwynplaine, in a low voice, in which a tremor of fear was to be distinguished, murmured, "What does it all mean?" "It means, my lord," said the fat man, "that I am called Barkilphedro, that I am an officer of the Admiralty, that this waif, the flask of Hardquanonne, was found on the beach, and was brought to be unsealed by me, according to the duty and prerogative of my office, that I opened it in the presence of 2 sworn jurors of the Jetsam office, both members of Parliament, William Brathwaite, for the city of Bath, and Thomas Jervois, for Southampton, that the 2 jurors deciphered and attested the contents of the flask, and signed the necessary affidavit conjointly with me, that I made my report to Her Majesty, and by order of the Queen all necessary and legal formalities were carried out with the discretion necessary in a matter so delicate, that the last form, the confrontation, has just been carried out, that you have £40,000 a year, that you are a peer of the United Kingdom of Great Britain, a legislator and a judge, a supreme judge, a sovereign legislator, dressed in purple and ermine, equal to princes, like unto emperors, that you have on your brow the coronet of a peer, and that you are about to wed a duchess, the daughter of a king." Under this transfiguration, overwhelming him like a series of thunderbolts, Gwynplaine fainted. Chapter 2. The waif knows its own course. All this had occurred owing to the circumstance of a soldier having found a bottle on the beach. We will relate the facts. In all facts, there are wheels within wheels. One day one of the 4 gunners composing the garrison of Castle Cowshire picked up on the sand at low water a flask covered with wicker, which had been cast up by the tide. This flask, covered with mould, was corked by a tarred bung. The soldier carried the waif to the colonel of the castle, and the colonel sent it to the High Admiral of England. The Admiral meant the Admiralty. With waifs, the Admiralty meant Barkilphedro. Barkilphedro, having uncorked and emptied the bottle, carried it to the Queen. The Queen immediately took the matter into consideration. 2 weighty councillors were instructed and consulted, namely, the Lord Chancellor, who is by law the guardian of the King's conscience, and the Lord Marshal, who is referee in heraldry and in the pedigrees of the nobility. Thomas Howard, Duke of Norfolk, a Catholic peer, who is hereditary Earl Marshal of England, had sent word by his deputy Earl Marshal, Henry Howard, Earl Bindon, that he would agree with the Lord Chancellor. The Lord Chancellor was William Cowper. We must not confound this Chancellor with his namesake and contemporary William Cowper, the anatomist and commentator on Bidloo, who published a treatise on muscles in England at the very time that Etienne Abbé published a history of bones in France. A surgeon is a very different thing from a lord. Lord William Cowper is celebrated for having, with reference to the affair of Talbot Yelverton, Viscount Longueville, propounded this opinion, that in the English Constitution the restoration of a peer is more important than the restoration of a king. The flask found at Cowshire had awakened his interest in the highest degree. The author of a maxim delights in opportunities to which it may be applied. Here was a case of the restoration of a peer. Search was made. Gwynplaine, by the inscription over his door, was soon found. Neither was Hardquanonne dead. A prison rots a man, but preserves him, if to keep is to preserve. People placed in bastilles were rarely removed. There is little more change in the dungeon than in the tomb. Hardquanonne was still in prison at Chatham. They had only to put their hands on him. He was transferred from Chatham to London. In the meantime, information was sought in Switzerland. The facts were found to be correct. They obtained from the local archives at Vevey, at Lausanne, the certificate of Lord Lin-Ose's marriage in exile, the certificate of his child's birth, the certificate of the decease of the father and mother, and they had duplicates, duly authenticated, made to answer all necessary requirements. All this was done with the most rigid secrecy, with what is called royal promptitude, and with that mole-like silence recommended and practiced by Bacon, and later on made law by Blackstone, for affairs connected with the chancellorship and the state, and in matters termed parliamentary. The Jussu Regis and the signature Jeffreys were authenticated. To those who have studied pathologically the cases of caprice called our good will and pleasure, this Jussu Regis is very simple. Why should James II, whose credit required the concealment of such acts, have allowed that to be written which endangered their success? The answer is cynicism, haughty indifference. Oh, you believe that effrontery is confined to abandoned women. The raison d'etat is equally abandoned. Et si Cupid anti-vidri. To commit a crime and emblazon it, there is the sum total of history. The king tattoos himself like the convict. Often when it would be to a man's greatest advantage to escape from the hands of the police or the records of history, he would seem to regret the escape, so great is the love of notoriety. Look at my arm, observe the design, I am Leisner. See a temple of love and a burning heart pierced through with an arrow, Jussu Regis. It is I, James II. A man commits a bad action and places his mark upon it. To fill up the measure of crime by effrontery, to denounce himself, to cling to his misdeeds, is the insolent bravado of the criminal. Christina seized Monaldeschi, had him confessed and assassinated, and said, I am the Queen of Sweden, in the palace of the King of France. There is the tyrant who conceals himself, like Tiberius, and the tyrant who displays himself, like Philip II. One has the attributes of the scorpion, the other those rather of the leopard. James II was of this latter variety. He had, we know, a gay and open countenance, differing so far from Philip. Philip was sullen, James jovial. Both were equally ferocious. James II was an easy-minded tiger, like Philip II. His crimes lay light upon his conscience. He was a monster by the grace of God. Therefore he had nothing to dissimulate nor to extenuate, and his assassinations were by divine right. He, too, would not have minded leaving behind him those archives of Simancas, with all his misdeeds dated, classified, labeled, and put in order, each in its compartment, like poisons in the cabinet of a chemist. To set the sign manual to crimes is right royal. Every deed done is a draft drawn on the great invisible paymaster. A bill had just come due with the ominous endorsement, Jussu Regis. Queen Anne, in one particular unfeminine, seeing that she could keep a secret, demanded a confidential report of so grave a matter from the Lord Chancellor, one of the kind specified as report to the royal ear. Reports of this kind have been common in all monarchies. At Vienna, there was a Councillor of the Ear, an aulic dignitary. It was an ancient Carlovingian office, the auricularius of the old Palatine deeds, he who whispers to the emperor. William Baron Cowper, Chancellor of England, whom the Queen believed in because he was short-sighted like herself, or even more so, had committed to writing a memorandum commencing thus. Two birds were subject to Solomon, a lapwing, the hudbud, who could speak all languages, and an eagle, the Simmerganka, who covered with the shadow of his wings a caravan of 20,000 men. Thus, under another form, Providence, etc. The Lord Chancellor proved the fact that the heir to a peerage had been carried off, mutilated, and then restored. He did not blame James II, who was, after all, the Queen's father. He even went so far as to justify him. First, there are ancient monarchical maxims, e cineratu eripimus, in Racharagio cadet. Secondly, there is a royal right of mutilation. Chamberlain asserts the fact, corpora et bona nostrorum subjectorum nostra sunt, said James I, of glorious and learned memory. The eyes of dukes of the blood royal have been plucked out for the good of the kingdom. Certain princes, too near to the throne, have been conveniently stifled between mattresses, the cause of death being given out as apoplexy. Now to stifle is worse than to mutilate. The king of Tunis tore out the eyes of his father, Muley Assem, and his ambassadors have not been the less favorably received by the emperor. Hence the king may order the suppression of a limb, like the suppression of a state, etc. It is legal, but one law does not destroy another. If a drowned man is cast up by the water and is not dead, it is an act of God readjusting one of the king. If the heir be found, let the coronet be given back to him. Thus was it done for Lord Alla, King of Northumberland, who is also a mountebank. Thus should be done to Gwynplaine, who is also a king, seeing that he is a peer. The lowness of the occupation which he has been obliged to follow under constraint of superior power does not tarnish the blazon, as in the case of Abdulmumin, who was a king, although he had been a gardener, that of Joseph, who was a saint, although he had been a carpenter, that of Apollo, who was a god, although he had been a shepherd. In short, the learned chancellor concluded by advising the reinstatement, in all his estates and dignities, of Lord Fermain Clancharlie, miscalled Gwynplaine, on the sole condition that he should be confronted with the criminal Hardquanonne and identified by the same. And on this point, the chancellor, as constitutional keeper of the royal conscience, based the royal decision. The Lord Chancellor added in a postscript that if Hardquanonne refused to answer, he should be subjected to the peine forte et dure, until the period called the fraude mortelle, according to the statute of King Athelstane, which orders the confrontation to take place on the 4th day. In this there is a certain inconvenience, for if the prisoner dies on the 2nd or 3rd day, the confrontation becomes difficult. Still, the law must be obeyed. The inconvenience of the law makes part and parcel of it. In the mind of the Lord Chancellor, however, the recognition of Gwynplaine by Hardquanonne was indubitable. Anne, having been made aware of the deformity of Gwynplaine, and not wishing to wrong her sister, on whom had been bestowed the estates of Clancharlie, graciously decided that the Duchess Josiana should be espoused by the new lord, that is to say, by Gwynplaine. The reinstatement of Lord Fermain Clancharlie was, moreover, a very simple affair, the heir being legitimate and in the direct line. In cases of doubtful descent and of peerages in abeyance claimed by collaterals, the House of Lords must be consulted. This, to go no further back, was done in 1782, in the case of the barony of Sidney, claimed by Elizabeth Parry, in 1798, in that of the barony of Beaumont, claimed by Thomas Stapleton, in 1803, in that of the barony of Stapleton, in 1803, in that of the barony of Chandos, claimed by the Reverend Timuel Bridges, in 1813, in that of the earldom of Banbury, claimed by General Knollys, etc., etc. But the present was no similar case. Here there was no pretense for litigation, the legitimacy was undoubted, the right clear and certain. There was no point to submit to the House, and the Queen, assisted by the Lord Chancellor, had power to recognize and admit the new peer. Barkilphedro managed everything. The affair, thanks to him, was kept so close, the secret was so hermetically sealed, that neither Josiana nor Lord David caught sight of the fearful abyss which was being dug under them. It was easy to deceive Josiana, entrenched as she was behind a rampart of pride. She was self-isolated. As to Lord David, they sent him to sea off the coast of Flanders. He was going to lose his peerage and had no suspicion of it. One circumstance is noteworthy. It happened that at 6 leagues from the anchorage of the naval station, commanded by Lord David, a captain called Haliburton broke through the French fleet. The Earl of Pembroke, President of the Council, proposed that this Captain Haliburton should be made Vice-Admiral. Anne struck out Haliburton's name and put Lord David Durimoise in its place, that he might, when no longer a peer, have the satisfaction of being a Vice-Admiral. Anne was well pleased, a hideous husband for her sister and a fine step for Lord David, mischief and kindness combined. Her Majesty was going to enjoy a comedy. Besides, she argued to herself that she was repairing an abuse of power committed by her august father. She was reinstating a member of the peerage. She was acting like a great queen. She was protecting innocence according to the will of God, that providence in its holy and impenetrable ways, etc., etc. It is very sweet to do a just action which is disagreeable to those whom we do not like. To know that the future husband of her sister was deformed sufficed the queen. In what manner Gwynplaine was deformed, and by what kind of ugliness, Barkilphedro had not communicated to the queen, and Anne had not deigned to inquire. She was proudly and royally disdainful. Besides, what could it matter? The House of Lords could not but be grateful. The Lord Chancellor, its oracle, had approved. To restore a peer is to restore the peerage. Royalty on this occasion had shown itself a good and scrupulous guardian of the privileges of the peerage. Whatever might be the face of the new lord, a face cannot be urged in objection to a right. Anne said all this to herself, or something like it, and went straight to her object, an object at once grand, womanlike, and regal, namely, to give herself a pleasure. The Queen was then at Windsor, a circumstance which placed a certain distance between the intrigues of the court and the public. Only such persons as were absolutely necessary to the plan were in the secret of what was taking place. As to Barkilphedro, he was joyful, a circumstance which gave a lugubrious expression to his face. If there be one thing in the world which can be more hideous than another, 'tis joy. He had had the delight of being the first to taste the contents of Hardquanonne's flask. He seemed but little surprised, for astonishment is the attribute of a little mind. Besides, was it not all due to him, who had waited so long on duty at the gate of chance? Knowing how to wait, he had fairly won his reward. This nil admirari was an expression of face. At heart we may admit that he was very much astonished. Anyone who could have lifted the mask with which he covered his inmost heart even before God would have discovered this. That at the very time Barkilphedro had begun to feel finally convinced that it would be impossible, even to him, the intimate and most infinitesimal enemy of Josiana, to find a vulnerable point in her lofty life. Hence an access of savage animosity lurked in his mind. He had reached the paroxysm which is called discouragement. He was all the more furious because despairing, to gnaw one's chain, how tragic, and appropriate the expression, a villain gnawing at his own powerlessness. Barkilphedro was perhaps just on the point of renouncing not his desire to do evil to Josiana, but his hope of doing it, not the rage, but the effort. But how degrading to be thus baffled, to keep hate thenceforth in a case, like a dagger in a museum. How bitter the humiliation. All at once to a certain goal, chance, immense and universal, loves to bring such coincidences about. The flask of Hardquanonne came, driven from wave to wave, into Barkilphedro's hands. There is in the unknown an indescribable fealty which seems to be at the beck and call of evil. Barkilphedro, assisted by two chance witnesses, disinterested jurors of the Admiralty, uncorked the flask, found the parchment, unfolded, read it. What words could express his devilish delight? It is strange to think that the sea, the wind, space, the ebb and flow of the tide, storms, calms, breezes, should have given themselves so much trouble to bestow happiness on a scoundrel. That cooperation had continued for 15 years. Mysterious efforts. During 15 years, the ocean had never for an instant ceased from its labors. The waves transmitted from one to another the floating bottle. The shelving rocks had shunned the brittle glass. No crack had yawned in the flask. No friction had displaced the cork. The seaweeds had not rotted the osier. The shells had not eaten out the word Hardquanonne. The water had not penetrated into the waif. The mold had not rotted the parchment. The wet had not effaced the writing. What trouble the abyss must have taken. Thus that which Gernardus had flung into darkness, darkness had handed back to Barkilphedro. The message sent to God had reached the devil. Space had committed an abuse of confidence, and a lurking sarcasm which mingles with events had so arranged that it had complicated the loyal triumph of the lost child's becoming Lord Clancharlie with a venomous victory. In doing a good action, it had mischievously placed justice at the service of iniquity. To save the victim of James Roman II was to give a prey to Barkilphedro. To reinstate Gwynplaine was to crush Josiana. Barkilphedro had succeeded, and it was for this that for so many years the waves, the surge, the squalls had buffeted, shaken, thrown, pushed, tormented, and respected this bubble of glass, which bore within it so many commingled fates. It was for this that there had been a cordial cooperation between the winds, the tides, and the tempests, a vast agitation of all prodigies for the pleasure of a scoundrel, the infinite cooperating with an earthworm. Destiny is subject to such grim caprices. Barkilphedro was struck by a flash of titanic pride. He said to himself that it had all been done to fulfill his intentions. He felt that he was the object and the instrument. But he was wrong. Let us clear the character of chance. Such was not the real meaning of the remarkable circumstance of which the hatred of Barkilphedro was to profit. Ocean had made itself father and mother to an orphan, had sent the hurricane against his executioners, had wrecked the vessel which had repulsed the child, had swallowed up the clasped hands of the storm-beaten sailors, refusing their supplications and accepting only their repentance. The tempest received a deposit from the hands of death. The strong vessel containing the crime was replaced by the fragile phial containing the reparation. The sea changed its character, and like a panther turning nurse, began to rock the cradle not of the child, but of his destiny, whilst he grew up ignorant of all that the depths of ocean were doing for him. The waves to which this flask had been flung watching over that past which contained a future, the whirlwind breathing kindly on it, the currents directing the frail waif across the fathomless wastes of water, the caution exercised by seaweed, the swells, the rocks, the vast froth of the abyss, taking under its protection an innocent child, the wave imperturbable as a conscience, chaos re-establishing order, the worldwide shadows ending in radiance, darkness employed to bring to light the star of truth, the exile consoled in his tomb, the heir given back to his inheritance, the crime of the king repaired, divine premeditation obeyed, the little, the weak, the deserted child with infinity for a guardian, all this Barkilphedro might have seen in the event on which he triumphed. This is what he did not see. He did not believe that it had all been done for Gwynplaine. He fancied that it had been effected for Barkilphedro and that he was well worth the trouble. Thus it is ever with Satan. Moreover, ere we feel astonished that a waif so fragile should have floated for 15 years undamaged, we should seek to understand the tender care of the ocean. 15 years is nothing. On the 4th of October 1867, on the coast of Morbihan, between the Isle de Croix, the extremity of the peninsula de Gavres, and the Rocher des Errants, the fishermen of Port Louis found a Roman amphora of the 4th century, covered with arabesques by the incrustations of the sea. That amphora had been floating 1,500 years. Whatever appearance of indifference Barkilphedro tried to exhibit, his wonder had equaled his joy. Everything he could desire was there to his hand. All seemed ready-made. The fragments of the event which was to satisfy his hate was spread out within his reach. He had nothing to do but to pick them up and fit them together, a repair which it was an amusement to execute. He was the artificer. Gwynplaine, he knew the name, Masca Ridens. Like everyone else, he had been to see the Laughing Man. He had read the sign nailed up against the Tadcaster Inn as one reads a playbill that attracts a crowd. He had noted it. He remembered it directly in its most minute details, and in any case, it was easy to compare them with the original. That notice in the electrical summons which arose in his memory appeared in the depths of his mind and placed itself by the side of the parchment signed by the shipwrecked crew, like an answer following a question, like the solution following an enigma. And the lines, "Here is to be seen Gwynplaine, deserted at the age of 10, on the 29th of January, 1690, on the coast at Portland," suddenly appeared to his eyes in the splendor of an apocalypse. His vision was the light of Mean, Tekel, a parson outside a booth. Here was the destruction of the edifice which made the existence of Josiana. A sudden earthquake. The lost child was found. There was a Lord Clancharlie. David Durimoir was nobody. Peerage, riches, power, rank, all these things left Lord David and entered Gwynplaine. All the castles, parks, forests, town-houses, palaces, domains, Josiana included, belonged to Gwynplaine. And what a climax for Josiana! What had she now before her? Illustrious and haughty, a player, beautiful, a monster. Who could have hoped for this? The truth was that the joy of Barkilphedro had become enthusiastic. The most hateful combinations are surpassed by the infernal munificence of the unforeseen. When reality likes, it works masterpieces. Barkilphedro found that all his dreams had been nonsense. Reality were better. The change he was about to work would not have seemed less desirable had it been detrimental to him. Insects exist which are so savagely disinterested that they sting, knowing that to sting is to die. Barkilphedro was like such vermin. But this time he had not the merit of being disinterested. Lord David Durimoir owed him nothing, and Lord Fermin Clancharlie was about to owe him everything. From being a protégé, Barkilphedro was about to become a protector. Protector of whom? Of a peer of England. He was going to have a lord of his own, and a lord who would be his creature. Barkilphedro counted on giving him his first impressions. His peer would be the morganatic brother-in-law of the Queen. His ugliness would please the Queen in the same proportion as it displeased Josiana. Advancing by such favor and assuming grave and modest airs, Barkilphedro might become a somebody. He had always been destined for the church. He had a vague longing to be a bishop. Meanwhile, he was happy. Oh, what a great success, and what a deal of useful work had chance accomplished for him. His vengeance, for he called it his vengeance, had been softly brought to him by the waves. He had not lain in ambush in vain. He was the rock, Josiana was the waif. Josiana was about to be dashed against Barkilphedro to his intense, villainous ecstasy. He was clever in the art of suggestion, which consists in making in the minds of others a little incision into which you put an idea of your own. Holding himself aloof, and without appearing to mix himself up in the matter, it was he who arranged that Josiana should go to the Green Box and see Gwynplaine. It could do no harm. The appearance of the mountebank, in his low estate, would be a good ingredient in the combination. Later on it would season it. He had quietly prepared everything beforehand. What he most desired was something unspeakably abrupt. The work on which he was engaged could only be expressed in these strange words: the construction of a thunderbolt. All preliminaries being complete, he had watched till all the necessary legal formalities had been accomplished. The secret had not oozed out, silence being an element of law. The confrontation of Hardquanonne with Gwynplaine had taken place. Barkilphedro had been present. We have seen the result. The same day, a postchaise belonging to the royal household was suddenly sent by Her Majesty to fetch Lady Josiana from London to Windsor, where the Queen was at the time residing. Josiana, for reasons of her own, would have been very glad to disobey, or at least to delay obedience, and put off her departure till next day, but court life does not permit of these objections. She was obliged to set out at once, and to leave her residence in London, Hunkerville House, for her residence at Windsor, Corleone Lodge. The Duchess Josiana left London at the very moment that the wapentake appeared at the Tadcaster Inn to arrest Gwynplaine and take him to the torture cell of Southwark. When she arrived at Windsor, the usher of the Black Rod, who guards the door of the presence chamber, informed her that Her Majesty was in audience with the Lord Chancellor and could not receive her until the next day, that consequently she was to remain at Corleone Lodge at the orders of Her Majesty, and that she should receive the Queen's commands direct when Her Majesty awoke the next morning. Josiana entered her house feeling very spiteful, supped in a bad humor, had the spleen, dismissed everyone except her page, then dismissed him, and went to bed while it was yet daylight. When she arrived, she had learned that Lord David Dirry-Moir was expected at Windsor the next day, owing to his having, whilst at sea, received orders to return immediately and receive Her Majesty's commands. Chapter 3. An Awakening. No man could pass suddenly from Siberia into Senegal without losing consciousness. HUMBOLDT. The swoon of a man, even of one the most firm and energetic, under the sudden shock of an unexpected stroke of good fortune, is nothing wonderful. A man is knocked down by the unforeseen blow, like an ox by the poleaxe. Francis d'Albiscola, he who tore from the Turkish ports their iron chains, remained a whole day without consciousness when they made him pope. Now the stride from a cardinal to a pope is less than that from a mountebank to a peer of England. No shock is so violent as a loss of equilibrium. When Gwynplaine came to himself and opened his eyes, it was night. He was in an armchair in the midst of a large chamber lined throughout with purple velvet over walls, ceiling, and floor. The carpet was velvet. Standing near him with uncovered head was the fat man in the travelling cloak, who had emerged from behind the pillar in the cell at Southwark. Gwynplaine was alone in the chamber with him. From the chair, by extending his arms, he could reach two tables, each bearing a branch of 6 lighted wax candles. On one of these tables there were papers and a casket, on the other refreshments, a cold fowl, wine and brandy, served on a silver-gilt salver. Through the panes of a high window, reaching from the ceiling to the floor, a semicircle of pillars was to be seen, in the clear April night, encircling a courtyard with 3 gates, one very wide and the other 2 low. The carriage gate of great size was in the middle, on the right, that for equestrians, smaller on the left, that for foot passengers still less. These gates were formed of iron railings with glittering points. A tall piece of sculpture surmounted the central one. The columns were probably in white marble, as well as the pavement of the court, thus producing an effect like snow, and framed in its sheet of flat flags was a mosaic, the pattern of which was vaguely marked in the shadow. This mosaic, when seen by daylight, would no doubt have disclosed to the sight, with much emblazonry and many colors, a gigantic coat of arms, in the Florentine fashion. Zigzags of balustrades rose and fell, indicating stairs of terraces. Over the court frowned an immense pile of architecture, now shadowy and vague in the starlight. Intervals of sky, full of stars, marked out clearly the outline of the palace. An enormous roof could be seen, with the gable ends vaulted, garret windows roofed over like visors, chimneys like towers, and entablatures covered with motionless gods and goddesses. Beyond the colonnade there played in the shadow one of those fairy fountains in which, as the water falls from basin to basin, it combines the beauty of rain with that of the cascade, and as if scattering the contents of a jewel box, flings to the wind its diamonds and its pearls as though to divert the statues around. Long rows of windows ranged away, separated by panoplies in relievo and by busts on small pedestals. On the pinnacles, trophies and morions with plumes cut in stone alternated with statues of heathen deities. In the chamber where Gwynplaine was, on the side opposite the window, was a fireplace as high as the ceiling, and on another, under a dais, one of those old spacious feudal beds which were reached by a ladder and where you might sleep lying across. The joint stool of the bed was at its side, a row of armchairs by the walls, and a row of ordinary chairs in front of them completed the furniture. The ceiling was domed. A great wood fire in the French fashion blazed in the fireplace. By the richness of the flames, variegated of rose color and green, a judge of such things would have seen that the wood was ash, a great luxury. The room was so large that the branches of candles failed to light it up. Here and there curtains over doors, falling and swaying, indicated communications with other rooms. The style of the room was altogether that of the reign of James I, a style square and massive, antiquated and magnificent. Like the carpet and the lining of the chamber, the dais, the baldaquin, the bed, the stool, the curtains, the mantelpiece, the coverings of the table, the sofas, the chairs, were all of purple velvet. There was no gilding, except on the ceiling. Laid on it, at equal distance from the four angles, was a huge round shield of embossed metal, on which sparkled, in dazzling relief, various coats of arms. Amongst the devices, on two blazons, side by side, were to be distinguished the cap of a baron and the coronet of a marquis. Were they of brass or of silver gilt? You could not tell. They seemed to be of gold. And in the center of this lordly ceiling, like a gloomy and magnificent sky, the gleaming escutcheon was as the dark splendor of a sun shining in the night. The savage in whom is embodied the free man is nearly as restless in a palace as in a prison. This magnificent chamber was depressing. So much splendor produces fear. Who could be the inhabitant of this stately palace? To what colossus did all this grandeur appertain? Of what lion is this the lair? Gwynplaine, as yet but half awake, was heavy at heart. "Where am I?" he said. The man who was standing before him answered, "You are in your own house, my lord." Chapter 4. Fascination. It takes time to rise to the surface, and Gwynplaine had been thrown into an abyss of stupefaction. We do not gain our footing at once in unknown depths. There are routes of ideas as there are routes of armies. The rally is not immediate. We feel as it were scattered, as though some strange evaporation of self were taking place. God is the arm, chance is the sling, man is the pebble. How are you to resist once flung? Gwynplaine, if we may coin the expression, ricocheted from one surprise to another. After the love letter of the Duchess came the revelation in the Southwark dungeon. In destiny, when wonders begin, prepare yourself for blow upon blow. The gloomy portals once open, prodigies pour in. A breach once made in the wall, and events rush upon us pell-mell. The marvelous never comes singly. The marvelous is an obscurity. The shadow of this obscurity was over Gwynplaine. What was happening to him seemed unintelligible. He saw everything through the mist which a deep commotion leaves in the mind, like the dust caused by a falling ruin. The shock had been from top to bottom. Nothing was clear to him. However, light always returns by degrees. The dust settles. Moment by moment, the density of astonishment decreases. Gwynplaine was like a man with his eyes open and fixed in a dream, as if trying to see what may be within it. He dispersed the mist. Then he reshaped it. He had intermittences of wandering. He underwent that oscillation of the mind in the unforeseen, which alternately pushes us in the direction in which we understand, and then throws us back in that which is incomprehensible. Who has not at some time felt this pendulum in his brain? By degrees his thoughts dilated in the darkness of the event, as the pupil of his eye had done in the underground shadows at Southwark. The difficulty was to succeed in putting a certain space between accumulated sensations. Before that combustion of hazy ideas called comprehension can take place, air must be admitted between the emotions. Their air was wanting. The event, so to speak, could not be breathed. In entering that terrible cell at Southwark, Gwynplaine had expected the iron collar of a felon. They had placed on his head the coronet of a peer. How could this be? There had not been space of time enough between what Gwynplaine had feared and what had really occurred. It had succeeded too quickly, his terror changing into other feelings too abruptly for comprehension. The contrasts were too tightly packed one against the other. Gwynplaine made an effort to withdraw his mind from the vice. He was silent. This is the instinct of great stupefaction, which is more on the defensive than it is thought to be. Who says nothing is prepared for everything? A word of yours allowed to drop may be seized in some unknown system of wheels, and your utter destruction be compassed in its complex machinery. The poor and weak live in terror of being crushed. The crowd ever expect to be trodden down. Gwynplaine had long been one of the crowd. A singular state of human uneasiness can be expressed by the words, "Let us see what will happen." Gwynplaine was in this state. You feel that you have not gained your equilibrium when an unexpected situation surges up under your feet. You watch for something which must produce a result. You are vaguely attentive. We will see what happens. What? You do not know whom you watch. The man with the paunch repeated, "You are in your own house, my lord." Gwynplaine felt himself. In surprises, we first look to make sure that things exist, then we feel ourselves to make sure that we exist ourselves. It was certainly to him that the words were spoken, but he himself was somebody else. He no longer had his jacket on or his esclavine of leather. He had a waistcoat of cloth of silver and a satin coat, which he touched and found to be embroidered. He felt a heavy purse in his waistcoat pocket. A pair of velvet trunk hose covered his clown's tights. He wore shoes with high red heels. As they had brought him to this palace, so had they changed his dress. The man resumed. "Will your lordship deign to remember this? I am called Barkilphedro. I am clerk to the Admiralty. It was I who opened Hardquanon's flask and drew your destiny out of it. Thus, in the Arabian Nights, a fisherman releases a giant from a bottle." Gwynplaine fixed his eyes on the smiling face of the speaker. Barkilphedro continued. "Besides this palace, my lord, Hunkerville House, which is larger, is yours. You own Clancharlie Castle, from which you take your title, and which was a fortress in the time of Edward the Elder. You have 19 bailiwicks belonging to you, with their villages and their inhabitants. This puts under your banner, as a landlord and a nobleman, about 80,000 vassals and tenants. At Clancharlie you are a judge of all, both of goods and of persons, and you hold your baron's court. The king has no right which you have not, except the privilege of coining money. The king, designated by the Norman law as chief seigneur, has justice, court, and coin. Coin is money, so that you, excepting in this last, are as much a king in your lordship as he is in his kingdom. You have the right, as a baron, to a gibbet with 4 pillars in England, and as a marquis to scaffold with 7 posts in Sicily, that of the mere lord having 2 pillars, that of a lord of the manor 3, and that of a duke 8. You are styled prince in the ancient charters of Northumberland. You are related to the Viscounts Valentia in Ireland, whose name is Power, and to the Earls of Umfraville in Scotland, whose name is Angus. You are chief of a clan, like Campbell, Ardmanac, and Macklemore. You have 8 barons' courts, Reculver, Baston, Helcourters, Homble, Moricambe, Grundraith, Trenwoodwraith, and others. You have a right over the turf-cutting of Pillinmore, and over the alabaster quarries near Trent. Moreover, you own all the country of Penneth Chase, and you have a mountain with an ancient town on it. The town is called Vineconton, the mountain is called Merlenley, all which gives you an income of £40,000 a year. That is to say, 40 times the 25,000 francs with which a Frenchman is satisfied." Whilst Barkilphedro spoke, Gwynplaine, in a crescendo of stupor, remembered the past. Memory is a gulf that a word can move to its lowest depths. Gwynplaine knew all the words pronounced by Barkilphedro. They were written in the last lines of the 2 scrolls which lined the van in which his childhood had been passed, and from so often letting his eyes wander over them mechanically, he knew them by heart. On reaching a forsaken orphan, the travelling caravan at Weymouth, he had found the inventory of the inheritance which awaited him. And in the morning, when the poor little boy awoke, the first thing spelt by his careless and unconscious eyes was his own title and its possessions. It was a strange detail added to all his other surprises, that during 15 years, rolling from highway to highway, the clown of a travelling theatre, earning his bread day by day, picking up farthings, and living on crumbs, he should have travelled with the inventory of his fortune placarded over his misery. Barkilphedro touched the casket on the table with his forefinger. "My lord, this casket contains 2,000 guineas, which Her Gracious Majesty, the Queen, has sent you for your present wants." Gwynplaine made a movement. "That shall be for my father Ursus," he said. "So be it, my lord," said Barkilphedro. "Ursus, at the Tadcaster Inn, the serjeant of the coif, who accompanied us hither and is about to return immediately, will carry them to him. Perhaps I may go to London myself. In that case I will take charge of it." "I shall take them to him myself," said Gwynplaine. Barkilphedro's smile disappeared, and he said, "Impossible." There is an impressive inflection of voice which, as it were, underlines the words. Barkilphedro's tone was thus emphasized. He paused, so as to put a full stop after the word he had just uttered. Then he continued, with the peculiar and respectful tone of a servant who feels that he is master. "My lord, you are 23 miles from London, at Corleone Lodge, your court residence, contiguous to the royal castle of Windsor. You are here unknown to anyone. You were brought here in a close carriage, which was awaiting you at the gate of the jail at Southwark. The servants who introduced you into this palace are ignorant who you are, but they know me, and that is sufficient. You may possibly have been brought to these apartments by means of a private key which is in my possession. There are people in the house asleep, and it is not an hour to awaken them. Hence, we have time for an explanation, which, nevertheless, will be short. I have been commissioned by Her Majesty." As he spoke, Barkilphedro began to turn over the leaves of some bundles of papers which were lying near the casket. "My lord, here is your patent of peerage. Here is that of your Sicilian marquisate. These are the parchments and title deeds of your 8 baronies, with the seals of 11 kings, from Baldred, King of Kent, to James VI of Scotland, and first of England and Scotland united. Here are your letters of precedence. Here are your rentrolls, and titles and descriptions of your fiefs, freeholds, dependencies, lands, and domains. That which you see above your head in the emblazonment on the ceiling are your 2 coronets, the circlet with pearls for the baron, and the circlet with strawberry leaves for the marquis. Here in the wardrobe is your peer's robe of red velvet, bordered with ermine. Today, only a few hours since, the Lord Chancellor and the Deputy Earl Marshal of England, informed of the result of your confrontation with the Comprachicot Hardquanonne, have taken Her Majesty's commands. Her Majesty has signed them, according to her royal will, which is the same as the law. All formalities have been complied with. Tomorrow, and no later than tomorrow, you will take your seat in the House of Lords, where they have for some days been deliberating on a bill, presented by the Crown, having for its object the augmentation, by £100,000 yearly, of the annual allowance to the Duke of Cumberland, husband of the Queen. You will be able to take part in the debate." Barkilphedro paused, breathed slowly, and resumed. "However, nothing is yet settled. A man cannot be made a peer of England without his own consent. All can be annulled and disappear, unless you acquiesce. An event nipped in the bud ere it ripens often occurs in state policy. My lord, up to this time silence has been preserved on what has occurred. The House of Lords will not be informed of the facts until tomorrow. Secrecy has been kept about the whole matter for reasons of state, which are of such importance that the influential persons who alone are at this moment cognizant of your existence and of your rights will forget them immediately should reasons of state command their being forgotten. That which is in darkness may remain in darkness. It is easy to wipe you out, the more so as you have a brother, the natural son of your father and of a woman who afterwards, during the exile of your father, became mistress to King Charles II, which accounts for your brother's high position at court, for it is to this brother, bastard though he be, that your peerage would revert. Do you wish this? I cannot think so. Well, all depends on you. The Queen must be obeyed. You will not quit the house till tomorrow in a royal carriage, and to go to the House of Lords. My lord, will you be a peer of England? Yes or no? The Queen has designs for you. She destines you for an alliance almost royal. Lord Fermain Clancharlie, this is the decisive moment. Destiny never opens one door without shutting another. After a certain step in advance, to step back is impossible. Whoso enters into transfiguration leaves behind him evanescence. My lord, Gwynplaine is dead. Do you understand? Gwynplaine trembled from head to foot. Then he recovered himself. Yes, he said. Barkilphedro, smiling, bowed, placed the casket under his cloak, and left the room. Chapter 5. We think we remember, we forget. Whence arise those strange, visible changes which occur in the soul of man? Gwynplaine had been at the same moment raised to a summit and cast into an abyss. His head swam with double giddiness, the giddiness of ascent and descent, a fatal combination. He felt himself ascend and felt not his fall. It is appalling to see a new horizon. A perspective affords suggestions, not always good ones. He had before him the fairy glade, a snare perhaps, seen through opening clouds and showing the blue depths of sky, so deep that they are obscure. He was on the mountain whence he could see all the kingdoms of the earth, a mountain all the more terrible that it is a visionary one. Those who are on its apex are in a dream. Palaces, castles, power, opulence, all human happiness extending as far as eye could reach, a map of enjoyment spread out to the horizon, a sort of radiant geography of which he was the center, a perilous mirage. Imagine what must have been the haze of such a vision, not led up to, not attained to as by the gradual steps of a ladder, but reached without transition and without previous warning. A man going to sleep in a mole's burrow and awaking on the top of the Strasbourg steeple, such was the state of Gwynplaine. Giddiness is a dangerous kind of glare, particularly that which bears you at once towards the day and towards the night, forming two whirlwinds, one opposed to the other. He saw too much and not enough. He saw all and nothing. His state was what the author of this book has somewhere expressed as the blind man dazzled. Gwynplaine, left by himself, began to walk with long strides. A bubbling precedes an explosion. Notwithstanding his agitation, in this impossibility of keeping still, he meditated. His mind liquefied as it boiled. He began to recall things to his memory. It is surprising how we find that we have heard so clearly that to which we scarcely listened. The declaration of the shipwrecked men, read by the sheriff in the Southwark cell, came back to him clearly and intelligibly. He recalled every word. He saw under it his whole infancy. Suddenly he stopped, his hands clasped behind his back, looking up to the ceilings, the sky, no matter what, whatever was above him. "Quits," he cried. He felt like one whose head rises out of the water. It seemed to him that he saw everything, the past, the future, the present, in the accession of a sudden flash of light. "Oh," he cried, for there are cries in the depths of thought. "Oh, it was so, was it? I was a lord, all is discovered. They stole, betrayed, destroyed, abandoned, disinherited, murdered me. The corpse of my destiny floated 15 years on the sea. All at once it touched the earth, and it started up, erect and living. I am reborn, I am born. I felt under my rags that the breast there palpitating was not that of a wretch. And when I looked on crowds of men, I felt that they were the flocks, and that I was not the dog, but the shepherd. Shepherds of the people, leaders of men, guides and masters, such were my fathers, and what they were I am. I am a gentleman, and I have a sword. I am a baron, and I have a casque. I am a marquis, and I have a plume. I am a peer, and I have a coronet. Lo, they deprived me of all this. I dwelt in light, they flung me into darkness. Those who proscribed the Father sold the Son. When my father was dead, they took from beneath his head the stone of exile which he had placed for his pillow, and tying it to my neck, they flung me into a sewer. Oh, those scoundrels who tortured my infancy! Yes, they rise and move in the depths of my memory. Yes, I see them again. I was that morsel of flesh pecked to pieces on a tomb by a flight of crows. I bled and cried under all those horrible shadows. Lo, it was there that they precipitated me, under the crush of those who come and go, under the trampling feet of men, under the undermost of the human race, lower than the serf, baser than the serving man, lower than the felon, lower than the slave, at the spot where chaos becomes a sewer in which I was engulfed. It is from thence that I come, it is from this that I rise, it is from this that I am risen, and here I am now, quits. He sat down, he rose, clasped his head with his hands, began to pace the room again, and his tempestuous monologue continued within him. Where am I on the summit? Where is it that I have just alighted? On the highest peak, this pinnacle, this grandeur, this dome of the world, this great power is my home. This temple is in air. I am one of the gods. I live in inaccessible heights. This supremacy which I looked up to from below and from whence emanated such rays of glory that I shut my eyes, this ineffaceable peerage, this impregnable fortress of the fortunate, I enter, I am in it, I am of it. Ah, what a decisive turn of the wheel! I was below, I am on high forever. Behold me a lord, I shall have a scarlet robe, I shall have an earl's coronet on my head, I shall assist at the coronation of kings. They will take the oath from my hands, I shall judge princes and ministers, I shall exist. From the depths into which I was thrown, I have rebounded to the zenith. I have palaces in town and country, houses, gardens, chases, forests, carriages, millions. I will give fêtes, I will make laws, I shall have the choice of joys and pleasures. And the vagabond Gwynplaine, who had not the right to gather a flower in the grass, may pluck the stars from heaven. Melancholy overshadowing of a soul's brightness. Thus it was that in Gwynplaine, who had been a hero, and perhaps had not ceased to be one, moral greatness gave way to material splendor. A lamentable transition, virtue broken down by a troop of passing demons. A surprise made on the weak side of man's fortress. All the inferior circumstances called by men superior, ambition, the purblind desires of instinct, passions, covetousness, driven far from Gwynplaine by the wholesome restraints of misfortune, took tumultuous possession of his generous heart. And from what had this arisen? From the discovery of a parchment in a waif drifted by the sea. Conscience may be violated by a chance attack. Gwynplaine drank in great draughts of pride, and it dulled his soul. Such is the poison of that fatal wine. Giddiness invaded him. He more than consented to its approach. He welcomed it. This was the effect of previous and long-continued thirst. Are we an accomplice of the cup which deprives us of reason? He had always vaguely desired this. His eyes had always turned towards the great. To watch is to wish. The eaglet is not born in the eyrie for nothing. Now, however, at moments, it seemed to him the simplest thing in the world that he should be a lord. A few hours only had passed, and yet the past of yesterday seemed so far off. Gwynplaine had fallen into the ambuscade of better, who is the enemy of good. Unhappy is he of whom we say, how lucky he is. Adversity is more easily resisted than prosperity. We rise more perfect from ill fortune than from good. There is a Charybdis in poverty and a Scylla in riches. Those who remain erect under the thunderbolt are prostrated by the flash. Thou who standest without shrinking on the verge of a precipice, fear lest thou be carried up on the innumerable wings of mists and dreams. The ascent which elevates will dwarf thee. An apotheosis has a sinister power of degradation. It is not easy to understand what is good luck. Chance is nothing but a disguise. Nothing deceives so much as the face of fortune. Is she providence? Is she fatality? A brightness may not be a brightness, because light is truth, and a gleam may be a deceit. You believe that it lights you, but no, it sets you on fire. At night, a candle made of mean tallow becomes a star if placed in an opening in the darkness. The moth flies to it. In what measure is the moth responsible? The sight of the candle fascinates the moth, as the eye of the serpent fascinates the bird. Is it possible that the bird and the moth should resist the attraction? Is it possible that the leaf should resist the wind? Is it possible that the stone should refuse obedience to the laws of gravitation? These are material questions, which are moral questions as well. After he had received the letter of the Duchess, Gwynplaine had recovered himself. The deep love in his nature had resisted it, but the storm, having wearied itself on one side of the horizon, burst out on the other, for in destiny, as in nature, there are successive convulsions. The first shock loosens, the second uproots. Alas, how do the oaks fall? Thus he who, when a child of 10, stood alone on the shore of Portland, ready to give battle, who had looked steadfastly at all the combatants whom he had to encounter, the blast which bore away the vessel in which he had expected to embark, the gulf which had swallowed up the plank, the yawning abyss, of which the menace was its retrocession, the earth which refused him a shelter, the sky which refused him a star. Solitude without pity, obscurity without notice, ocean, sky, all the violence of one infinite space, and all the mysterious enigmas of another. He who had neither trembled nor fainted before the mighty hostility of the unknown. He who, still so young, had held his own with night, as Hercules of old had held his own with death. He who in the unequal struggle had thrown down this defiance, that he, a child, adopted. A child that he encumbered himself with a load, when tired and exhausted, thus rendering himself an easier prey to the attacks on his weakness, and as it were, himself unmuzzling the shadowy monsters in ambush around him. He who, a precocious warrior, had immediately, and from his first steps out of the cradle, struggled breast to breast with destiny. He whose disproportion with strife had not discouraged from striving. He who, perceiving in everything around him a frightful occultation of the human race, had accepted that eclipse, and proudly continued his journey. He who had known how to endure cold, thirst, hunger valiantly. He who, a pygmy in stature, had been a colossus in soul. This Gwynplaine, who had conquered the great terror of the abyss under its double form, tempest and misery, staggered under a breath, vanity. Thus, when she has exhausted distress, nakedness, storms, catastrophes, agonies on an unflinching man, fatality begins to smile, and her victim, suddenly intoxicated, staggers. The smile of fatality, can anything more terrible be imagined? It is the last resource of the pitiless trier of souls in his proof of man. The tiger, lurking in destiny, caresses man with a velvet paw, sinister preparation, hideous gentleness in the monster. Every self-observer has detected within himself mental weakness coincident with aggrandizement. A sudden growth disturbs the system and produces fever. In Gwynplaine's brain was the giddy whirlwind of a crowd of new circumstances, all the light and shade of a metamorphosis, inexpressibly strange confrontations, the shock of the past against the future. Two Gwynplaines, himself doubled, behind an infant in rags crawling through night, wandering, shivering, hungry, provoking laughter, in front, a brilliant nobleman, luxurious, proud, dazzling all London. He was casting off one form and amalgamating himself with the other. He was casting the mountebank and becoming the peer. Change of skin is sometimes change of soul. Now and then the past seemed like a dream. It was complex, bad and good. He thought of his father. It was a poignant anguish never to have known his father. He tried to picture him to himself. He thought of his brother, of whom he had just heard. Then he had a family. He, Gwynplaine, he lost himself in fantastic dreams. He saw visions of magnificence, unknown forms of solemn grandeur moved in mist before him. He heard flourishes of trumpets. And then he said, "I shall be eloquent." He pictured to himself a splendid entrance into the House of Lords. He should arrive full to the brim with new facts and ideas. What could he not tell them? What subjects he had accumulated? What an advantage to be in the midst of them, a man who had seen, touched, undergone, and suffered, who could cry aloud to them, "I have been near to everything from which you are so far removed." He would hurl reality in the face of those patricians, crammed with illusions. They should tremble, for it would be the truth. They would applaud, for it would be grand. He would arise amongst those powerful men, more powerful than they. "I shall appear as a torch-bearer to show them truth, and as a sword-bearer to show them justice." What a triumph! And building up these fantasies in his mind, clear and confused at the same time, he had attacks of delirium, sinking on the first seat he came to, sometimes drowsy, sometimes starting up. He came and went, looked at the ceiling, examined the coronets, studied vaguely the hieroglyphics of the emblazonment, felt the velvet of the walls, moved the chairs, turned over the parchments, read the names, spelt out the titles: Buxton, Homble, Grundraith, Hunkerville. Clancharlie compared the wax, the impression, felt the twist of silk appended to the royal privy seal, approached the window, listened to the splash of the fountain, contemplated the statues, counted, with the patience of a somnambulist, the columns of marble, and said, "It is real." No time was lost. There was one continued passing to and fro from the shore to the vessel, and from the vessel to the shore. Each one took his share of the work. One carried a bag, another a chest. Those amidst the promiscuous company, who were possibly or probably women, worked like the rest. They overloaded the child. It was doubtful if the child's father or mother were in the group. No sign of life was vouchsafed him. They made him work, nothing more. He appeared not a child in a family, but a slave in a tribe. He waited on everyone, and no one spoke to him. However, he made haste, and like the others of this mysterious troop, he seemed to have but one thought: to embark as quickly as possible. Did he know why? Probably not. He hurried mechanically because he saw the others hurry. The hooker was decked. The stowing of the lading in the hold was quickly finished, and the moment to put off arrived. The last case had been carried over the gangway, and nothing was left to embark but the men. The two objects among the group who seemed women were already on board. 6, the child among them, were still on the low platform of the cliff. A movement of departure was made in the vessel. The captain seized the helm. A sailor took up an axe to cut the hawser. To cut is an evidence of haste. When there is time, it is unknotted. Andamos said, in a low voice, he who appeared chief of the 6, and who had the spangles on his tatters. The child rushed towards the plank in order to be the first to pass. As he placed his foot on it, 2 of the men hurried by at the risk of throwing him into the water, got in before him and passed on. The 4th drove him back with his fist and followed the 3rd. The 5th, who was the chief, bounded into rather than entered the vessel, and as he jumped in, kicked back the plank, which fell into the sea. A stroke of the hatchet cut the moorings. The helm was put up. The vessel left the shore, and the child remained on land. Chapter 3. Alone. The child remained motionless on the rock, with his eyes fixed, no calling out, no appeal. Though this was unexpected by him, he spoke not a word. The same silence reigned in the vessel. No cry from the child to the men, no farewell from the men to the child. There was on both sides a mute acceptance of the widening distance between them. It was like a separation of ghosts on the banks of the Styx. The child, as if nailed to the rock, which the high tide was beginning to bathe, watched the departing bark. It seemed as if he realized his position. What did he realize? Darkness. A moment later, the hooker gained the neck of the crook and entered it. Against the clear sky, the masthead was visible, rising above the split blocks between which the strait wound as between 2 walls. The truck wandered to the summit of the rocks and appeared to run into them. Then it was seen no more. All was over. The bark had gained the sea. The child watched its disappearance. He was astounded but dreamy. His stupefaction was complicated by a sense of the dark reality of existence. It seemed as if there were experience in this dawning being. Did he, perchance, already exercise judgment? Experience coming too early constructs, sometimes, in the obscure depths of a child's mind, some dangerous balance, we know not what, in which the poor little soul weighs God. Feeling himself innocent, he yielded. There was no complaint. The irreproachable does not reproach. His rough expulsion drew from him no sign. He suffered a sort of internal stiffening. The child did not bow under this sudden blow of fate, which seemed to put an end to his existence ere it had well begun. He received the thunderstroke standing. It would have been evident to anyone who could have seen his astonishment unmixed with dejection, that in the group which abandoned him there was nothing which loved him, nothing which he loved. Brooding, he forgot the cold. Suddenly the wave wetted his feet, the tide was flowing, a gust passed through his hair, the north wind was rising. He shivered. There came over him, from head to foot, the shudder of awakening. He cast his eyes about him. He was alone. Up to this day, there had never existed for him any other men than those who were now in the hookah. Those men had just stolen away. Let us add what seems a strange thing to state. Those men, the only ones he knew, were unknown to him. He could not have said who they were. His childhood had been passed among them without his having the consciousness of being of them. He was in juxtaposition to them, nothing more. He had just been forgotten by them. He had no money about him, no shoes to his feet, scarcely a garment to his body, not even a piece of bread in his pocket. It was winter, it was night. It would be necessary to walk several leagues before a human habitation could be reached. He did not know where he was. He knew nothing, unless it was that those who had come with him to the brink of the sea had gone away without him. He felt himself put outside the pale of life. He felt that man failed him. He was 10 years old. The child was in a desert, between depths where he saw the night rising and depths where he heard the waves murmur. He stretched his little thin arms and yawned. Then suddenly, as one who makes up his mind, bold and throwing off his numbness, with the agility of a squirrel or perhaps of an acrobat, he turned his back on the creek and set himself to climb up the cliff. He escaladed the path, left it, returned to it, quick and venturous. He was hurrying landward, just as though he had a destination marked out. Nevertheless, he was going nowhere. He hastened without an object, a fugitive before fate. To climb is the function of a man, to clamber is that of an animal. He did both. As the slopes of Portland faced southward, there was scarcely any snow on the path. The intensity of cold had, however, frozen that snow into dust, very troublesome to the walker. The child freed himself of it. His man's jacket, which was too big for him, complicated matters and got in his way. Now and then on an overhanging crag or in a declivity he came upon a little ice, which caused him to slip down. Then, after hanging some moments over the precipice, he would catch hold of a dry branch or projecting stone. Once he came on a vein of slate, which suddenly gave way under him, letting him down with it. Crumbling slate is treacherous. For some seconds the child slid like a tile on a roof. He rolled to the extreme edge of the decline. A tuft of grass, which he clutched at the right moment, saved him. He was as mute in sight of the abyss as he had been in sight of the men. He gathered himself up and reascended silently. The slope was steep, so he had to tack in ascending. The precipice grew in the darkness. The vertical rock had no ending. It receded before the child in the distance of its height. As the child ascended, so seemed the summit to ascend. While he clambered, he looked up at the dark entablature placed like a barrier between heaven and him. At last, he reached the top. He jumped on the level ground, or rather landed, for he rose from the precipice. Scarcely was he on the cliff when he began to shiver. He felt in his face that bite of the night, the north wind. The bitter northwester was blowing. He tightened his rough sailor's jacket about his chest. It was a good coat, called in ship language a sou'wester, because that sort of stuff allows little of the southwesterly rain to penetrate. The child, having gained the tableland, stopped, placed his feet firmly on the frozen ground, and looked about him. Behind him was the sea, in front the land, above the sky, but a sky without stars. An opaque mist masked the zenith. On reaching the summit of the rocky wall, he found himself turned towards the land and looked at it attentively. It lay before him as far as the skyline, flat, frozen, and covered with snow. Some tufts of heather shivered in the wind. No roads were visible, nothing, not even a shepherd's cot. Here and there pale spiral vortices might be seen, which were whirls of fine snow, snatched from the ground by the wind and blown away. Successive undulations of ground, become suddenly misty, rolled themselves into the horizon. The great dull plains were lost under the white fog, deep silence. It spread like infinity and was hush as the tomb. The child turned again towards the sea. The sea, like the land, was white, the one with snow, the other with foam. There is nothing so melancholy as the light produced by this double whiteness. Certain lights of night are very clearly cut in their hardness. The sea was like steel, the cliff like ebony. From the height where the child was, the Bay of Portland appeared almost like a geographical map, pale, in a semicircle of hills. There was something dreamlike in that nocturnal landscape, a wan disk belted by a dark crescent. The moon sometimes has a similar appearance. From cape to cape, along the whole coast, not a single spark indicating a hearth with a fire, not a lighted window, not an inhabited house, was to be seen. As in heaven, so on earth, no light, not a lamp below, not a star above. Here and there came sudden risings in the great expanse of waters in the Gulf, as the wind disarranged and wrinkled the vast sheet. The hooker was still visible in the bay as she fled. It was a black triangle gliding over the livid waters. Far away, the waste of waters stirred confusedly in the ominous clarobscure of immensity. The Matutina was making quick way. She seemed to grow smaller every minute. Nothing appears so rapid as the flight of a vessel melting into the distance of ocean. Suddenly she lit the lantern at her prow. Probably the darkness falling round her made those on board uneasy, and the pilot thought it necessary to throw light on the waves. This luminous point, a spark seen from afar, clung like a corpse light to the high and long black form. You would have said it was a shroud raised up and moving in the middle of the sea, under which someone wandered with a star in his hand. A storm threatened in the air. The child took no account of it, but a sailor would have trembled. It was that moment of preliminary anxiety when it seems as though the elements are changing into persons, and one is about to witness the mysterious transfiguration of the wind into the wind god. The sea becomes ocean. Its power reveals itself as will. That which one takes for a thing is a soul. It will become visible, hence the terror. The soul of man fears to be thus confronted with the soul of nature. Chaos was about to appear. The wind rolling back the fog and making a stage of the clouds behind set the scene for that fearful drama of wave and winter which is called a snowstorm. Vessels putting back hove in sight. For some minutes past, the roads had no longer been deserted. Every instant troubled barks hastening towards an anchorage appeared from behind the capes. Some were doubling Portland Bill, the others St. Albans Head. From afar ships were running in. It was a race for refuge. Southwards the darkness thickened, and clouds full of night bordered on the sea. The weight of the tempest hanging overhead made a dreary lull on the waves. It certainly was no time to sail, yet the hooker had sailed. She had made the south of the Cape. She was already out of the Gulf and in the open sea. Suddenly there came a gust of wind. The Matutina, which was still clearly in sight, made all sail, as if resolved to profit by the hurricane. It was the nor'wester, a wind sullen and angry. Its weight was felt instantly. The hooker, caught broadside on, staggered, but recovering held her course to sea. This indicated a flight rather than a voyage, less fear of sea than of land, and greater heed of pursuit from man than from wind. The hooker, passing through every degree of diminution, sank into the horizon. The little star which she carried into shadow paled. More and more the hooker became amalgamated with the night, then disappeared. This time for good and all. At least the child seemed to understand it so. He ceased to look at the sea. His eyes turned back upon the plains, the wastes, the hills, towards the space where it might not be impossible to meet something living. Into this unknown he set out. Chapter 4. Questions. What kind of band was it which had left the child behind in its flight? Were those fugitives comprachicos? We have already seen the account of the measures taken by William III, and passed by Parliament against the malefactors, male and female, called comprachicos, otherwise comprapequinos, otherwise chelas. There are laws which disperse. The law acting against the comprachicos determined not only the comprachicos, but vagabonds of all sorts, on a general flight. It was the devil take the hindmost. The greater number of the comprachicos returned to Spain, many of them, as we have said, being Basques. The law for the protection of children had at first this strange result. It caused many children to be abandoned. The immediate effect of the penal statute was to produce a crowd of children found or rather lost. Nothing is easier to understand. Every wandering gang containing a child was liable to suspicion. The mere fact of the child's presence was in itself a denunciation. They are very likely comprachicos. Such was the first idea of the sheriff, of the bailiff, of the constable, hence arrest and inquiry. People simply unfortunate, reduced to wander and to beg, were seized with a terror of being taken for comprachicos, although they were nothing of the kind. But the weak have grave misgivings of possible errors in justice. Besides, these vagabond families are very easily scared. The accusation against the comprachicos was that they traded in other people's children. But the promiscuousness caused by poverty and indigence is such that at times it might have been difficult for a father and mother to prove a child their own. How came you by this child? How were they to prove that they held it from God? The child became a peril, they got rid of it. To fly unencumbered was easier. The parents resolved to lose it, now in a wood, now on a strand, now down a well. Children were found drowned in cisterns. Let us add that, in imitation of England, all Europe henceforth hunted down the comprachicos. The impulse of pursuit was given. There is nothing like belling the cat. From this time forward, the desire to seize them made rivalry and emulation among the police of all countries, and the alguazil was not less keenly watchful than the constable. One could still read, 23 years ago, on a stone of the gate of Otero, an untranslatable inscription, the words of the code outraging propriety. In it, however, the shade of difference which existed between the buyers and the stealers of children is very strongly marked. Here is part of the inscription in somewhat rough Castellan: Aquiquedan las orges de los comprachicos, y las balsas de los robaninos, mientras que se van ellos al trabajo de mar. You see, the confiscation of ears, etc., did not prevent the owners going to the galleys, whence followed a general rout among all vagabonds. They started frightened, they arrived trembling. On every shore in Europe, their furtive advent was watched. Impossible for such a band to embark with a child, since to disembark with one was dangerous. To lose the child was much simpler of accomplishment. And this child, of whom we have caught a glimpse in the shadow of the solitudes of Portland, by whom had he been cast away? To all appearance, by comprachicos. Chapter 5. The Tree of Human Invention. It might be about 7 o'clock in the evening. The wind was now diminishing, a sign, however, of a violent recurrence impending. The child was on the tableland at the extreme south point of Portland. Portland is a peninsula, but the child did not know what a peninsula is and was ignorant even of the name of Portland. He knew but one thing, which is that one can walk until one drops down. An idea is a guide. He had no idea. They had brought him there and left him there. They and there, these two enigmas represented his doom. They were humankind. There was the universe. For him, in all creation, there was absolutely no other basis to rest on but the little piece of ground where he placed his heel, ground hard and cold to his naked feet. In the great twilight world, open on all sides, what was there for the child? Nothing. He walked towards this nothing. Around him was the vastness of human desertion. He crossed the first plateau diagonally, then a second, then a third. At the extremity of each plateau, the child came upon a break in the ground. The slope was sometimes steep, but always short. The high, bare plains of Portland resemble great flagstones overlapping each other. The south side seems to enter under the protruding slab. The north side rises over the next one. These made ascents, which the child stepped over nimbly. From time to time he stopped and seemed to hold counsel with himself. The night was becoming very dark. His radius of sight was contracting. He now only saw a few steps before him. All of a sudden he stopped, listened for an instant, and with an almost imperceptible nod of satisfaction, turned quickly and directed his steps towards an eminence of moderate height, which he dimly perceived on his right, at the point of the plain nearest the cliff. There was on the eminence a shape which in the mist looked like a tree. The child had just heard a noise in this direction, which was the noise neither of the wind nor of the sea, nor was it the cry of animals. He thought that someone was there, and in a few strides he was at the foot of the hillock. In truth, someone was there. That which had been indistinct on the top of the eminence was now visible. It was something like a great arm thrust straight out of the ground. At the upper extremity of the arm, a sort of forefinger, supported from beneath by the thumb, pointed out horizontally. The arm, the thumb, and the forefinger drew a square against the sky. At the point of juncture of this peculiar finger and this peculiar thumb there was a line, from which hung something black and shapeless. The line, moving in the wind, sounded like a chain. This was the noise the child had heard. Seen closely, the line was that which the noise indicated, a chain, a single chain cable. By that mysterious law of amalgamation which throughout nature causes appearances to exaggerate realities, the place, the hour, the mist, the mournful sea, the cloudy turmoils on the distant horizon added to the effect of this figure and made it seem enormous. The mass linked to the chain presented the appearance of a scabbard. It was swaddled like a child and long like a man. There was a round thing at its summit, about which the end of the chain was rolled. The scabbard was riven asunder at the lower end, and shreds of flesh hung out between the rents. A feeble breeze stirred the chain, and that which hung to it swayed gently. The passive mass obeyed the vague motions of space. It was an object to inspire indescribable dread. Horror, which disproportions everything, blurred its dimensions while retaining its shape. It was a condensation of darkness, which had a defined form. Night was above and within the spectre. It was a prey of ghastly exaggeration. Twilight and moonrise, stars setting behind the cliff, floating things in space, the clouds, winds from all quarters, had ended by penetrating into the composition of this visible nothing. The species of log hanging in the wind partook of the impersonality diffused far over sea and sky, and the darkness completed this phase of the thing which had once been a man. It was that which is no longer. To be naught but a remainder, such a thing is beyond the power of language to express. To exist no more yet to persist, to be in the abyss yet out of it, to reappear above death as if indissoluble, there is a certain amount of impossibility mixed with such reality. Thence comes the inexpressible. This being, was it a being? This black witness was a remainder, and an awful remainder. A remainder of what? Of nature first, and then of society. Naught, and yet total. The lawless inclemency of the weather held it at its will. The deep oblivion of solitude environed it. It was given up to unknown chances. It was without defense against the darkness, which did with it what it willed. It was forever the patient. It submitted. The hurricane, that ghastly conflict of winds, was upon it. The spectre was given over to pillage. It underwent the horrible outrage of rotting in the open air. It was an outlaw of the tomb. There was no peace for it even in annihilation. In the summer it fell away into dust, in the winter into mud. Death should be veiled, the grave should have its reserve. Here was neither veil nor reserve, but cynically avowed putrefaction. It is effrontery in death to display its work. It offends all the calmness of shadow when it does its task outside its laboratory, the grave. This dead thing had been stripped. To strip one already stripped, relentless act. His marrow was no longer in his bones, his entrails were no longer in his body, his voice no longer in his throat. A corpse is a pocket which death turns inside out and empties. If he ever had a me, where was the me? There still, perchance, and this was fearful to think of, something wandering about, something in chains. Can one imagine a more mournful lineament in the darkness? Realities exist here below which serve as issues to the unknown, which seem to facilitate the egress of speculation, and at which hypothesis snatches. Conjecture has its compel intrara. In passing by certain places and before certain objects one cannot help stopping, a prey to dreams into the realms of which the mind enters. In the invisible, there are dark portals ajar. No one could have met this dead man without meditating. In the vastness of dispersion, he was wearing silently away. He had had blood which had been drunk, skin which had been eaten, flesh which had been stolen. Nothing had passed him by without taking somewhat from him. December had borrowed cold of him. Midnight, horror, the iron, rust, the plague, miasma, the flowers, perfume. His slow disintegration was a toll paid to all, a toll of the corpse to the storm, to the rain, to the dew, to the reptiles, to the birds. All the dark hands of night had rifled the dead. He was indeed an inexpressibly strange tenant, a tenant of the darkness. He was on a plain and on a hill, and he was not. He was palpable, yet vanished. He was a shadow accruing to the night. After the disappearance of day into the vast of silent obscurity, he became in lugubrious accord with all around him. By his mere presence, he increased the gloom of the tempest and the calm of stars. The unutterable which is in the desert was condensed in him. Waif of an unknown fate, he commingled with all the wild secrets of the night. There was in his mystery a vague reverberation of all enigmas. About him life seemed sinking to its lowest depths. Certainty and confidence appeared to diminish in his environs. The shiver of the brushwood and the grass, a desolate melancholy, an anxiety in which a conscience seemed to lurk, appropriated with tragic force the whole landscape to that black figure suspended by the chain. The presence of a spectre in the horizon is an aggravation of solitude. He was a sign. Having unappeasable winds around him, he was implacable. Perpetual shuddering made him terrible. Fearful to say, he seemed to be a center in space, with something immense leaning on him. Who can tell? Perhaps that equity, half seen and set at defiance, which transcends human justice. There was in his unburied continuance the vengeance of men and his own vengeance. He was a testimony in the twilight and the waste. He was in himself a disquieting substance, since we tremble before the substance which is the ruined habitation of the soul. For dead matter to trouble us, it must once have been tenanted by spirit. He denounced the law of earth to the law of heaven. Placed there by man, he there awaited God. Above him floated, blended with all the vague distortions of the cloud and the wave, boundless dreams of shadow. Who could tell what sinister mysteries lurked behind this phantom? The illimitable, circumscribed by naught, nor tree, nor roof, nor passerby, was around the dead man. When the unchangeable broods over us, when heaven, the abyss, the life, grave, and eternity appear patent, then it is we feel that all is inaccessible, all is forbidden, all is sealed. When infinity opens to us, terrible indeed is the closing of the gate behind. Chapter 6. Struggle between death and life. The child was before this thing, dumb, wondering, and with eyes fixed. To a man it would have been a gibbet, to the child it was an apparition. Where a man would have seen a corpse, the child saw a spectre. Besides, he did not understand. The attractions of the obscure are manifold. There was one on the summit of that hill. The child took a step, then another. He ascended, wishing all the while to descend, and approached, wishing all the while to retreat. Bold, yet trembling, he went close up to survey the spectre. When he got close under the gibbet, he looked up and examined it. The spectre was tarred, here and there it shone. The child distinguished the face. It was coated over with pitch, and this mask, which appeared viscous and sticky, varied its aspect with the night shadows. The child saw the mouth, which was a hole, the nose, which was a hole, the eyes, which were holes. The body was wrapped and apparently corded up in coarse canvas soaked in naphtha. The canvas was moldy and torn. A knee protruded through it. A rent disclosed the ribs, partly corpse, partly skeleton. The face was the color of earth. Slugs, wandering over it, had traced across it vague ribbons of silver. The canvas, glued to the bones, showed in reliefs like the robe of a statue. The skull, cracked and fractured, gaped like a rotten fruit. The teeth were still human, for they retained a laugh. The remains of a cry seemed to murmur in the open mouth. There were a few hairs of beard on the cheek. The inclined head had an air of attention. Some repairs had recently been done. The face had been tarred afresh, as well as the ribs and the knee which protruded from the canvas. The feet hung out below. Just underneath, in the grass, were two shoes, which snow and rain had rendered shapeless. These shoes had fallen from the dead man. The barefooted child looked at the shoes. The wind, which had become more and more restless, was now and then interrupted by those pauses which foretell the approach of a storm. For the last few minutes, it had altogether ceased to blow. The corpse no longer stirred. The chain was as motionless as a plumb line. Like all newcomers into life, and taking into account the peculiar influences of his fate, the child no doubt felt within him that awakening of ideas characteristic of early years, which endeavors to open the brain, and which resembles the pecking of the young bird in the egg. But all that there was in his little consciousness just then was resolved into stupor. Excessive sensation has the effect of too much oil and ends by putting out thought. A man would have put himself questions. The child put himself none, he only looked. The tar gave the face a wet appearance. Drops of pitch, congealed in what had once been the eyes, produced the effect of tears. However, thanks to the pitch, the ravage of death, if not annulled, was visibly slackened and reduced to the least possible decay. That which was before the child was a thing of which care was taken. The man was evidently precious. They had not cared to keep him alive, but they cared to keep him dead. The gibbet was old, worm-eaten, although strong, and had been in use many years. It was an immemorial custom in England to tar smugglers. They were hanged on the seaboard, coated over with pitch and left swinging. Examples must be made in public, and tarred examples last longest. The tar was mercy. By renewing it, they were spared making too many fresh examples. They placed gibbets from point to point along the coast, as nowadays they do beacons. The hanged man did duty as a lantern. After his fashion, he guided his comrades, the smugglers. The smugglers from far out at sea perceived the gibbets. There is one first warning, another second warning. It did not stop smuggling, but public order is made up of such things. The fashion lasted in England up to the beginning of this century. In 1822, 3 men were still to be seen hanging in front of Dover Castle. But for that matter, the preserving process was employed not only with smugglers. England turned robbers, incendiaries, and murderers to the same account. Jack Painter, who set fire to the government storehouses at Portsmouth, was hanged and tarred in 1776. 50 Abbé Coyer, who describes him as Jean Le Painter, saw him again in 1777. Jack Painter was hanging above the ruin he had made and was retarred from time to time. His corpse lasted, I had almost said lived, nearly 14 years. It was still doing good service in 1788. In 1790, however, they were obliged to replace it by another. The Egyptians used to value the mummy of the king. A plebeian mummy can also, it appears, be of service. The wind, having great power on the hill, had swept it of all its snow. Herbage reappeared on it, interspersed here and there with a few thistles. The hill was covered by that close short grass which grows by the sea and causes the tops of cliffs to resemble green cloth. Under the gibbet, on the very spot over which hung the feet of the executed criminal, was a long and thick tuft, uncommon on such poor soil. Corpses, crumbling there for centuries past, accounted for the beauty of the grass. Earth feeds on man. A dreary fascination held the child. He remained there open-mouthed. He only dropped his head a moment when a nettle, which felt like an insect, stung his leg. Then he looked up again. He looked above him at the face which looked down on him. It appeared to regard him the more steadfastly because it had no eyes. It was a comprehensive glance, having an indescribable fixedness in which there were both light and darkness, and which emanated from the skull and teeth, as well as the empty arches of the brow. The whole head of a dead man seems to have vision, and this is awful. No eyeball, yet we feel that we are looked at. A horror of worms. Little by little, the child himself was becoming an object of terror. He no longer moved. Torpor was coming over him. He did not perceive that he was losing consciousness. He was becoming benumbed and lifeless. Winter was silently delivering him over to night. There is something of the traitor in winter. The child was all but a statue. The coldness of stone was penetrating his bones. Darkness, that reptile, was crawling over him. The drowsiness resulting from snow creeps over a man like a dim tide. The child was being slowly invaded by a stagnation resembling that of the corpse. He was falling asleep. On the hand of sleep is the finger of death. The child felt himself seized by that hand. He was on the point of falling under the gibbet. He no longer knew whether he was standing upright. The end always impending, no transition between to be and not to be, the return into the crucible, the slip possible every minute. Such is the precipice which is creation. Another instant, the child and the dead, life in sketch and life in ruin, would be confounded in the same obliteration. The spectre appeared to understand and not to wish it. Of a sudden it stirred. One would have said it was warning the child. It was the wind beginning to blow again, nothing stranger than this dead man in movement. The corpse at the end of the chain, pushed by the invisible gust, took an oblique attitude, rose to the left, then fell back, reascended to the right, and fell and rose with slow and mournful precision. A weird game of seesaw. It seemed as though one saw in the darkness the pendulum of the clock of eternity. This continued for some time. The child felt himself waking up at the sight of the dead. Through his increasing numbness, he experienced a distinct sense of fear. The chain at every oscillation made a grinding sound with hideous regularity. It appeared to take breath and then to resume. This grinding was like the cry of a grasshopper. An approaching squall is heralded by sudden gusts of wind. All at once the breeze increased into a gale. The corpse emphasized its dismal oscillations. It no longer swung, it tossed. The chain, which had been grinding, now shrieked. It appeared that its shriek was heard. If it was an appeal, it was obeyed. From the depths of the horizon came the sound of a rushing noise. It was the noise of wings. An incident occurred, a stormy incident peculiar to graveyards and solitudes. It was the arrival of a flight of ravens. Black flying specks pricked the clouds, pierced through the mist, increased in size, came near, amalgamated, thickened, hastening towards the hill, uttering cries. It was like the approach of a legion. The winged vermin of the darkness alighted on the gibbet. The child, scared, drew back. Swarms obey words of command. The birds crowded on the gibbet. Not one was on the corpse. They were talking among themselves. The croaking was frightful. The howl, the whistle, and the roar are signs of life. The croak is a satisfied acceptance of putrefaction. In it, you can fancy you hear the tomb breaking silence. The croak is night-like in itself. The child was frozen even more by terror than by cold. Then the ravens held silence. One of them perched on the skeleton. This was a signal. They all precipitated themselves upon it. There was a cloud of wings, then all their feathers closed up, and the hanged man disappeared under a swarm of black blisters struggling in the obscurity. Just then the corpse moved. Was it the corpse? Was it the wind? It made a frightful bound. The hurricane, which was increasing, came to its aid. The phantom fell into convulsions. The squall, already blowing with full lungs, laid hold of it and moved it about in all directions. It became horrible. It began to struggle. An awful puppet, with a gibbet chain for a string. Some humorist of night must have seized the string and been playing with the mummy. It turned and leapt as if it would fain dislocate itself. The birds, frightened, flew off. It was like an explosion of all those unclean creatures. Then they returned, and a struggle began. The dead man seemed possessed with hideous vitality. The winds raised him as though they meant to carry him away. He seemed struggling and making efforts to escape, but his iron collar held him back. The birds adapted themselves to all his movements, retreating, then striking again, scared but desperate. On one side a strange flight was attempted, on the other the pursuit of a chained man. The corpse, impelled by every spasm of the wind, had shocks, starts, fits of rage. It went, it came, it rose, it fell, driving back the scattered swarm. The dead man was a club, the swarms were dust. The fierce, assailing flock would not leave their hold, and grew stubborn. The man, as if maddened by the cluster of beaks, redoubled his blind chastisement of space. It was like the blows of a stone held in a sling. At times the corpse was covered by talons and wings, then it was free. There were disappearances of the horde, then sudden furious returns, a frightful torment continuing after life was past. The birds seemed frenzied. The air holes of hell must surely give passage to such swarms. Thrusting of claws, thrusting of beaks, croakings, rendings of shreds no longer flesh, creakings of the gibbet, shudderings of the skeleton, jingling of the chain, the voices of the storm and tumult. What conflict more fearful? A hobgoblin warring with devils, a combat with a spectre. At times, the storm redoubling its violence, the hanged man revolved on his own pivot, turning every way at once towards the swarm, as if he wished to run after the birds. His teeth seemed to try and bite them. The wind was for him, the chain against him. It was as if black deities were mixing themselves up in the fray. The hurricane was in the battle. As the dead man turned himself about, the flock of birds wound round him spirally. It was a whirl in a whirlwind. A great roar was heard from below. It was the sea. The child saw this nightmare. Suddenly he trembled in all his limbs. A shiver thrilled his frame. He staggered, tottered, nearly fell, recovered himself, pressed both hands to his forehead, as if he felt his forehead a support. Then haggard, his hair streaming in the wind, descending the hill with long strides, his eyes closed, himself almost a phantom, he took flight, leaving behind that torment in the night. Chapter 7. The North Point of Portland. He ran until he was breathless, at random, desperate, over the plain, into the snow, into space. His flight warmed him. He needed it. Without the run and the fright he had died. When his breath failed him, he stopped, but he dared not look back. He fancied that the birds would pursue him, that the dead man had undone his chain and was perhaps hurrying behind him, and no doubt the gibbet itself was descending the hill, running after the dead man. He feared to see these things if he turned his head. When he had somewhat recovered his breath, he resumed his flight. To account for facts does not belong to childhood. He received impressions which were magnified by terror, but he did not link them together in his mind, nor form any conclusion on them. He was going on, no matter how or where. He ran in agony and difficulty as one in a dream. During the 3 hours or so since he had been deserted, his onward progress, still vague, had changed its purpose. At first it was a search, now it was a flight. He no longer felt hunger nor cold, he felt fear. One instinct had given place to another. To escape was now his whole thought. To escape from what? From everything. On all sides life seemed to enclose him like a horrible wall. If he could have fled from all things, he would have done so. But children know nothing of that breaking from prison which is called suicide. He was running. He ran on for an indefinite time, but fear dies with lack of breath. All at once, as if seized by a sudden accession of energy and intelligence, he stopped. One would have said he was ashamed of running away. He drew himself up, stamped his foot, and with head erect, looked round. There was no longer hill, nor gibbet, nor flights of crows. The fog had resumed possession of the horizon. The child pursued his way. He now no longer ran but walked. To say that meeting with a corpse had made a man of him would be to limit the manifold and confused impression which possessed him. There was in his impression much more and much less. The gibbet, a mighty trouble in the rudiment of comprehension, nascent in his mind, still seemed to him an apparition, but a trouble overcome is strength gained, and he felt himself stronger. Had he been of an age to probe self, he would have detected within him 1,000 other germs of meditation. But the reflection of children is shapeless, and the utmost they feel is the bitter aftertaste of that which, obscure to them, the man later on calls indignation. Let us add that a child has the faculty of quickly accepting the conclusion of a sensation. The distant fading boundaries which amplify painful subjects escape him. A child is protected by the limit of feebleness against emotions which are too complex. He sees the fact, and little else beside. The difficulty of being satisfied by half ideas does not exist for him. It is not until later that experience comes, with its brief, to conduct the lawsuit of life. Then he confronts groups of facts which have crossed his path. The understanding, cultivated and enlarged, draws comparisons. The memories of youth reappear under the passions, like the traces of a palimpsest under the erasure. These memories form the bases of logic, and that which was a vision in the child's brain becomes a syllogism in the man's. Experience is, however, various, and turns to good or evil according to natural disposition. With the good it ripens, with the bad it rots. The child had run quite a quarter of a league, and walked another quarter, when suddenly he felt the craving of hunger. A thought which altogether eclipsed the hideous apparition on the hill occurred to him forcibly, that he must eat. Happily there is in man a brute, which serves to lead him back to reality. But what to eat, where to eat, how to eat? He felt his pockets mechanically, well knowing that they were empty. Then he quickened his steps, without knowing whither he was going. He hastened towards a possible shelter. This faith in an inn is one of the convictions enrooted by God in man. To believe in a shelter is to believe in God. Then he touched his satin clothes and asked himself, "Is it I? Yes." He was torn by an inward tempest. In this whirlwind, did he feel faintness and fatigue? Did he drink, eat, sleep? If he did so, he was unconscious of the fact. In certain violent situations, instinct satisfies itself, according to its requirements, unconsciously. Besides, his thoughts were less thoughts than mists. At the moment that the black flame of an eruption disgorges itself from depths full of boiling lava, has the crater any consciousness of the flocks which crop the grass at the foot of the mountain? The hours passed. The dawn appeared and brought the day. A bright ray penetrated the chamber, and at the same instant broke on the soul of Gwynplaine. "And D," said the light. "Book the sixth. URSUS, under different aspects." Chapter 1. What the Misanthrope Said. After Ursus had seen Gwynplaine thrust within the gates of Southwark jail, he remained, haggard, in the corner from which he was watching. For a long time his ears were haunted by the grinding of the bolts and bars, which was like a howl of joy that one wretch more should be enclosed within them. He waited. What for? He watched. What for? Such inexorable doors, once shut, do not reopen so soon. They are tongue-tied by their stagnation in darkness and move with difficulty, especially when they have to give up a prisoner. Entrance is permitted. Exit is quite a different matter. Ursus knew this. But waiting is a thing which we have not the power to give up at our own will. We wait in our own despite. What we do disengages an acquired force, which maintains its action when its object has ceased, which keeps possession of us and holds us, and obliges us for some time longer to continue that which has already lost its motive. Hence the useless watch, the inert position that we have all held at times, the loss of time which every thoughtful man gives mechanically to that which has disappeared. None escapes this law. We become stubborn in a sort of vague fury. We know not why we are in the place, but we remain there. That which we have begun actively, we continue passively, with an exhausting tenacity from which we emerge overwhelmed. Ursus, though differing from other men, was, as any other might have been, nailed to his post by that species of conscious reverie into which we are plunged by events all important to us, and in which we are impotent. He scrutinized by turns those two black walls, now the high one, then the low, sometimes the door near which the ladder to the gibbet stood, then that surmounted by a death's head. It was as if he were caught in a vice, composed of a prison and a cemetery. This shunned and unpopular street was so deserted that he was unobserved. At length he left the arch under which he had taken shelter, a kind of chance sentry box in which he had acted the watchman, and departed with slow steps. The day was declining, for his guard had been long. From time to time he turned his head and looked at the fearful wicket through which Gwynplaine had disappeared. His eyes were glassy and dull. He reached the end of the alley, entered another, then another, retracing almost unconsciously the road which he had taken some hours before. At intervals he turned, as if he could still see the door of the prison, though he was no longer in the street in which the jail was situated. Step by step he was approaching Tarrinzeau Field. The lanes in the neighborhood of the fairground were deserted pathways between enclosed gardens. He walked along, his head bent down by the hedges and ditches. All at once he halted, and drawing himself up, exclaimed, "So much the better." At the same time he struck his fist twice on his head and twice on his thigh, thus proving himself to be a sensible fellow who saw things in their right light. And then he began to growl inwardly, yet now and then raising his voice. "It is all right, oh, the scoundrel, the thief, the vagabond, the worthless fellow, the seditious scamp. It is his speeches about the government that have sent him there. He is a rebel. I was harboring a rebel. I am free of him, and lucky for me, he was compromising us. Thrust into prison. Oh, so much the better. What excellent laws. Ungrateful boy, I who brought him up. To give oneself so much trouble for this. Why should he want to speak and to reason? He mixed himself up in politics. The ass, as he handled pennies, he babbled about the taxes, about the poor, about the people, about what was no business of his. He permitted himself to make reflections on pennies. He commented wickedly and maliciously on the copper money of the kingdom. He insulted the farthings of Her Majesty. A farthing? Why, 'tis the same as the Queen. A sacred effigy, devil take it, a sacred effigy. Have we a queen, yes or no? Then respect her verdigris. Everything depends on the government, one ought to know that. I have experience, I know something. They may say to me, but you give up politics then. Politics, my friends, I care as much for them as for the rough hide of an ass. I received one day a blow from a baronet's cane. I said to myself, that is enough, I understand politics. The people have but a farthing, they give it, the Queen takes it, the people thank her. Nothing can be more natural. It is for the peers to arrange the rest, their lordships, the lords spiritual and temporal. Oh, so Gwynplaine is locked up, so he is in prison, that is just as it should be. It is equitable, excellent, well-merited, and legitimate. It is his own fault. To criticize is forbidden. Are you a lord, you idiot? The constable has seized him, the justice of the quorum has carried him off, the sheriff has him in custody. At this moment he is probably being examined by a sergeant of the coif. They pluck out your crimes, those clever fellows, imprison my wag, so much the worse for him, so much the better for me. Faith, I am satisfied. I own frankly that fortune favors me. Of what folly was I guilty when I picked up that little boy and girl? We were so quiet before, Homo and I. What had they to do in my caravan, the little blackguards? Didn't I brood over them when they were young? Didn't I draw them along with my harness? Pretty foundlings, indeed. He as ugly as sin, and she blind of both eyes. Where was the use of depriving myself of everything for their sakes? The beggars grow up, forsooth, and make love to each other. The flirtations of the deformed. It was to that we had come. The toad and the mole, quite an idyll. That was what went on in my household, all which was sure to end by going before the justice. The toad talked politics, but now I am free of him. When the wapentake came, I was at first a fool. One always doubts one's own good luck. I believed that I did not see what I did see, that it was impossible, that it was a nightmare, that a daydream was playing me a trick. But no, nothing could be truer. It is all clear. Gwynplaine is really in prison. It is a stroke of Providence. Praise be to it. He was the monster who, with the row he made, drew attention to my establishment and denounced my poor wolf. Be off, Gwynplaine, and see I am rid of both. 2 birds killed with 1 stone. Because Dee will die now that she can no longer see Gwynplaine. For she sees him, the idiot. She will have no object in life. She will say, what am I to do in the world? Goodbye to the devil with both of them. I always hated the creatures. Die Dee, oh, I am quite comfortable. Chapter 2. What he did. He returned to the Tadcaster Inn. It struck 6:30. It was a little before twilight. Master Nicholas stood on his doorstep. He had not succeeded, since the morning, in extinguishing the terror which still showed on his scared face. He perceived Ursus from afar. "Well," he cried. "Well, what? Is Gwynplaine coming back? It is full time. The public will soon be coming. Shall we have the performance of the Laughing Man this evening?" "I am the Laughing Man," said Ursus. And he looked at the tavern-keeper with a loud chuckle. Then he went up to the first floor, opened the window next to the sign of the inn, leant over towards the placard about Gwynplaine, the Laughing Man, and the bill of chaos vanquished, unnailed the one, tore down the other, put both under his arm, and descended. Master Nicholas followed him with his eyes. "Why do you unhook that?" Ursus burst into a second fit of laughter. "Why do you laugh?" said the tavern-keeper. "I am re-entering private life." Master Nicholas understood and gave an order to his lieutenant, the boy Govicum, to announce to everyone who should come that there would be no performance that evening. He took from the door the box made out of a cask, where they received the entrance money, and rolled it into a corner of the lower sitting-room. A moment after, Ursus entered the green box. He put the 2 signs away in a corner, and entered what he called the woman's wing. Dee was asleep. She was on her bed, dressed as usual, excepting that the body of her gown was loosened, as when she was taking her siesta. Near her Venos and Phoebe were sitting, one on a stool, the other on the ground, musing. Notwithstanding the lateness of the hour, they had not dressed themselves in their goddess's gauze, which was a sign of deep discouragement. They had remained in their drugget petticoats and their dress of coarse cloth. Ursus looked at Dee. "She is rehearsing for a longer sleep," murmured he. Then, addressing Phoebe and Venos, "You both know all, the music is over. You may put your trumpets into the drawer. You did well not to equip yourselves as deities. You look ugly enough as you are, but you were quite right. Keep on your petticoats. No performance tonight, nor tomorrow, nor the day after tomorrow. No Gwynplaine. Gwynplaine is clean gone." Then he looked at Dee again. "What a blow to her this will be. It will be like blowing out a candle." He inflated his cheeks. "Puff, nothing more." Then, with a little dry laugh, Losing Gwynplaine, she loses all. It would be just as if I were to lose Homo. It will be worse. She will feel more lonely than anyone else could. The blind wade through more sorrow than we do. He looked out of the window at the end of the room. How the days lengthen. It is not dark at 7 o'clock. Nevertheless, we will light up. He struck the steel and lighted the lamp which hung from the ceiling of the green box. Then he leaned over Dee. She will catch cold. You have unlaced her bodice too low. There is a proverb. Though April skies be bright, keep all your wrappers tight. Seeing a pin shining on the floor, he picked it up and pinned up her sleeve. Then he paced the green box, gesticulating. I am in full possession of my faculties. I am lucid, quite lucid. I consider this occurrence quite proper, and I approve of what has happened. When she awakes, I will explain everything to her clearly. The catastrophe will not be long in coming. No more Gwynplaine. Good night, Dee. How well all has been arranged. Gwynplaine in prison, Dee in the cemetery. They will be vis-a-vis, a dance of death. 2 destinies going off the stage at once. Pack up the dresses. Fasten the valise. For valise, red coffin. It was just what was best for them both. Dee without eyes, Gwynplaine without a face. On high the Almighty will restore sight to Dee and beauty to Gwynplaine. Death puts things to rights. All will be well. Phibi Vinos, hang up your tambourines on the nail. Your talents for noise will go to rust, my beauties. No more playing, no more trumpeting. Chaos vanquished is vanquished. The laughing man is done for. Taratantara is dead. Dee sleeps on. She does well. If I were she, I would never awake. Oh, she will soon fall asleep again. A skylark like her takes very little killing. This comes of meddling with politics. What a lesson. Governments are right. Gwynplaine to the sheriff, Dee to the grave digger. Parallel cases, instructive symmetry. I hope the tavern keeper has barred the door. We are going to die tonight quietly at home, between ourselves, not I nor Homo, but Dee. As for me, I shall continue to roll on in the caravan. I belong to the meanderings of vagabond life. I shall dismiss these 2 women. I shall not keep even one of them. I have a tendency to become an old scoundrel. A maidservant in the house of a libertine is like a loaf of bread on the shelf. I decline the temptation. It is not becoming at my age. Terp senilis amor. I will follow my way alone with Homo. How astonished Homo will be. Where is Gwynplaine? Where is Dee? Old comrade, here we are once more alone together. Plague take it, I'm delighted. Their bucolics were an encumbrance. Oh, that scamp Gwynplaine, who is never coming back. He has left us stuck here. I say all right. And now 'tis Dee's turn. That won't be long. I like things to be done with. I would not snap my fingers to stop her dying, I tell you. See, she awakes. Dee opened her eyelids. Many blind persons shut them when they sleep. Her sweet, unwitting face wore all its usual radiance. She smiles, whispered Ursus, and I laugh. That is as it should be. Dee called. Phibi Vinos, it must be the time for the performance. I think I have been asleep a long time. Come and dress me. Neither Phibi nor Vinos moved. Meanwhile, the ineffable blind look of Dee's eyes met those of Ursus. He started. Well, he cried, what are you about? Vinos, Phibi, do you not hear your mistress? Are you deaf? Quick, the play is going to begin. The 2 women looked at Ursus in stupefaction. Ursus shouted, do you not hear the audience coming in? Phibi, dress Dee. Vinos, take your tambourine. Phibi was obedient, Vinos passive. Together they personified submission. Their master Ursus had always been to them an enigma. Never to be understood is a reason for being always obeyed. They simply thought he had gone mad and did as they were told. Phibi took down the costume and Vinos the tambourine. Phibi began to dress Dee. Ursus let down the door curtain of the women's room and from behind the curtain continued. Look there, Gwynplaine. The court is already more than half full of people. They are in heaps in the passages. What a crowd. And you say that Phibi and Vinos look as if they did not see them. How stupid the gypsies are. What fools they are in Egypt. Don't lift the curtain from the door. Be decent. Dee is dressing. He paused, and suddenly they heard an exclamation. How beautiful Dee is. It was the voice of Gwynplaine. Phibi and Vinos started and turned round. It was the voice of Gwynplaine, but in the mouth of Ursus. Ursus, by a sign which he made through the door ajar, forbade the expression of any astonishment. Then, again, taking the voice of Gwynplaine, "Angel." Then he replied in his own voice, "Dear angel, you are a fool, Gwynplaine. No mammifer can fly except the bats." And he added, "Look here, Gwynplaine, let Homo loose, that will be more to the purpose." And he descended the ladder of the green box very quickly, with the agile spring of Gwynplaine imitating his step so that Dee could hear it. In the court he addressed the boy, whom the occurrences of the day had made idle and inquisitive. "Spread out both your hands," said he in a loud voice. And he poured a handful of pence into them. Govicum was grateful for his munificence. Ursus whispered in his ear, "Boy, go into the yard. Jump, dance, knock, bawl, whistle, coo, neigh, applaud, stamp your feet, burst out laughing, break something." Master Nicholas, saddened and humiliated at seeing the folks who had come to see the laughing man, turned back and crowding towards other caravans, had shut the door of the inn. He had even given up the idea of selling any beer or spirits that evening, that he might have to answer no awkward questions, and quite overcome by the sudden close of the performance, was looking, with his candle in his hand, into the court from the balcony above. Ursus, taking the precaution of putting his voice between parentheses fashioned by adjusting the palms of his hands to his mouth, cried out to him, "Sir, do as your boy is doing, yelp, bark, howl." He reascended the steps of the green box and said to the wolf, "Talk as much as you can." Then, raising his voice, "What a crowd there is! We shall have a crammed performance." In the meantime, Vinos played the tambourine. Ursus went on, "Dee is dressed. Now we can begin. I am sorry they have admitted so many spectators. How thickly packed they are. Look, Gwynplaine, what a mad mob it is. I will bet that today we shall take more money than we have ever done yet. Come, gypsies, play up, both of you. Come here. Phoebe, take your clarion. Good. Vinos, drum on your tambourine. Fling it up and catch it again. Phoebe, put yourself into the attitude of fame. Young ladies, you have too much on. Take off those jackets. Replace stuff by gauze. The public like to see the female form exposed. Let the moralists thunder. A little indecency. Devil take it. What of that? Look voluptuous and rush into wild melodies. Snort, blow, whistle, flourish, play the tambourine. What a number of people, my poor Gwynplaine." He interrupted himself. "Gwynplaine, help me. Let down the platform." He spread out his pocket handkerchief. "But first let me roar in my rag," and he blew his nose violently as a ventriloquist ought. Having returned his handkerchief to his pocket, he drew the pegs out of the pulleys, which creaked as usual as the platform was let down. "Gwynplaine, do not draw the curtain until the performance begins. We are not alone. You two come on in front. Music, ladies, turn, turn, turn. A pretty audience we have, the dregs of the people, good heavens." The two gypsies, stupidly obedient, placed themselves in their usual corners of the platform. Then Ursus became wonderful. It was no longer a man, but a crowd. Obliged to make abundance out of emptiness, he called to aid his prodigious powers of ventriloquism. The whole orchestra of human and animal voices which was within him he called into tumult at once. He was legion. Anyone with his eyes closed would have imagined that he was in a public place on some day of rejoicing or in some sudden popular riot. A whirlwind of clamor proceeded from Ursus. He sang, he shouted, he talked, he coughed, he spat, he sneezed, took snuff, talked and responded, put questions and gave answers all at once. The half-uttered syllables ran one into another. In the court, untenanted by a single spectator, were heard men, women, and children. It was a clear confusion of tumult. Strange laughter wound, vapor-like, through the noise, the chirping of birds, the swearing of cats, the wailings of children at the breast. The indistinct tones of drunken men were to be heard, and the growls of dogs under the feet of people who stamped on them. The cries came from far and near, from top to bottom, from the upper boxes to the pit. The whole was an uproar, the detail was a cry. Ursus clapped his hands, stamped his feet, threw his voice to the end of the court, and then made it come from underground. It was both stormy and familiar. It passed from a murmur to a noise, from a noise to a tumult, from a tumult to a tempest. He was himself everyone else, alone and polyglot. As there are optical illusions, there are also auricular illusions. That which Proteus did to sight Ursus did to hearing. Nothing could be more marvelous than his facsimile of multitude. From time to time, he opened the door of the women's apartment and looked at D. D was listening. On his part, the boy exerted himself to the utmost. Vinos and Phoebe trumpeted conscientiously and took turns with the tambourine. Master Nicholas, the only spectator, quietly made himself the same explanation as they did, that Ursus was gone mad, which was, for that matter, but another sad item added to his misery. The good tavern-keeper growled out, "What insanity!" And he was serious, as a man might well be who has the fear of the law before him. Govicum, delighted at being able to help in making a noise, exerted himself almost as much as Ursus. It amused him, and moreover, it earned him pence. Homo was pensive. In the midst of the tumult, Ursus now and then uttered such words as these, "Just as usual, Gwynplaine, there is a cabal against us. Our rivals are undermining our success. Tumult is the seasoning of triumph. Besides, there are too many people. They are uncomfortable. The angles of their neighbors' elbows do not dispose them to good nature. I hope the benches will not give way. We shall be the victims of an incensed population. Oh, if our friend Tom Jim Jack were only here, but he never comes now. Look at those heads, rising one above the other. Those who are forced to stand don't look very well pleased, though the great Galen pronounced it to be strengthening. We will shorten the entertainment. As only chaos vanquished was announced in the playbill, we will not play Ursus Rursus. There will be something gained in that. What an uproar, oh blind turbulence of the masses. They will do us some damage. However, they can't go on like this. We should not be able to play. No one can catch a word of the piece. I am going to address them. Gwynplaine, draw the curtain a little aside. Gentlemen," here Ursus addressed himself with a shrill and feeble voice. "Down with that old fool." Then he answered in his own voice. "It seems that the mob insult me. Cicero is right, plebs fex urbis. Never mind, we will admonish the mob, though I shall have a great deal of trouble to make myself heard. I will speak, notwithstanding. Man, do your duty. Gwynplaine, look at that scold grinding her teeth down there." Ursus made a pause, in which he placed a gnashing of his teeth. Homo, provoked, added a second, and Govicum a third. Ursus went on. "The women are worse than the men. The moment is unpropitious, but it doesn't matter. Let us try the power of a speech. An eloquent speech is never out of place. Listen, Gwynplaine, to my attractive exordium. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a bear. I take off my head to address you. I humbly appeal to you for silence." Ursus, lending a cry to the crowd, said, "Grumflul." Then he continued, "I respect my audience. Grumflul is an epiphonema as good as any other welcome. You growlers, that you are all of the dregs of the people, I do not doubt. That in no way diminishes my esteem for you, a well-considered esteem. I have a profound respect for the bullies who honor me with their custom. There are deformed folks amongst you. They give me no offense. The lame and the humpbacked are works of nature. The camel is gibbous. The bison's back is humped. The badger's left legs are shorter than the right. That fact is decided by Aristotle in his treatise on the walking of animals. There are those amongst you who have but two shirts, one on his back and the other at the pawnbroker's. I know that to be true. Albuquerque pawned his mustache and St. Denis his glory. The Jews advance money on the glory. Great examples. To have debts is to have something. I revere your beggardom." Ursus cut short his speech, interrupting it in a deep bass voice by the shout, "Triple as." And he answered in his politest accent, "I admit it, I'm a learned man. I do my best to apologize for it. I scientifically despise science. Ignorance is a reality on which we feed. Science is a reality on which we starve. In general, one is obliged to choose between two things, to be learned and grow thin, or to browse and be an ass. Oh, gentlemen, browse. Science is not worth a mouthful of anything nice. I had rather eat a sirloin of beef than know what they call the psoas muscle. I have but one merit, a dry eye. Such as you see me, I have never wept. It must be owned that I have never been satisfied, not even with myself. I despise myself, but I submit this to the members of the opposition here present. If Ursus is only a learned man, Gwynplaine is an artist." He groaned again, Grumflul, and resumed. Grumflul again, it is an objection. All the same, I pass it over. Near Gwynplaine, gentlemen and ladies, is another artist, a valued and distinguished personage who accompanies us, his lordship Homo, formerly a wild dog, now a civilized wolf, and a faithful subject of Her Majesty's. Homo is a mine of deep and superior talent. Be attentive and watch. You are going to set Homo play as well as Gwynplaine, and you must do honor to art. That is an attribute of great nations. Are you men of the woods? I admit the fact. In that case, Sylve sunt consul digna. 2 artists are well worth 1 consul. All right, someone has flung a cabbage stalk at me but did not hit me. That will not stop my speaking. On the contrary, a danger evaded makes folks garrulous. Garrula pericula, says Juvenal. My hearers, there are amongst you drunken men and drunken women. Very well. The men are unwholesome. The women are hideous. You have all sorts of excellent reasons for stowing yourselves away here on the benches of the pothouse. Want of work, idleness, the spare time between 2 robberies, porter, ale, stout, malt, brandy, gin, and the attraction of one sex for the other. What could be better? A wit prone to irony would find this a fair field, but I abstain. Tease luxury, so be it, but even an orgy should be kept within bounds. You are gay but noisy. You imitate successfully the cries of beasts. But what would you say if, when you were making love to a lady, I passed my time in barking at you? It would disturb you, and so it disturbs us. I order you to hold your tongues. Art is as respectable as debauch. I speak to you civilly. He apostrophized himself. May the fever strangle you, with your eyebrows like the beard of rye. And he replied, Honorable gentlemen, let the rye alone. It is impious to insult the vegetables by likening them either to human creatures or animals. Besides, the fever does not strangle. 'Tis a false metaphor. For pity's sake, keep silence. Allow me to tell you that you are slightly wanting in the repose which characterizes the true English gentleman. I see that some amongst you, who have shoes out of which their toes are peeping, take advantage of the circumstance to rest their feet on the shoulders of those who are in front of them, causing the ladies to remark that the soles of shoes divide always at the part at which is the head of the metatarsal bones. Show more of your hands and less of your feet. I perceive scamps who plunge their ingenious fists into the pockets of their foolish neighbors. Dear pickpockets, have a little modesty. Fight those next to you if you like. Do not plunder them. You will vex them less by blackening an eye than by lightening their purses of a penny. Break their noses if you like. The shopkeeper thinks more of his money than of his beauty. Barring this, accept my sympathies, for I am not pedantic enough to blame thieves. Evil exists. Everyone endures it, everyone inflicts it. No one is exempt from the vermin of his sins. That's what I keep saying. Have we not all our itch? I myself have made mistakes. Plaudite sieves. Ursus uttered a long groan, which he overpowered by these concluding words. My lords and gentlemen, I see that my address has unluckily displeased you. I take leave of your hisses for a moment. I shall put on my head, and the performance is going to begin. He dropped his oratorical tone and resumed his usual voice. Close the curtains, let me breathe. I have spoken like honey, I have spoken well. My words were like velvet, but they were useless. I called them my lords and gentlemen. What do you think of all this scum, Gwynplaine? How well may we estimate the ills which England has suffered for the last 40 years through the ill temper of these irritable and malicious spirits. The ancient Britons were warlike. These are melancholy and learned. They glory in despising the laws and contemning royal authority. I have done all that human eloquence can do. I have been prodigal of metonymics, as gracious as the blooming cheek of youth. Were they softened by them? I doubt it. What can affect a people who eat so extraordinarily, who stupefy themselves by tobacco so completely that their literary men often write their works with a pipe in their mouths? Never mind. Let us begin the play. The rings of the curtain were heard being drawn over the rod. The tambourines of the gypsies were still. Ursus took down his instrument, executed his prelude, and said in a low tone, Alas, Gwynplaine, how mysterious it is. Then he flung himself down with the wolf. When he had taken down his instrument, he had also taken from the nail a rough wig which he had, and which he had thrown on the stage in a corner within his reach. The performance of Chaos Vanquished took place as usual, minus only the effect of the blue light and the brilliancy of the fairies. The wolf played his best. At the proper moment Dee made her appearance, and in her voice so tremulous and heavenly, invoked Gwynplaine. She extended her arms, feeling for that head. Ursus rushed at the wig, ruffled it, put it on, advanced softly, and holding his breath, his head bristled thus under the hand of Dee. Then calling all his art to his aid, and copying Gwynplaine's voice, he sang with ineffable love the response of the monster to the call of the spirit. The imitation was so perfect that again the gypsies looked for Gwynplaine, frightened at hearing without seeing him. Govicum, filled with astonishment, stamped, applauded, clapped his hands, producing an Olympian tumult, and himself laughed as if he had been a chorus of gods. This boy, it must be confessed, developed a rare talent for acting an audience. Phoebe and Venus, being automatons of which Ursus pulled the strings, rattled their instruments, composed of copper and ass's skin, the usual sign of the performance being over and of the departure of the people. Ursus arose, covered with perspiration. He said in a low voice to Homo, "You see, it was necessary to gain time. I think we have succeeded. I have not acquitted myself badly, I who have as much reason as anyone to go distracted. Gwynplaine may perhaps return tomorrow. It is useless to kill Dee directly. I can explain matters to you." He took off his wig and wiped his forehead. "I am a ventriloquist of genius," murmured he. "What talent I displayed! I have equaled Brabant, the engastrimist of Francis I of France. Dee is convinced that Gwynplaine is here." "Ursus," said Dee, "where is Gwynplaine?" Ursus started and turned round. Dee was still standing at the back of the stage, alone under the lamp which hung from the ceiling. She was pale, with the pallor of a ghost. She added, with an ineffable expression of despair, "I know he has left us. He is gone. I always knew that he had wings." And raising her sightless eyes on high, she added, "When shall I follow?" Chapter 3. Complications. Ursus was stunned. He had not sustained the illusion. Was it the fault of ventriloquism? Certainly not. He had succeeded in deceiving Phoebe and Venus, who had eyes, although he had not deceived Dee, who was blind. It was because Phoebe and Venus saw with their eyes, while Dee saw with her heart. He could not utter a word. He thought to himself, bos in lingua. The troubled man has an ox on his tongue. In his complex emotions, humiliation was the first which dawned on him. Ursus, driven out of his last resource, pondered. "I lavish my onomatopoeias in vain." Then, like every dreamer, he reviled himself. "What a frightful failure! I wore myself out in a pure loss of imitative harmony, but what is to be done next?" He looked at Dee. She was silent and grew paler every moment as she stood perfectly motionless. Her sightless eyes remained fixed in depths of thought. Fortunately, something happened. Ursus saw Master Nicholas in the yard, with a candle in his hand, beckoning to him. Master Nicholas had not assisted at the end of the phantom comedy played by Ursus. Someone had happened to knock at the door of the inn. Master Nicholas had gone to open it. There had been 2 knocks, and twice Master Nicholas had disappeared. Ursus, absorbed by his 100-voiced monologue, had not observed his absence. On the mute call of Master Nicholas, Ursus descended. He approached the tavern keeper. Ursus put his finger on his lips. Master Nicholas put his finger on his lips. The two looked at each other thus. Each seemed to say to the other, "We will talk, but we will hold our tongues." The tavern keeper silently opened the door of the lower room of the tavern. Master Nicholas entered. Ursus entered. There was no one there except these two. On the side looking on the street, both doors and window shutters were closed. The tavern keeper pushed the door behind him and shut it in the face of the inquisitive Govicum. Master Nicholas placed the candle on the table. A low whispering dialogue began. "Master Ursus. Master Nicholas. I understand at last. Nonsense. You wished the poor blind girl to think that all going on as usual. There is no law against my being a ventriloquist. You are a clever fellow. No. It is wonderful how you manage all that you wish to do. I tell you it is not. Now I have something to tell you. Is it about politics? I don't know. Because in that case, I could not listen to you. Look here, whilst you were playing actors and audience by yourself, someone knocked at the door of the tavern. Someone knocked at the door. Yes. I don't like that. Nor I either. And then I opened it. Who was it that knocked? Someone who spoke to me. What did he say? I listened to him. What did you answer? Nothing, I came back to see you play. And someone knocked a second time. Who, the same person? No, another. Someone else to speak to you. Someone who said nothing. I like that better. I do not. Explain yourself, Master Nicholas. Guess who called the first time? I have no leisure to be an Oedipus. It was the proprietor of the circus. Over the way. Over the way. Whence comes all that fearful noise? Well, Master Ursus, he makes you a proposal. A proposal. A proposal. Why? Because you have an advantage over me, Master Nicholas. Just now you solved my enigma, and now I cannot understand yours. The proprietor of the circus commissioned me to tell you that he had seen the cortege of police pass this morning, and that he, the proprietor of the circus, wishing to prove that he is your friend, offers to buy of you, for £50, ready money, your caravan, the green box, your 2 horses, your trumpets, with the women that blow them, your play, with the blind girl who sings in it, your wolf, and yourself. Ursus smiled a haughty smile. Innkeeper, tell the proprietor of the circus that Gwynplaine is coming back. The innkeeper took something from a chair in the darkness, and turning towards Ursus with both arms raised, dangled from one hand a cloak, and from the other a leather esclavine, a felt hat, and a jacket. And Master Nicholas said, the man who knocked the second time was connected with the police. He came in and left without saying a word, and brought these things. Ursus recognized the esclavine, the jacket, the hat, and the cloak of Gwynplaine. Chapter 4. Monibus Certes, Campana Muta. Ursus smoothed the felt of the hat, touched the cloth of the cloak, the serge of the coat, the leather of the esclavine, and no longer able to doubt whose garments they were, with a gesture at once brief and imperative, and without saying a word, pointed to the door of the inn. Master Nicholas opened it. Ursus rushed out of the tavern. Master Nicholas looked after him, and saw Ursus run, as fast as his old legs would allow, in the direction taken that morning by the wapentake who carried off Gwynplaine. A quarter of an hour afterwards, Ursus, out of breath, reached the little street in which stood the back wicket of the Southwark jail, which he had already watched so many hours. This alley was lonely enough at all hours, but if dreary during the day, it was portentous in the night. No one ventured through it after a certain hour. It seemed as though people feared that the walls should close in, and that if the prison or the cemetery took a fancy to embrace, they should be crushed in their clasp. Such are the effects of darkness. The pollard willows of the Rue Vauvert in Paris were thus ill-famed. It was said that during the night the stumps of those trees changed into great hands and caught hold of the passers-by. By instinct the Southwark folks shunned, as we have already mentioned, this alley between a prison and a churchyard. Formerly it had been barricaded during the night by an iron chain, very uselessly, because the strongest chain which guarded the street was the terror it inspired. Ursus entered it resolutely. What intention possessed him? None. He came into the alley to seek intelligence. Was he going to knock at the gate of the jail? Certainly not. Such an expedient, at once fearful and vain, had no place in his brain. To attempt to introduce himself to demand an explanation. What folly! Prisons do not open to those who wish to enter any more than to those who desire to get out. Their hinges never turn except by law. Ursus knew this. Why then had he come there? To see what? Nothing. Who can tell? Even to be opposite the gate through which Gwynplaine had disappeared was something. Sometimes the blackest and most rugged of walls whispers, and some light escapes through a cranny. A vague glimmering is now and then to be perceived through solid and somber piles of building. Even to examine the envelope of a fact may be to some purpose. The instinct of us all is to leave between the fact which interests us and ourselves but the thinnest possible cover. Therefore it was that Ursus returned to the alley in which the lower entrance to the prison was situated. Just as he entered it, he heard one stroke of the clock, then a second. Hold, thought he, can it be midnight already? Mechanically, he set himself to count. 3, 4, 5. He mused. At what long intervals this clock strikes, how slowly, 6, 7. Then he remarked, what a melancholy sound, 8, 9, nothing can be more natural, it's dull work for a clock to live in a prison. 10, besides there is the cemetery, this clock sounds the hour to the living and eternity to the dead. 11, alas, to strike the hour to him who is not free is also to chronicle an eternity. 12. He paused. Yes, it is midnight. The clock struck a 13th stroke. Ursus shuddered. 13. Then followed a 14th, then a 15th. What can this mean? The strokes continued at long intervals. Ursus listened. It is not the striking of a clock, it is the bell muter. No wonder I said, how long it takes to strike midnight. This clock does not strike, it tolls. What fearful thing is about to take place? Formerly all prisons and all monasteries had a bell called muter, reserved for melancholy occasions. La muter, the mute, was a bell which struck very low, as if doing its best not to be heard. Ursus had reached the corner which he had found so convenient for his watch, and whence he had been able, during a great part of the day, to keep his eye on the prison. The strokes followed each other at lugubrious intervals. A knell makes an ugly punctuation in space. It breaks the preoccupation of the mind into funereal paragraphs. A knell, like a man's death rattle, notifies an agony. If in the houses about the neighborhood where a knell is tolled, there are reveries straying in doubt, its sound cuts them into rigid fragments. A vague reverie is a sort of refuge. Some indefinable diffuseness in anguish allows now and then a ray of hope to pierce through it. A knell is precise and desolating. It concentrates this diffusion of thought and precipitates the vapors in which anxiety seeks to remain in suspense. A knell speaks to each one in the sense of his own grief or of his own fear. Tragic bell, it concerns you, it is a warning to you. There is nothing so dreary as a monologue on which its cadence falls. The even returns of sound seem to show a purpose. What is it that this hammer, the bell, forges on the anvil of thought? Ursus counted, vaguely and without motive, the tolling of the knell. Feeling that his thoughts were sliding from him, he made an effort not to let them slip into conjecture. Conjecture is an inclined plane on which we slip too far to be to our own advantage. Still, what was the meaning of the bell? He looked through the darkness in the direction in which he knew the gate of the prison to be. Suddenly, in that very spot which looked like a dark hole, a redness showed. The redness grew larger and became a light. There was no uncertainty about it. It soon took a form and angles. The gate of the jail had just turned on its hinges. The glow painted the arch and the jambs of the door. It was a yawning rather than an opening. A prison does not open, it yawns, perhaps from ennui. Through the gate passed a man with a torch in his hand. The bell rang on. Ursus felt his attention fascinated by two objects. He watched, his ear the knell, his eye the torch. Behind the first man, the gate, which had been ajar, enlarged the opening suddenly and allowed egress to two other men, then to a fourth. This fourth was the wapentake, clearly visible in the light of the torch. In his grasp was his iron staff. Following the wapentake, there filed and opened out below the gateway in order, 2 by 2, with the rigidity of a series of walking posts, ranks of silent men. This nocturnal procession stepped through the wicket in file, like a procession of penitents, without any solution of continuity, with a funereal care to make no noise, gravely, almost gently. A serpent issues from its hole with similar precautions. The torch threw out their profiles and attitudes into relief, fierce looks, sullen attitudes. Ursus recognized the faces of the police who had that morning carried off Gwynplaine. There was no doubt about it, they were the same, they were reappearing. Of course, Gwynplaine would also reappear. They had led him to that place, they would bring him back. It was all quite clear. Ursus strained his eyes to the utmost. Would they set Gwynplaine at liberty? The files of police flowed from the low arch very slowly and, as it were, drop by drop. The toll of the bell was uninterrupted and seemed to mark their steps. On leaving the prison, the procession turned their backs on Ursus, went to the right, into the bend of the street opposite to that in which he was posted. A second torch shone under the gateway, announcing the end of the procession. Ursus was now about to see what they were bringing with them, the prisoner, the man. Ursus was soon, he thought, to see Gwynplaine. That which they carried appeared. It was a bier. 4 men carried a bier, covered with black cloths. Behind them came a man, with a shovel on his shoulder. A third lighted torch, held by a man reading a book, probably the chaplain, closed the procession. The bier followed the ranks of the police, who had turned to the right. Just at that moment, the head of the procession stopped. Ursus heard the grating of a key. Opposite the prison, in the low wall which ran along the other side of the street, another opening was illuminated by a torch passing beneath it. This gate, over which a death's head was placed, was that of the cemetery. The wapentake passed through it, then the men, then the second torch. The procession decreased therein, like a reptile entering his retreat. The files of police penetrated into that other darkness which was beyond the gate, then the bier, then the man with the spade, then the chaplain with his torch and his book, and the gate closed. There was nothing left but a haze of light above the wall. A muttering was heard, then some dull sounds, doubtless the chaplain and the gravedigger, the one throwing on the coffin some verses of scripture, the other some clods of earth. The muttering ceased, the heavy sounds ceased, a movement was made, the torches shone, the wapentake reappeared, holding high his weapon under the reopened gate of the cemetery, then the chaplain with his book and the gravedigger with his spade. The cortege reappeared without the coffin. The files of men crossed over in the same order, with the same taciturnity and in the opposite direction. The gate of the cemetery closed, that of the prison opened. Its sepulchral architecture stood out against the light. The obscurity of the passage became vaguely visible. The solid and deep night of the jail was revealed to sight, then the whole vision disappeared in the depths of shadow. The knell ceased, all was locked in silence, a sinister incarceration of shadows. A vanished vision, nothing more. A passage of specters which had disappeared. The logical arrangement of surmises builds up something which at least resembles evidence. To the arrest of Gwynplaine, to the secret mode of his capture, to the return of his garments by the police officer, to the death bell of the prison to which he had been conducted, was now added, or rather adjusted, portentous circumstance, a coffin carried to the grave. "He is dead," cried Ursus. He sank down upon a stone. "Dead, they have killed him, Gwynplaine, my child, my son." And he burst into passionate sobs. Chapter 5. State policy deals with little matters as well as with great. Ursus, alas, had boasted that he had never wept. His reservoir of tears was full, such plenitude as is accumulated drop on drop, sorrow on sorrow, through a long existence, is not to be poured out in a moment. Ursus wept alone. The first tear is a letting out of waters. He wept for Gwynplaine, for Dee, for himself, Ursus for Homo. He wept like a child. He wept like an old man. He wept for everything at which he had ever laughed. He paid off arrears. Man is never nonsuited when he pleads his right to tears. The corpse they had just buried was Hardquanon's, but Ursus could not know that. The hours crept on. Day began to break. The pale clothing of the morning was spread out, dimly creased with shadow, over the bowling green. The dawn lighted up the front of the Tadcaster Inn. Master Nicholas had not gone to bed, because sometimes the same occurrence produces sleeplessness in many. Troubles radiate in every direction. Throw a stone in the water and count the splashes. Master Nicholas felt himself impeached. It is very disagreeable that such things should happen in one's house. Master Nicholas, uneasy and foreseeing misfortunes, meditated. He regretted having received such people into his house. Had he but known that they would end by getting him into mischief. But the question was how to get rid of them. He had given Ursus a lease. What a blessing if he could free himself from it. How should he set to work to drive them out? Suddenly the door of the inn resounded with one of those tumultuous knocks which in England announces somebody. The gamut of knocking corresponds with the ladder of hierarchy. It was not quite the knock of a lord, but it was the knock of a justice. The trembling innkeeper half opened his window. There was, indeed, the magistrate. Master Nicholas perceived at the door a body of police, from the head of which two men detached themselves, one of whom was the justice of the quorum. Master Nicholas had seen the justice of the quorum that morning and recognized him. He did not know the other, who was a fat gentleman with a waxen-colored face, a fashionable wig, and a traveling cloak. Nicholas was much afraid of the first of these persons, the justice of the quorum. Had he been of the court, he would have feared the other most, because it was Barkilphedro. One of the subordinates knocked at the door again violently. The innkeeper, with great drops of perspiration on his brow from anxiety, opened it. The justice of the quorum, in the tone of a man who is employed in matters of police, and who is well acquainted with various shades of vagrancy, raised his voice and asked severely for Master Ursus. The host, cap in hand, replied, "Your Honor, he lives here." "I know it," said the justice. "No doubt, Your Honor." "Tell him to come down." "Your Honor, he is not here." "Where is he?" "I do not know." "How is that?" "He has not come in." "Then he must have gone out very early." "No, but he went out very late." "What vagabonds," replied the justice. "Your Honor," said Master Nicholas softly, "here he comes." Ursus indeed had just come in sight, round a turn of the wall. He was returning to the inn. He had passed nearly the whole night between the jail, where at midday he had seen Gwynplaine, and the cemetery, where at midnight he had heard the grave filled up. He was pallid with two pallors, that of sorrow and of twilight. Dawn, which is light in a chrysalis state, leaves even those forms which are in movement in the uncertainty of night. Ursus, wan and indistinct, walked slowly like a man in a dream. In the wild distraction produced by agony of mind, he had left the inn with his head bare. He had not even found out that he had no hat on. His spare, grey locks fluttered in the wind. His open eyes appeared sightless. Often when awake we are asleep, and as often when asleep we are awake. Ursus looked like a lunatic. "Master Ursus," cried the innkeeper, "come, their honors desire to speak to you." Master Nicholas, in his endeavor to soften matters down, let slip, although he would gladly have omitted, this plural, "their honors," respectful to the group, but mortifying perhaps to the chief, confounded therein to some degree with his subordinates. Ursus started like a man falling off a bed on which he was sound asleep. "What is the matter?" said he. He saw the police, and at the head of the police, the justice. A fresh and rude shock. But a short time ago, the wapentake, now the justice of the quorum. He seemed to have been cast from one to the other, as ships by some reefs of which we have read in old stories. The justice of the quorum made him a sign to enter the tavern. Ursus obeyed. Govicum, who had just got up, and who was sweeping the room, stopped his work, got into a corner behind the tables, put down his broom, and held his breath. He plunged his fingers into his hair and scratched his head, a symptom which indicated attention to what was about to occur. The justice of the quorum sat down on a form before a table. Barkilphedro took a chair. Ursus and Master Nicholas remained standing. The police officers, left outside, grouped themselves in front of the closed door. The justice of the quorum fixed his eye, full of the law, upon Ursus. He said, "You have a wolf." Ursus answered, "Not exactly." "You have a wolf," continued the justice, emphasizing wolf with a decided accent. Ursus answered, "You say." And he was silent. "A misdemeanor," replied the justice. Ursus hazarded an excuse. "He is my servant." The justice placed his hand flat on the table, with his fingers spread out, which is a very fine gesture of authority. "Mary Andrew, tomorrow by this hour you and your wolf must have left England. If not, the wolf will be seized, carried to the register office, and killed." Ursus thought, more murder, but he breathed not a syllable, and was satisfied with trembling in every limb. "You hear," said the justice. Ursus nodded. The justice persisted. "Killed." There was silence. "Strangled or drowned." The justice of the quorum watched Ursus. "And yourself in prison." Ursus murmured, "Your worship." "Be off before tomorrow morning, if not such is the order." "Your worship." "What?" "Must we leave England, he and I?" "Yes." "Today." "Today." "What is to be done?" Master Nicholas was happy. The magistrate whom he had feared had come to his aid. The police had acted as auxiliary to him, Nicholas. They had delivered him from such people. The means he had sought were brought to him. Ursus, whom he wanted to get rid of, was being driven away by the police, a superior authority, nothing to object to. He was delighted. He interrupted. "Your Honor, that man's." He pointed to Ursus with his finger. "That man wants to know how he is to leave England today. Nothing can be easier. There are night and day at anchor on the Thames, both on this and on the other side of London Bridge, vessels that sail to the continent. They go from England to Denmark, to Holland, to Spain, not to France on account of the war, but everywhere else. Tonight several ships will sail about 1 o'clock in the morning, which is the hour of high tide, and amongst others the Vagrot of Rotterdam." The justice of the quorum made a movement of his shoulder towards Ursus. "Be it so, leave by the first ship, by the Vagrot." "Your worship," said Ursus. "Well." "Your worship, if I had, as formerly, only my little box on wheels, it might be done. A boat would contain that, but—" "But what?" "But now I have got the green box, which is a great caravan drawn by 2 horses, and however wide the ship might be, we could not get it into her." "What is that to me?" said the justice. "The wolf will be killed." Ursus shuddered, as if he were grasped by a hand of ice. Monsters, he thought, murdering people is their way of settling matters. The innkeeper smiled and addressed Ursus. "Master Ursus, you can sell the green box." Ursus looked at Nicholas. "Master Ursus, you have the offer." "From whom?" "An offer for the caravan, an offer for the 2 horses, an offer for the 2 gypsy women, an offer." "From whom?" repeated Ursus. "From the proprietor of the neighboring circus." Ursus remembered it. "It is true." Master Nicholas turned to the justice of the quorum. "Your Honor, the bargain can be completed today. The proprietor of the circus close by wishes to buy the caravan and the horses." "The proprietor of the circus is right," said the justice, "because he will soon require them. A caravan and horses will be useful to him. He, too, will depart today. The reverend gentlemen of the parish of Southwark have complained of the indecent riot in Tarrinzeau Field. The sheriff has taken his measures. Tonight there will not be a single juggler's booth in the place. There must be an end of all these scandals. The honorable gentleman who deigns to be here present." The justice of the quorum interrupted his speech to salute Barkilphedro, who returned the bow. "The honorable gentleman who deigns to be present has just arrived from Windsor. He brings orders. Her Majesty has said it must be swept away." Ursus, during his long meditation all night, had not failed to put himself some questions. After all, he had only seen a bier. Could he be sure that it contained Gwynplaine? Other people might have died besides Gwynplaine. A coffin does not announce the name of the corpse as it passes by. A funeral had followed the arrest of Gwynplaine. That proved nothing. Post hoc, non propter hoc, etc. Ursus had begun to doubt. Hope burns and glimmers over misery like naphtha over water. Its hovering flame ever floats over human sorrow. Ursus had come to this conclusion. It is probable that it was Gwynplaine whom they buried, but it is not certain. Who knows? Perhaps Gwynplaine is still alive. Ursus bowed to the justice. "Honorable judge, I will go away, we will go away, all will go away by the Vagrot of Rotterdam today. I will sell the green box, the horses, the trumpets, the gypsies, but I have a comrade whom I cannot leave behind, Gwynplaine." "Gwynplaine is dead," said a voice. Ursus felt a cold sensation, such as is produced by a reptile crawling over the skin. It was Barkilphedro who had just spoken. The last gleam was extinguished. No more doubt now. Gwynplaine was dead. A person in authority must know. This one looked ill-favored enough to do so. Ursus bowed to him. Master Nicholas was a good-hearted man enough, but a dreadful coward. Once terrified, he became a brute. The greatest cruelty is that inspired by fear. He growled out, "This simplifies matters." And he indulged, standing behind Ursus, in rubbing his hands, a peculiarity of the selfish, signifying, "I am well out of it," and suggestive of Pontius Pilate washing his hands. Ursus, overwhelmed, bent down his head. The sentence on Gwynplaine had been executed death. His sentence was pronounced exile. Nothing remained but to obey. He felt as in a dream. Someone touched his arm. It was the other person who was with the justice of the quorum. Ursus shuddered. The voice which had said, "Gwynplaine is dead," whispered in his ear, "Here are 10 guineas, sent you by one who wishes you well." And Barkilphedro placed a little purse on a table before Ursus. We must not forget the casket that Barkilphedro had taken with him. 10 guineas out of 2,000. It was all that Barkilphedro could make up his mind to part with. In all conscience it was enough. If he had given more, he would have lost. He had taken the trouble of finding out a lord, and having sunk the shaft, it was but fair that the first proceeds of the mine should belong to him. Those who see meanness in the act are right, but they would be wrong to feel astonished. Barkilphedro loved money, especially money which was stolen. An envious man is an avaricious one. Barkilphedro was not without his faults. The commission of crimes does not preclude the possession of vices. Tigers have their lice. Besides, he belonged to the school of Bacon. Barkilphedro turned towards the justice of the quorum and said to him, "Sir, be so good as to conclude this matter. I am in haste. A carriage and horses belonging to Her Majesty await me. I must go full gallop to Windsor, for I must be there within 2 hours' time. I have intelligence to give and orders to take." The justice of the quorum arose. He went to the door, which was only latched, opened it, and looking silently towards the police, beckoned to them authoritatively. They entered with that silence which heralds severity of action. Master Nicholas, satisfied with the rapid denouement which cut short his difficulties, charmed to be out of the entangled skein, was afraid, when he saw the muster of officers, that they were going to apprehend Ursus in his house. 2 arrests, one after the other, made in his house, first that of Gwynplaine, then that of Ursus, might be injurious to the inn. Customers dislike police raids. Here then was a time for a respectful appeal, suppliant and generous. Master Nicholas turned toward the justice of the quorum a smiling face, in which confidence was tempered by respect. Your Honor, I venture to observe to your Honor that these honorable gentlemen, the police officers, might be dispensed with, now that the wolf is about to be carried away from England, and that this man, Ursus, makes no resistance. And since your Honor's orders are being punctually carried out, your Honor will consider that the respectable business of the police, so necessary to the good of the kingdom, does great harm to an establishment, and that my house is innocent. The Merry Andrews of the Green Box having been swept away, as Her Majesty says, there is no longer any criminal here, as I do not suppose that the blind girl and the 2 women are criminals. Therefore, I implore your Honor to deign to shorten your august visit, and to dismiss these worthy gentlemen who have just entered, because there is nothing for them to do in my house. And if your Honor will permit me to prove the justice of my speech under the form of a humble question, I will prove the inutility of these revered gentlemen's presence by asking your Honor, if the man, Ursus, obeys orders and departs, who there can be to arrest here? Yourself, said the justice. A man does not argue with a sword which runs him through and through. Master Nicholas subsided. He cared not on what, on a table, on a form, on anything that happened to be there, prostrate. The justice raised his voice, so that if there were people outside, they might hear. Master Nicholas Plumptree, keeper of this tavern, this is the last point to be settled. This mountebank and the wolf are vagabonds. They are driven away, but the person most in fault is yourself. It is in your house, and with your consent, that the law has been violated, and you, a man licensed, invested with a public responsibility, have established the scandal here. Master Nicholas, your license is taken away. You must pay the penalty and go to prison. The policemen surrounded the innkeeper. The justice continued, pointing out Govicum. Arrest that boy as an accomplice. The hand of an officer fell upon the collar of Govicum, who looked at him inquisitively. The boy was not much alarmed, scarcely understanding the occurrence. Having already observed many things out of the way, he wondered if this were the end of the comedy. The justice of the quorum forced his hat down on his head, crossed his hands on his stomach, which is the height of majesty, and added, "It is decided, Master Nicholas. You are to be taken to prison and put into jail, you and the boy, and this house, the Tadcaster Inn, is to remain shut up, condemned and closed, for the sake of example, upon which you will follow us." Book the 7th. The Titaness. Chapter 1. The Awakening. And D. It seemed to Gwynplaine, as he watched the break of day at Corleone Lodge, while the things we have related were occurring at the Tadcaster Inn, that the call came from without, but it came from within. Who has not heard the deep clamors of the soul? Moreover, the morning was dawning. Aurora is a voice. Of what use is the sun, if not to reawaken that dark sleeper, the conscience? Light and virtue are akin. Whether the God be called Christ or love, there is at times an hour when he is forgotten, even by the best. All of us, even the saints, require a voice to remind us, and the dawn speaks to us like a sublime monitor. Conscience calls out before duty, as the cock crows before the dawn of day. That chaos, the human heart, hears the fiat lux. Gwynplaine, we will continue thus to call him. Clancharlie is a lord. Gwynplaine is a man. Gwynplaine felt as if brought back to life. It was time that the artery was bound up. For a while his virtue had spread its wings and flown away. "Undi," he said. Then he felt through his veins a generous transfusion. Something healthy and tumultuous rushed upon him. The violent eruption of good thoughts is like the return home of a man who has not his key and who forces his own look honestly. It is an escalade, but an escalade of good. It is a burglary, but a burglary of evil. D, repeated he. He strove to assure himself of his heart's strength, and he put the question with a loud voice, "Where are you?" He almost wondered that no one answered him. Then again, gazing on the walls and the ceiling with wandering thoughts, through which reason returned. "Where are you? Where am I?" And in the chamber which was his cage, he began to walk again, to and fro, like a wild beast in captivity. "Where am I? At Windsor, and you, in Southwark? Alas, this is the first time that there has been distance between us. Who has dug this gulf? I hear thou there. Oh, it cannot be, it shall not be. What is this that they have done to me?" He stopped. "Who talked to me of the Queen? What do I know of such things? I changed. Why? Because I am a lord. Do you know what has happened, D? You are a lady. What has come to pass is astounding. My business now is to get back into my right road. Who is it who led me astray? There is a man who spoke to me mysteriously. I remember the words which he addressed to me. 'My lord, when one door opens another is shut. That which you have left behind is no longer yours. In other words, you are a coward.' That man, the miserable wretch, said that to me before I was well awake. He took advantage of my first moment of astonishment. I was as it were a prey to him. Where is he, that I may insult him? He spoke to me with the evil smile of a demon. But see, I am myself again. That is well. They deceive themselves if they think that they can do what they like with Lord Clancharlie, a peer of England. Yes, with a peeress who is D. Conditions, shall I accept them? The Queen, what is the Queen to me? I never saw her. I am not a lord to be made a slave. I enter my position unfettered. Did they think they had unchained me for nothing? They have unmuzzled me. That is all, D. Ursus, we are together. That which you were, I was. That which I am, you are. Come, no, I will go to you directly. I have already waited too long. What can they think, not seeing me return that money? When I think I sent them that money, it was myself that they wanted. I remember the man said that I could not leave this place. We shall see that. Come, a carriage. Put to the horses. I am going to look for them. Where are the servants? I ought to have servants here, since I am a lord. I am master here. This is my house. I will twist off the bolts. I will break the locks. I will kick down the doors. I will run my sword through the body of anyone who bars my passage. I should like to see who shall stop me. I have a wife, and she is D. I have a father who is Ursus. My house is a palace, and I give it to Ursus. My name is a diadem, and I give it to D. Quick, directly, D, I am coming. Yes, you may be sure that I shall soon stride across the intervening space." And raising the first piece of tapestry he came to, he rushed from the chamber impetuously. He found himself in a corridor. He went straight forward. A second corridor opened out before him. All the doors were open. He walked on at random, from chamber to chamber, from passage to passage, seeking an exit. Chapter 2. The resemblance of a palace to a wood. In palaces after the Italian fashion, and Corleone Lodge was one, there were very few doors, but abundance of tapestry screens and curtained doorways. In every palace of that date, there was a wonderful labyrinth of chambers and corridors, where luxury ran riot, gilding, marble, carved wainscoting, eastern silks, nooks and corners, some secret and dark as night, others light and pleasant as the day. There were attics, richly and brightly furnished, burnished recesses shining with Dutch tiles and Portuguese azulejos. The tops of the high windows were converted into small rooms and glass attics, forming pretty habitable lanterns. The thickness of the walls was such that there were rooms within them. Here and there were closets, nominally wardrobes. They were called the little rooms. It was within them that evil deeds were hatched. When a Duke of Guise had to be killed, the pretty precedent of Silvercane abducted, or the cries of little girls brought thither by Lebel smothered, such places were convenient for the purpose. They were labyrinthine chambers, impracticable to a stranger, scenes of abductions, unknown depths, receptacles of mysterious disappearances. In those elegant caverns princes and lords stored their plunder. In such a place, the Count de Charolais hid Madame Kerchamp, the wife of the clerk of the Privy Council, Monsieur de Monthulet, the daughter of Haudry, the farmer of La Croix-Saint-Lenfrey, the Prince de Conti, the two beautiful baker women of 50 Isle Adam, the Duke of Buckingham, poor Pennywell, etc. The deeds done there were such as were designated by the Roman law as committed Roman 6, clam, et precario, by force, in secret, and for a short time. Once in, an occupant remained there till the master of the house decreed his or her release. They were gilded oubliettes, savoring both of the cloister and the harem. Their staircases twisted, turned, ascended, and descended. A zigzag of rooms, one running into another, led back to the starting point. A gallery terminated in an oratory. A confessional was grafted on to an alcove. Perhaps the architects of the little rooms, building for royalty and aristocracy, took as models the ramifications of coral beds and the openings in a sponge. The branches became a labyrinth. Pictures turning on false panels were exits and entrances. They were full of stage contrivances, and no wonder, considering the dramas that were played there. The floors of these hives reached from the cellars to the attics, quaint madrepore inlaying every palace from Versailles downwards, like cells of pygmies in dwelling places of Titans. Passages, niches, alcoves, and secret recesses, all sorts of holes and corners in which was stored away the meanness of the great. These winding and narrow passages recalled games, blindfolded eyes, hands feeling in the dark, suppressed laughter, blind man's buff, hide and seek, while at the same time they suggested memories of the Atrides, of the Plantagenets, of the Medicis, the brutal knights of Eltz, of Rizzio, of Monaldeschi, of naked swords, pursuing the fugitive flying from room to room. The ancients, too, had mysterious retreats of the same kind, in which luxury was adapted to enormities. The pattern has been preserved underground in some sepulchres in Egypt, notably in the tomb of King Psammetichus, discovered by Passalacqua. The ancient poets have recorded the horrors of these suspicious buildings. Era circumflexus, locus implicitus gyris. Gwynplaine was in the little rooms of Corleone Lodge. He was burning to be off to get outside to see Dee again. The maze of passages and alcoves, with secret and bewildering doors, checked and retarded his progress. He strove to run, he was obliged to wander. He thought that he had but one door to thrust open, while he had a skein of doors to unravel. To one room succeeded another, then a crossway with rooms on every side. Not a living creature was to be seen. He listened, not a sound. At times he thought that he must be returning towards his starting point, then that he saw someone approaching. It was no one. It was only the reflection of himself in a mirror, dressed as a nobleman. That he, impossible. Then he recognized himself, but not at once. He explored every passage that he came to. He examined the quaint arrangements of the rambling building and their yet quainter fittings. Here, a cabinet, painted and carved in a sentimental but vicious style. There, an equivocal-looking chapel, studded with enamels and mother-of-pearl, with miniatures on ivory wrought out in relief, like those on old-fashioned snuff-boxes. There, one of those pretty Florentine retreats, adapted to the hypochondriasis of women, and even then called boudoirs. Everywhere on the ceilings, on the walls, and on the very floors, were representations, in velvet or in metal, of birds, of trees, of luxuriant vegetation, picked out in reliefs of lacework, tables covered with jet carvings, representing warriors, queens, and tritons armed with the scaly terminations of a hydra. Cut crystals combining prismatic effects with those of reflection. Mirrors repeated the light of precious stones, and sparkles glittered in the darkest corners. It was impossible to guess whether those many-sided, shining surfaces, where emerald green mingled with the golden hues of the rising sun, where floated a glimmer of ever-varying colors, like those on a pigeon's neck, were miniature mirrors or enormous barrels. Everywhere was magnificence, at once refined and stupendous. If it was not the most diminutive of palaces, it was the most gigantic of jewel cases. A house for Mab or a jewel for Geo. Gwynplaine sought an exit. He could not find one. Impossible to make out his way. There is nothing so confusing as wealth seen for the first time. Moreover, this was a labyrinth. At each step he was stopped by some magnificent object which appeared to retard his exit and to be unwilling to let him pass. He was encompassed by a net of wonders. He felt himself bound and held back. What a horrible palace, he thought. Restless, he wandered through the maze, asking himself what it all meant, whether he was in prison, chafing, thirsting for the fresh air. He repeated D, as if that word was the thread of the labyrinth and must be held unbroken to guide him out of it. Now and then he shouted, "Ho, anyone there?" No one answered. The rooms never came to an end. All was deserted, silent, splendid, sinister. It realized the fables of enchanted castles. Hidden pipes of hot air maintained a summer temperature in the building. It was as if some magician had caught up the month of June and imprisoned it in a labyrinth. There were pleasant odors now and then, and he crossed currents of perfume as though passing by invisible flowers. It was warm, carpets everywhere. One might have walked about there, unclothed. Gwynplaine looked out of the windows. The view from each one was different. From one he beheld gardens sparkling with the freshness of a spring morning, from another a plot decked with statues, from a third a patio in the Spanish style, a little square, flagged, mouldy and cold. At times he saw a river, it was the Thames, sometimes a great tower, it was Windsor. It was still so early that there were no signs of life without. He stood still and listened. "Oh, I will get out of this place," said he. "I will return to D. They shall not keep me here by force. Woe to him who bars my exit. What is that great tower yonder? If there was a giant, a hellhound, a minotaur to keep the gate of this enchanted palace, I would annihilate him. If an army, I would exterminate it. D. Suddenly he heard a gentle noise, very faint. It was like dropping water. He was in a dark, narrow passage, closed some few paces further on by a curtain. He advanced to the curtain, pushed it aside, entered. He leaped before he looked. Chapter 3. Evil. An octagon room with a vaulted ceiling, without windows but lighted by a skylight. Walls, ceiling, and floors faced with peach-colored marble. A black marble canopy, like a pall, with twisted columns in the solid but pleasing Elizabethan style. Overshadowing a vase-like bath of the same black marble, this was what he saw before him. In the center of the bath arose a slender jet of tepid and perfumed water, which, softly and slowly, was filling the tank. The bath was black to augment fairness into brilliancy. It was the water which he had heard. A waste pipe placed at a certain height in the bath prevented it from overflowing. Vapor was rising from the water, but not sufficient to cause it to hang in drops on the marble. The slender jet of water was like a supple wand of steel bending at the slightest current of air. There was no furniture, except a chairbed with pillows, long enough for a woman to lie on at full length, and yet have room for a dog at her feet. The French, indeed, borrow their word canapé from canapé. This sofa was of Spanish manufacture. In it silver took the place of woodwork. The cushions and coverings were of rich white silk. On the other side of the bath, by the wall, was a lofty dressing table of solid silver, furnished with every requisite for the table, having in its center, and in imitation of a window, 8 small Venetian mirrors set in a silver frame. In a panel on the wall was a square opening, like a little window, which was closed by a door of solid silver. This door was fitted with hinges, like a shutter. On the shutter there glistened a chased and gilt royal crown. Over it, and affixed to the wall, was a bell, silver gilt, if not of pure gold. Opposite the entrance of the chamber, in which Gwynplaine stood as if transfixed, there was an opening in the marble wall, extending to the ceiling, and closed by a high and broad curtain of silver tissue. This curtain of fairy-like tenuity was transparent and did not interrupt the view. Through the center of this web, where one might expect a spider, Gwynplaine saw a more formidable object, a woman. Her dress was a long chemise, so long that it floated over her feet, like the dresses of angels in holy pictures, but so fine that it seemed liquid. The silver tissue, transparent as glass and fastened only at the ceiling, could be lifted aside. It separated the marble chamber, which was a bathroom, from the adjoining apartment, which was a bedchamber. This tiny dormitory was as a grotto of mirrors. Venetian glasses, close together, mounted with gold moldings, reflected on every side the bed in the center of the room. On the bed, which, like the toilet table, was of silver, lay the woman. She was asleep. The crumpled clothes bore evidence of troubled sleep. The beauty of the folds was proof of the quality of the material. It was a period when a queen, thinking that she should be damned, pictured hell to herself as a bed with coarse sheets. A dressing gown of curious silk was thrown over the foot of the couch. It was apparently Chinese, for a great golden lizard was partly visible in between the folds. Beyond the couch, and probably masking a door, was a large mirror, on which were painted peacocks and swans. Shadow seemed to lose its nature in this apartment, and glistened. The spaces between the mirrors and the gold work were lined with that sparkling material called at Venice thread of glass, that is, spun glass. At the head of the couch stood a reading desk, on a movable pivot, with candles and a book lying open, bearing this title in large red letters, Alcoranus Mahomedes. Gwynplaine saw none of these details. He had eyes only for the woman. He was at once stupefied and filled with tumultuous emotions, states apparently incompatible, yet sometimes coexistent. He recognized her. Her eyes were closed, but her face was turned towards him. It was the Duchess, she, the mysterious being in whom all the splendors of the unknown were united, she who had occasioned him so many unavowable dreams, she who had written him so strange a letter, the only woman in the world of whom he could say, "She has seen me, and she desires me." He had dismissed the dreams from his mind. He had burnt the letter. He had, as far as lay in his power, banished the remembrance of her from his thoughts and dreams. He no longer thought of her. He had forgotten her. Again he saw her, and saw her terrible in power. His breath came in short catches. He felt as if he were in a storm-driven cloud. He looked. This woman before him, was it possible? At the theatre a duchess, here a nereid, a nymph, a fairy. Always an apparition. He tried to fly, but felt the futility of the attempt. His eyes were riveted on the vision, as though he were bound. Was she a woman? Was she a maiden? Both. Messalina was perhaps present, though invisible, and smiled, while Diana kept watch. Over all her beauty was the radiance of inaccessibility. No purity could compare with her chaste and haughty form. Certain snows, which have never been touched, give an idea of it, such as the sacred whiteness of the Jungfrau. Immodesty was merged in splendor. She felt the security of an Olympian, who knew that she was daughter of the depths, and might say to the ocean, "Father." And she exposed herself, unattainable and proud, to everything that should pass, to looks, to desires, to ravings, to dreams, as proud in her languor on her boudoir couch as Venus in the immensity of the sea foam. She had slept all night, and was prolonging her sleep into the daylight. Her boldness, begun in shadow, continued in light. Gwynplaine shuddered. He admired her with an unhealthy and absorbing admiration, which ended in fear. Misfortunes never come singly. Gwynplaine thought he had drained to the dregs the cup of his ill luck. Now it was refilled. Who was it who was hurling all those unremitting thunderbolts on his devoted head, and who had now thrown against him, as he stood trembling there, a sleeping goddess? What was the dangerous and desirable object of his dream, lurking all the while behind these successive glimpses of heaven? Did these favors of the mysterious tempter tend to inspire him with vague aspirations and confused ideas, and overwhelm him with an intoxicating series of realities proceeding from apparent impossibilities? Wherefore did all the shadows conspire against him, a wretched man, and what would become of him, with all those evil smiles of fortune beaming on him? Was his temptation prearranged? This woman, how and why was she there? No explanation. Why him, why her? Was he made a peer of England expressly for this duchess, who had brought them together? Who was the dupe? Who the victim? Whose simplicity was being abused? Was it God who was being deceived? All these undefined thoughts passed confusedly, like a flight of dark shadows, through his brain. That magical and malevolent abode, that strange and prison-like palace, was it also in the plot? Gwynplaine suffered a partial unconsciousness. Suppressed emotions threatened to strangle him. He was weighed down by an overwhelming force. His will became powerless. How could he resist? He was incoherent and entranced. This time he felt he was becoming irremediably insane. His dark, headlong fall over the precipice of stupefaction continued. But the woman slept on. What aggravated the storm within him was that he saw not the princess, not the duchess, not the lady, but the woman. Gwynplaine, losing all self-command, trembled. What could he do against such a temptation? Here were no skillful effects of dress, no silken folds, no complex and coquettish adornments, no affected exaggeration of concealment. or of exhibition, no cloud. It was fearful simplicity, a sort of mysterious summons, the shameless audacity of Eden. The whole of the dark side of human nature was there. Eve worse than Satan, the human and the superhuman commingled, a perplexing ecstasy winding up in a brutal triumph of instinct over duty. The sovereign contour of beauty is imperious. When it leaves the ideal and condescends to be real, its proximity is fatal to man. Now and then the Duchess moved softly on the bed, with the vague movement of a cloud in the heavens, changing as a vapor changes its form. Absurd as it may appear, though he saw her present in the flesh before him, yet she seemed a chimera, and palpable as she was, she seemed to him afar off. Scared and livid, he gazed on. He listened for her breathing, and fancied he heard only a phantom's respiration. He was attracted, though against his will. How arm himself against her or against himself? He had been prepared for everything except this danger. A savage doorkeeper, a raging monster of a jailer, such were his expected antagonists. He looked for Cerberus, he saw Hebe. A sleeping woman, what an opponent! He closed his eyes. Too bright a dawn blinds the eyes, but through his closed eyelids there penetrated at once the woman's form, not so distinct, but beautiful as ever. Fly, easier said than done. He had already tried and failed. He was rooted to the ground, as if in a dream. When we try to draw back, temptation clogs our feet and glues them to the earth. We can still advance, but to retire is impossible. The invisible arms of sin rise from below and drag us down. There is a commonplace idea, accepted by everyone, that feelings become blunted by experience. Nothing can be more untrue. You might as well say that by dropping nitric acid slowly on a sore it would heal and become sound, and that torture dulled the sufferings of Damiens. The truth is that each fresh application intensifies the pain. From one surprise after another, Gwynplaine had become desperate. That cup, his reason, under this new stupor was overflowing. He felt within him a terrible awakening. Compass he no longer possessed. One idea only was before him, the woman. An indescribable happiness appeared, which threatened to overwhelm him. He could no longer decide for himself. There was an irresistible current and a reef. The reef was not a rock, but a siren, a magnet at the bottom of the abyss. He wished to tear himself away from this magnet, but how was he to carry out his wish? He had ceased to feel any basis of support. Who can foresee the fluctuations of the human mind? A man may be wrecked, as is a ship. Conscience is an anchor. It is a terrible thing, but like the anchor, conscience may be carried away. He had not even the chance of being repulsed on account of his terrible disfigurement. The woman had written to say that she loved him. In every crisis, there is a moment when the scale hesitates before kicking the beam. When we lean to the worst side of our nature, instead of strengthening our better qualities, the moral force, which has been preserving the balance, gives way, and down we go. Had this critical moment in Gwynplaine's life arrived? How could he escape? So it is she, the Duchess, the woman. There she was in that lonely room, asleep, far from succor, helpless, alone at his mercy, yet he was in her power, the Duchess. We have perchance observed a star in the distant firmament. We have admired it. It is so far off. What can there be to make us shudder in a fixed star? Well, one day, one night, rather, it moves. We perceive a trembling gleam around it. The star which we imagine to be immovable is in motion. It is no longer a star, but a comet, the incendiary giant of the skies. The luminary moves on, grows bigger, shakes off a shower of sparks and fire, and becomes enormous. It advances towards us. Oh horror, it is coming our way. The comet recognizes us, marks us for its own, and will not be turned aside. Irresistible attack of the heavens, what is it which is bearing down on us? An excess of light which blinds us, an excess of life which kills us. That proposal which the heavens make we refuse, that unfathomable love we reject. We close our eyes, we hide, we tear ourselves away, we imagine the danger is past. We open our eyes, the formidable star is still before us, but no longer a star, it has become a world unknown, a world of lava and ashes, the devastating prodigy of space. It fills the sky, allowing no compeers. The carbuncle of the firmament's depths, a diamond in the distance, when drawn close to us, becomes a furnace. You are caught in its flames, and the first sensation of burning is that of a heavenly warmth. Chapter 4. Satan. Suddenly the sleeper awoke. She sat up with a sudden and gracious dignity of movement, her fair silken tresses falling in soft disorder. Then stretching herself, she yawned like a tigress in the rising sun. Perhaps Gwynplaine breathed heavily, as we do when we endeavor to restrain our respiration. "Is anyone there?" said she. She yawned as she spoke, and her very yawn was graceful. Gwynplaine listened to the unfamiliar voice, the voice of a charmer, its accents exquisitely haughty, its caressing intonation softening its native arrogance. Then, rising on her knees, there is an antique statue kneeling thus in the midst of 1,000 transparent folds. She drew the dressing gown towards her, and springing from the couch stood upright. In the twinkling of an eye, the silken robe was around her. The trailing sleeve concealed her hands. Only the tips of her toes, with little pink nails like those of an infant, were left visible. Having drawn from underneath the dressing gown a mass of hair which had been imprisoned by it, she crossed behind the couch to the end of the room and placed her ear to the painted mirror, which was apparently a door. Tapping the glass with her finger, she called, "Is anyone there? Lord David? Are you come already? What time is it then? Is that you, Barkilphedro?" She turned from the glass. "No, it was not there. Is there anyone in the bathroom? Will you answer? Of course not. No one could come that way." Going to the silver lace curtain, she raised it with her foot, thrust it aside with her shoulder, and entered the marble room. An agonized numbness fell upon Gwynplaine, no possibility of concealment. It was too late to fly. Moreover, he was no longer equal to the exertion. He wished that the earth might open and swallow him up, anything to hide him. She saw him, she stared, immensely astonished, but without the slightest nervousness. Then, in a tone of mingled pleasure and contempt, she said, "Why, it is Gwynplaine." Suddenly, with a rapid spring, for this cat was a panther, she flung herself on his neck. Suddenly pushing him back, and holding him by both shoulders with her small claw-like hands, she stood up face to face with him, and began to gaze at him with a strange expression. It was a fatal glance she gave him with her Aldebaran-like eyes, a glance at once equivocal and star-like. Gwynplaine watched the blue eye and the black eye, distracted by the double ray of heaven and of hell that shone in the orbs thus fixed on him. The man and the woman threw a malign, dazzling reflection one on the other. Both were fascinated, he by her beauty, she by his deformity. Both were in a measure awe-stricken. Pressed down, as by an overwhelming weight, he was speechless. "Oh," she cried, "how clever you are come. You found out that I was obliged to leave London. You followed me. That was right. Your being here proves you to be a wonder." The simultaneous return of self-possession acts like a flash of lightning. Gwynplaine, indistinctly warned by a vague, rude, but honest misgiving, drew back, but the pink nails clung to his shoulders and restrained him. Some inexorable power proclaimed its sway over him. He himself, a wild beast, was caged in a wild beast's den. She continued, "And the fool, you know whom I mean, the Queen, ordered me to Windsor without giving any reason. When I arrived, she was closeted with her idiot of a chancellor. But how did you contrive to obtain access to me? That's what I call being a man. Obstacles, indeed. There are no such things. You come at a call. You found things out. My name, the Duchess Josiana, you knew, I fancy. Who was it brought you in? No doubt it was the page. Oh, he is clever. I will give him 100 guineas. Which way did you get in? Tell me. No, don't tell me. I don't want to know. Explanations diminish interest. I prefer the marvelous, and you are hideous enough to be wonderful. You have fallen from the highest heavens, or you have risen from the depths of hell through the devil's trapdoor. Nothing can be more natural. The ceiling opened or the floor yawned. A descent in a cloud or an ascent in a mass of fire and brimstone, that is how you have traveled. You have a right to enter like the gods. Agreed, you are my lover." Gwynplaine was scared and listened, his mind growing more irresolute every moment. Now all was certain, impossible to have any further doubt. That letter, the woman confirmed its meaning. Gwynplaine the lover and the beloved of a duchess. Mighty pride, with its 1,000 baleful heads, stirred his wretched heart. Vanity, that powerful agent within us, works us measureless evil. The duchess went on, "Since you are here, it is so decreed. I ask nothing more. There is someone on high or in hell who brings us together. The betrothal of Styx and Aurora, unbridled ceremonies beyond all laws. The very day I first saw you, I said, 'It is he. I recognize him. He is the monster of my dreams. He shall be mine.' We should give destiny a helping hand. Therefore I wrote to you. One question, Gwynplaine, do you believe in predestination? For my part, I have believed in it since I read in Cicero Scipio's dream. Ah, I did not observe it. Dressed like a gentleman, you in fine clothes, why not? You are a mountebank. All the more reason. A juggler is as good as a lord. Moreover, what are lords? Clowns. You have a noble figure, you are magnificently made. It is wonderful that you should be here. When did you arrive? How long have you been here? Did you see me naked? I am beautiful, am I not? I was going to take my bath. Oh, how I love you. You read my letter. Did you read it yourself? Did anyone read it to you? Can you read? Probably you are ignorant. I ask questions, but don't answer them. I don't like the sound of your voice. It is soft. An extraordinary thing like you should snarl and not speak. You sing harmoniously. I hate it. It is the only thing about you that I do not like. All the rest is terrible, is grand. In India you would be a god. Were you born with that frightful laugh on your face? No, no doubt it is a penal brand. I do hope you have committed some crime. Come to my arms. She sank on the couch and made him sit beside her. They found themselves close together unconsciously. What she said passed over Gwynplaine like a mighty storm. He hardly understood the meaning of her whirlwind of words. Her eyes were full of admiration. She spoke tumultuously, frantically, with a voice broken and tender. Her words were music, but their music was to Gwynplaine as a hurricane. Again she fixed her gaze upon him and continued. I feel degraded in your presence, and oh, what happiness that is! How insipid it is to be a grandee! I am noble, what can be more tiresome? Disgrace is a comfort. I am so satiated with respect that I long for contempt. We are all a little erratic, from Venus, Cleopatra, Mesdames de Chevreuse and de Longueville, down to myself. I will make a display of you, I declare. Here's a love affair which will be a blow to my family, the Stuarts. Ah, I breathe again. I have discovered a secret. I am clear of royalty. To be free from its trammels is indeed deliverance. To break down, defy, make and destroy at will, that is true enjoyment. Listen, I love you. She paused, then with a frightful smile went on, I love you not only because you are deformed, but because you are low. I love monsters and I love mountebanks. A lover despised, mocked, grotesque, hideous, exposed to laughter on that pillory called a theatre, has for me an extraordinary attraction. It is tasting the fruit of hell. An infamous lover, how exquisite! To taste the apple not of paradise but of hell, such is my temptation. It is for that I hunger and thirst. I am that Eve, the Eve of the depths. Probably you are, unknown to yourself, a devil. I am in love with a nightmare. You are a moving puppet, of which the strings are pulled by a spectre. You are the incarnation of infernal mirth. You are the master I require. I wanted a lover such as those of Medea and Canidia. I felt sure that some night would bring me such a one. You are all that I want. I am talking of a heap of things of which you probably know nothing. Gwynplaine, hitherto I have remained untouched. I give myself to you, pure as a burning ember. You evidently do not believe me, but if you only knew how little I care. Her words flowed like a volcanic eruption. Pierce Mount Etna, and you may obtain some idea of that jet of fiery eloquence. Gwynplaine stammered, Madame. She placed her hand on his mouth. Silence, she said. I am studying you. I am unbridled desire, immaculate. I am a vestal bacchante. No man has known me, and I might be the virgin Pythoness at Delphos, and have under my naked foot the bronze tripod, where the priests lean their elbows on the skin of the python, whispering questions to the invisible god. My heart is of stone, but it is like those mysterious pebbles which the sea washes to the foot of the rock called Huntley Nab at the mouth of the Tees, and which if broken are found to contain a serpent. That serpent is my love, a love which is all-powerful, for it has brought you to me. An impossible distance was between us. I was in Sirius, and you were in Aliath. You have crossed the immeasurable space, and here you are. Tease well, be silent, take me. She ceased, he trembled. Then she went on, smiling, You see, Gwynplaine, to dream is to create, to desire is to summon, to build up the chimera is to provoke the reality. The all-powerful and terrible mystery will not be defied. It produces result. You are here. Do I dare to lose caste? Yes. Do I dare to be your mistress, your concubine, your slave, your chattel? Joyfully, Gwynplaine, I am woman. Woman is clay longing to become mire. I want to despise myself. That lends a zest to pride. The alloy of greatness is baseness. They combine in perfection. Despise me, you who are despised. Nothing can be better. Degradation on degradation. What joy! I pluck the double blossom of ignominy. Trample me underfoot. You will only love me the more, I am sure of it. Do you understand why I idolize you? Because I despise you. You are so immeasurably below me that I place you on an altar. Bring the highest and lowest depths together, and you have chaos, and I delight in chaos, chaos, the beginning and end of everything. What is chaos? A huge blot. Out of that blot God made light, and out of that sink the world. You don't know how perverse I can be. Need a star in mud, and you will have my likeness. She went on. A wolf to all beside, a faithful dog to you. How astonished they will all be. The astonishment of fools is amusing. I understand myself. Am I a goddess? Amphitrite gave herself to the Cyclops. Fluctivoma Amphitrite. Am I a fairy? Urgel gave herself to Bugrix, a winged man with 8 webbed hands. Am I a princess? Marie Stuart had Rizzio, 3 beauties, 3 monsters. I am greater than they, for you are lower than they. Gwynplaine, we were made for one another. The monster that you are outwardly, I am within, thence my love for you. A caprice, just so. What is a hurricane but a caprice? Our stars have a certain affinity. Together we are things of night, you in your face, I in my mind. As your countenance is defaced, so is my mind. You in your turn create me. You come, and my real soul shows itself. I did not know it. It is astonishing. Your coming has evoked the Hydra in me, who am a goddess. You reveal my real nature. See how I resemble you. Look at me as if I were a mirror. Your face is my mind. I did not know I was so terrible. I am also, then, a monster. Oh, Gwynplaine, you do amuse me. She laughed, a strange and childlike laugh, and putting her mouth close to his ear, whispered, "Do you want to see a mad woman? Look at me." She poured her searching look into Gwynplaine. A look is a filter. Her loosened robe provoked 1,000 dangerous feelings. Blind, animal ecstasy was invading his mind, ecstasy combined with agony. Whilst she spoke, though he felt her words like burning coals, his blood froze within his veins. He had not strength to utter a word. She stopped and looked at him. "Oh, monster," she cried. She grew wild. Suddenly, she seized his hands. "Gwynplaine, I am the throne, you are the footstool. Let us join on the same level. Oh, how happy I am in my fall. I wish all the world could know how abject I am become. It would bow down all the lower. The more man abhors, the more does he cringe. It is human nature. Hostile but reptile, dragon but worm. Oh, I am as depraved as are the gods. They can never say that I am not a king's bastard. I act like a queen. Who was Rhodope but a queen-loving Tay, a man with a crocodile's head? She raised the 3rd pyramid in his honor. Penthesilea loved the centaur, who, being now a star, is named Sagittarius. And what do you say about Anne of Austria? Mazarin was ugly enough. Now you are not only ugly, you are deformed. Ugliness is mean, deformity is grand. Ugliness is the devil's grin behind beauty. Deformity is the reverse of sublimity. It is the back view. Olympus has 2 aspects. One by day shows Apollo, the other by night shows Polyphemus. You are a Titan. You would be Behemoth in the forests, Leviathan in the deep, and Typhon in the sewer. You surpass everything. There is the trace of lightning in your deformity. Your face has been battered by the thunderbolt. The jagged contortion of forked lightning has imprinted its mark on your face. It struck you and passed on. A mighty and mysterious wrath has, in a fit of passion, cemented your spirit in a terrible and superhuman form. Hell is a penal furnace, where the iron called fatality is raised to a white heat. You have been branded with it. To love you is to understand grandeur. I enjoy that triumph. To be in love with Apollo, a fine effort forsooth. Glory is to be measured by the astonishment it creates. I love you. I have dreamt of you night after night. This is my palace. You shall see my gardens. There are fresh springs under the shrubs, arbors for lovers, and beautiful groups of marble statuary by Bernini. Flowers, there are too many. During the spring, the place is on fire with roses. Did I tell you that the queen is my sister? Do what you like with me. I am made for Jupiter to kiss my feet, and for Satan to spit in my face. Are you of any religion? I am a papist. My father, James II, died in France, surrounded by Jesuits. I have never felt before as I feel now that I am near you. Oh, how I should like to pass the evening with you, in the midst of music, both reclining on the same cushion, under a purple awning, in a gilded gondola on the soft expanse of ocean. Insult me, beat me, kick me, cuff me, treat me like a brute. I adore you. Caresses can roar. If you doubt it, observe the lions. The woman was horrible and yet full of grace. The effect was tragic. First he felt the claw, then the velvet of the paw. A feline attack made up of advances and retreats. There was death as well as sport in this game of come and go. She idolized him, but arrogantly. The result was contagious frenzy, fatal language, at once inexpressible, violent, and sweet. The insulter did not insult. The adorer outraged the object of adoration. She, who buffeted, deified him. Her tones imparted to her violent, yet amorous words an indescribable Promethean grandeur. According to Aeschylus, in the orgies in honor of the great goddess, the women were smitten by this evil frenzy when they pursued the satyrs under the stars. Such paroxysms raged in the mysterious dances in the grove of Dodona. This woman was as if transfigured, if indeed we can term that transfiguration which is the antithesis of heaven. Her hair quivered like a mane, her robe opened and closed. The sunshine of the blue eye mingled with the fire of the black one. She was unearthly. Gwynplaine, giving way, felt himself vanquished by the deep subtlety of this attack. "I love you," she cried, and she bit him with a kiss. Homeric clouds were, perhaps, about to be required to encompass Gwynplaine and Josiana, as they did Jupiter and Juno. For Gwynplaine to be loved by a woman who could see and who saw him, to feel on his deformed mouth the pressure of divine lips, was exquisite and maddening. Before this woman, full of enigmas, all else faded away in his mind. The remembrance of Dee struggled in the shadows with weak cries. There is an antique bas-relief representing the Sphinx devouring a Cupid. The wings of the sweet celestial are bleeding between the fierce, grinning fangs. Chapter 999. Gwynplaine loved this woman. Has man, like the globe, two poles? Are we on our inflexible axis, a moving sphere, a star when seen from afar, mud when seen more closely, in which night alternates with day? Has the heart two aspects, one on which its love is poured forth in light, the other in darkness? Here a woman of light, there a woman of the sewer. Angels are necessary. Is it possible that demons are also essential? Has the soul the wings of the bat? Does twilight fall fatally for all? Is sin an integral and inevitable part of our destiny? Must we accept evil as part and portion of our whole? Do we inherit sin as a debt? What awful subjects for thought. Yet a voice tells us that weakness is a crime. Gwynplaine's feelings are not to be described. The flesh, life, terror, lust, an overwhelming intoxication of spirit, and all the shame possible to pride. Was he about to succumb? She repeated, "I love you," and flung her frenzied arms around him. Gwynplaine panted. Suddenly close at hand there rang, clear and distinct, a little bell. It was the little bell inside the wall. The Duchess, turning her head, said, "What does she want of me?" Quickly, with the noise of a spring door, the silver panel, with the golden crown chased on it, opened. A compartment of a shaft, lined with royal blue velvet, appeared, and on a golden salver a letter. The letter, broad and weighty, was placed so as to exhibit the seal, which was a large impression in red wax. The bell continued to tinkle. The open panel almost touched the couch where the Duchess and Gwynplaine were sitting. Leaning over, but still keeping her arm round his neck, she took the letter from the plate and touched the panel. The compartment closed in, and the bell ceased ringing. The Duchess broke the seal, and, opening the envelope, drew out 2 documents contained therein, and flung it on the floor at Gwynplaine's feet. The impression of the broken seal was still decipherable, and Gwynplaine could distinguish a royal crown over the initial A. The torn envelope lay open before him so that he could read, "To Her Grace the Duchess Josiana." The envelope had contained both vellum and parchment. The former was a small, the latter a large document. On the parchment was a large chancery seal in green wax, called Lord's sealing wax. The face of the Duchess, whose bosom was palpitating and whose eyes were swimming with passion, became overspread with a slight expression of dissatisfaction. "Ah," she said, "what does she send me? A lot of papers. What a spoil-sport that woman is." Pushing aside the parchment, she opened the vellum. "It is her handwriting. It is my sister's hand. It is quite provoking. Gwynplaine, I asked you if you could read. Can you?" Gwynplaine nodded assent. She stretched herself at full length on the couch, carefully drew her feet and arms under her robe, with a whimsical affectation of modesty, and giving Gwynplaine the vellum, watched him with an impassioned look. "Well, you are mine. Begin your duties, my beloved. Read me what the Queen writes." Gwynplaine took the vellum, unfolded it, and, in a voice tremulous with many emotions, began to read. "Madam, we are graciously pleased to send to you herewith, sealed and signed by our trusty and well-beloved William Cowper, Lord High Chancellor of England, a copy of a report showing forth the very important fact that the legitimate son of Lynn owes Lord Clancharlie has just been discovered and recognized, bearing the name of Gwynplaine, in the lowest rank of a wandering and vagabond life, among strollers and mountebanks. His false position dates from his earliest days. In accordance with the laws of the country, and in virtue of his hereditary rights, Lord Fermain Clancharlie, son of Lord Lynn Owes, will be this day admitted and installed in his position in the House of Lords. Therefore, having regard to your welfare, and wishing to preserve for your use the property and estates of Lord Clancharlie of Hunkerville, we substitute him in the place of Lord David Durimois, and recommend him to your good graces. We have caused Lord Fermain to be conducted to Corleone Lodge. We will and command, as sister and as queen, that the said Fermain Lord Clancharlie, hitherto called Gwynplaine, shall be your husband, and that you shall marry him. Such is our royal pleasure." While Gwynplaine, in tremulous tones which varied at almost every word, was reading the document, the Duchess, half risen from the couch, listened with fixed attention. When Gwynplaine finished, she snatched the letter from his hands. "Anna," she murmured in a tone of abstraction. Then, picking up from the floor the parchment she had thrown down, she ran her eye over it. It was the confession of the shipwrecked crew of the Matutina, embodied in a report signed by the Sheriff of Southwark and by the Lord Chancellor. Having perused the report, she read the Queen's letter over again. Then she said, "Be it so." And calmly pointing with her finger to the door of the gallery through which he had entered, she added, "Begone." Gwynplaine was petrified and remained immovable. She repeated in icy tones, "Since you are my husband, begone." Gwynplaine, speechless and with eyes downcast like a criminal, remained motionless. She added, "You have no right to be here. It is my lover's place." Gwynplaine was like a man transfixed. "Very well," said she, "I must go myself. So you are my husband. Nothing can be better. I hate you." She rose, and with an indescribably haughty gesture of adieu left the room. The curtain in the doorway of the gallery fell behind her. Chapter 5. They recognize, but do not know each other. Gwynplaine was alone, and in the presence of the tepid bath and the deserted couch. The confusion in his mind had reached its culminating point. His thoughts no longer resembled thoughts. They overflowed and ran riot. It was the anguish of a creature wrestling with perplexity. He felt as if he were awaking from a horrid nightmare. The entrance into unknown spheres is no simple matter. From the time he had received the Duchess's letter, brought by the page, a series of surprising adventures had befallen Gwynplaine, each one less intelligible than the other. Up to this time, though in a dream, he had seen things clearly. Now he could only grope his way. He no longer thought, nor even dreamed. He collapsed. He sank down upon the couch which the Duchess had vacated. Suddenly he heard a sound of footsteps, and those of a man. The noise came from the opposite side of the gallery to that by which the Duchess had departed. The man approached, and his footsteps, though deadened by the carpet, were clear and distinct. Gwynplaine, in spite of his abstraction, listened. Suddenly, beyond the silver web of curtain, which the Duchess had left partly open, a door, evidently concealed by the painted glass, opened wide, and there came floating into the room the refrain of an old French song, caroled at the top of a manly and joyous voice. Trois petits gorets sur leur famille, durant comme de porteurs de chaises. And a man entered. He wore a sword by his side, a magnificent naval uniform covered with gold lace, and held in his hand a plumed hat with loops and cockade. Gwynplaine sprang up erect as if moved by springs. He recognized the man, and was, in turn, recognized by him. From their astonished lips came, simultaneously, this double exclamation. "Gwynplaine! Tom Jim Jack!" The man with the plumed hat, advanced towards Gwynplaine, who stood with folded arms. "What are you doing here, Gwynplaine? And you, Tom Jim Jack, what are you doing here?" "Oh, I understand, Josiana, a caprice, a mountebank and a monster. The double attraction is too powerful to be resisted. You disguised yourself in order to get here, Gwynplaine." "And you too, Tom Jim Jack." "Gwynplaine, what does this gentleman's dress mean?" "Tom Jim Jack, what does that officer's uniform mean?" "Gwynplaine, I answer no questions." "Neither do I, Tom Jim Jack." "Gwynplaine, my name is not Tom Jim Jack." "Tom Jim Jack, my name is not Gwynplaine." "Gwynplaine, I am here in my own house." "I am here in my own house, Tom Jim Jack." "I will not have you echo my words. You are ironical, but I've got a cane. An end to your jokes, you wretched fool." Gwynplaine became ashy pale. "You are a fool yourself, and you shall give me satisfaction for this insult." "In your booth, as much as you like, with fisticuffs." "Here and with swords." "My friend Gwynplaine, the sword is a weapon for gentlemen. With it I can only fight my equals. At fisticuffs we are equal, but not so with swords. At the Tadcaster Inn Tom Jim Jack could box with Gwynplaine. At Windsor the case is altered. Understand this, I am a rear admiral. And I am a peer of England." The man whom Gwynplaine recognized as Tom Jim Jack burst out laughing. "Why not a king? Indeed, you are right. An actor plays every part. You'll tell me next that you are Theseus, Duke of Athens." "I am a peer of England, and we are going to fight." "Gwynplaine, this becomes tiresome. Don't play with one who can order you to be flogged. I am Lord David Durimoire." "And I am Lord Clancharlie." Again Lord David burst out laughing. "Well said, Gwynplaine is Lord Clancharlie. That is indeed the name the man must bear who is to win Josiana. Listen, I forgive you, and do you know the reason? It's because we are both lovers of the same woman." The curtain in the door was lifted, and a voice exclaimed, "You are the two husbands, my lords." They turned. "Barkilphedro," cried Lord David. It was indeed he. He bowed low to the two lords with a smile on his face. Some few paces behind him was a gentleman with a stern and dignified countenance who carried in his hand a black wand. This gentleman advanced, and bowing 3 times to Gwynplaine, said, "I am the usher of the Black Rod. I come to fetch your lordship in obedience to Her Majesty's commands." Book the 8th. The Capital and Things Around It. Chapter 1. Analysis of Majestic Matters. Irresistible fate ever carrying him forward, which had now for so many hours showered its surprises on Gwynplaine, and which had transported him to Windsor, transferred him again to London. Visionary realities succeeded each other without a moment's intermission. He could not escape from their influence. Freed from one, he met another. He had scarcely time to breathe. Anyone who has seen a juggler throwing and catching balls can judge the nature of fate. Those rising and falling projectiles are like men tossed in the hands of destiny, projectiles and playthings. On the evening of the same day, Gwynplaine was an actor in an extraordinary scene. He was seated on a bench covered with fleur-de-lis. Over his silken clothes, he wore a robe of scarlet velvet, lined with white silk, with a cape of ermine, and on his shoulders 2 bands of ermine embroidered with gold. Around him were men of all ages, young and old, seated like him on benches covered with fleur-de-lis and dressed like him in ermine and purple. In front of him, other men were kneeling, clothed in black silk gowns. Some of them were writing. Opposite, and a short distance from him, he observed steps, a raised platform, a dais, a large escutcheon glittering between a lion and a unicorn, and at the top of the steps, on the platform under the dais, resting against the escutcheon, was a gilded chair with a crown over it. This was a throne, the throne of Great Britain. Gwynplaine, himself a peer of England, was in the House of Lords. How Gwynplaine's introduction to the House of Lords came about, we will now explain. Throughout the day, from morning to night, from Windsor to London, from Corleone Lodge to Westminster Hall, he had step by step mounted higher in the social grade. At each step he grew giddier. He had been conveyed from Windsor in a royal carriage with a peer's escort. There is not much difference between a guard of honor and a prisoner's. On that day, travellers on the London and Windsor road saw a galloping cavalcade of gentlemen pensioners of Her Majesty's household, escorting two carriages drawn at a rapid pace. In the first carriage sat the usher of the Black Rod, his wand in his hand. In the second was to be seen a large hat with white plumes, throwing into shadow and hiding the face underneath it. Who was it who was thus being hurried on? A prince, a prisoner? It was Gwynplaine. It looked as if they were conducting someone to the Tower, unless, indeed, they were escorting him to the House of Lords. The Queen had done things well. As it was for her future brother-in-law, she had provided an escort from her own household. The officer of the Usher of the Black Rod rode on horseback at the head of the cavalcade. The Usher of the Black Rod carried, on a cushion placed on a seat of the carriage, a black portfolio stamped with the royal crown. At Brentford, the last relay before London, the carriages and escort halted. A four-horse carriage of tortoiseshell, with 2 postilions, a coachman in a wig, and 4 footmen was in waiting. The wheels, steps, springs, pole, and all the fittings of this carriage were gilt. The horse's harness was of silver. This state coach was of an ancient and extraordinary shape, and would have been distinguished by its grandeur among the 51 celebrated carriages of which Roubaud has left us drawings. The Usher of the Black Rod and his officer alighted. The latter, having lifted the cushion on which rested the royal portfolio from the seat in the post-chaise, carried it on outstretched hands and stood behind the usher. He first opened the door of the empty carriage, then the door of that occupied by Gwynplaine, and with downcast eyes respectfully invited him to descend. Gwynplaine left the chaise and took his seat in the carriage. The usher, carrying the rod, and the officer supporting the cushion, followed, and took their places on the low front seat provided for pages in old state coaches. The inside of the carriage was lined with white satin trimmed with Binch silk, with tufts and tassels of silver. The roof was painted with armorial bearings. The postilions of the chaises they were leaving were dressed in the royal livery. The attendants of the carriage they now entered wore a different but very magnificent livery. Gwynplaine, in spite of his bewildered state, in which he felt quite overcome, remarked the gorgeously attired footmen and asked the Usher of the Black Rod, "Whose livery is that?" He answered, "Yours, my lord." The House of Lords was to sit that evening. Curia erat serena run the old records. In England, parliamentary work is by preference undertaken at night. It once happened that Sheridan began a speech at midnight and finished it at sunrise. The 2 postchaises returned to Windsor. Gwynplaine's carriage set out for London. This ornamented 4-horse carriage proceeded at a walk from Brentford to London, as befitted the dignity of the coachman. Gwynplaine's servitude to ceremony was beginning in the shape of his solemn-looking coachman. The delay was, moreover, apparently prearranged, and we shall see presently its probable motive. Night was falling, though it was not quite dark, when the carriage stopped at the King's Gate, a large sunken door between 2 turrets connecting Whitehall with Westminster. The escort of gentlemen pensioners formed a circle around the carriage. A footman jumped down from behind it and opened the door. The Usher of the Black Rod, followed by the officer carrying the cushion, got out of the carriage and addressed Gwynplaine. "My lord, be pleased to alight. I beg your lordship to keep your hat on." Gwynplaine wore under his travelling cloak the suit of black silk, which he had not changed since the previous evening. He had no sword. He left his cloak in the carriage. Under the arched way of the King's Gate, there was a small side door raised some few steps above the road. In ceremonial processions, the greatest personage never walks first. The Usher of the Black Rod, followed by his officer, walked first. Gwynplaine followed. They ascended the steps and entered by the side door. Presently they were in a wide circular room with a pillar in the center, the lower part of a turret. The room, being on the ground floor, was lighted by narrow windows in the pointed arches, which served but to make darkness visible. Twilight often lends solemnity to a scene. Obscurity is in itself majestic. In this room, 13 men, disposed in ranks, were standing, 3 in the front row, 6 in the second row, and 4 behind. In the front row, one wore a crimson velvet gown, the other 2, gowns of the same color, but of satin. All three had the arms of England embroidered on their shoulders. The second rank wore tunics of white silk, each one having a different coat of arms emblazoned in front. The last row were clad in black silk and were thus distinguished. The first wore a blue cape. The second had a scarlet St. George embroidered in front. The third, two embroidered crimson crosses in front and behind. The fourth had a collar of black sable fur. All were uncovered, wore wigs, and carried swords. Their faces were scarcely visible in the dim light, neither could they see Gwynplaine's face. The usher of the black rod, raising his wand, said, "My Lord Fermain Clancharlie, Baron Clancharlie and Hunkerville, I, the usher of the black rod, first officer of the presence chamber, hand your lordship over to Garter King at Arms." The person clothed in velvet, quitting his place in the ranks, bowed to the ground before Gwynplaine and said, "My Lord Fermain Clancharlie, I am Garter, principal King at Arms of England. I am the officer appointed and installed by His Grace the Duke of Norfolk, hereditary Earl Marshal. I have sworn obedience to the King, peers, and knights of the Garter. The day of my installation, when the Earl Marshal of England anointed me by pouring a goblet of wine on my head, I solemnly promised to be attentive to the nobility, to avoid bad company, to excuse, rather than accuse, gentlefolks, and to assist widows and virgins. It is I who have the charge of arranging the funeral ceremonies of peers and the supervision of their armorial bearings. I place myself at the orders of your lordship." The first of those wearing satin tunics, having bowed deeply, said, "My lord, I am Clarenceau, second King at Arms of England. I am the officer who arranges the obsequies of nobles below the rank of peers. I am at your lordship's disposal." The other wearer of the satin tunic bowed and spoke thus, "My lord, I am Nor, third King at Arms of England. Command me." The second row, erect and without bowing, advanced a pace. The right-hand man said, "My lord, we are the 6 Dukes at Arms of England. I am York." Then each of the heralds, or Dukes at Arms, speaking in turn, proclaimed his title. "I am Lancaster. I am Richmond. I am Chester. I am Somerset. I am Windsor." The coats of arms embroidered on their breasts were those of the counties and towns from which they took their names. The third rank, dressed in black, remained silent. Garter King at Arms, pointing them out to Gwynplaine, said, "My lord, these are the 4 pursuivants at arms, blue mantle." The man with the blue cape bowed. "Rouge Dragon." He with the St. George inclined his head. "Rouge Croix." He with the scarlet crosses saluted. "Portcullis." He with the sable fur collar made his obeisance. On a sign from the King at Arms, the first of the pursuivants, Blue Mantle, stepped forward and received from the officer of the usher the cushion of silver cloth and crown-emblazoned portfolio. And the King at Arms said to the usher of the black rod, "Proceed, I leave in your hands the introduction of his lordship."